Our 5-year marriage was all a lie, so why are you crying when I'm marrying a beautiful CEO? Chapter 1, The Clown for 5 Years. Everyone in the circle knew that Zhou Yan'an had spent 5 years worshipping Lin Mengjia like a fool, even willing to donate the cornea that was most vital to him as a painter for her sake. Yet, on the eve of their wedding, he overheard Lin Mengjia talking with her friends. Zhou Yan'an's devotion is worthless to me. If it weren't for helping Qihang reclaim his inheritance, I wouldn't even glance at him. Zhou Yan'an finally decided to end this farce and turn to marry his ex-fiancée in a whirlwind wedding. Everyone said it was impossible for Qin Ran, the cold and elite heiress, to be interested in a lickspittle like Zhou Yan'an, someone who had been toyed with and abandoned by Lin Mengjia. Until one evening at a banquet, everyone witnessed with their own eyes the noble, aloof Qin Ran pressing Zhou Yan'an against a wall and kissing him. Meanwhile, Lin Mengjia, who had claimed she was only toying with Zhou Yan'an, knelt nearby, tears streaming, filled with regret. That Zhou Yan'an is so stupid. He let Mengjia play him like a fool for 5 years and never realized it, someone sneered. If it weren't for Mengjia helping Qin Ran reclaim his inheritance, she wouldn't have bothered chasing him, or staging that car accident 3 years ago. Outside the slightly open private room, Zhou Yan'an froze as if struck by lightning, his mind buzzing. He couldn't believe his ears. He had already successfully proposed to Lin Mengjia. They were only a month away from marriage. And now he had come just to return the phone she left in the car, only to hear her friends say it had all been a scheme against him? He didn't want to believe it, but the conversation inside continued. Yeah, Mengjia's eyes were seriously injured back then, and that idiot didn't hesitate to donate his cornea to her. I kind of feel sorry for him. Zhou Yan'an still foolishly thinks Mengjia will marry him, not knowing she and Qin Ran had long planned their union. Lin Mengjia sipped her wine, lips curling into a mocking smile. He willingly sacrificed his promising career as a painter to donate his cornea to me. What is there to pity? TSK, his so-called devotion is worthless to me. You don't know how troublesome it was taking care of him when he was blind, but honestly, it made him easier to fool. Someone teased, so when you and Qin Ran did things in front of him, he didn't even know. Laughter erupted across the room. Lin Mengjia only smirked with disdain, offering no reply. Zhou Yan'an felt a chill run through his entire body. His chest felt like it had been slit open with a knife, blood rushing out, his life force draining. His face pale as death, he wanted to storm in and confront Lin Mengjia. Was the past 5 years of their relationship all meticulously orchestrated by her? But his legs felt like lead, refusing to move. A gentle tap on his shoulder brought him back. A waiter asked, "Sir, are you all right?" Zhou Yan'an handed over the phone. "Please take this inside to Lin Mengjia. Say you found it, and don't mention anyone came by." With that, he nearly ran away in embarrassment. He couldn't recall how he got back into the car, only that he cranked the heater to full blast and sat for a long time until his body warmed but his heart remained ice cold. He lowered his gaze, hiding the turmoil in his eyes, and dialed a number. "Qin Ran, I am willing to honor our engagement." On the other end, Qin Ran thought she was hallucinating. After a long pause, she asked again, "What did you say?" The Zhou and Qin families were old friends. Qin Ran and Zhou Yan'an grew up together, and their parents had arranged them as childhood betrothed, the quintessential childhood sweethearts. Everyone assumed they would marry, and Qin Ran herself had always liked him, though her reserved nature never allowed her to express it. After college graduation, she had mustered the courage to confess, but a girl named Lin Mengjia had entered Zhou Yan'an's life, and from then on, he was entirely devoted to her, even breaking off their engagement. So Qin Ran buried her feelings, keeping only a platonic friendship with him. Now, with only a month to their wedding between Zhou Yan'an and Lin Mengjia, he suddenly declared he would honor their engagement. Anyone would think he had lost his mind. But Zhou Yan'an calmly repeated, "I am serious. I will honor the engagement made in childhood, but I hope you keep it secret for now until I find the right moment to reveal it." Qin Ran was stunned by this unexpected turn. Taking several deep breaths, she asked seriously, "Zhou Yan'an, are you truly serious? If you say this, there is no turning back." "Yes. I am serious. I will not marry Lin Mengjia." Not only would he not marry her, but he intended to remove her completely from his life. Once Qin Ran realized he was serious, she was silent for a long moment before saying, "All right. I agree. I'll marry you." Zhou Yan'an blinked and softly said, "Thank you." After hanging up, he rushed back to their home he shared with Lin Mengjia. Looking at the place he had decorated with his own hands, he felt a strange daze. He first met Lin Mengjia the year he graduated. After taking graduation photos, he turned and Lin Mengjia bumped into him, knocking the camera from his hands. She apologized repeatedly, offering to pay for it, and took the opportunity to get his contact information. Though the camera meant little to him, he inexplicably gave her his number. Over time, she often asked him to meet up, and gradually, they grew close. A year later, she confessed her feelings. He first broke off his engagement with Qin Ran, then agreed to her confession. 3 years ago, during a car accident, Lin Mengjia immediately protected him, losing her eyesight in the process. Unable to bear her suffering, he secretly donated his cornea to her, against his family's wishes. As a painter, he had been prodigiously talented and had a bright future. But without sight, he could do nothing. For over a year, Lin Mengjia stayed devotedly by his side, taking him out, telling stories, whispering love in his ears. Though blindness was painful, Zhou Yan'an never regretted his decision. Finally, a suitable cornea became available. The transplant succeeded, but it could never match his original vision. His sense of color, crucial for a painter, had diminished. To avoid making Lin Mengjia feel guilty, he never mentioned it. Over the past year, he had struggled to reclaim his skill and rise to his former peak, believing Lin Mengjia would be by his side. Now, it all seemed a cruel joke. This relationship had been a sham from start to finish and he had been the clown for 5 years. It was time to end it. With 1 month left until their wedding, Zhou Yan'an had to resolve everything and the first step was to remove all traces of himself from the house. Chapter 2, I refuse to cancel their wedding. Zhou Yan'an threw all of his belongings into the trash. Once he was mostly done, Lin Mengjia suddenly called. Yan'an, I'm at a friend's place tonight. I can't sleep with you tonight, so don't miss me too much. Sleep well, and don't kick off the covers, got it? Her voice carried a slightly commanding tone, filled with the care a girlfriend gives her boyfriend. Zhou Yan'an used to love it when she spoke like that, but now. His eyes darkened slightly, and he replied evenly, yeah, I know. Have fun. A faint sound came from Lin Mengjia's end, but she didn't notice Zhou Yan'an's unusual tone. She simply said, good night, and hung up. No sooner had the call ended than Zhou Yan'an saw Qihang's post on social media. The background showed a dimly lit couple's hotel. The photo featured 2 hands intertwined, and the woman's finger wore a diamond ring. Zhou Yan'an immediately recognized it was the engagement ring he had personally placed on Lin Mengjia's finger when he proposed. Sure enough, the second photo showed the 2 of them from behind. After loving someone for 5 years, how could Zhou Yan'an fail to recognize Lin Mengjia's back? His hands and feet went cold, his heart plummeting into an abyss, a wave of nausea rising in his chest. Unable to hold back, he rushed into the bathroom and vomited violently. After showering, he lay in bed, lost in thought, eventually dozing off in a haze. The next morning, Lin Mengjia's friend finally brought her back. Entering the house, she saw Zhou Yan'an eating breakfast. She leaned over, looping her arm around his, and teased. I haven't eaten breakfast yet either. Feed me 1 bite. Zhou Yan'an hesitated. For some reason, he felt repulsed by her closeness and couldn't bring himself to feed her like before. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a line of hickeys on her neck. His gaze darkened. What's on your neck? He asked. Lin Mengjia froze, recalling the strawberry a certain bad man had left on her last night. Her eyes flickered, but she lied calmly. Oh, just a little game with my girlfriends. Don't worry, it'll fade in a couple of days. She let go of his arm, yawned, and said. I'm so tired. I didn't sleep much last night. I'm going to rest in my room. As soon as she entered the room, she noticed a giant oil painting of herself in a field of rapeseed flowers was missing nearly 2 meters long. Something that large disappearing would immediately catch anyone's eye. Without Zhou Yan'an's permission, the housekeeper wouldn't dare move it, so naturally, her first thought was Zhou Yan'an. Ignoring her fatigue, she rushed out, Zhou Yan'an, did you take the painting from the room? Wiping his mouth with a tissue, Zhou Yan'an replied calmly. Yeah. It's been a while, it had faded. I took it to the gallery for restoration. They'll redo the colors and bring it back. Zhou Yan'an usually hated lying, but today he realized he could lie without changing his expression. Hearing this, Lin Mengjia relaxed, kissed him briefly, and returned to her room. Zhou Yan'an listened to the door close, wiped the spot she had kissed, and grabbed his car keys to leave. He owned a gallery filled with works inspired by moments with Lin Mengjia. Every time he saw them, he thought of her. That's why last night he contacted several potential buyers he wanted to sell the gallery. He spent the day showing the gallery to multiple buyers, but no deal was finalized. After the last buyer left, Zhou Yan'an sighed and turned only to see Lin Mengjia's friend, Liu Yao. She crossed her arms and mocked him. I came to check out Zhu's gallery, never thought I'd see you groveling to clients. What a sight. Liu Yao was outspoken and often sarcastic toward Zhou Yan'an, especially since she disliked him. Today was no exception. Zhou Yan'an ignored her, but she persisted, cornering him in the hallway. Hey, I'm talking to you. Are you blind and deaf? Frowning, he said coldly. My gallery doesn't welcome you. Please leave. Liu Yao sneered. Oh, spare me the high and mighty act. You think I care about buying your worthless paintings? I won't even look at them twice. Do you really think you're a genius just because someone praised you? Those paintings are trash. Take them to the street to sell, they are worthless. Zhou Yan'an lowered his gaze and remained silent, watching her rage exhaust itself. Thinking he had nothing to say, Liu Yao became even more aggressive. I've hated your moody artist act for a long time. Knowing Mengjia went blind for someone like you makes me want to gouge out your eyes. You're a terrible person. You don't deserve Mengjia. All you're good for is being her dog called, summoned, and used at will. Having vented, she huffed smugly and left in her heels. Once she was gone, Zhou Yan'an took out his phone. The screen indicated he had been recording. Expressionless, he sent the recording to Lin Mengjia, adding a message. Mengjia, I think your friend is right. I really don't deserve you. Maybe our wedding should just be called off. After sending the message, he put his phone away and exhaled in relief. He had been worried about how to bring up cancelling their wedding, and Liu Yao had just provided the perfect opportunity. Over half an hour later, Lin Mengjia hurried to the gallery and grabbed Zhou Yan'an. Yan'an, you know Yao is just blunt. Don't take her words seriously. I apologize for her. As long as we love each other, why care what others think? I refuse to cancel their wedding. I saved you willingly. Not just your eyes, even my life is yours. You know how much I want to marry you, be your bride. There's no way I'll let this wedding be cancelled. To Zhou Yan'an, her sweet words sounded like a cruel joke. He slowly pulled her hand away and said evenly. We'll talk about the wedding later. Right now, I only want to focus on selling the gallery. Lin Mengjia had been to the gallery many times and knew it like her own home. Zhou Yan'an let her stay wherever she liked, he had clients to see. Chapter 3. I knew you would say yes. Lin Mengjia looked at Zhou Yan'an's back as he left, and always felt that he had become much colder towards her. She frowned, turned around and dialed a cell phone number. In fact, Zhou Yan'an didn't have any clients to entertain at all. He just wanted to get Lin Mengjia away. He didn't expect her to come directly over. But he really wants to solve the gallery problem first. Zhou Yan'an had a headache, thinking about finding more channels to spread the news of selling the gallery. Just as he had formulated the publicity plan in his mind, his assistant came hurriedly. He said happily, Boss Zhou, great news. Someone just offered 50 million to buy our gallery. What did you say? Zhou Yan'an was a little shocked. The boss who came to see the paintings just now either complained that the location of the gallery was not good enough, or that his paintings did not have the same spirit as before he became blind. In short, he wanted to lower the price. I didn't expect that there are people who don't even ask the price and just pay directly. He immediately asked, do you know who the buyer is? The assistant shook his head, I don't know, the other party contacted me anonymously. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yan'an's expression changed and he instantly fell into deep thought. There are many people around him who have the financial resources to offer 50 million yuan without hesitation when they know he wants to sell the gallery, but few are willing to do so. He could only think of one person at the moment, and that was Qin Ran. She always liked to hide behind and help herself. She thought Zhou Yan'an didn't know, but in fact he knew it very well. It was just that he had let her down, so he could only choose to play dumb. Thinking of this, Zhou Yan'an felt a little guilty. At this moment, the sound of high heels came from his ears. Zhou Yan'an looked up and happened to meet Qin Ran's eyes. Their eyes met, and they were both stunned. Qin Ran walked up to Zhou Yan'an, looking a little uneasy. I just happened to be passing by, so I came in to see you. By the way, I wanted to confirm the wedding arrangements. When she said this, Qin Ran felt unreal, as if she were dreaming. She never dared to think that after cancelling the engagement with the person she liked, she would take the initiative to mention it 5 years later. It was really too unreal. So she rushed over the next day, fearing that Zhou Yan'an would go back on his word. Zhou Yan'an saw her concerns, his eyes were a little complicated, and he said softly, "Don't worry, I will never go back on my word. Wait here for a moment. I'm going to the bathroom and we'll discuss this when I come back." Qin Ran loosened her clenched fists, her palms covered in sweat, and whispered, "Okay, I'll wait for you here." Zhou Yan'an went to the bathroom. As soon as he entered the cubicle, he heard someone coming in from outside. The clearest sound was the sound of a woman's high heels. He was stunned for a moment, and then he heard the sound of two people entangled passionately. It's not at all obvious to adults what they are doing. Zhou Yan'an frowned. He didn't expect someone to do such a thing in his gallery. At this moment, a coquettish female voice sounded, "Be gentle, what if someone comes in?" This familiar voice made Zhou Yan'an freeze on the spot, as if a basin of ice water was poured over his head, making him shiver all over. Qihang sneered, "Don't worry, there's no one here at this time." Zhou Yan'an's face lost all color. He didn't expect that the people who did such a thing were Lin Mengjia and the other one. A surge of anger rose from the soles of his feet, but he didn't have the courage to rush over and question. After screaming for a while, Lin Mengjia said in an unsteady voice, "The reason I bought Zhou Yan'an's gallery was just to burn those paintings with my own hands at our wedding to humiliate him. Why are you so jealous? You're my girlfriend, and you spent 50 million on another man. How can I not be jealous?" Qihang's tone was sour, but he suddenly laughed out loud. "But I'm really looking forward to Zhou Yan'an's expression when he finds out the truth. It's bound to be quite exciting." Zhou Yan'an's heart instantly sank to the bottom, his hands hanging by his sides clenched suddenly, and veins bulged on his forehead. He couldn't describe his feelings at the moment. He just felt heartbroken, angry and disappointed. He didn't expect that the people who bought his gallery would be Qihang and Lin Mengjia. What he didn't expect was that she bought these paintings just to humiliate him at the wedding. Zhou Yan'an had a cold face and took out his cell phone to call Lin Mengjia, but the phone rang several times but no one answered. He frowned. Could it be that Lin Mengjia didn't bring her cell phone? That's right, how could I bring my cell phone when doing something like this in the bathroom? Zhou Yan'an laughed at himself and was about to hang up when he heard Lin Mengjia answer the phone. "Hello? Yao Yao. Yes, that's right. Find a few more thugs. Qin Ran will be heartbroken and drowning her sorrows in alcohol during Zhou Yan'an's wedding. Find someone to take her to the room we've arranged and take indecent photos of her as planned." Lin Mengjia sneered, "After being defiled by a gangster, I wonder how a high-class lady like her can still be so proud." Just a few words were like a blockbuster bomb exploding at Zhou Yan'an, catching him off guard. He covered his chest and suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart. After the pain passed, he smiled bitterly. He never expected that the person he had loved for 5 years would be such a dirty person. After Lin Mengjia hung up the phone, Qihang suddenly laughed wickedly. "Speaking of defilement, why don't we defile Zhou Yan'an's bed? Doesn't he have a serious misophobia? How about we go to the big bed in your bridal chamber and find some excitement and leave him a little surprise?" Lin Mengjia hit him coquettishly. "You are so bad. But you said at the beginning that the worse I am, the more you like me." Zhou Yan'an couldn't stand the flirting between the two people behind him. Anger rushed to his head and almost swallowed up his sanity. Zhou Yan'an was afraid that if he stayed any longer, he would not be able to resist killing the couple with his own hands. He gritted his teeth, opened the door abruptly, and left quickly. The door of the cubicle slammed heavily against the board with a loud bang, which scared the two people who were cuddling in the cubicle, and they became quiet instantly. After the others left, the two continued, and Qihang continued to ask the question from before, "What exactly do you mean? When will you take me to your wedding room? I promise that I will make you unable to get out of bed." Lin Mengjia frowned, a little worried. "No, Zhou Yan'an is very sensitive. If there is something wrong, he will find it immediately. How will I explain it then? Isn't it easy for you to fool him?" Qihang bit her earlobe and coaxed her, "Don't you want to? Anyway, after the wedding, you two will go your separate ways. What are you afraid of? And when I take back the inheritance from Qin Ran, you'll enjoy endless wealth and glory with me. How dare you not even meet my small request?" After hearing what he said, Lin Mengjia was obviously shaken, and finally gritted her teeth and said, "Okay, I'll take you there." Qihang gave a wicked smile. "I knew you would agree, you're so good." After that, the two started another fierce fight. Chapter 4. I'm sure it's you. Zhou Yan'an didn't remember how he got home, but since he entered the room, he was in a completely empty state. There were exquisite flower arrangements and several photos of the two of them on the table in the living room. They used to be proof of their love, but now they looked particularly annoying. Zhou Yan'an took a deep breath, stretched out his hand and casually turned the photo upside down on the table. The glass on the photo shattered into pieces, and scarlet blood flowed out through his fingers. Zhou Yan'an seemed to feel no pain, and lowered his head, not knowing what he was thinking. After a long time, Zhou Yan'an took out his mobile phone, his eyes cold and without any emotion. "I would like to order a set of monitoring equipment from you." "Yes, we need it now." A few seconds later, the call was hung up. The originally chaotic emotions became clearer as time went by. Based on Zhou Yan'an's understanding of Lin Mengjia, that woman would definitely agree to Qihang's request. After all, as long as Qihang proposed it, she would find a way to satisfy it. Time passes by every second. It was around 2 o'clock in the afternoon when Zhou Yan'an got the pinhole camera from the seller. In order to make it convenient for him, Zhou Yan'an sent someone to get it. Even the work has been kept confidential. After the servants brought back the equipment, Zhou Yan'an walked upstairs with heavy steps. Once upon a time, this was Zhou Yan'an's love nest full of hope. All the furnishings, decorations, and everything in the house were the results of their hard work. But now Zhou Yan'an felt only irony when looking at everything in front of him. Lin Mengjia's actions made him feel like a complete joke. In the dim room, after Zhou Yan'an calmed himself down with great difficulty, he finally began to install the camera. If you look closely, you will find that the man's fingers are shaking unconsciously. Screw carefully open the lampshade and put the camera in. After finishing everything, Zhou Yan'an sat on the edge of the bed in a daze. Everything in the house remained the same as before, but what Zhou Yan'an thought of was the naked Lin Mengjia, lying charmingly under Qihang. Just thinking about that scene made him feel like dying. His hands unconsciously clenched the quilt cover. Zhou Yan'an's face was pale and he kept gasping for breath. The next second, the phone next to me rang. Zhou Yan'an looked up in pain. When he saw the name on the phone clearly, his originally anguished expression eased a little. He tried hard to calm himself down and try his best to look normal. "Hey." His voice was calm and a little hoarse, but Qin Ran could still tell something was wrong with him. She tentatively said, "Zhou Yan'an. What happened to you?" "Nothing." Zhou Yan'an suppressed the bitterness in his heart and said nonchalantly, "I just have a cold these past few days, and my throat is not feeling well." "Is there something you're calling about?" "It's like this." Qin Ran on the other end of the phone didn't think much of what Zhou Yan'an said. She said a little embarrassedly, "Our wedding will be in a while. I was wondering if you had time to go ring shopping with me." Choosing a ring. Zhou Yan'an didn't realize until a while later that his marriage partner had changed a long time ago. At that moment, an indescribable feeling swept over me. Zhou Yan'an was in great pain and wanted to die. He tried to curl himself up, letting an indescribable feeling flow through his body. An unknown amount of time passed before Zhou Yan'an's weak voice finally came through the phone. "Qin Ran, I'm sorry." "Huh." Qin Ran seemed a little nervous when she heard this. She thought it was Zhou Yan'an's strange rejection and said with a wry smile, "It's okay. Then we'll do it some other time." "No." Zhou Yan'an interrupted Qin Ran with a smile. No one knew how Zhou Yan'an came up with those words. From the moment Zhou Yan'an heard the truth with his own ears, the balance in his heart tilted towards Qin Ran. This person, who had been engaged to him since childhood but had never forced him to do anything, and had even been by his side quietly, made Zhou Yan'an silently swear in his heart that he would treat Qin Ran well for the rest of his life. "I was just thinking which store would be more suitable. So that is how it is." Qin Ran couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief upon hearing that. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Yan'an called his assistant and said bluntly, "Let's put it this way. I plan to attend the painters' exchange meeting in a few days. I'll leave things here to you. Also." Zhou Yan'an paused here, staring at the ground with an unclear look in his eyes. He fumbled in his pocket with one hand to take out a cigarette box, put it in his mouth instinctively, and then hesitated without lighting it. Zhou Yan'an clearly remembered Lin Mengjia frowning, covering her nose with a look of disgust on her face. Lin Mengjia said, "I really don't like the smell of cigarettes. Yan'an, you will quit smoking for me, right?" From then on, Zhou Yan'an really quit smoking because of Lin Mengjia's words. But now Zhou Yan'an only felt. Qin Ran ignored the curious gazes, looking down at him. She just lowered her head to fiddle with her phone. When she accidentally glanced at Zhou Yan'an across the street, her eyes lit up. She waved vigorously at Zhou Yan'an and ran towards him regardless of the surging traffic, as if Zhou Yan'an was her whole world. The woman's delicate face and flying hair made her so beautiful that people couldn't take their eyes off her. The air was filled with the strong smell of shampoo. In the blink of an eye, Qin Ran walked up to him, smiled, and snapped her fingers in Zhou Yan'an's ear, her expression very proud. "Zhou Yan'an, are you waiting for me?" It sounded like an unintentional teasing, but Zhou Yan'an clearly saw a vague expectation in the woman's eyes. Zhou Yan'an felt his breathing stagnate and he felt like he was being valued. Zhou Yan'an, for some unknown reason, looked at Qin Ran's face and nodded seriously, "Yes." "Huh?" Qin Ran hadn't expected to hear this answer from a man. She looked at Zhou Yan'an with a hint of embarrassment and pointed at the store not far ahead to hide her inner "Some are just jokes. Mr. Zhou, most of the paintings under your name have sellers willing to buy them, but there are still a few paintings that Ms. Lin is in charge of. Without Miss Lin's consent. Sell what can be sold first." Zhou Yan'an interrupted the assistant impatiently. "As for the ones that can't be sold, I'll talk about them when I get back." "Yes." Chapter 5, Equally Matched Feelings. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Yan'an took a deep breath and walked towards Qin Ran without looking back. There weren't many customers in the huge shop. Qin Ran was standing in front of a row of cabinets, concentrating on choosing a wedding ring. She didn't even notice when Zhou Yan'an came to her side. Until the man stretched out his finger and pointed at the huge diamond ring at the innermost part and said slowly, "Take this out and let me see it." Hearing this, Qin Ran turned and looked at Zhou Yan'an. Zhou Yan'an's fingers are slender and strong with distinct joints. I don't know if it's because he has been painting for many years, but his hands are very beautiful. The light from above shone on the back of Zhou Yan'an's hand. Fine hairs could be seen on his fair and smooth skin. His fingers drew circles on the glass cabinet, and he appeared gentle and calm as he pointed at the ring. Hearing this, the salesgirl quickly took out the diamond ring. Seeing Qin Ran's lack of reaction, Zhou Yan'an poked her forehead helplessly, saying, "Why, you don't want to try it on?" Zhou Yan'an. It was only then that Qin Ran realized that Zhou Yan'an was not joking. Her long-cherished dream had finally come true, but Qin Ran was actually a little nervous. She licked her lips nervously, her eyes always fixed on the ring, revealing a hint of uneasiness. "Are you really sure? When did you become so nagging?" Zhou Yan'an rolled his eyes helplessly. Then, ignoring Qin Ran's embarrassment, he smiled and put the ring on her ring finger. The ring was neither too big nor too small, just the right size. The moment the ring was placed on Qin Ran's finger, the woman's eyes instantly lit up, and the joy on Qin Ran's face was hard to hide. Something was whispered in Zhou Yan'an's ear. Zhou Yan'an listened patiently. Occasionally express a few opinions. There was a rare look of satisfaction on Zhou Yan'an's face. It turned out that Zhou Yan'an felt that he had to be strong enough to let Lin Mengjia have no worries. This was the most important thing. But Zhou Yan'an only found out now. In an equal relationship between people of equal social status, there is no need for so-called strength. The best relationship is one where both partners are equally matched. Little did they know that the scene of Qin Ran and Zhou Yan'an discussing with smiles would be captured by restless paparazzi and posted online. On this side, Lin Mengjia received a call from her assistant on her way home. "Ms. Lin. Mr. Zhou is busy dealing with the exchange meeting during this period. I'm afraid I don't have time for you. If you need anything, just contact me." Exchange meeting. Lin Mengjia pouted in dissatisfaction when she heard this. Zhou Yan'an used to obey her in everything, but when the time for marriage was approaching, Zhou Yan'an was busy with some exchange meeting. Is Zhou Yan'an going a little too far? You don't know that we are getting married soon and there are so many things to do after the wedding. Does he know what's important? Ms. Lin. The assistant's voice was still calm on the other end of the line. I am just conveying Mr. Zhou's arrangements to you. If you are not satisfied with anything, you can contact Mr. Zhu yourself. Besides, Mr. Zhu has explained it. Let Miss Lin arrange the wedding herself. Mr. Zhu won't have any objections." With that, the phone was hung up again. Lin Mengjia gnashed her teeth and frowned in hatred. Just when she was about to call Zhou Yan'an to find out what was going on, the man driving suddenly stopped. Due to inertia, Lin Mengjia crashed heavily into the seat in front of her. Lin Mengjia covered her head and looked at Qihang with dissatisfaction. She sniffed and slowly sat up straight, staring at Qihang and asked, "What's going on?" "You weren't." "Mengjia, look at what this is." Qihang interrupted Lin Mengjia impatiently and put the phone in front of Lin Mengjia. Among the viral videos on Douyin, one particularly caught my attention. The protagonists in the video were none other than Zhou Yan'an and Qin Ran. I had a rough idea of the title and content, and even had no idea what the two were talking about. But seeing the place where they appeared made me imagine wildly. Qihang felt a chill on his back when he thought of this. He looked at Lin Mengjia with a complicated and uneasy look and asked, "How did they get together?" "Zhou Yan'an took Qin Ran to buy a ring. Could it be that they—" "No." Even now, Lin Mengjia still said with a firm look on her face, "Zhou Yan'an will definitely not marry another woman." If Zhou Yan'an was truly interested in Qin Ran, then there was no chance for the two of them to be together. At this point, Lin Mengjia suddenly remembered what Zhou Yan'an had said before and couldn't help but smile smugly. "I think you're just overthinking it. Zhou Yan'an must have chosen the ring for me. He wanted to give me a surprise. Then why did he bring Qin Ran along?" Qihang frowned, still a little skeptical. "Why else could it be?" Lin Mengjia said nonchalantly, "It must be that Zhou Yan'an doesn't know what kind of ring to choose. So I want Qin Ran to help me choose." "Are you sure?" After hearing Lin Mengjia's words, Qihang still felt that something was not right. After thinking it over again and again, he decided to let Lin Mengjia make a phone call to feel more at ease. Lin Mengjia had always obeyed Qihang's words. Although she was shocked when she heard about that incident just now, Lin Mengjia was still very confident in herself. If Zhou Yan'an really liked Qin Ran, he would have agreed to be with her back in college, and it wouldn't have dragged on until now. Besides, Lin Mengjia also knew that the two had been engaged since childhood, but Zhou Yan'an risked falling out with his family to be with Lin Mengjia. This love alone cannot be underestimated by others. Suddenly, someone patted my shoulder gently. Looking up, she saw Qihang's dissatisfied eyes. He poked the woman's forehead helplessly, looking like he had a headache. "Mengjia, what are you still thinking about? Why don't you call Zhou Yan'an and confirm it? If Zhou Yan'an really breaks off the engagement, you know what the consequences will be." Every word Qihang said was more like a death warrant, which put a lot of pressure on Lin Mengjia. But Lin Mengjia loved Qihang to death. Looking at Qihang's face, Lin Mengjia reluctantly took out her cell phone, and then found Zhou Yan'an's number in the address book. The man's phone number didn't even have the most basic notes, just a simple heart pattern. Occasionally, the sound of car horns could be heard outside the car window, and Lin Mengjia's beautiful manicured fingers were moving back and forth on them. Finally, choose to dial. As time passed, surprisingly, no one answered the call. When Lin Mengjia called back unwillingly, the number had been blocked. At that moment, Lin Mengjia realized the seriousness of the matter. Her fingers trembled as she looked at Qihang anxiously, biting her lips lightly. Her delicate face was completely pale, and Lin Mengjia couldn't help but panic. "I just asked anxiously, what's going on? How should I know what's going on?" Qihang punched the steering wheel angrily. The car's alarm sounded shrilly, but it could not reduce the man's inner anger. Zhou Yan'an and Qin Ran were still carefully selecting engagement rings. Zhou Yan'an leaned against the counter, looking at Qin Ran, who was very serious. It was just a simple task, but Qin Ran took it very seriously. If he encountered something he didn't understand, he would specifically ask the teller. Outside, the afterglow of the setting sun fell on Qin Ran's face. At this moment, Zhou Yan'an was surprised to find that the woman in front of him had changed drastically from what he remembered. Qin Ran, who used to have a buzz cut and was always so unreasonable, suddenly became so feminine. Her long chestnut brown hair was casually spread out, and she looked really beautiful as she lowered her head and carefully selected the ring. For a moment, Zhou Yan'an felt that his whole heart had undergone a drastic change. Why hadn't he realized that Qin Ran was also a beauty before? Chapter 6 You Can Choose. Suddenly, a hand reached out and interrupted the man's thoughts. Qin Ran frowned slightly and looked at Zhou Yan'an's face with anxiety and confusion. What's on your mind? Why are you just standing there in a daze? Zhou Yan'an felt like he'd been caught in an affair. Panicked, he lowered his head and took the diamond ring from Qin Ran's hand. After examining it carefully, he smiled and said, "Actually, I don't think the style of ring you choose is important at all. What's important is that the two of us can finally be together." As their words fell, Qin Ran's face flushed uncontrollably. No one knew how difficult those years of secret love were. No one knew how painful it was to watch the man you loved being affectionate with another woman. Qin Ran really thought that she would stay by Zhou Yan'an's side as a friend for the rest of her life. But at this moment, Zhou Yan'an called, and Qin Ran's dead heart came alive again. She really wanted to ask Zhou Yan'an in person why he chose to marry her. But he swallowed the words back when they came to his lips. Qin Ran was afraid that if she asked about that woman, she would lose Zhou Yan'an. Then, the two left with the rings. On their way back, Qin Ran was casually flipping through her phone when she saw the two of them entering the store one after the other. Although I couldn't hear what the two of them said specifically. But what it means for two people to go in and choose rings at the same time is self-evident. Qin Ran didn't want to tell Zhou Yan'an about this. After all, considering the situation of the Zhou and Qin families, this kind of revelation was not the first time. Ever since Zhou Yan'an explicitly rejected the marriage proposal, Qin Ran had tactfully chosen not to make a big deal about it. She just didn't realize that this time, the unscrupulous media outlet had captured her and posted the footage online. It's okay for both families to know about this. Qin Ran was still worried about Lin Mengjia. If that woman saw the message in the video, who knows how much trouble it would cause. The car was driving at high speed. After about 5 minutes, Qin Ran couldn't hold back and told Zhou Yan'an the truth. "Well, I have something to tell you." Qin Ran. The man gripped the steering wheel with one hand and looked in Qin Ran's direction with gentle eyes. Seeing Qin Ran's uneasy expression, he grabbed her hand to comfort her, then said nonchalantly, "I know what you're going to say." "What?" Qin Ran was speechless and looked at Zhou Yan'an in disbelief. "How do you know?" Just when Qin Ran was about to tell Zhou Yan'an about this, she contacted the public relations department as quickly as possible to suppress the news. Zhou Yan'an was concentrating on driving. Qin Ran didn't even know when Zhou Yan'an found out about this. Moreover, he hadn't expressed any opinion after learning about this matter. Now, he looked at Qin Ran's panic with calm composure. Zhou Yan'an patted Qin Ran's forehead soothingly, and his tone was filled with doting that even Qin Ran didn't notice. "Qin Ran. I just want to tell you that Lin Mengjia and I are in the past. No matter what happened between us, it doesn't matter. Yan'an." Qin Ran stretched out her finger to stop the man from saying anything. Without a trace of smile, she looked at Zhou Yan'an with eyes full of heartache. No one knows how humble Zhou Yan'an's love is. The eldest son of the Zhou family has lost himself for the sake of love. But what do all these efforts of Zhou Yan'an mean in the eyes of Lin Mengjia? It's all in the past. It really doesn't matter. Zhou Yan'an stretched out his hand to block Qin Ran's sparkling eyes. He didn't know why he felt very uncomfortable when Qin Ran looked at him with that look. Zhou Yan'an saw the distress in Qin Ran's eyes. He was afraid of that kind of look. Afterwards, Zhou Yan'an used an excuse to drive Qin Ran out. About half an hour later, Zhou Yan'an finally walked up to Qin Ran, carrying the delicious meal he had prepared. Pointing to the dining room, he smiled and said, "Qin Ran, come and try my cooking." "Okay." Qin Ran, who was originally sitting in the living room fiddling with her phone, immediately ran to the dining room happily after hearing Zhou Yan'an's words. The interaction between the two is like going back to their childhood. At that time, Lin Mengjia didn't exist yet. Qin Ran called herself Zhou Yan'an's girlfriend and confidently ordered Zhou Yan'an to do all kinds of things for her. Stories like that don't change at all as I get older. Until Lin Mengjia appeared. Only then did Qin Ran completely exit Zhou Yan'an's world. Qin Ran really thought that she would never be able to live like this with Zhou Yan'an in her entire life. The light fell on the two of them. The two sat facing each other. There was delicious food on the table. Zhou Yan'an thoughtfully picked up some food for Qin Ran. The two of them tacitly agreed not to talk about the past, and the atmosphere seemed so harmonious. Around 2 o'clock in the morning, Qin Ran staggered back home. Actually, the wine she had drunk tonight wasn't enough to intoxicate her, but whenever she thought about what had happened today, it felt like a sweet dream, and she was afraid to wake up from it. She staggered to the living room entrance and didn't even notice when someone appeared behind her. It wasn't until that person tapped Qin Ran's shoulder that she opened her drunken eyes. His eyes fell on the other person and he couldn't help but grin. "Mom, why haven't you rested yet? How can I sleep when you come home so late?" Her mother looked at Qin Ran with some distress. She gently massaged her shoulders and asked softly, "Is what's in the video true?" Compared to the calmness of the two young people, the attitude of the older generation was too nervous. Zhou Yan'an had rejected her so clearly at the beginning, so how could he choose a ring with Qin Ran in the blink of an eye? What is going on? Mom, is it really that important? Qin Ran couldn't help but look at the woman in front of her with some curiosity. Her mother had mentioned the marriage between the Zhou and Qin families many times in front of Qin Ran. At such a young age, Qin Ran's favorite thing to do was to follow Zhou Yan'an. He is like the perfect male protagonist in all novels, with nobility in his every move, but what is surprising is that Zhou Yan'an does not have that domineering and superior air. He brings warmth to everyone around him, including Qin Ran, who was ignorant of love. So when Qin Ran received the call, she instinctively wanted to grasp the last hope. It's dark in the house. In the pitch-black room, only the sound of the two people breathing could be heard. Even two short sentences were enough to express Qin Ran's inner thoughts. The mother wanted to say something to remind Qin Ran, but after hearing what she said, she was speechless. She just hugged Qin Ran gently from behind and whispered, "Of course it doesn't matter. As long as my precious daughter is happy, that's more important than anything else." Over the next 3 days, Qin Ran and Zhou Yan'an were so busy preparing for their wedding that they completely forgot about Lin Mengjia. In the afternoon, the assistant brought Zhou Yan'an a surveillance video. "This is something related to Miss Lin. After all, you are getting married soon. I think it's necessary to show you these things." The assistant handed the things to Zhou Yan'an and turned to leave. Before leaving, the assistant seemed to be hesitant to speak. Anyone can see how much Zhou Yan'an cares about Lin Mengjia. If he sees what is in his hand, no one knows how he will react. Chapter 7: The highest state of love is heartache. Zhou Yan'an only needed to see the other person's expression to vaguely guess what the object in his hand was. He licked his lips, lowered his head and played with the object in his hand, then waved his hand calmly and said, "Go back. Remember, Ms. Lin can do whatever she wants. Don't interfere with her." "Yes." The assistant paused, regretting his own presumptuous decision. But once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back. He had no choice but to leave. Soon, Zhou Yan'an was the only one left in the room again. Zhou Yan'an slowly opened the outer packaging, took out the surveillance footage and projected it onto the TV. No expression could be seen on his face from beginning to end. The man and woman in the video were performing passionate scenes. Lin Mengjia, who always looked like a virgin in front of him, looked completely different when she appeared next to Qihang. Seeing Lin Mengjia in such a ferocious state, Zhou Yan'an felt like dying of pain. He clenched his fists tightly and stared at the scene in the video. Finally, Zhou Yan'an relied on his strong willpower to suppress the scene of collapse. Watch the surveillance footage coldly. It turned out that Lin Mengjia had blatantly used his gallery as a love nest, and she and Qihang did despicable things in the gallery. What's funny is that Zhou Yan'an only found out about it today. Thinking of this, Zhou Yan'an's face was filled with bitterness. He turned off the TV indifferently, and after silently erasing all traces, he took out a bottle of beer from the refrigerator and poured it into his mouth without any hesitation. The icy liquid irritated my throat. Zhou Yan'an endured the physical discomfort and inner pain, completely emptying his mind, and sat powerlessly on the sofa. Taking out his cell phone and looking at the constantly updated call records in the blacklist, Zhou Yan'an couldn't help but smile bitterly. It turned out that Lin Mengjia finally realized the abnormality of his bootlicker. The next moment, the door opened without warning, and a woman in a white sequined skirt stood outside. Seeing Zhou Yan'an curled up on the sofa drinking, Lin Mengjia immediately rushed to him with dissatisfaction. "Yan'an, what's wrong with you? Do you know how many times I called you? Why didn't you answer?" Faced with a series of questions, Zhou Yan'an seemed much calmer, not as flattering as before. He even stared at Lin Mengjia's delicate face too calmly. He wanted to loudly question Lin Mengjia's actions, but Zhou Yan'an knew that now was not the time. Since Lin Mengjia had turned his life upside down, there was no reason for her to get away unscathed. He wanted Lin Mengjia to pay the price for what she had done. Zhou Yan'an felt extremely regretful whenever he thought about his efforts. He must be mentally ill to think that true love can overcome all difficulties. If Lin Mengjia really likes me, why should I enrich myself with external things like money, status, and identity? To put it bluntly, Lin Mengjia only uses him. Suddenly, Zhou Yan'an didn't want to look at the woman's face anymore. He turned his head away, suppressing his discomfort, and explained calmly, I asked my assistant to tell you. I'm going to be busy with the exchange meeting these days, so I don't have time to accompany you. Why, is there something important? Yan'an. At this time, Lin Mengjia grabbed Zhou Yan'an's wrist tightly, looked at him seriously and said, I want to ask you something. You say? I saw a video on TikTok a few days ago. It showed you and another woman choosing rings. Don't you have any explanation? After the video incident happened, Lin Mengjia didn't believe it at first, but couldn't stand Qihang's endless nagging in her ear, so Lin Mengjia had no choice but to let Qihang investigate the matter. I didn't expect it to be true. But why? Qihang was extremely anxious and wanted to let Lin Mengjia come to find Zhou Yan'an no matter what. If the two of them really had some entanglement, then all their plans would come to nothing. Hearing this, Zhou Yan'an seemed calm and composed. Mengjia, don't you believe me? If it were in the past, Zhou Yan'an would definitely not ask this, but would try every possible way to explain to Lin Mengjia. But now, it was just a casual remark, which inexplicably made the woman opposite feel an unprecedented sense of oppression. Lin Mengjia vaguely felt that Zhou Yan'an was different from before, but she couldn't tell what the difference was. Thinking that there was nothing wrong with Qihang's investigation, Lin Mengjia's originally tense heart relaxed a little. She put her arm around Zhou Yan'an's neck and said coquettishly, Of course I don't believe you. How can I let someone else do something like choosing a ring for me? I know you want to give me a surprise, but… Mengjia. She still smelled faintly of cold wood. Clearly, nothing had changed, not even the look in her eyes as she looked at him. But Zhou Yan'an didn't even want to play along. He rubbed his brows, feigning a headache, and pushed Lin Mengjia away, putting some distance between them. It was indeed Qin Ran who accompanied me to choose the ring. So, you have already made your choice. Lin Mengjia didn't understand Zhou Yan'an's implication and just stayed in her own world, unable to extricate herself. Her delicate face was filled with longing for the wedding, and she said seriously, Since you've taken so much trouble to prepare, I won't make it difficult for you. Anyway, I'll still be able to see the ring on the wedding day, right? Zhou Yan'an said nothing, just looked at Lin Mengjia calmly. Afterwards, he walked past Lin Mengjia and prepared to go back to his room to rest. Lin Mengjia, who had been spoiled to the point of being lawless, naturally could not tolerate being ignored. He immediately pulled Zhou Yan'an's hand with a sullen face and refused to let go. What's wrong with you? In the past, Zhou Yan'an treated her like a little princess, so why did he treat her like this now? Lin Mengjia felt a little scared when she thought about it. She tried to find clues from Zhou Yan'an's face, but unfortunately, the man was as normal as usual and there was nothing wrong with him. But after listening to Lin Mengjia's words, he rubbed his temples tiredly, and said in a gentle tone with a hint of helplessness, Mengjia. I'm a little tired and want to rest. Why are you so tired in broad daylight? Hearing this, Lin Mengjia shrugged nonchalantly and dragged Zhou Yan'an towards the kitchen. Tomorrow is Liu Yao's birthday. You know she's my only best friend, and she can't stand those cakes with additives. So I want you to make her a cake. Is that okay? Mengjia. Zhou Yan'an stared at Lin Mengjia's face helplessly again. I'm not doing very well either. What? Upon hearing this, Lin Mengjia glared at Zhou Yan'an in feigned anger. Are you still angry about what Liu Yao said last time? I've already explained to you that Liu Yao didn't mean what she said. I've already apologized to you on her behalf. What else do you want? It was clearly their fault, but from the tone of their voice it sounded like Zhou Yan'an's fault. Zhou Yan'an was too lazy to listen to Lin Mengjia's nonsense, and he didn't even have the interest to play along with her. He rubbed his temples tiredly and said in a gentle tone, Okay, I'll get ready. After hearing the satisfactory answer, Lin Mengjia prepared to leave with satisfaction. Seeing this, Zhou Yan'an couldn't help but call out to Lin Mengjia who was about to leave. He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Mengjia, do you want to go back? Let's stay here tonight. Zhou Yan'an had never thought that Lin Mengjia would stay, and he said these words just to test her. Chapter 8. My mom wants to see you. The woman who was about to leave stopped changing her shoes. There was a moment of panic in her eyes, but when she looked at Zhou Yan'an, she pretended to be calm and smiled. Yan'an, have you forgotten what I told you before? I just want to give you the best of myself on our wedding night, okay? Zhou Yan'an did not stop Lin Mengjia, but walked up to Lin Mengjia with a smile as usual, carefully helping the woman put on shoes and tidying up her pleated skirt. With a casual glance, he could faintly see kiss marks all over her proud skin. Zhou Yan'an pretended not to see anything, and even considerately put the coat at the entrance on Lin Mengjia, showing his consideration. That's not what I meant. I just thought that after such a long journey, I wanted you to rest here. It's okay. Lin Mengjia smiled coquettishly and shook the car keys in her hand. Didn't you give me a car a few days ago? It's very convenient. As he said this, he deliberately kissed Zhou Yan'an on the face, then turned and left. When the woman's figure disappeared, there was no expression on Zhou Yan'an's originally smiling face. He slowly took out a handkerchief from his pocket and carefully wiped the place where Lin Mengjia had kissed, as if it was some dirty garbage. Then he threw the handkerchief into the trash can. After finishing all this, Zhou Yan'an turned back to the room, took out his cell phone and called a local cake shop. Hello. I want to order a cake. Yes, it will be delivered to the Crown Bar tomorrow morning. Just as the bakery's call was disconnected, Qin Ran's call came in as expected. Zhou Yan'an only felt a faint sense of joy when he heard Qin Ran's aggressive voice. That joy gradually overshadowed the bitter taste. After hanging up the phone again, Zhou Yan'an's originally frowned brows relaxed. But before he could catch his breath, the phone rang again. The assistant said slightly angrily on the other end of the phone, Mr. Zhou, I know I have no right to interfere in your private affairs, but those paintings are the result of your hard work and dedication. Their value far exceeds this. But Miss Lin is taking your work away without even saying hello. She did this. Ajin. Zhou Yan'an rubbed his eyebrows and interrupted his assistant indifferently. Let her do whatever she wants to do, don't worry about it. Just one thing, no matter what Lin Mengjia takes, you must remember it. But the assistant wanted to say something, but Zhou Yan'an had already hung up the phone. As soon as he put down his phone, Zhou Yan'an remembered something. He tapped his knuckles and a plan emerged in his mind. He first called the bakery. The phone rang a few times before someone answered it. After hearing Zhou Yan'an's request, the owner of the cake shop readily agreed, Mr. Zhou. I already know your request. Zhou Yan'an hung up the phone and immediately drove to the Crown Bar. When he came out of the men's locker room of the Crown Bar, he had changed into waiter's clothes and pushed a cart to the box where Lin Mengjia was. Laughter could be heard coming from the box from a distance. Zhou Yan'an calmly placed the pre-ordered cake on the marble table. Just as he was about to escape, he was stopped by the man next to him. Hey, wait. Pour us some wine. At this time, the atmosphere in the box was very lively. Lin Mengjia, who always claimed to be a pure and innocent girl, was even more bold and sat astride Qihang's body and rubbed back and forth. She didn't notice at all that there was a waiter standing in the corner behind her. It was her lover of 5 years. While no one was paying attention, Zhou Yan'an lifted the corner of his clothes to cover his pockets and took pictures of the interaction between the two. Liu Yao watched the interaction between the two and didn't think it was a big deal. She even jumped up and dug out the fruit on the cake with one hand, smiling with ill intent. I said, today is my birthday. You two are acting like you haven't slept together in years. Is that appropriate? Then tell me what you want me to do. After hearing Liu Yao's words, Qihang took action directly and easily took the woman into his arms with one hand. Lin Mengjia coquettishly hid her head in the man's arms. Qihang's hands were rubbing back and forth on Lin Mengjia's body unscrupulously. Amidst the smoke, Lin Mengjia had a satisfied look on her face. That's right, what does the little birthday boy want our Miss Lin to do? As he said this, there was another round of shouting in the box. Liu Yao tilted her head and thought for a moment. Seeing the intimacy between Lin Mengjia and Qihang, she suddenly grinned, how about this? Since Mr. Qin likes Mengjia so much, why not play a game with us? What game? As soon as she finished speaking, Liu Yao picked up the cake on the table and walked to Lin Mengjia, then smeared the cake on Lin Mengjia's body. The fair and smooth skin matched with the cream cake of the same color makes people imagine a lot just by looking at it. Qihang raised his eyebrows and looked at Liu Yao calmly, but so that the other party chuckled indifferently. Mr. Qin, come on. The next moment, Qihang turned over and pressed the woman in his arms. Lin Mengjia hugged Qihang's neck with a satisfied look on her face, and cooperated with the man to make blushing movements. The tip of the man's tongue stayed on Lin Mengjia's thigh and moved upwards along the direction of the cream. The scene was disgusting just by looking at it. The atmosphere in the box reached its peak. No one noticed Zhou Yan'an in the corner. In the dim box, the brilliant light shone on Zhou Yan'an. He calmed himself down, took a deep breath, tried his best to hide his damn emotions, and then turned and left. Then Zhou Yan'an took out the mobile phone from his pocket and captured everything that happened exactly. What he didn't expect was that Lin Mengjia actually had the nerve to post on WeChat Moments. Even though she tried to cover it up, she could still see the kiss marks on her legs. Zhou Yan'an looked at the contents of his phone expressionlessly. Finally, he couldn't help but punch the wall, and blood flowed through his fingers to the ground. Occasionally, a waiter would walk by and look at him puzzledly. Zhou Yan'an pretended not to know. Even though his heart was in turmoil, he could only wait. A moment later, Zhou Yan'an walked to the underground parking lot. He had just opened the car door when he received a call from Qin Ran. The woman's tone was filled with concern. "Zhou Yan'an, are you okay?" Just two simple sentences almost broke the man's defense. Zhou Yan'an knew why Qin Ran asked that. It was impossible not to attract attention by openly posting photos like that on WeChat Moments. Qin Ran, Zhou Yan'an took a deep breath and said, "Can you please not tell my uncle and the others about this for now?" Zhou Yan'an didn't want anything to happen before the two of them were punished. "So you already knew about their collusion, right?" Qin Ran didn't understand why Zhou Yan'an suddenly broke off the engagement. "It wasn't until I saw Qihang's circle of friends that I suddenly realized it." Qin Ran waited for a long time but received no response from Zhou Yan'an. She considerately didn't ask any further questions, but instead changed the subject. "Where are you?" "I'll pick you up." "I'm at the Crown Bar." Zhou Yan'an looked down at the time and said with a serious expression. Without any further ado, the call was hung up. After about 2 hours, Zhou Yan'an, who was huddled in the car, couldn't help but stretch. Just as he was about to contact Qin Ran with one foot outside, a horn honked behind him. Turning around, I saw Qin Ran's car parked not far away. She was wearing a camel-colored sweater, which was rare for her. She paired it with loose black jeans, looking lazy and casual. He opened the car door with one hand and gestured to Zhou Yan'an. "What are you standing there for? Get in the car." Chapter 9, The Tacit Understanding. "Yeah." Zhou Yan'an nodded and trotted to Qin Ran's car. After the man got in, Qin Ran was surprised to find Zhou Yan'an's car there. Qin Ran couldn't help but ask curiously, "Why didn't you say you drove here?" Qin Ran called Zhou Yan'an the moment she saw the video on WeChat Moments. Knowing Zhou Yan'an well, she knew something was definitely wrong. "However, the man looks fine right now, okay? I'll feel more at ease with you protecting me," Zhou Yan'an said with a smile. Although it sounded like a commonplace remark, Qin Ran still felt a little embarrassed. She turned her head to look ahead with a slight embarrassment, and her hands gripping the steering wheel unconsciously clenched. After returning home, Zhou Yan'an invited Qin Ran upstairs to rest for the first time. Unexpectedly, Qin Ran refused. She looked up at the lights above and said slowly, "No, I still have a lot of things to deal with at the company. By the way, this is for you." As she spoke, Qin Ran took out a document from the back seat and handed it to Zhou Yan'an. "I went to the hospital to see my uncle a few days ago. He wasn't feeling well. If you have time, take a look." Half a month ago, when Zhu's father heard the news that Zhou Yan'an and Lin Mengjia were getting married, he was so angry that he chased Zhou Yan'an and was determined to stop the two from getting married at all costs. At that time, Zhou Yan'an was determined to marry his beloved Lin Mengjia, so he said a lot of unpleasant things in front of Zhu's father. Later, Zhu's father was hospitalized. Feeling uneasy, Zhou Yan'an went to the hospital several times to see his father, but was ruthlessly rejected by his father. Zhou Yan'an knew that he had broken his family's heart. Looking at the information in Qin Ran's hand, he said with some guilt, "Thank you." "There's nothing to thank me for." Qin Ran said nonchalantly, "Even if you don't marry me, I won't leave my uncle alone." After saying that, Qin Ran added, Also, my uncle is old now and has a lot of things to deal with at the company. You should take responsibility for your own actions. Qin Ran knew she had no right to say such things, but she didn't want the hard work of several generations of the Zhou family to be destroyed. No matter how great Zhou Yan'an's achievements in the painting world were, he had to take responsibility for them. After saying this, Qin Ran left without looking back. Zhou Yan'an watched the woman disappear, with guilt showing on his handsome face. Zhou Yan'an stood there for a long time until the drunk Lin Mengjia appeared downstairs of the apartment building. She staggered to Zhou Yan'an. He asked with some confusion, "Yan'an, why are you standing here?" Oh, Zhou Yan'an's gaze fell on Lin Mengjia. The clothes she had worn in the crown bar were changed into a new set of clothes. Her hair was casually disheveled, and she walked unsteadily. Then she leaned weakly on the railing beside her, and looked at Zhou Yan'an with a bit more inquiry in her eyes. "Why, you can't tell me?" "There's nothing I can't say." Zhou Yan'an rubbed his temples with his hands. When he saw the woman's body fall limply into his arms, he took Lin Mengjia in his arms. At this moment, the woman in his arms was like a hot potato. Zhou Yan'an used a lot of effort to resist the urge to push Lin Mengjia away. He bent down and carefully picked up Lin Mengjia, deliberately ignoring the kiss marks on Lin Mengjia's body, and carefully carried the woman back to the room. Zhou Yan'an couldn't sleep the whole night. He sat in the living room and waited until dawn. After confirming the sound of washing upstairs, Zhou Yan'an finally picked up the phone on the table and called the agency. "Hello. I have a suite for sale at a low price." "Yes, the sooner the better." Unexpectedly, when Zhou Yan'an was making this call, he was overheard by Lin Mengjia upstairs. The woman didn't even bother to dry her hair, and ran downstairs barefoot in embarrassment to look at Zhou Yan'an in the living room. For a moment, something felt wrong. The Zhou Yan'an in front of me is completely different from the one I remembered. Even when he saw Lin Mengjia in her bathrobe, Zhou Yan'an's face didn't show much expression. He just smiled, stood up, and waved his phone, saying gently, "Did you hear what I said just now? Why do you want to sell the house?" Lin Mengjia frowned and glared at Zhou Yan'an unhappily. "Didn't you say that you would transfer the ownership of this house to my name in a while?" "Zhou Yan'an, are you lying to me?" Just thinking about being deceived by Zhou Yan'an made Lin Mengjia's heart boil with rage. She resisted the urge to break up with Zhou Yan'an, bit her lip, and walked up to him, threatening him, "If you don't give me a reasonable explanation, I don't think there's any need for the wedding to go on." Sure enough, whenever something goes wrong, Lin Mengjia will use marriage as a threat. After a brief silence, Zhou Yan'an finally suppressed his inner anger, patted Lin Mengjia's shoulder and said softly, "Mengjia, don't talk nonsense. I just think this room is too small. The gallery's business was pretty good recently, and I have quite a bit of money, so I thought of getting you a bigger one." "Really?" Upon hearing that there was a villa available, Lin Mengjia's eyes instantly turned into stars. She changed her aggressive demeanor and took Zhou Yan'an's hand, asking ingratiatingly, "Where is the location? I want to go see it, too. I said it was a surprise for you." At this point, Zhou Yan'an could only bite the bullet and continue to deal with Lin Mengjia. "If I let you see it now, what's the surprise?" "Okay." Hearing this, Lin Mengjia could only give up and said with some disappointment, "But then again, since you are so rich, why don't you transfer this house to me?" Lin Mengjia looked at Zhou Yan'an's face with some confusion. Over the years, Zhou Yan'an would try his best to satisfy any request made by Lin Mengjia. "The reason why I bought the house here was just to make it convenient for me to date Qihang. If Zhou Yan'an really sold the house, it would bring her a lot of trouble." Hearing this, Zhou Yan'an smiled, pinched the woman's shoulders, and said meaningfully, "Don't worry, I have prepared an even bigger surprise for you." "What surprise?" The woman felt vaguely uneasy when her eyes fell on Zhou Yan'an's face. Zhou Yan'an was not the kind of scheming person. Lin Mengjia just says what she likes. Zhou Yan'an would always find ways to satisfy her. But now, looking at Zhou Yan'an's face full of scheming, Lin Mengjia felt strange. "Yan'an, how about?" As she spoke, Lin Mengjia took the initiative to put her arm around Zhou Yan'an's neck and moved closer to him. "We." "Mengjia." At this time, a pair of hands behind her easily stopped the woman's movements. Zhou Yan'an calmly widened the distance between the two people, deliberately avoiding looking at the dirty body under the bathrobe. "I said I would respect your choice." As soon as he finished speaking, he smiled and let go of Lin Mengjia. At first, Lin Mengjia didn't notice anything unusual, but when she lowered her head to adjust her bathrobe, she suddenly discovered that her body was covered with dense kiss marks. You can easily see it just by looking down. At that moment, Lin Mengjia's face instantly turned pale. She subconsciously grabbed Zhou Yan'an's hand and was about to explain, "Yan'an, these hikis are the punishment for playing games. You know Liu Yao is usually quite bold. I really didn't do anything to let you down." Mengjia. On the contrary, Zhou Yan'an, who was cuckolded, looked calm and his eyes did not even fall on Lin Mengjia. He looked at Lin Mengjia frankly and said, "I said, no matter what you do, I will believe you." As he said this, he took the initiative to give Lin Mengjia a hug. Lin Mengjia hugged Zhou Yan'an in his arms with a little uneasiness, listening to the man's strong heartbeat. Zhou Yan'an was still as considerate as before, but for some reason, Lin Mengjia couldn't get rid of the uneasiness in her heart. After a while, Lin Mengjia held Zhou Yan'an's hand in a somewhat flattering manner, raised her eyes, looked at Zhou Yan'an seriously and earnestly, and said, "Yan'an, I know that you are the best for me. A few days ago, I went to see the lucky tree we planted. Why don't we revisit our old place before we get married?" Chapter 10, Cousin and Dog Are Together Forever. Lin Mengjia and Zhou Yan'an's acquaintance was a misunderstanding. As a prominent figure in the school, Lin Mengjia was the focus of everyone's attention at that time. On the contrary, Zhou Yan'an hid it more deeply. No one knew that Zhou Yan'an, who went out early and came back late, was actually the heir to the famous Zhou group. Later, the two became boyfriend and girlfriend by accident. In order to give Lin Mengjia the so-called sense of security, Zhou Yan'an almost lost himself. Now Zhou Yan'an only thinks about those things. "I feel so stupid." He lowered his head to look at Lin Mengjia in his arms. The woman before him seemed to have not changed at all. When she looked at him with tearful eyes, Zhou Yan'an softened his heart and agreed, "Okay, I'll listen to you. Yan'an, you're so good to me." Lin Mengjia danced with joy, her face full of happiness. She didn't even notice the gloom that flashed across the man's eyes. In the afternoon, the two arrived near the school. Due to an incident at the school some time ago, University A had been under lockdown for nearly 4 weeks. The East Campus is currently still closed, and the West Campus is an old campus. Because it is located in the suburbs, the school directors built a golf course there. However, due to the lack of professional personnel to take care of it, the surrounding area of the golf course is now overgrown with weeds. The lucky tree that Lin Mengjia mentioned earlier was planted there. Next to a standing railing was a half-dead lucky tree, drooping under the gloomy sky. When Zhou Yan'an saw the lucky tree become like this, he knew that what Lin Mengjia said before was all false. If Lin Mengjia had really been here, she would not be unaware of the situation of the lucky tree. Yan'an, seeing the scene in front of her, Lin Mengjia instinctively wanted to explain, but before she could finish the rest of her words, she looked up and saw a familiar figure sitting on the steps not far away. "Qihang?" Lin Mengjia looked at Qihang not far away with some surprise. Without even explaining to Zhou Yan'an, she hurried to Qihang's side. "Qihang, are you okay? Your foot is hurt." "It's okay." Qihang smiled gently, and held Lin Mengjia's hand tightly in front of Zhou Yan'an, his eyes inadvertently looking in Zhou Yan'an's direction with a hint of provocation. "I was just about to go to the hospital because my feet hurt so much that." Although it was not said explicitly, the implication was self-evident. Lin Mengjia, who was a little worried about Zhou Yan'an just now, the moment she saw Qihang, the worry was obvious on her face. She didn't even explain to Zhou Yan'an, but bent down and carefully helped Qihang up. "It's okay, I'll take you down the mountain." Having said that, he supported Qihang and left without looking back. Even though he was used to being ignored by women countless times, his heart still couldn't help but hurt, and Zhou Yan'an held on tightly to the railing next to him. Qihang, who was standing next to Lin Mengjia, looked back at Zhou Yan'an with some pride and provocation. Until the two figures disappeared. Zhou Yan'an put his hands dejectedly on both sides, looking at the tree of happiness in the corner with complicated eyes, just like his dead and uneventful love, destined to end in vain. After a moment, Zhou Yan'an walked to the side of the lucky tree. Without any hesitation, he pulled out the lucky tree and threw it aside. After doing all this, Zhou Yan'an walked up along the pedestrian path, and walking up along the back door of the school was the Cuihua Mountain Scenic Area. Cuihua Mountain Scenic Area is famous for its naturally formed Tianqi Lake on the top of the mountain, but the weather is not very good today and there are not many pedestrians on the road. The railings on both sides were tied with red ropes, which kept swaying in the wind. As Zhou Yan'an walked higher, the temperature became lower and lower, the sky was covered with dark clouds, and it could rain at any time. The staff at the scenic spot kindly reminded Zhou Yan'an, "Sir, I think you should come back to Cuihua Mountain another day. It's too dangerous for you to go up the mountain like this." "It's okay." Zhou Yan'an waved his hand indifferently, and then walked up slowly. Unlike the scenery under bright sunshine, the scenic area before the storm was a little weird, with fog appearing around at some point. Zhou Yan'an couldn't even see things within 1 meter. Accompanied by a rumbling sound, bean-sized raindrops fell from the sky. In just a few minutes, Zhou Yan'an was soaked by the rain. A layer of water accumulated on the artificial plank road. Zhou Yan'an used a lot of effort to reach the top of the mountain. The fluttering red ropes could be seen everywhere. Zhou Yan'an followed the route he remembered and found his and Lin Mengjia's prayer cards among so many prayer cards. The brand new prayer cards had become dull and were washed away by the rain. Their hem has beautiful tassels that move with the wind. Zhou Yan'an's face turned pale as he tore off the prayer card. He didn't have time to wipe the rain off his face, and the prayer card felt uncomfortable in his hand. A few minutes later, Zhou Yan'an threw the prayer board down the mountain without mercy. "Now that you have decided to cut off the past, there is nothing to be nostalgic about." After doing everything, Zhou Yan'an dragged his exhausted body back. Unfortunately, the rain was getting heavier and heavier, and the original wooden plank road became extremely slippery. Zhou Yan'an held onto the railing and struggled to walk down. His already problematic eyesight became even worse. In addition, as it was getting dark, it became more difficult to walk. Zhou Yan'an regretted his decision a little, but he had no better idea at the moment, so he could only bite the bullet and walk down. Suddenly, he came to a corner. The two wooden boards of the artificial plank road had different colors, and the rain fell down Zhou Yan'an's face. Zhou Yan'an didn't see anything clearly, and he felt his feet slip and fell heavily to the ground. He was at a loss and held onto the railing tightly, not daring to let go, while struggling to take out the mobile phone from his pocket and call Lin Mengjia. If Lin Mengjia hadn't left school yet, she would definitely have time to help. However, Zhou Yan'an called several times but was deliberately hung up by the other party. Just when Zhou Yan'an was about to dial 120 without any hope, Lin Mengjia called, "Yan'an. Just stop messing around, okay? The doctor said Qihang's foot injury is very serious and he won't be able to survive without someone to take care of him." "Mengjia." Zhou Yan'an bit his lip tightly. The piercing pain after breaking his leg made him feel like dying. He used all his strength to endure the excruciating pain. He knew the final outcome but still spoke with determination. "I accidentally broke my leg on the way back. Can you come and help me?" "Broken leg?" Lin Mengjia didn't believe Zhou Yan'an's words at all. She said nonchalantly, "Yan'an, I know you're jealous. But you can't do it this way, right? Do you mean that I lied to you on purpose?" Zhou Yan'an was extremely disappointed and regretted contacting Lin Mengjia. Knowing that this woman didn't care about his life or death at all, Zhou Yan'an was just humiliating himself. Realizing she had said the wrong thing, Lin Mengjia immediately changed her tune after hearing Zhou Yan'an's words. "That's not the case. I was just joking with you. How about this, you find a place to shelter from the rain and wait for me to come find you soon." After that, the phone was hung up. Qihang, who was lying on the hospital bed playing with his mobile phone, couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly and looked at Lin Mengjia coldly after hearing what Lin Mengjia said. "What's going on? What else could it be?" Lin Mengjia shrugged nonchalantly. "I just saw you leaving with me and tried to make myself known. Then don't you plan to go over and take a look?" Qihang said indifferently, pinching Lin Mengjia's chin with one hand, his naked eyes wandering over her body. Lin Mengjia sat on him and looked at Qihang with some pride. She licked her lips and said, "Why, do you really want me to leave?" "No way." Qihang sighed helplessly, deliberately kissed Lin Mengjia on the lips and said lightly, "How can I bear to let you go?" After saying that, the two young bodies entangled together again. Outside the window, it was already pouring rain. Zhou Yan'an curled up in the empty pavilion, trying to curl himself up into a ball, wearing a simple shirt and jeans. Chapter 11 Birthday Incident. The cold wind made me shiver. Time passed minute by minute, and Zhou Yan'an still didn't see Lin Mengjia. Even though I knew this would be the result, I still held onto it. Suddenly, Zhou Yan'an reached out and slapped himself hard in the face, as if to wake himself up in this way. Zhou Yan'an, you are such a jerk. I saw Lin Mengjia taking Qihang away with my own eyes. How could she care about her own life or death? Just then, the phone rang. With trembling hands, Zhou Yan'an picked up the phone from his pocket, and was stunned when he saw the name on it. Qin Ran. I heard you went to university today. Qin Ran's voice was gentle and considerate on the other end of the line. If you listened carefully, you could even hear the sound of a pen scratching across documents. The weather forecast says there's going to be heavy rain over there. You're not feeling well, so please be careful. Besides, Qin Ran. Zhou Yan'an knew that telling her about his current situation would only make her more worried, but he had no other choice at the moment. I went to Suihua Mountain. What did you say? Qin Ran stood up instantly upon hearing that. Then, she heard the sound of a chair moving on the other end of the phone. Qin Ran ran out while comforting Zhou Yan'an. Send me your location right now. I'll come find you. Can. There's nothing to worry about. Qin Ran interrupted Zhou Yan'an irritably. Zhou Yan'an already had problems with his eyesight, and it was raining so hard outside. What if something really went wrong? Thinking of this, Qin Ran couldn't help but quicken her pace towards her destination. But when I got there, I realized that looking for someone here was like looking for a needle in a haystack. The crackling sound of rain hindered the propagation of sound, and the fog in the sky blocked the view. Even the surveillance on the mountain malfunctioned due to the heavy rain, making it difficult to identify Zhou Yan'an's exact current location. Qin Ran was extremely anxious and kept calling Zhou Yan'an. In the end, his phone was completely turned off and Zhou Yan'an was out of contact. At that moment, Qin Ran was scared to death. She was afraid that something might really happen to Zhou Yan'an, so she mobilized all her connections and financial resources and almost turned the entire Suihua Mountain upside down before she found the unconscious Zhou Yan'an in a remote pavilion at the foot of the mountain. When Qin Ran saw Zhou Yan'an again, he was unconscious with a high fever, his face pale and bloodless, wearing only a simple shirt. A closer look revealed that he was holding a red rope in his hand. Qin Ran only needed to glance at the red string in her hand to understand what it meant. She suppressed her sadness and carefully supported the man's shoulders. A look of disappointment crossed her pretty face. Finally, Qin Ran sighed helplessly. Zhou Yan'an, why do you have to hurt yourself like this? If Lin Mengjia is really a good man, how could Zhou Yan'an have fallen to this point? Mr. Qin. At this time, but in the end it was all in vain. She sat outside with a feeling of heartache, silently looking at Zhou Yan'an lying on the hospital bed. Until the phone rings. Qin Ran looked down at her phone. She had originally planned to ignore it, but when she saw the number on it, she hesitated and walked outside. What's going on? Boss Qin, the person in charge of the development zone wants to see you. Let Liu Yong go see him for me. Qin Ran looked back at the man in the ward and spoke impatiently. Afterwards, Qin Ran returned to the ward. The slightest noise still woke up the man on the hospital bed. Zhou Yan'an's face was pale. He opened his eyes weakly and was stunned when he saw Qin Ran. Qin Ran, you saved me. What nonsense are you talking about? Qin Ran pouted and sat down in front of Zhou Yan'an nonchalantly, carefully covering the man with the quilt. Then he continued, you are totally fine. It's just a cold, that's all. Hearing this, Zhou Yan'an's expression softened slightly. He took out his cell phone from under the pillow with difficulty. Knowing that Lin Mengjia would not care about his life or death, he still flipped through it reluctantly. However, he found nothing after flipping through it for a long time. Zhou Yan'an felt something explode in his chest. He covered his chest weakly, and then called his assistant as if he had made up his mind. Ajin, how's the sale of the house going? And those surveillance videos must be stored somewhere safe. The assistant on the other end of the phone didn't know what to say. Zhou Yan'an lowered his head in disappointment, and his eyes fell on Qin Ran with a hint of embarrassment. Only then did Zhou Yan'an remember to explain to Qin Ran, I'm planning to sell their house in the city center at a low price. That's your property. There's no need to explain it to me. Qin Ran said nonchalantly. She didn't agree to marry Zhou Yan'an because she was after his property. Besides, Qin Ran's current net worth is over 100 million. You really don't need to rely on men to live. We still need to make it clear. Zhou Yan'an scratched his head uncomfortably and wanted to say something, but the noise outside the ward interrupted their conversation. The two looked over and saw the delivery man delivering fresh porridge to the door. Qin Ran quickly brought the steaming hot porridge to Zhou Yan'an and said in a rare friendly voice, "Let's not talk about this for now. You've been hungry all day, eat something." Qin Ran. Now, whenever Zhou Yan'an smelled something, his stomach would churn. He tilted his head, exhaled a breath of foul air, and said with some effort, "I really have no appetite. And I need your help with something." "What?" Qin Ran casually brought the porridge to the side and stared at Zhou Yan'an. After years of working in the workplace, Qin Ran has long been a man of decisive and resolute character. "I want Qihang to be ruined." Qin Ran hadn't expected to hear such words from a man, so she just stared blankly at Zhou Yan'an. Qin Ran immediately understood what Zhou Yan'an meant. She covered her mouth and looked at Zhou Yan'an in shock. Lin Mengjia cheated. If Lin Mengjia didn't do anything out of line. Given Zhou Yan'an's love for Lin Mengjia, he absolutely couldn't bear to break up with her. Breaking up means that you have done something that is difficult to accept. Now Zhou Yan'an said these words again. It was hard not to let Qin Ran's thoughts run wild. Hearing this, Zhou Yan'an just looked at her silently, and then he put the video he had secretly filmed in front of Qin Ran. Lin Mengjia, who looked like a beautiful girl in front of others, was actually so unruly in private. And most importantly, the person Lin Mengjia cheated with was Qihang, that scumbag. After a moment of silence, Qin Ran raised her eyes and looked deeply at Zhou Yan'an. "When did you know?" "It doesn't matter when I knew it." Zhou Yan'an rubbed his eyebrows with a headache, and his handsome face looked lifeless. "I just wanted to know if you could help me." Chapter 12, Hickeys on the Body. "Why not?" Qin Ran agreed readily. She was worried about not being able to find any evidence against Qihang, so she certainly wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity. As he spoke, he directly shared the videos in Zhou Yan'an's hand to his mobile phone. Then he looked at Zhou Yan'an's distraught look and said softly, "Yan'an, I will definitely avenge you." Since she decided to be with Zhou Yan'an, things should be fine. Lin Mengjia should never have chosen to leave in such a cruel way after provoking Zhou Yan'an. Qin Ran secretly swore in her heart that she would make the couple pay the price no matter what. When Zhou Yan'an heard Lin Mengjia's words, he just smiled gently. It's as if it's someone else who's being cheated on. In the blink of an eye, the porridge on the table turned cold. Qin Ran got up and went outside, using the excuse of heating it up for Zhou Yan'an. As soon as she left the ward, she called the company's general manager and said, "Tell the people in the finance department. From today on, Mr. Qin must report to me the whereabouts of every penny he spends." After saying that, he hung up the phone. Little did she know that Zhou Yan'an's gaze remained fixed on Qin Ran for a long time. After about 10 minutes, Zhou Yan'an took a deep breath and scrolled through WeChat on his phone with some satisfaction. When Zhou Yan'an opened the circle of friends, what caught his eye was a photo of Qihang and a woman. It was a simple dark photo, and the woman only showed her back, but Zhou Yan'an still recognized her at a glance. Zhou Yan'an couldn't tell whether he was sad or what he felt. His eyes were slightly cold and the phone in his hand slid weakly to the ground. Zhou Yan'an was too lazy to pick it up. He just thought about when he was trapped in the rain and Lin Mengjia still chose Qihang even though she knew she was in danger. It turns out that all these years of hard work are no match for Qihang's sweet words. Zhou Yan'an only felt that his heart was being tightly grasped by an invisible pair of hands, and a heart-wrenching pain came over him. He slapped the bed hard, trying to ease the anger in his heart. However, when his eyes fell on his injured leg in a cast, Zhou Yan'an felt unprecedented embarrassment. He picked up the phone angrily and wanted to question, but in the end he didn't call back. He lay weakly on the hospital bed, looking at the ceiling above his head with a heavy heart, but all he could think about was every little detail about him and Lin Mengjia. Zhou Yan'an was so lost in thought that he didn't even notice when Qin Ran came in. The woman had fresh and delicious sweet porridge in one hand and the hospitalization form in the other. Seeing Zhou Yan'an's absent-minded look, Qin Ran could only sigh and walk over to him. Leaning forward slightly, he looked at Zhou Yan'an's face, which looked like it was filled with despair, and smiled helplessly. "Yan'an, tell me the truth, have you not let go of Lin Mengjia yet? If you choose your marriage partner just out of spite." Qin Ran would rather have nothing to do with Zhou Yan'an. The rain outside stopped at some point, and a pleasant, fresh air came in through the open window. Looking closely, I could see the tentacles of ivy extending up the wall. The hospital was still bustling at night, and people walked through the yard from time to time. Zhou Yan'an looked at the ceiling expressionlessly. But after hearing Qin Ran's voice, his lifeless eyes became focused. Afterwards, Zhou Yan'an slowly sat up and looked at Qin Ran seriously, saying, "Qin Ran, you must believe me. From the moment I decided to marry you, you are the only one in my heart and eyes. I'm just a little unwilling." As he spoke, the man lowered his head in pain. For a moment, both of them were speechless. Qin Ran looked at Zhou Yan'an with a complicated expression. After thinking for a moment, she said to Zhou Yan'an, "I know you're unwilling to accept this. I have avenged you." "What?" Zhou Yan'an was surprised and looked up at Qin Ran blankly. "I don't know what this girl is up to." The next second, Qin Ran pulled out her phone. The phone on the table kept vibrating. Qin Ran only looked at the name flashing on it. After confirming that she had annoyed the other party, she slowly answered, "Hello. Why did you suspend my credit card, you bitch?" Qin Ran's voice had just left her mouth when Qihang's roar came from the other end of the line. "Qin Ran, I'm still the general manager of the Qin Group. Why do you? But I'm the real head of the Qin Group, right?" Qin Ran pretended to pick her ears, only listening to Qihang's roar. She shrugged nonchalantly and said, "I have the right to decide the company's employees' salaries. Besides, you don't have much use for the company. If it weren't for the fact that he was a so-called illegitimate child, Qihang wouldn't even be qualified to step into the Qin Group. Whether it works or not is up to you to decide." Qihang clenched his fists in anger, wishing he could rush to Qin Ran and tear her mouth apart right then and there. "I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. You restore my credit card limit now, otherwise." "What else?" Qin Ran remained unmoved. The company was currently at a critical juncture in its IPO process. Qin's father knew Qin Ran's abilities, so he naturally had no time to care about Qihang. Moreover, Qihang hadn't given Qin's father much peace of mind over the years. Who in the Qin family would protect him? "If you really do this, do you know what the consequences will be?" Certain that Qin Ran wouldn't go along with him, Qihang dropped his disguise and coldly threatened her, "What do you think would happen if Grandpa knew we weren't getting along? Do you have the guts to mention Grandpa again?" The moment Qin Ran heard Qihang's words, her aura changed drastically. She slammed her fist against the wall and said through gritted teeth, "Qihang, if you want to die, I don't mind giving you a ride." Everyone knew that Grandpa was Qin Ran's Achilles heel. Even if Grandpa knew Qihang's identity, his attitude towards Qin Ran would change drastically. Grandpa is the person Qin Ran cares about the most. Sure enough, after hearing Qin Ran's words, the other end of the phone fell silent. Qin Ran hung up the phone quickly with a sullen face. When she turned to look at Zhou Yan'an, the man stared at her with some concern. "Are you okay?" He clearly wanted to avenge Zhou Yan'an in this way, but why did he end up being the one who suffered? Qin Ran stared at Zhou Yan'an, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. She said dejectedly, "Yan'an, am I really that incompetent?" "Heh." Zhou Yan'an chuckled, raising his eyebrows as he looked at Qin Ran with a hint of fondness in his eyes. "What if I really didn't have the ability to bring the Qin Group to its current success?" Everyone knew that Qin Ran had only graduated 3 or 4 years ago. Although the Qin Group was considered a large enterprise when she took over, it definitely did not have the achievements it has today. Qin Ran was a gifted business genius, someone Qihang could never compare to. "Are you praising me?" Qin Ran's face was full of black lines, and she was once again at a loss whether to laugh or cry. No matter how this guy praises others, it's always dry and emotionless. Zhou Yan'an didn't know whether it was true or not, but when Qin Ran turned around awkwardly and looked out the window, Zhou Yan'an suddenly held Qin Ran's hand. The woman's palm was slightly cool, and the lines on it were very clear. The moment their fingers intertwined, Qin Ran felt her face flush. She turned stiffly and passively to look at Zhou Yan'an. "Zhou Yan'an, what are you doing?" Ran. Zhou Yan'an covered his stomach and looked at Qin Ran awkwardly. He pointed in the direction of the bathroom, a little embarrassed. "You go back first. You must be exhausted after a long day." Qin Ran looked at Zhou Yan'an in confusion again. Zhou Yan'an was really a bit strange. On the one hand, he told her to leave, but on the other hand, he pointed in the direction of the bathroom. What was going on? Seeing Zhou Yan'an clutching his stomach in pain, Qin Ran immediately understood. She leaned over to the man and whispered, "Do you want to go to the bathroom? I can do it myself." Before he finished speaking, Zhou Yan'an's face instantly turned as red as pig blood, even his ears turned red. He had been in a relationship with Lin Mengjia for many years and had never crossed the line. Even though Qin Ran and he were childhood sweethearts, it was still difficult to bring up such a thing. Chapter 13 Accident on a Rainy Day. Yan'an. Qin Ran took a deep breath and looked at the shy and awkward man with a headache. She carefully extended her hand to Zhou Yan'an's armpit. Their bodies were tightly touched together. The scent of Qin Ran's perfume mixed with the scent of Zhou Yan'an's shower gel. The two smells mixed together and smelled surprisingly good. Zhou Yan'an wanted to push Qin Ran away. However, he couldn't move with his injured leg, so he could only rely on Qin Ran's help to carefully move to the bathroom. Qin Ran carefully placed Zhou Yan'an on the toilet and squatted down to take off his pants. Seeing this, Zhou Yan'an was completely dumbfounded. He frantically pulled at his pants, refusing to let go. He stared at Qin Ran with a hint of embarrassment and said, "Well, I can do it myself." "How did you get here?" Qin Ran stared at Zhou Yan'an with a headache again. "You can't even stand now, how are you going to take off your pants?" "But..." Zhou Yan'an tried to find a reasonable explanation, but he heard Qin Ran say earnestly, "Yan'an, I hope you can remember this. I am your fiancée now. I will be your wife from now on. No matter what happens to you, I will stay by your side." Qin Ran lowered her head as she said this, and her expression couldn't be seen clearly. Zhou Yan'an, who was originally a little embarrassed, slowly let go of her hand after hearing the woman's words and let Qin Ran unbutton his pants. Qin Ran's face showed no embarrassment from beginning to end. She was so skilled as if she had done it many times. When the two of them left the small bathroom, Zhou Yan'an followed Qin Ran as he had just done. Suddenly, Zhou Yan'an held Qin Ran's hand again. He pressed against the man's back and said coquettishly, "Qin Ran, let's go get the marriage certificate." The moment Zhou Yan'an opened his eyes in the hospital and saw Qin Ran, he fell hopelessly in love with her. It turns out that falling in love with someone else is just a matter of a moment. "Get the certificate." Qin Ran turned around and looked at Zhou Yan'an in shock. Their faces were so close that one could see the hair on the man's face. Qin Ran's face was reflected in his beautiful black and white pupils. Qin Ran clearly saw determination in Zhou Yan'an's eyes. "Why? You're just afraid you'll regret it later." Zhou Yan'an pinched the woman's delicate nose lovingly, knowing it was a joke. Qin Ran felt warm inside as she listened. The man she once loved the most was right in front of her, gently saying the sweet words she wanted to hear. Qin Ran had never been so happy as she was now. She pretended to be considerate and said, "Yan'an, you should think about whether you will regret it. After all." Ran. Zhou Yan'an interrupted Qin Ran coldly. Now, even just hearing Lin Mengjia's name would make Zhou Yan'an feel annoyed. "I will never give myself the chance to regret it. Let's go get the marriage certificate now. As for the wedding, can we wait until my leg injury heals? After all, it is a big thing in life." Zhou Yan'an didn't want Qin Ran to have any regrets in her life. "Are you sure?" As she spoke, Qin Ran had already brought Zhou Yan'an from the bathroom to the bed. Her beautiful, twinkling eyes stared straight at Zhou Yan'an, and the sound of a man swallowing saliva could be heard in her ears. Zhou Yan'an then nodded solemnly, looking at Qin Ran's face as if making some kind of promise. "Of course. Okay. Then I'll go home and get my household registration book." Without any extra words, after settling Zhou Yan'an down, Qin Ran turned and left. Zhou Yan'an couldn't help but smile faintly as he watched the woman leave. When the ward became quiet, Zhou Yan'an's thoughts were uncontrollably brought back to the photo on his phone. However, by the time Zhou Yan'an wanted to keep it as evidence, the meaningful photo had already been deleted. Zhou Yan'an knew that Qin Ran's counterattack had worked. Here, Lin Mengjia finally woke up from her deep sleep. She subconsciously reached towards the place next to her, but it was empty. My originally confused mind suddenly became clear. Lin Mengjia got up in a panic and looked around but did not see Qihang. At that moment, Lin Mengjia felt like she was abandoned. She looked around the house naked and finally saw Qihang in the empty bathroom. The man was curled up with his eyes closed, not knowing what he was thinking. Lin Mengjia walked to Qihang's side in a panic. She didn't bother to ask what was going on. She just knelt on the ground and hugged Qihang tightly from behind with a distressed look on her face, Qihang, are you having a nightmare? After hearing Lin Mengjia's words, Qihang, who was hugged tightly, finally reacted. Qihang raised his head with difficulty. He wanted to tell Lin Mengjia what Qin Ran had done, but all he could hear was Qin Ran's threats. That girl is simply crazy. He stared at Lin Mengjia as if he wanted to see through her. Qihang hesitated for a long time and did not tell Lin Mengjia about it. He took a deep breath and said earnestly, Mengjia, you know how much this wedding means to me. So there must be no problems, understand? Although Lin Mengjia didn't understand why Qihang suddenly said this, she still followed Qihang's words and said, well, I know. She led Qihang to the bedroom, casually put on her silk nightgown, walked to the window, and opened the curtains. The sun was already shining brightly outside. Lin Mengjia stretched and said slowly, Zhou Yan'an has decided to sell this place. I'm afraid I won't have the chance to date here in the future. Hearing this, the man's dressing action paused noticeably. Qihang frowned and stared at Lin Mengjia coldly. Why? He said he wanted to give me a surprise. Even now, Lin Mengjia did not realize the seriousness of the matter, and she was paranoid that Zhou Yan'an was reluctant to break up with her. You also know that guy is just a love-brained person. Wouldn't it be better to move to a better villa? Lin Mengjia turned around and looked at Qihang with a half-smile. Didn't you say you wanted to pursue excitement? As soon as they finished speaking, strange expressions appeared on their faces. Qihang, who was originally planning to leave, walked to the woman's side when he heard the woman's temptation, bent down and kissed Lin Mengjia's sexy lips deeply. When Qihang was about to deepen the kiss, there was a slight movement downstairs. Lin Mengjia's face suddenly changed and she pushed Qihang away in panic. She looked at him with a panicked and lifeless look in her eyes. Is Zhou Yan'an back? What do you think we should do now? Don't worry, it won't be him. Qihang said with certainty, tidying up his clothes slowly and pointing to the door casually. You are the mistress of this house. Isn't it normal for you to be here? After hearing Qihang's words, Lin Mengjia's panic gradually calmed down. She licked her pale lips and walked downstairs with a bad look on her face. I'll go downstairs and take a look first. Then he turned and went downstairs. Fortunately, it was not Zhou Yan'an who was downstairs. A Jin and the real estate agent were standing in the living room, discussing something. When they heard the noise, they turned around. When our Jin saw Lin Mengjia, he couldn't help but be stunned. Ms. Lin. What brings you here? This is my home, why do you think I'm here? Lin Mengjia adjusted her nightgown dissatisfiedly, looking at the two people with a straightforward look. After listening to a Jin's explanation, she realized that someone came to see the house. Hearing this, Lin Mengjia glared at a Jin in feigned dissatisfaction. Shouldn't Yan'an discuss this matter with me? Why are you the one resolving it? Ms. Lin. Our Jin suppressed his nausea and looked at Lin Mengjia with a strange look in his eyes. You probably don't know yet, but something happened to Mr. Zhu yesterday. I'm still in the hospital. So these matters can only be handled by me. Lin Mengjia was speechless for a moment, but didn't know how to refute. She could only find a random excuse to drive away a Jin and the other two, and then send Qihang away. After doing all this, Lin Mengjia dressed neatly and went to the hospital. She originally thought that it was a sad drama directed and acted by Zhou Yan'an himself, but she didn't expect it to be true. Chapter 14 Perfect Miss. When Zhou Yan'an returned to the ward, he didn't expect Lin Mengjia to come to the hospital to see him. The woman's eyes flushed red the moment she saw him, and she said aggrievedly, You deliberately only let one assistant liaise with me, right? Zhou Yan'an looked at her pitiful appearance, but he no longer felt distressed. He calmly walked up to Lin Mengjia and explained lightly, I told you, I have social engagements over there. You know, if I don't take care of the gallery, how can I prepare for the wedding? This sounds flawless. Lin Mengjia couldn't help rubbing her temples with a headache. She wanted to question him, but now she felt as powerless as if her fist was hitting cotton. After a while, he said, Yan'an, I really don't understand what you're thinking right now. You keep saying how much you love me, but you haven't really taken care of me since we started planning the wedding. The apartment that was promised to me has also been sold. Now they are packing up my things and throwing them away without even saying hello. Don't you think that's excessive? As Lin Mengjia made her accusations, she tried to make Zhou Yan'an feel guilty, apologize to her, and make promises to her. Even give her more benefits. But Zhou Yan'an just walked past her with a calm expression. Can I sit down and talk? Only then did Lin Mengjia notice that Zhou Yan'an's injured leg was shaking uncontrollably. She walked to Zhou Yan'an with some guilt, and was about to support Zhou Yan'an, but was pushed away by the man calmly. There was a table between the two of them. But it was the person who completely separated the two into two worlds. Lin Mengjia's heart skipped a beat, her eyes blurred with tears as she looked at Zhou Yan'an pitifully and helplessly. You don't want to marry me anymore, right? You did this just to draw a line between you and me, right? She believed that Zhou Yan'an was reluctant to leave her. But she couldn't help but test the man's attitude. The strange thing was that Zhou Yan'an didn't explain like he did before. He just sat in the chair motionless, looking at Lin Mengjia with a strange look in his eyes. When Lin Mengjia was feeling nervous, he leaned forward slightly and lifted Lin Mengjia's chin with his fingers, as if he was looking at some fine work of art. He casually asked, "What about you? Where were you when I called you for help?" After being in love for many years, Zhou Yan'an never wanted to make Lin Mengjia sad. Even though he was stood up, used, and hurt badly, Zhou Yan'an still humbled himself and humbly begged for peace in the end. But now, although Zhou Yan'an's face still looked as gentle as before, and even when asking questions, he used that gentle tone. But Lin Mengjia knew that something was different. She grabbed Zhou Yan'an's hand and refused to let go. She wanted to explain, but she didn't know what to say. What Zhou Yan'an said was true. After not hearing her explanation for a long time, Zhou Yan'an withdrew his hand and started to chase her away. "Mengjia, it's late. You should go back and rest early too." Hearing the order to leave from Zhou Yan'an for the first time, Lin Mengjia felt her body go limp and she fell to the ground uncontrollably. One hand drooped limply, and Lin Mengjia feigned a wry smile as she spoke. "Yan'an, after all, you still resent me, don't you? In that case, I think we should think carefully about this wedding." "Yan'an, we..." Originally, Lin Mengjia wanted to put pressure on Zhou Yan'an by postponing the wedding. After all, Zhou Yan'an liked her so much that he would definitely not be willing to postpone the wedding. Unexpectedly, Zhou Yan'an followed up on her words and said, "All right, I'm injured now and it's not convenient for me to get married, so let's postpone the wedding." Hearing this, Lin Mengjia widened her eyes in disbelief and stared at Zhou Yan'an blankly. Why doesn't this guy play by the rules? Lin Mengjia was so angry in her heart, but she couldn't show it on her face. Looking at Zhou Yan'an's plastered leg, she felt so angry that her teeth itched. "Okay. If you say so. Then I have no objection." Lin Mengjia said this almost with gritted teeth, then turned and left angrily. Zhou Yan'an struggled to stand up, holding onto the table, and moved step by step to the bed. After thinking about it, he decided to call Qin Ran, but he didn't expect that the other party was already on the phone. When Qin Ran hung up the call with her secretary and called him again, it was Lin Mengjia who answered. Qin Ran thought she had dialed the wrong number. She checked to make sure everything was correct, then frowned. "Qin Ran, what's wrong?" At that moment, Qin Ran felt like she was being deceived. She hung up the phone angrily and lay on the bed feeling aggrieved and sad. In the hospital, Lin Mengjia shook the mobile phone in her hand with some pride, and put the phone back to its place before Zhou Yan'an came out of the bathroom. The man finished washing up with difficulty, his hair was still wet and had not been wiped clean yet. When he saw Lin Mengjia standing outside, he couldn't help but be stunned. "Why are you back? Yan'an, don't you want to see me?" Seeing Zhou Yan'an's impatient expression, Lin Mengjia pretended to be disappointed and moved closer to him. "I'm worried that your condition will get worse, so I came here to take care of you." Zhou Yan'an knew she was lying, but he had no intention of exposing Lin Mengjia's lie at the moment. He lowered his head to tidy himself up, and said slowly, "Why wouldn't I want to see you? It's just that you've been tired these past few days. So I thought I'd let you rest at home. I'm afraid it will take several days for my leg to recover. I feel sorry for you too. Yan'an." Lin Mengjia couldn't help but look at Zhou Yan'an affectionately and said solemnly, "I regret it." "What do you regret?" Zhou Yan'an raised his eyebrows and looked at Lin Mengjia in confusion. Lin Mengjia hesitated for a moment before saying, "I still want the wedding to go on as scheduled." "Why?" As if the answer was expected, Zhou Yan'an's face did not show much emotion. Instead, Lin Mengjia looked very embarrassed. "You know, my family has already sent out the invitations since you proposed to me. What do you think others will think if we postpone the wedding now?" As she spoke, Lin Mengjia pulled his hand and acted coquettishly, I know, everything that happened before was my fault. Can the wedding go on as scheduled? Just stop being angry, okay? Zhou Yan'an looked at her calmly, pointing at his stumped leg and said, I don't have any objections, but don't you feel embarrassed? Chapter 15 Threats. He still remembered that because he didn't help Lin Mengjia buy that famous bag from abroad, Lin Mengjia was so angry that she didn't talk to him for a week. Marriage is also a major event in life. Why did Lin Mengjia agree? I'm afraid it was Qihang who asked her to change her mind again. What's so shameful about this? Lin Mengjia said nonchalantly, as long as the two of us truly love each other, that's enough. As for other people's opinions, they are not that important. Lin Mengjia pretended to be understanding and spoke. If Zhou Yan'an hadn't discovered the truth before, he would have been so moved by her words that he would have wanted to give her everything he had. However, if he didn't know the truth, he wouldn't let Lin Mengjia worry about the wedding. Zhou Yan'an twitched his lips sarcastically and nodded in agreement. Okay, then let's do as you said and hold it as scheduled. Lin Mengjia achieved her goal and smiled immediately, then pulled him aside to talk about the wedding arrangements. Zhou Yan'an had no interest in these things. Lin Mengjia, who had noticed something was going on, suppressed her displeasure and frowned, saying, forget it. I don't think you're interested in wedding arrangements. I'm going back first. He had just promised to stay in the hospital to take care of Zhou Yan'an. Now he left without looking back. Zhou Yan'an looked at Lin Mengjia's leaving figure with a cold look in his eyes. He fumbled under the pillow as usual and quickly found his cell phone. Without any hesitation, I called a Jin immediately. Remember, don't get involved in any arrangements Miss Lin makes for the wedding. If Miss Lin asks, just say it was my idea. When Zhou Yan'an hung up the phone, he was surprised to find that there was a call record with Qin Ran in the call log. He immediately flipped through it in panic, and when he saw the time on it, he understood. It must be Lin Mengjia's doing. Zhou Yan'an felt extremely upset and tried to call Qin Ran, but her phone was turned off. Fearing that it was Lin Mengjia's fault, he quickly sent a message to Qin Ran to explain. Then, he hesitated for a moment, but still stood up with difficulty and moved step by step towards the door. There were not many people in the hospital at night. After leaving the inpatient department, Lin Mengjia couldn't wait to call Qihang, and her tone sounded smug. Qihang, I told you that you were thinking too much. That guy was so reluctant to break up with me that he severed ties with the Zhou family for my sake. The reason for postponing the wedding was just to give me a decent wedding. As she spoke, she deliberately exaggerated some of Zhou Yan'an's attempts to curry favor with her, which put Qihang, who was originally a little worried, at ease. On the other end of the phone, Qihang echoed her words and said, anyway, before the matter is settled. You better be careful. A few days ago Qihang was about to tell Lin Mengjia that Qin Ran's credit card had been suspended, but he stopped on second thought. Changing the subject, he said, forget it, I'll tell you later. Lin Mengjia didn't ask any further questions, but asked excitedly, is there any reward for completing the task? See you at the usual place. I'll wait for you. Lin Mengjia hung up the phone and drove away. Little did she know that her conversation with Qihang was heard clearly by Zhou Yan'an, who was hiding behind the green belt. Watching Lin Mengjia leave, Zhou Yan'an's face was full of indifference, his right hand clenched unconsciously, and after a brief disappointment, he hailed a taxi. He deliberately asked the driver to take a long DT before driving to the wedding house he and Lin Mengjia had previously purchased, to take out the pinhole camera he had installed. Mr. Zhou. The hourly worker didn't expect Zhou Yan'an to come back at this time. He stood at the door a little awkwardly and explained, I just received a call saying that the upstairs needed cleaning. I didn't know. It's okay. Zhou Yan'an still said with a smile, his eyes falling intentionally or unintentionally on the upstairs, with a hint of sarcasm at the corner of his mouth. It seems that Lin Mengjia forced herself to hold the wedding as scheduled. She didn't forget to bring Qihang here to have sex. I have to say that Lin Mengjia is really a master of time management. But despite his thoughts, Zhou Yan'an didn't show any emotion on his face. He just said calmly, just go and do your thing. I just came here to pick up the things I didn't take with me. After saying this, he limped up the stairs past the part-time worker. There was a dull piercing pain in his leg, but Zhou Yan'an seemed unaware of it. He walked into the bedroom, took out the camera, and after making sure that no one had touched it, he put the lampshade back to its original state. As soon as Zhou Yan'an left the villa, Lin Mengjia called. Yan'an, didn't you sell that house? Why are you still? Hearing her tentative tone, I guessed that the part-time worker had told me that he was back. Zhou Yan'an calmed down and said calmly, there are some paintings in the basement on the first floor that I haven't finished dealing with before. Zhou Yan'an calmed down and told Lin Mengjia the excuse he had thought of earlier. You also know that I am short of money now. I was thinking of selling those paintings. So that's how it is. Upon hearing this, Lin Mengjia didn't think too much about it. She smiled and exchanged a few words before hanging up the phone. After Zhou Yan'an looked down at the camera in his hand, he immediately called a Jin and asked him to arrange for this video to be played on the wedding day. After finishing all this, Zhou Yan'an leaned back in his seat feeling a little tired. When he was hesitating whether to contact Qin Ran, his phone rang again. It happened to be Qin Ran calling. A smile appeared in his eyes. Ran. Is it convenient? Qin Ran's voice was filled with laughter on the other end of the phone. She seemed like a natural little sun, always making people feel full of energy. I just went to the hospital to see you, but I found you were not there, so I called you. I just happened to be out for something. Do you want a midnight snack? I'll treat you. Zhou Yan'an wanted to talk to Qin Ran about the previous phone call, so he simply offered an invitation. After Qin Ran agreed, he checked for hot pot restaurants near the hospital and asked the driver to rush back. At the hotel entrance, Qin Ran, wearing a black and white striped skirt, kept looking around. When she saw Zhou Yan'an, she ran towards him regardless of the rain, carefully supporting him while complaining in a low voice, "Why don't you stay in the hospital in such heavy rain? What if something really happens to you? What could possibly happen to me?" Zhou Yan'an felt touched as he looked at Qin Ran's nervous expression. The man's muscular upper body pressed against Qin Ran's. Qin Ran supported Zhou Yan'an steadily, then turned around and glared at him in dissatisfaction. "What did you say?" "Okay." Seeing Qin Ran angry, Zhou Yan'an immediately compromised. "Is it okay if I'm wrong?" The two of them walked into the farmyard while bickering. Qin Ran then found a set of clean clothes for Zhou Yan'an. The man wanted to refuse Qin Ran's kindness, but when he thought of what Qin Ran had done for him in the hospital not long ago, he didn't hesitate. The woman's warm palm touched Zhou Yan'an's muscular body, and Qin Ran was surprised to discover the sturdy figure hidden under his gentle and jade-like appearance. Chapter 16. Let's get the certificate. Zhou Yan'an was no longer as repulsive as before. He calmly let Qin Ran change his clothes. When they came out of the dressing room, Zhou Yan'an looked at Qin Ran and said softly, Ran. Next Wednesday is the day Lin Mengjia and I get married. The action of supporting Zhou Yan'an paused. Qin Ran looked at Zhou Yan'an with an unclear expression, but then smiled gently. "Yan'an, I believe you. No matter what Zhou Yan'an's plan is." Qin Ran decided to support him unconditionally. Just this short sentence moved Zhou Yan'an to tears. By the time the two returned to their seats, someone had already prepared a steaming hot pot for them. There were a lot of fresh ingredients on the plates beside it, and the steaming pot bottom made people feel at ease. After the meal, Zhou Yan'an went back to their hospital to recuperate. During this period, Lin Mengjia called Zhou Yan'an and wanted to ask Zhou Yan'an to choose a wedding dress, but Zhou Yan'an refused on the grounds that his leg injury had not yet healed. Lin Mengjia felt something was wrong. But I didn't think much about it. A few days passed in a flash, and soon it was the wedding day. After Lin Mengjia finished putting on her makeup, she went to the bathroom and bumped into Qin Ran, who had just come out of the bathroom. Compared to Lin Mengjia's exquisiteness and fashion, Qin Ran looked much more ordinary. Lin Mengjia blocked the woman's path and asked unhappily, "What are you doing here?" "Qin Ran, you are truly shameless." Liu Yao crossed her arms and stared at Qin Ran with a sneer. "This is Mengjia and Zhou Yan'an's wedding. Do you think it's appropriate for you to come here?" "There's nothing inappropriate about it." Qin Ran wiped the water stains from her hands and said nonchalantly, "Yan'an is my friend." "Friend?" Lin Mengjia chuckled and slowly approached Qin Ran. Her delicately made-up eyes fell on Qin Ran with deep mockery. "Childhood sweetheart." Hearing this, Qin Ran stared at Lin Mengjia with a cold gleam in her eyes. Just as she was about to fight back, she heard Zhou Yan'an's gentle voice behind her. "Mengjia, so you are here." The three people's eyes fell on the man in the wheelchair at the same time. The moment she turned around, Lin Mengjia's smile returned to her face. She lifted her skirt and walked over to Zhou Yan'an. She carefully squatted beside him and whispered softly, "After all, Qin Ran and you were engaged as children. Aren't you worried that others will be sad by doing this?" As he spoke, he glanced meaningfully at Qin Ran behind him. Unexpectedly, Qin Ran didn't take it to heart at all and shrugged indifferently. He casually threw the things in his hand into the trash can and said slowly, "Miss Lin is probably overthinking it. I'm not that fragile." After saying that, he walked past the two of them and left. Lin Mengjia was unwilling to accept this, but she could only watch Qin Ran leave. Then he pushed Zhou Yan'an's wheelchair back to the banquet hall. The banquet hall that was deserted just now was now full of people, and the master of ceremonies was standing there presiding over the meeting. Lin Mengjia looked around and saw Qihang in a deserted corner. The man was wearing a black suit, his eyes staring straight ahead, as if he didn't notice Lin Mengjia at all. But the woman knew that the fun was about to begin. Just as Lin Mengjia was daydreaming, the man next to her was pushed onto the stage by her assistant. Zhou Yan'an just sat in the wheelchair, took the microphone from the host, and glanced at all the guests present, finally looking at Lin Mengjia. Suddenly, Zhou Yan'an's voice rang out, "First of all, thank you all for taking the time to attend Mengjia and I's wedding. Secondly, I want to thank my fiancée for her dedication and support over the years. Without Mengjia's help, I wouldn't be where I am today." As soon as these words were spoken, there was thunderous applause from the audience. Everyone's eyes fell on Lin Mengjia at the same time, but strangely, the expression of Lin Mengjia, the bride-to-be, was not very good. Perhaps others can't hear the hidden meaning. But it was impossible for Lin Mengjia not to hear it, especially after experiencing the changes in this period of time. Lin Mengjia couldn't help but have wild thoughts. Everyone in the circle knew that Lin Mengjia was holding Zhou Yan'an back. If he hadn't been in love with Lin Mengjia, Zhou Yan'an is the true heir of the Zhou group. Why does he have to sell paintings to make a living? At this time, Liu Yao poked Lin Mengjia's waist, staring at the stage, and said darkly, "Mengjia, why are you still standing there? Didn't you see the diamond ring in Zhou Yan'an's hand?" The pigeon egg-sized diamond ring attracted everyone's attention as soon as it appeared. Then Zhou Yan'an was seen standing up with difficulty with the help of the wheelchair, and his eyes were always on Lin Mengjia. Then, Zhou Yan'an extended his hand towards Lin Mengjia. Lin Mengjia hid the messy thoughts in her heart, and finally glanced in the direction of Qihang, gritted her teeth and walked towards the stage. At the same time, all the lights fell on the two of them. Zhou Yan'an knelt on one knee, looking at Lin Mengjia tenderly but not in a hurry to put the wedding ring on the woman. "Mengjia, do you know how grateful I am to you? If you hadn't been by my side all these years, I don't know what I would have become." So, the man glanced around and finally focused his attention on the big screen, his clear eyes staring at the black screen. Zhou Yan'an knew it clearly. Once the secretly filmed evidence is released, Lin Mengjia and Qihang will definitely be ruined. Then, all the pain he suffered in the past few years was not in vain. His hands clenched unconsciously, and when he looked at Lin Mengjia again, he suddenly smiled inexplicably. "So, to thank you, I'm planning to give you a surprise." Surprise. Lin Mengjia covered her mouth in disbelief and took a few steps back. His eyes were filled with longing for unknown surprises. But he still pretended to be understanding, bent down and carefully helped Zhou Yan'an to stand up, saying, "Yan'an, as long as you are by my side, it is enough. Nothing else matters." "No." Zhou Yan'an held Lin Mengjia's hand tightly, turned around and signaled his assistant to turn on the projector. When everyone's attention shifted to the projector, what came into view was the image of two young bodies entangled. Then came the sound of a woman moaning. Wow! In an instant, the entire banquet hall was boiling. Chapter 17 Successfully Obtained Certificate. Everyone clearly saw that the woman in the video was today's heroine Lin Mengjia, but the man sitting astride her and entangled with her was not the groom Zhou Yan'an. At that moment, Lin Mengjia was instantly confused. She rushed to the projector in panic, trying to cover up the embarrassing scene, but accidentally stepped on the hem of her skirt, and the simply designed wedding dress split in the middle. Lin Mengjia felt a chill on her chest, and her light suddenly leaked out. She knelt on the ground in a state of embarrassment, holding her chest, and looked towards the audience as if asking for help. Trying to get Qihang's help. However, the man had slipped away without anyone noticing. The projector was showing a large-scale animation. Lin Mengjia tried her best to curl herself up into a ball, tears falling from her eyes. She looked at Zhou Yan'an innocently and helplessly, her lips moving slightly, but after a long while, she only uttered 3 words, "Why?" When did Zhou Yan'an find out about her and Qihang? And how were these videos secretly filmed? Lin Mengjia cried so hard that her eyes were filled with tears, which made people feel very distressed. However, it could no longer stir any ripples in the man's heart. Zhou Yan'an looked down at Lin Mengjia, then slowly squatted in front of her, raised his hand to lift her chin and looked at Lin Mengjia. "Lin Mengjia, do you really think I'm a fool? Or do I love you so much that I have no dignity left and can let you hurt me without restraint? Which man in this world can tolerate being cuckolded? Why does Lin Mengjia think that she is the exception?" Lin Mengjia panicked instantly when she heard this. The arrogant little princess who was originally high and mighty, now pulled Zhou Yan'an's trouser legs in embarrassment and begged desperately. "Yan'an, I know I was wrong. Just give me a chance, okay?" Lin Mengjia couldn't believe that the man who had broken up with his entire family for her would really be willing to give up. However, just as Lin Mengjia was begging desperately, Zhou Yan'an impatiently pushed Lin Mengjia away and turned to Qin Ran's side. Then he looked at the Lin family not far away. Most of the people attending the wedding banquet today are Lin Mengjia's relatives. Almost no one from the Zhou family attended the banquet. When Zhou Yan'an's gaze rested on them, the Lin family relatives subconsciously wanted to leave. But before he had taken a few steps, Zhou Yan'an stopped him and said, "Everyone, how about this great gift I gave to Mengjia? I wonder if you are satisfied. If you have no other opinions, please take Mengjia away. I'm taking my new wife to the wedding." What? As soon as the words were spoken, the banquet hall exploded. The guests at the banquet were already surprised by the previous incident, and they did not expect that there would be such a follow-up after such a sudden turn of events. Many people looked around Zhou Yan'an, trying to find the so-called fiancée. The next second, Zhou Yan'an and Qin Ran appeared in front of everyone, fingers intertwined. Lin Mengjia, who had been trying to hold them back, collapsed to the ground, staring ahead in disbelief. "Qin Ran is the person I'm getting married to today." Everyone in the industry knew that Qin Ran and Zhou Yan'an had been engaged as children. They were once considered a perfect match, until Lin Mengjia showed up. Lin Mengjia is currently involved in a scandal. Many guests actually applauded and cheered in public. Qin Ran, who was originally a little worried, couldn't help but feel relieved when she saw this scene. He let Zhou Yan'an limp himself onto the stage. Then, like a magic trick, Zhou Yan'an took out a diamond ring from somewhere, knelt on one knee, and solemnly placed it on Qin Ran's ring finger. When everyone was busy blessing the newlyweds, Lin Mengjia was like a rat crossing the street, sneaking away from an empty corner. But Lin Mengjia escaped outside. Qihang, who was hiding outside, pulled him into the car. Lin Mengjia didn't have time to scream. She looked up and saw Qihang's face that asked for a beating. She pushed Qihang away with a cold face. "Is this what you call a perfect plan?" God knows how embarrassed Lin Mengjia was today. Unexpectedly, after hearing this, Qihang slapped Lin Mengjia in the face. "Didn't I tell you to be careful? What did you say then? You regret it now? Isn't it a little late? HMPH. Lin Mengjia covered her face and glared at Qihang in frustration. They had never expected that Zhou Yan'an would secretly film their affair. Now he could only watch Zhou Yan'an and Qin Ran tie the knot. The two of them were full of resentment but could do nothing about it. That night, the video of Lin Mengjia and Qihang's secret meeting was instantly exposed on major platforms. Qin Group was already in a critical period of listing. Now that such a scandal has occurred, the listing plan has been successfully scrapped. When Qin's father learned the news, he called Qihang to the company directly. Without waiting for Qihang to explain, he slapped him in the face. Qin's father pointed at Qihang and wished he could throw this useless idiot out. "Qihang, I think you are a waste. Who do you think you are to steal Zhou Yan'an's woman? What's so good about that piece of trash that it's worth?" "I'm just worried. I'm here to take care of the company. You don't have to worry," Qin Ran assured her father lightly. "If you have nothing else, I'll go back first." Chapter 18, The plan was discovered. Qin Ran didn't want to listen to Qin's father's preaching at all. She turned around and left without waiting for Qin's father to say more. Compared to Qihang's humble and pitiful situation, Qin Ran's life was incredibly smooth. When the office door was closed, a curious employee looked inside and saw the high-ranking general manager kneeling on the ground begging for mercy. Once this matter was discovered, it fermented out of control. Qin Ran walked downstairs with her bag in hand. As she entered the elevator, she received a call from Zhou Yan'an. "Are you okay? Am I so useless in your eyes?" Qin Ran teased nonchalantly, her eyes gradually softening as she looked outside through the glass window. "It is really a happy feeling to be valued by the man you love." Sure enough, the man laughed after hearing Qin Ran's words. "By the way, I've booked a flight for my honeymoon. Where are you planning to go?" "Yan'an." Qin Ran hadn't expected Zhou Yan'an to attach so much importance to their marriage. Her eyes fell on the diamond ring on her ring finger, intentionally or unintentionally. He said softly, "I have something to deal with during this time. How about a few days?" "I'll do as you say." After they hung up, Qin Ran left the CEO's office and headed to the company's public relations department. Since the scandal broke, the Qin group had been hit hard. At the moment, the only option is to hold an emergency press conference through the public relations department to minimize the company's losses. However, she had never expected that the matter would be far more difficult than Qin Ran had imagined. As soon as the incident was exposed last night, the company sent someone to resolve it. Unexpectedly, something went wrong. Once those videos were forwarded, they were seen by countless people. The company missed the best time. After the PR manager finished explaining, he wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked at Qin Ran nervously. "Boss Qin, what do you think about this?" "Forget it." Qin Ran licked her lips, stood up with a headache, and turned to walk out. "I'll handle this myself." When she left the company, she saw Zhou Yan'an standing outside from a distance. The dim light made the man's figure look very long. His upper body was leaning against the car door, and he was fiddling with his mobile phone with his head down. As if by telepathy, Zhou Yan'an tilted his head slightly, and seeing Qin Ran's gloomy face, he smiled and limped over. Ran, what happened? What could possibly happen to me?" Qin Ran held Zhou Yan'an's arm nonchalantly, leaning on his shoulder. She felt at ease smelling his scent. "It's just random thoughts." "What are you thinking about?" "The company has been greatly affected by this incident. I'm thinking of meeting with Mr. Liu to see if there's anything." "Boss Liu?" Zhou Yan'an raised his eyebrows slightly and stared at Qin Ran in confusion. "Why do you want to see him?" As the most influential self-media leader in the city, Liu Yang has a strong appeal. If he can reduce the risk of public opinion through the other party, it may be effective. Zhou Yan'an listened to Qin Ran's thoughts in silence. Then he raised his thumb and said, "No matter what decision you make, I support you." The woman said nothing. He just grinned with satisfaction. 3 days later. In view of the adverse impact Qihang had on the company, Qin's father was forced to listen to the opinions of the shareholders and officially removed Qihang from the position of general manager. When Qihang heard the news, he ran to Qin's father in a panic, changed his arrogant look, and knelt on the ground humbly. She begged for mercy. "Dad, you can't do this to me." In order to be able to join the Qin group, Qihang made great efforts. Only he, an illegitimate child, has the opportunity to succeed. Now that he finally has a chance to have a say in the Qin group, Qin's father wants to fire him. How can Qihang accept this? Snort. Hearing this, Qin's father slammed the table in anger and stared at Qihang with his eyes wide open. "You, an unfilial son, actually have the nerve to make demands. If you hadn't embarrassed yourself, how could the Qin family have reached this point? I'm already giving you a huge favor by letting you continue to work in the group." He said this no matter how hard Qihang begged. Qin's father impatiently drove the man away. Qihang was a little embarrassed at first, but he quickly regained his composure. After hesitating for a while, he called Lin Mengjia. "Mengjia, I want to see you." Afterwards, the two agreed on a meeting place. When Qihang arrived at his destination, he saw Lin Mengjia from afar, who had wrapped herself up like a dumpling. The woman was wearing a green dress and a black mask, and she looked around vigilantly, afraid of being recognized. A few minutes later, Qihang sat opposite Lin Mengjia. His originally stern face gradually softened. He firmly grasped the woman's hand and sighed softly, "Are you okay?" After what happened at the wedding, Lin Mengjia became infamous. That day, he was taken back by the humiliated relatives of the Lin family. Lin Mengjia remained silent. After a brief silence, she took off her mask, and what came into view was a face bruised and swollen from being beaten. Lin Mengjia's mouth twitched, and she looked at Qihang embarrassedly. What do you think? After seeing what Lin Mengjia did, Lin's relatives took Lin Mengjia back and beat her up. Poor Lin Mengjia had no words to express her pain. Now the relationship has been unilaterally severed. I'm sorry. Qihang sighed, looking deeply at Lin Mengjia's face and said, if it weren't for that brat Zhou Yan'an deliberately targeting me, you won't be so unlucky. HMPH. Lin Mengjia sneered and pulled her hand back. Her empty eyes fell on Qihang, without any extra emotion. Don't worry, I won't let them have such a good time. Lin Mengjia didn't expect that Zhou Yan'an was a natural acting talent. He was acting in front of me as steady as a rock. So what do you want to do? Qihang raised his eyebrows slightly and calmly kicked Lin Mengjia's feet under the table. Intentionally or unintentionally, he stirs up the woman's passion. Qihang. Lin Mengjia tucked the hair behind her ears, her cold eyes falling on Qihang, a little creepy. I want to invest in the Qin group. Investment. Hearing this, Qihang asked in confusion, why? Anyway, you are the old man's son. He will never ignore you in his life. I want to use this incident to plead with Zhou Yan'an. As long as Zhou Yan'an interferes with Qin Ran's work, I just don't believe that guy won't reveal his flaws. It seems there is no better way at the moment. Although Qihang felt that this method was useless, there was no better way for the time being. I had no choice but to agree. Chapter 19. Who wouldn't be sad? Then Qihang found an excuse to help Lin Mengjia successfully acquire shares. The leader naturally doesn't need to know about such trivial matters. After doing all this, Lin Mengjia went straight to the gallery entrance to block people. But in just 3 or 2 days, earth-shaking changes have taken place. Lin Mengjia's glorious achievements were widely circulated in the gallery. Many people couldn't help but point fingers at her behind her back when they saw her for the first time. Those unpleasant words were like a thorn, piercing Lin Mengjia's chest, causing her heart-wrenching pain. But she still stood outside, enduring the discomfort. Finally, Lin Mengjia saw Zhou Yan'an. The man was as gentle as before, and no one knew what he was chatting about with the people around him. After a few minutes, Zhou Yan'an waved goodbye to the people next to him. He heard footsteps and turned around with a smile. Just seeing Lin Mengjia's expression become unnatural in an instant, Zhou Yan'an subconsciously turned around and was about to leave. Lin Mengjia hurried over to block the man's way. Yan'an, wait. As soon as he finished speaking, he knelt upright in front of Zhou Yan'an. Lin Mengjia in front of him seemed to have no self-respect and looked at Zhou Yan'an humbly. I know it was all my fault in the past. I betrayed you, I betrayed our love, So what? Zhou Yan'an didn't change much because of Lin Mengjia's words. He still looked at Lin Mengjia coldly, as if he was laughing at a joke. What's your purpose in telling me this? Can you help the Qin group overcome this difficulty? Lin Mengjia blinked and looked at Zhou Yan'an expectantly. Hearing this, the man was stunned. His back was straight, and he looked at Lin Mengjia woodenly. Why? Since Qin Ran is his wife now. Why did Lin Mengjia say this? Of course, Zhou Yan'an didn't think that these were words of repentance spoken by Lin Mengjia. However, Lin Mengjia did not answer quickly. She bit her lip lightly, not knowing what she was thinking. Just when Zhou Yan'an was about to lose his patience and turn around to leave, Lin Mengjia raised her hand again and grabbed Zhou Yan'an's trouser leg tightly. She looked at Zhou Yan'an deeply and whispered, because I am also a shareholder of the Qin group. A shareholder of the Qin group. Zhou Yan'an naturally didn't expect that there was such a relationship. He paused as he was about to leave, bent down to help Lin Mengjia up, and looked at the woman with a half smile. I didn't expect you to be a shareholder of the Qin group. So you didn't think about the consequences before you did those things. After listening to Zhou Yan'an's words, Lin Mengjia lowered her head with guilt. Zhou Yan'an was also unwilling to dwell on the past. If Zhou Yan'an hadn't seen that cruel scene with his own eyes, he probably wouldn't have been able to make up his mind. Now he has completely broken up with Lin Mengjia. Only then did Zhou Yan'an know who his true love was. If you have nothing else to do, I'll go back first. Zhou Yan'an said this with a cold face, shook off Lin Mengjia's hand and left without looking back. The interaction between the two was seen by many people, and some even pointed and talked behind them. Lin Mengjia pretended not to see it, and her eyes followed Zhou Yan'an's back for a long time. Half an hour later, When Zhou Yan'an arrived at the newlyweds' villa, it was getting dark. Just as Zhou Yan'an was about to get out of the car, he received a call from Qin Ran. The woman's tone was filled with coquettishness. "Honey, what are you doing?" "I want Chinese food." Zhou Yan'an rubbed his brow with a slight headache. Just hearing Qin Ran's voice made him feel satisfied. "Okay, I'll do it for you. Where are you?" "I'm at the supermarket outside the community." "Okay, then I'll come to you now," Zhou Yan'an said gently and hung up the phone. Then he turned and walked outside to the supermarket. It was just after get-off work and there were many couples shopping in the supermarket. When Zhou Yan'an found Qin Ran, the woman was pushing a cart around the shelves. She was wearing a pink skirt, a white short-sleeved shirt, and a simple bun. Her unpainted face still made people feel distressed. It was only at this time that Zhou Yan'an realized that the tomboy in his memory had undergone earth-shaking changes. Qin Ran had become so outstanding without even realizing it. Maybe Zhou Yan'an's eyes were too hot. Qin Ran, who had been circling the shelves, actually walked towards Zhou Yan'an. She walked to Zhou Yan'an with a smile, and returned the cart in the man's hand. She leaned on Zhou Yan'an's shoulder. He smiled and said, "You said you are such a great cook. If you don't cook at home, it's a waste. What do you think?" As he said that, he turned around and looked at Zhou Yan'an eagerly. Zhou Yan'an felt uncomfortable under the woman's gaze and swallowed unconsciously. He turned his head and looked ahead, took a deep breath and said, "What do you want to eat?" "I want to eat noodles." "Good." The two of them pushed the cart while shopping, and Zhou Yan'an told him everything that had just happened. After finishing these words, he added, "Is she really a shareholder of your company?" "Who knows?" Qin Ran shrugged nonchalantly, thinking that just as Qihang had gotten into trouble, Lin Mengjia had become a shareholder of the Qin group. Is there any connection between the two? Anyway, even if he's a shareholder of the Qin group, it has nothing to do with me. I know. Zhou Yan'an suddenly stopped walking upon hearing this. He firmly held Qin Ran's hand and looked at her solemnly. "I'm just worried you might get hurt." Even if it was not intentional, the trap designed by Zhou Yan'an affected not only Qihang and Lin Mengjia. Qin Ran is the future heir of the Qin group. Zhou Yan'an didn't want him to be hurt because of this matter. What injuries could I possibly sustain? Hearing this, Qin Ran pursed her lips indifferently. "Don't you believe in my ability?" "How could that be?" Zhou Yan'an brought the woman's hand to his lips and kissed it. Then, he spoke with some guilt, "I only now realize that Qin Group is in a critical period of listing. If this incident hadn't happened, there wouldn't be the subsequent." "Yan'an." Qin Ran interrupted Zhou Yan'an with a headache. No matter what decision Zhou Yan'an made, Qin Ran would support him unconditionally. Even if his decision affects his own interests. Qin Ran is also confident enough to turn the tide. Don't let gossip from others throw you off balance. Do you know how important the marriage between the Qin and Zhou families is to our two families? Can. Zhou Yan'an wanted to say something else. The phone is ringing. When he saw the number on it, he was stunned. "My dad. Didn't your uncle cut off all ties with you?" Qin Ran couldn't help but laugh and tease Zhou Yan'an as she saw him looking embarrassed. "Why would he call you?" Chapter 20. The only person I feel sorry for is you. At the beginning, Zhou Yan'an wanted to marry Lin Mengjia. The matter of severing ties with the Zhou family caused a lot of controversy. Everyone in their circle knows about this. It is really unbelievable that Zhou's father is willing to condescend to call Zhou Yan'an. Zhou Yan'an walked aside a little awkwardly. When he finished the call and walked up to Qin Ran, his expression was a little unnatural. "Well, my dad wants me to take you home." "Go home?" Qin Ran couldn't help but burst out laughing when she heard this. "You said your uncle is willing to see me." Ran. Zhou Yan'an looked at Qin Ran's childish appearance and said helplessly. "How could he not want to see you?" When Zhou Yan'an unilaterally broke off the engagement, no one agreed except Zhou Yan'an. Now Zhou's father has learned the news. I don't know how happy Zhou Yan'an is. Why does he still look so worried? Then why are you still standing there? Qin Ran gestured outside with her eyes. "Let's go." The Zhou family and the Qin family are also old friends. The two of them were engaged when they were young. If it weren't for Lin Mengjia, they would have been married long ago. So the two houses are not too far away. When they were almost at their destination, Qin Ran couldn't help but call her mother. apart from the involvement of interests. Mother was one of the few people who truly cared about Qin Ran. My mother was waiting outside early. When she saw the picture of Qin Ran and Zhou Yan'an together, her eyes reddened and she stood there awkwardly looking at Qin Ran. Until the woman walked to her mother's side and put her arm around her waist. "Mom," Qin Ran said softly. "Don't you want your daughter to be happy?" "How could that be?" Her mother caressed Qin Ran's cheek distressedly. If there was anyone in this world who wanted Qin Ran to be happy, it was probably her mother. "Mom just doesn't know what to say when we go to the Zhou family." After all, the news of their marriage was too sudden. Hearing this, Qin Ran rubbed her temples with a slight headache and said, "Mom, Auntie is so easy to talk to, don't you have any common topics?" After all, Zhou's mother really liked Qin Ran. "Of course there is no reason to make things difficult for my mother." Then the group headed towards the Zhou family villa in a mighty manner. Qin Ran originally thought it was a simple family dinner, but when she saw the dazzling array, "Why do you want to live outside?" "Mom." Zhou Yan'an licked his lips and looked at his mother with embarrassment. "Young people have their own way of life. Just respect our choice, okay?" Okay. Hearing this, Zhou's mother did not continue to make things difficult for her. He just smiled and took Qin Ran's hand, refusing to let her go. "I have no objection if you want to live outside. But it's late today. You guys just stay at home, okay?" Qin Ran and Zhou Yan'an were stunned upon hearing this. Although Qin Ran and Zhou Yan'an held their wedding in front of everyone that day. But I haven't really reached the last step. Qin Ran was busy dealing with work. Zhou Yan'an also has to be busy with gallery affairs. The two of them had no chance to be alone at all. Now when I hear what Zhou's mother says, I just feel embarrassed and passive. Zhou Yan'an looked at Qin Ran's embarrassment and was about to refuse. Unexpectedly, the woman agreed. "Mom, we'll just stay here tonight." Zhou Yan'an was stunned upon hearing this and looked at Qin Ran in amazement. But the woman didn't give him a chance to hesitate. He just pulled Zhou Yan'an's hand and went upstairs in front of everyone. After entering the bedroom, Qin Ran patted her chest lightly and let go of Zhou Yan'an's hand, watching closely as the woman's fingertips trembled uncontrollably. Seeing Zhou Yan'an's unnatural expression, Qin Ran pretended to be calm and comforted him. "Yan'an, don't feel any psychological burden. I just don't want my aunt and the others to have any ideas. You go to bed, I'll go." Ran. Before she could finish her words, Zhou Yan'an suddenly hugged Qin Ran tightly from behind. Just smelling the cool woody scent on Qin Ran's body, Zhou Yan'an felt an unprecedented peace of mind. "You don't have to leave." Zhou Yan'an clearly felt the figure in his arms stiffen, and Qin Ran just let Zhou Yan'an hold her. About 5 minutes later, Qin Ran slowly raised her head, her gaze falling on Zhou Yan'an's face, which contained an ambiguous look. "Zhou Yan'an." Qin Ran's voice was hoarse and inexplicably alluring. "Do you know what you're talking about?" This was Qin Ran's special dream. Since my youth, I have fantasized about becoming Zhou Yan'an's woman. But this day has finally come. Qin Ran felt a little uneasy. She was afraid that Zhou Yan'an chose to marry her and sleep with her because of external factors. This was what Qin Ran was most unwilling to accept. "Silly girl." Zhou Yan'an kissed the woman's forehead lovingly, then turned around and hugged Qin Ran tightly. He gently whispered in Qin Ran's ear, "Of course I know what I'm talking about." As soon as she finished speaking, the woman's warm lips fell on Zhou Yan'an's lips. The numb feeling made Zhou Yan'an unable to stop. She opened her eyes wide and nervously and tentatively approached Zhou Yan'an's lips. The next second, Qin Ran was put on the bed by the man. Zhou Yan'an leaned down, and the two young bodies fit together perfectly. Chapter 21. Will the wedding go on as scheduled? Zhou Yan'an rested his hands on either side of the double bed, the moonlight filtering through the curtains onto the two of them. It was so quiet that only the sound of each other's breathing could be heard. Zhou Yan'an suppressed the fire within him and looked at Qin Ran affectionately. Ran. That low and hoarse voice makes people feel itchy and uncomfortable." Qin Ran didn't answer, but just looked deeply at Zhou Yan'an's face. Suddenly, she leaned close to Zhou Yan'an's lips and kissed him. They were so infatuated that they didn't know what heaven and earth were. The next morning, when Qin Ran woke up again, Zhou Yan'an was no longer by her side. She blushed and her heart beat fast just thinking about what happened last night. She couldn't help but cover her face with the quilt, her cheeks flushed. There was a knock on the door. Zhou Yan'an then walked over to Qin Ran with a bowl of steaming sweet porridge. Seeing the woman's awkward expression, he couldn't help but smile as he pulled back the blanket from her body and gently patted her back. You didn't eat anything last night. If I don't eat, my stomach will be in trouble. Qin Ran's fair and smooth face was flushed as she looked at Zhou Yan'an with a half smile. Yan'an, is this what you did before? Seeing Zhou Yan'an's thoughtfulness, Qin Ran couldn't help but feel a little jealous. The man had long seen through Qin Ran's secretive thoughts. He pointed at her forehead helplessly and said with a doting look in his eyes, no matter who I did it for before. You will be my wife from now on. Do you understand? Zhou Yan'an is nothing like the innocent little puppy in the legend. He can say sweet words easily. Qin Ran just listened to his sweet words and sat up lazily, enjoying the man's exclusive tenderness. But before she finished her sweet porridge, Qin Ran received a call from her father. It is unknown what was said on the phone. Seeing Qin Ran's expression turn unhappy, Zhou Yan'an looked at her with some concern and asked softly, what's going on? Yes or no? That loser Qihang won't have any impact on me. Qin Ran took a deep breath and immediately got up and went to the company without even having the appetite to eat. Half an hour later, Zhou Yan'an went downstairs and saw his father sitting in the living room. It was obvious that he was waiting for himself. There was a pile of documents on the table. When Zhou Yan'an saw him, his father pushed the documents in front of him and asked, how's the gallery matter going? I originally thought Zhou Yan'an was a complete love-brained person. I didn't expect him to be so opinionated. Know what method can be used to kill with one blow? Dad. Zhou Yan'an was no longer as repulsive as before when faced with Zhou's father's investigation. He sat across from Zhou's father somewhat awkwardly and said, I want to go back to work at the company. It was also after experiencing the incident with Lin Mengjia. Zhou Yan'an just found out. The so-called art is nothing but an ideal world of one's own imagination. If Zhou Yan'an wanted to use his abilities to help Qin Ran, I can only go back to work in the group. No matter what Lin Mengjia and the others are planning. Some of what Lin Mengjia said is very true. Qin Ran had put so much effort into the Qin group that the company couldn't successfully go public. It has a lot of impact on the Qin group. So Zhou Yan'an wanted to help through his own abilities. Hearing this, Zhou's father's expression finally softened. He stood up, patted Zhou Yan'an on the shoulder, and said earnestly, Yan'an, you finally understand the burden you bear. But even if you return to the group, you still have to start from the bottom, okay? Dad doesn't want you to be a useless waste. If Zhou Yan'an had gone abroad for further studies as arranged by his family, he would have been the successor of the group upon returning to China. But Zhou Yan'an wasted all his time on opening the gallery, which wasted too much time. The Zhou family has its own rules. Zhou Yan'an did not refute what his father said. This way, Qin Ran was busy as soon as she returned to the company. She had 3 meetings that morning. When she returned to the office exhausted, she saw Lin Mengjia, the uninvited guest, sitting on the sofa. When she saw Qin Ran, she stood up a little awkwardly, with an ingratiating smile on her face. Boss Qin, I didn't disturb you, did I? Miss Lin, you really don't have to be so polite. Qin Ran calmed herself down and walked over to sit down opposite Lin Mengjia. Apart from the injuries on her face, Lin Mengjia seemed unaffected. Seeing Qin Ran staring at her face, Lin Mengjia showed no dissatisfaction. Instead, she handed a document to Qin Ran. Boss Qin, I know you don't believe in my ability. This is the contract I signed with Mr. Liu. Please see if it is useful. Lin Mengjia knew it very well. If you want to gain Qin Ran's trust, he had to show something real to gain Qin Ran's trust. Qin Ran was puzzled, her eyes lingering on the document. After she finished reading it, she was stunned. Boss Liu agreed. Logically speaking, this scandal would have a devastating impact on the Qin and Zhou families. If the media publicizes it, the profits will definitely be good. Qin Ran and Liu Yong had dinner together several times but still couldn't get a positive answer from the other party. How did Lin Mengjia do it? If I didn't get Mr. Liu's autograph, could I come here to find you? Looking at Qin Ran's surprised eyes, Lin Mengjia smiled contentedly. So, I'd like to take a position in the Qin group. I wonder if that's convenient. Just solved the problem for Qin group. The capital was injected later and the shares were successfully acquired. It was impossible for Qin Ran to refuse. I could only smile and say, "What are you talking about, Miss Lin?" Ms. Lin is a top student at a university after all, and she helped the Qin group solve such a huge crisis. Of course, we are overjoyed that you are coming to the company. As he said that, he immediately arranged for the Human Resources Department to handle the entry procedures for Lin Mengjia. In view of the previous scandal between Qihang and Lin Mengjia, he even made Lin Mengjia Qihang's personal secretary. Upon hearing the news, Qin's father was furious and immediately called Qin Ran to his office. He stared at Qin Ran with cold eyes. "Give me an explanation." "Dad." Qin Ran looked at her father's face with a headache and frowned. "Do you think they can break up if they don't meet at the company?" "I don't care about that." Qin's father hated Lin Mengjia more and more. Whenever he thought of the ugly things Lin Mengjia had done, he wished he could kick her out on the spot. She has no chance of getting a job in the company anyway. "Isn't it too late to talk about this now?" Qin Ran shrugged nonchalantly and told Father Qin everything about Lin Mengjia. Without anyone knowing, Qihang had used his work to allow Lin Mengjia to become a shareholder of the Qin group. Now that he wants to cross the river and demolish the bridge, it may not be that easy. Qin's father, who had been holding a grudge against Qihang, rushed directly to Qihang's office after hearing the truth. Without any explanation, 2 more slaps were given to Qihang's face. The noise was so loud that many people heard it clearly. Chapter 22: Taking wedding photos. In the past, Qin's father gave Qihang some face for the sake of Qihang's reputation. Now she doesn't even have the interest to have a casual affair with Qihang. With trembling hands and eyes wide open, he pointed at Qihang and said, "You unfilial son. Do you want to destroy the Qin family's foundation? How could I have given birth to a beast like you?" Qihang covered his face, confused. He turned to look at Qin Ran, who was standing silently at the door. He immediately thought that Qin Ran was the culprit behind the beating. Directly point the spearhead at Qin Ran. He cursed loudly. "Qin Ran, was this you? What on earth are you going to? Stop." Qin Ran wasn't interested in listening to Qihang's nonsense. She sneered and handed the document to him. "This is Dad's decision. If you really have any dissatisfaction, you can tell Dad yourself." Having said that, she closed the shop in a coquettish manner. Let the quarrel in the office continue. Qin Ran smiled and walked back to her office without caring. Assistant Qian Yu was already waiting in the office. When he saw Qin Ran, he immediately stood up and said, "Boss Qin, I'm getting some results on the matter you asked me to investigate." "Real?" Hearing this, Qin Ran couldn't help but give a thumbs up and said with some admiration, "I didn't expect you to be so efficient. Wait until I finish dealing with Lin Mengjia's matter. I'll give you a raise." "Boss Qin." Qian Yu looked at Qin Ran a little embarrassedly, and then handed Lin Mengjia's information to Qin Ran. In the past few years, Lin Mengjia had been by Zhou Yan'an's side, just like a dodder flower clinging to Zhou Yan'an's side to survive. There are no properties or liquid funds under his name. The only property is still under Liu Yao's name. When Lin Mengjia graduated a few years ago, she followed Liu Yao's advice and opened a bar near a university. The business was not very good, but it was okay. The only problem was that this problem was discovered in a bar during a crackdown on prostitution half a year ago, and Lin Mengjia was implicated in the incident. Later, Zhou Yan'an used his connections to find someone to help Lin Mengjia solve the problem. Lin Mengjia escaped successfully. Liu Yao was arrested and imprisoned for almost half a month before being released. Because of this reason, Liu Yao's marriage to her fake fiancé fell through. Liu Yao blamed all the faults on Lin Mengjia. The former best friends had a big falling out over this incident. Later, Lin Mengjia bought a pricey necklace from abroad and went to apologize in person. The matter is finally settled. Now the bar is on the verge of closing down. The funds for Lin Mengjia's investment were most likely provided by Qihang. Qin Ran glanced at the last layer of information, threw it on the table indifferently, took a deep breath, and said, "Don't tell President Qin about this for now. By the way, how's the gallery going?" Some time ago, Zhou Yan'an was busy selling paintings and transferring galleries at low prices. Qin Ran was busy dealing with the trouble with Qihang. I didn't pay much attention to it. Thinking about it now, I feel a little worried. "Mr. Qin," Qian Yu shrank his head and looked at Qin Ran in embarrassment. Mr. Zhu's reputation has been completely ruined by Miss Lin. And the gallery is in a remote location. For a while, no one was willing to accept it. Even those paintings that were sold at high prices were obtained through Qin Ran's connections. Zhou Yan'an became famous in the past few years. A painting was hyped up to a sky-high price. But who would have thought that at such a good time, Zhou Yan'an chose to go into seclusion? The so-called retreat is nothing more than creating works for Lin Mengjia alone. Those paintings are basically under Lin Mengjia's name. Zhou Yan'an couldn't make the decision even if he wanted to sell it. By the time Zhou Yan'an turned around and wanted to use his fame to make money, it was too late. As the saying goes, people are afraid of being famous just like pigs are afraid of being fat. That's exactly the truth. Hearing this, Qin Ran rubbed her brows with a headache. She crossed her hands and placed them on the table. After thinking for a moment, she looked at Chen Yu and said, "That's right. Any news from Director Zhu?" Director Zhu. Chen Yu was flipping through the itinerary. A few seconds later, he reported to Qin Ran in an orderly manner. Zhu and Qin Ran's relationship wasn't too bad. They got married in secret and moved abroad with their family, and they rarely had contact. But Zhu is a natural at doing business. When Qin Ran heard the news that Zhu had returned to China, she sent someone to keep an eye on her. "I just don't know whether the other party is willing to see me." As they were talking, Chen Yu's phone rang. After Chen Yu finished the call and walked over to Qin Ran, he excitedly said, "Boss Qin, it's done." "What's done?" Qin Ran looked at Chen Yu, feeling both amused and helpless. But Chen Yu handed Zhu's personal contact information to Qin Ran. That night, Qin Ran and Zhu met. This way. Qihang dragged his exhausted body back to the apartment, but saw Lin Mengjia smoking in the corner. Qihang, who had always doted on Lin Mengjia, stood up angrily after seeing this, grabbed Lin Mengjia's arm and looked at her coldly. The cigarette butt in Lin Mengjia's hand fell to the ground. Trembling, he looked up at the furious Qihang and asked in confusion, "Qihang, what's wrong with you? They've been dating for so long. I have never seen Qihang so angry." Lin Mengjia was so scared that she let Qihang pull her wrist. "Bitch!" After saying that, Qihang slapped Lin Mengjia hard in the face. Lin Mengjia was beaten so hard that she saw stars. Scarlet blood was oozing from the corner of her mouth. Lin Mengjia held onto her body and looked at Qihang weakly. "Why? Lin Mengjia, how dare you say this to me?" Qihang gritted his teeth in hatred, half knelt in front of Lin Mengjia, staring at the woman. Then he revealed half of his face. The face was covered with marks of beating, which was shocking to see. Lin Mengjia was so scared that she sat down heavily on the ground, looking at Qihang in disbelief. "Who hit me?" Even though he knew that Qihang was Qin's father's illegitimate son, because the mistress of the Qin family had not given birth to a son, Qin's father valued Qihang very much. He even made Qihang the general manager of Qin Group. Qihang has always had smooth sailing. "Why did you get beaten like this today? Who told you to deliberately provoke Qin Ran?" Qihang rolled his eyes in anger. Looking at Lin Mengjia's miserable appearance, he knew that she was not doing well either, so he suppressed his inner anger and explained what had just happened briefly. Lin Mengjia naturally didn't expect Qin Ran to have such a trick. He couldn't help but get angry. He frowned and punched the floor hard, blaming all their mistakes on Qin Ran. "Set sail. I won't let that bitch go." Hearing this, Qihang just sneered and said nonchalantly, "Mengjia, if you really want to help me solve my problems, it's best to take practical action. Who can't speak in plain language?" Chapter 23, Rescue. "What? You don't believe what I said?" Lin Mengjia glared at Qihang dissatisfiedly. Qihang originally wanted to break up with Lin Mengjia, but Qihang knew that if he wanted to bring down Qin Ran, he would have to use Lin Mengjia. He could only patiently sit back next to Lin Mengjia and soothe her softly. "How could I not believe you? It's just that what you did today was too unwise." "What's unwise about that?" Lin Mengjia disagreed. "The reason why Qin Ran is doing so well in the Qin Group. It's nothing more than being born into a good family. If Qihang can prove his ability with his actual actions, the Qin Group will be in his hands. Do you think the old man attacked you because of me? What else?" Hearing this, Qihang raised his eyebrows and stared at Lin Mengjia in confusion. "Why else? That bitch must have been fanning the flames in the old man's ears. Lin Mengjia exaggerated the situation while analyzing what had happened before. After hearing the last part, Qihang felt furious. He wished he could kill Qin Ran on the spot to vent his anger. Qin Ran, who had been waiting in the box for 2 hours, ultimately did not see Zhu. Just as Qin Ran was about to leave, she saw a fashionable and elegantly dressed woman approaching the door of the private room. Just looking at this outfit you can tell it's worth a lot of money. Zhu took off her sunglasses and looked at Qin Ran with a half smile. Long time no see. Sister Zhu. Qin Ran was naturally overjoyed. He gave Zhu a close hug. You're here at last. I thought. Why? Zhu raised her eyebrows, her gentle and calm eyes falling on Qin Ran. Sit down on the chair. Smiling, she said, after all, I am still your senior. He's also your husband's mysterious financial sponsor. Since you have something to ask of me, there's no reason not to see him. After the conversation, Qin Ran only then realized that Zhu was once Zhou Yan'an's mysterious financial backer. Later, Zhu left. Cut off contact with Zhou Yan'an. Qin Ran listened to Zhu's words in silence. After she finished, she looked at her with a complicated expression and said, Sister, I came to you this time because of Yan'an's matter. Zhou Yan'an has his own dignity. If he knew that the gallery was sold by Qin Ran, he would definitely feel pressured. Qin Ran didn't want to embarrass Zhou Yan'an. Oh? Zhu paused holding the coffee cup and looked at Qin Ran nonchalantly. What do you want me to do? I want you to sell the gallery. Qin Ran said with some embarrassment. After all, that's not a small amount. After listening to Qin Ran's words, Zhu drank her coffee elegantly, her eyes wandering around as she turned the topic to other matters. He just didn't respond to Qin Ran's words. Just when Qin Ran thought this matter was hopeless, Zhu suddenly smiled. She pinched Qin Ran's chubby cheeks and said with a smile, Qin Ran. You know, I never do business at a loss. I know. Qin Ran's heart skipped a beat, but as she looked at Zhu, she seemed to have made up her mind. I can pay for it. I don't want Yan'an's hard work to go to waste. Others may not care. But Qin Ran didn't want Zhou Yan'an's hard work to go to waste. It is not easy for a gallery to achieve this. If it wasn't Lin Mengjia's doing. Zhou Yan'an must be a very talented painter, right? Okay. Hearing this, Zhu rubbed her temples helplessly. You already have your own ideas. It's just waiting for me to take on the empty reputation. Qin Ran did not refute and continued to look at Zhu in silence. After a long while, he tentatively asked, Will you help me? I said I was a businessman. Zhu slowly shook her head, and when she saw Qin Ran's disappointed expression, she suddenly grinned. But I'm your friend too, right? Wait until the next day. Assistant Jin received a call, and the other party clearly expressed his willingness to acquire Zhou Yan'an's gallery. Zhou Yan'an was overjoyed when he heard the news. He quickly called Qin Ran to share the good news with her. For the results that have long been known. Qin Ran didn't react much. But he still cooperated with Zhou Yan'an in acting over there. After hanging up the phone, Qin Ran sent Zhu a thank you letter. But no one replied. In the afternoon, Zhou Yan'an led workers to move the things out of the gallery. The gallery that I poured all my efforts into now seems a bit ironic. Most of the works in the gallery have been sold, and the remaining works are placed in the basement. The basement, which had been waterproofed and moisture-proofed, was now covered in messy footsteps. Zhou Yan'an walked to the last step. He slowly took out the key from his pocket, and the moment the basement door opened, a huge painting came into view. The owner of the portrait was Lin Mengjia. The woman was lying naked on the sofa, her eyes full of affection, posing according to Zhou Yan'an's movements. At that time, Zhou Yan'an naively thought. They are truly a happy couple. But now when he saw this work, Zhou Yan'an only felt irony. He picked up the scissors in his hand and walked towards the painting. Just as Zhou Yan'an was about to make his move, a familiar voice came from behind him, Yan'an. The scissors in my hand slipped unconsciously. Zhou Yan'an raised his eyebrows and turned to look back in disbelief, only to see Lin Mengjia standing outside. Those tearful eyes looked at him. Then Lin Mengjia knelt in front of Zhou Yan'an and begged bitterly, No. Yan'an, just think of this as a thought for me, okay? Give me this painting, okay? She held Zhou Yan'an's hand tightly and refused to let go. If you haven't seen it with your own eyes, Zhou Yan'an might soften his heart. But now it just seems ironic. Zhou Yan'an just stood there stiffly, letting Lin Mengjia kneel on the ground and cry her heart out. Then he lifted Lin Mengjia's chin with a sneer. He looked deeply at Lin Mengjia and said, "Mengjia, do you really want it?" Lin Mengjia was puzzled, but she still followed Zhou Yan'an's words and said, "Yeah. Yan'an, will you? Then why don't you buy it?" Zhou Yan'an said to himself, as if he didn't see Lin Mengjia's surprised expression. "You know how valuable my paintings are. I can." Zhou Yan'an. Lin Mengjia felt her body go limp and she knelt weakly on the ground. He raised his eyes and stared at Zhou Yan'an blankly. "The protagonist of this painting is me." Lin Mengjia never imagined that one day she would get her own painting in this way. Lin Mengjia felt an unprecedented irony. So, Zhou Yan'an remained unmoved. "It's my work, isn't it?" In one sentence, all of Lin Mengjia's hopes were shattered. Chapter 24. People are indeed fickle. It was also at this moment that Lin Mengjia realized Zhou Yan'an's indifference. He looked at Lin Mengjia coldly and said these words in the calmest tone, which was chilling. Finally, Lin Mengjia staggered to her feet. "Zhou Yan'an." Lin Mengjia pointed at Zhou Yan'an and accused him. "Do you know how cruel you are?" "Cruel?" Zhou Yan'an chuckled nonchalantly, tucking the hair behind her ear and saying indifferently, "Who of us is more cruel?" As soon as she finished speaking, the woman in front of her fainted on the ground. Zhou Yan'an looked at the unconscious Lin Mengjia with complicated eyes. He was no longer interested in whether Lin Mengjia was pretending to be sick. He waved to the assistant above with a cold face, and two people immediately walked to the basement. The unconscious Lin Mengjia was quickly carried away. But as soon as Lin Mengjia left, Zhou Yan'an cut the painting into pieces with scissors. Then he left without looking back. When Zhou Yan'an returned to the gallery, he saw Qin Ran standing there with her hands behind her back, staring at the empty wall, wondering what she was thinking. When she heard the noise, Qin Ran turned around. "Are you done with work? The gallery matter has been dealt with long ago." Zhou Yan'an smiled and walked to Qin Ran's side. "Just smelling the scent of a woman makes me feel at peace. How come you have time to come here?" "At the company. Dad told me you're planning on going back to work." Qin Ran interrupted Zhou Yan'an with a smile. Compared to Zhou Yan'an's unfamiliarity, Qin Ran was a powerful woman in the industry. In just a few years, he became very successful in the circle. He also has a number of personal properties under his name. "Yes." Zhou Yan'an took a deep breath and firmly grasped Qin Ran's hand. "I don't want to hold you back. I think you've never held me back." Qin Ran looked at Zhou Yan'an with some heartache. When she saw the damaged painting behind her being moved up by the workers, even though the face was slashed horribly by the scissors, Qin Ran could still recognize it at a glance. The heroine in the painting is Lin Mengjia. Qin Ran knew she shouldn't be unreasonable. "But when I saw that painting, my mood was still uncontrollably affected." She turned her head and looked away to divert her attention. Ran, I'm sorry." The man noticed Qin Ran's abnormality. He gently hugged Qin Ran's waist from behind and explained, "This is all in the past. I'm going to throw it away." "Yan'an." Qin Ran patted the back of Zhou Yan'an's hand and looked up at him deeply. "I'm not jealous. I just feel a little unwilling. It was obvious that I was Zhou Yan'an's childhood sweetheart. Why was it another woman who accompanied Zhou Yan'an during his most important years?" Qin Ran had to admit it. She was mad with jealousy. "If you like me, I can. Forget it." After listening to Zhou Yan'an's words, Qin Ran turned around and looked away with some disappointment. "Let's go back." If it was a gift that Zhou Yan'an had carefully planned, Qin Ran might feel touched. But what if it becomes what you ask for? That becomes very cheap. Zhou Yan'an looked at Qin Ran's lonely back as she left, lost in thought. 3 days later, Zhou Yan'an successfully returned to work in the group. Although he was working at the grassroots level, there was not much work for him due to Zhou Yan'an's identity. When he has nothing to do, Zhou Yan'an draws at his workstation. "It wasn't until noon that I received a call from a Jin, Mr. Zhou. Miss Lin cried and wanted to see you." "Our Jin." Zhou Yan'an put down the paintbrush in his hand and said with a sneer, "Do you still need to tell me such a trivial matter?" "No. A Jin quickly explained, Ms. Lin is pregnant. The doctor said she's emotionally unstable. There's a risk of threatened miscarriage. Pregnant. Zhou Yan'an's mind was filled with only Jin's words. It turned out that Lin Mengjia was pregnant with Qihang's child. Knowing that the woman has nothing to do with him. But when I heard the news, my heart, why does it hurt so much? After a long silence, Zhou Yan'an finally compromised and said, I'll come over after get off work. He quickly hung up the phone. After get off work, Qin Ran went straight to Zhou Yan'an's workstation. She had originally wanted to discuss her honeymoon with him, but when she arrived at Zhou Yan'an's office, it was empty. Qin Ran couldn't help but look around curiously. Just as she was about to call Zhou Yan'an, she happened to see Jin coming in. When he saw Qin Ran, he was startled and said, Young madam. What are you doing here? Qin Ran raised her eyebrows and looked at Jin in confusion. Where's Yan'an? Mr. Zhu heard that Miss Lin was hospitalized and has already gone to the hospital. Hospital. Qin Ran couldn't hold back any longer after hearing this. Without listening to Jin's explanation, she hurried downstairs and ran towards the hospital. The hospital is rather deserted at night. The empty corridor was filled only by the occasional footsteps of a nurse. Qin Ran quickly found Lin Mengjia's ward, especially after hearing that she was hospitalized for a threatened miscarriage. Qin Ran's heart was in her throat. Qin Ran never thought that Lin Mengjia would be involved in the pregnancy. She was afraid that the child in Lin Mengjia's belly was Zhou Yan'an's. But I still comforted myself silently in my heart. But why am I so uneasy? While I was daydreaming, the person had already walked to the door of the ward. Through the narrow window, Zhou Yan'an could be seen standing in front of Lin Mengjia. No one knew what they were talking about, and Zhou Yan'an had a very unhappy expression. Then Zhou Yan'an stretched out his hand. When his fingers touched Lin Mengjia's swollen cheek, they trembled slightly. What's with the wound on your face? Yan'an. Lin Mengjia bit her lips lightly and looked at Zhou Yan'an with tearful eyes. I know I have brought this upon myself. But I was forced. If I hadn't agreed to Qihang, he would have. What's past is past. Zhou Yan'an naturally didn't believe what Lin Mengjia said. If you are really forced, it won't be as enjoyable when you lie under a man and make love. Since you are pregnant now, don't think too much. Stay in the hospital and take good care of your baby. As for the expenses, don't worry. Zhou Yan'an frowned and prepared to pull his hand back. The sharp-eyed Lin Mengjia immediately noticed Qin Ran standing outside. Her eyes turned slightly and she had an idea in her mind. She sat up with difficulty, holding Zhou Yan'an tightly and refusing to let go. Yan'an, I know you have me in your heart. I know you'll protect me, right? Those vows we made back then still count, right? Lin Mengjia looked at Zhou Yan'an affectionately. In a blink of an eye, the man had walked to Zhou Yan'an's side. She knelt on the hospital bed and looked at Zhou Yan'an pleadingly. Chapter 25 Mistaking Trash for Treasure. Zhou Yan'an didn't know what was going on, and looked at Lin Mengjia with complicated eyes. When he came to his senses, Lin Mengjia had already come to his side. With his eyes lowered, Lin Mengjia approached him cautiously. Just as those lips touched Zhou Yan'an's cheek, a sound outside the house caught their attention. Zhou Yan'an came back to his senses instantly. He pushed Lin Mengjia away in disgust and frowned, please respect yourself. But when he turned around and saw Qin Ran, a hint of panic flashed in Zhou Yan'an's eyes. Ran, why are you here? If I don't show up, what else are you going to do? Qin Ran sneered at Zhou Yan'an. She had thought her unconditional trust would be rewarded, but she had never expected to witness such a cruel scene. She clutched her chest in pain, said this in disappointment, and turned to leave. Seeing this, Zhou Yan'an became anxious. He quickly chased in the direction Qin Ran left. The smile on Lin Mengjia's face remained unchanged, but she looked at the direction Zhou Yan'an left with a complicated expression, only feeling amused. Women are selfish creatures. Lin Mengjia didn't believe it. Qin Ran would remain indifferent if she saw the intimate scene between the two of them with her own eyes. When Zhou Yan'an chased Qin Ran outside, she was nowhere to be found. He panicked instantly and called her directly. No matter what method you use, help me find Mr. Qin. Remember, be quick. Zhou Yan'an almost roared out the last sentence. The road is bustling with traffic at night. Qin Ran suppressed her inner anger, frowning as her hands gripping the steering wheel trembled unconsciously. The scene just now kept turning over and over in my mind. Qin Ran's face turned ashen. The phone on the passenger seat kept vibrating. Qin Ran didn't even need to look to know who it was. A few seconds later, Qin Ran anxiously found Zhou Yuan's phone number and, after dialing, said impatiently, "Zhou Yuan, please save me a private room." Yo! Zhou Yuan on the other end of the phone couldn't help but tease, "Don't you want to be a housewife anymore? It's inappropriate for you to go to the bar and get drunk when you're newlyweds, isn't it? Stop talking nonsense." Qin Ran interrupted Zhou Yuan with a cold face. After hanging up the phone, she impatiently threw the phone out the window and then stepped on the accelerator and rushed forward. The Cran bar is brightly lit at night. Qin Ran found the private room smoothly according to the address Zhou Yuan provided. There was a fruit plate on the table. Qin Ran closed the door of the room and walked inside with a cold face, then found a seat nearby. The door of the box was pushed open. Qin Ran knew who it was without even opening her eyes. He yawned and said nonchalantly, "Why, are you afraid that I won't pay?" "That's not the case." Zhou Yuan smiled as he opened a few bottles of wine and placed them in front of Qin Ran. Then he looked at Qin Ran's worried expression. It was obvious at a glance that Qin Ran was worried. Besides Zhou Yan'an, no one else could make Qin Ran sad. "But what happened? You have to tell me eventually." Upon hearing this, the woman who had been pretending to sleep with her eyes closed suddenly opened her eyes. She slowly sat up straight and looked at Zhou Yuan with disappointment in her eyes. "Zhou Yuan, I regret this." "What do you regret?" Zhou Yuan felt more and more curious. Qin Ran had a boyish personality and had never said such words in front of outsiders since taking over the company. How could this happen? "I regret marrying Zhou Yan'an." "What?" Zhou Yuan was dumbfounded again when he heard this. "My mouth is slightly open, not sure what to say." "Qin Ran, you're kidding me, right? Isn't this what Qin Ran wanted? Since the dream comes true." She actually said she regretted it. It's really unbelievable. "I didn't." However, before Qin Ran could finish her words, the door of the box was pushed open, and Zhou Yan'an appeared outside with a haggard look on his face. The moment Qin Ran saw Zhou Yan'an, the bottle in his hand fell to the ground. The wine bottle was smashed into pieces. Bright red liquid flowed all over the floor. Seeing this, Zhou Yuan tactfully stood up and left the box. There were only two of them left in the box. Zhou Yan'an remained silent, just looking at Qin Ran quietly. Until Qin Ran's patience ran out, she rubbed her temples with a headache and was even unwilling to look at Zhou Yan'an. With a cold face, he picked up the bag next to him and prepared to leave. Zhou Yan'an panicked and immediately rushed over to snatch the thing from Qin Ran's hand. He even looked at Qin Ran with a humble look. "Ran." His voice was hoarse, and there was a hint of flattery on his gentle face. "I can explain it to you." "Explain." Qin Ran sneered and shook off Zhou Yan'an's hand. She looked at him as if he were a stranger. "What do you want to say? You didn't go to the hospital to see Lin Mengjia. Is the baby in Lin Mengjia's belly yours?" Qin Ran felt like she was really crazy. "The man I always wanted to marry. How could he be such a man? Child." Zhou Yan'an stared at Qin Ran with eyes wide open in disbelief. Then he kept shaking his head. "No. I just heard that Lin Mengjia was beaten and there's a possibility of threatened miscarriage. I'm afraid something might happen to her. That's why I went to the hospital to help. Since it has nothing to do with you." Qin Ran seemed unconvinced and continued to look at Zhou Yan'an coldly. "What does it have to do with you whether the baby in her belly is dead or alive? Qin Ran is not a so-called saint. Especially since Lin Mengjia is her love rival. If the child in Lin Mengjia's belly has nothing to do with Zhou Yan'an, why should he be so nervous?" Ran. Zhou Yan'an didn't know how to explain for a moment. He looked at Qin Ran with some embarrassment and said, "No matter what, she was related to me in the past. If I hadn't seen the dirty truth, Zhou Yan'an probably can't make up his mind either." "Oh." Qin Ran looked at Zhou Yan'an with disappointment in her eyes, stumbling back uncontrollably. "Zhou Yan'an, you finally spoke your mind. In the final analysis, you are only using me. Lin Mengjia is the only one in your heart, right?" Qin Ran said the last words angrily and pushed Zhou Yan'an away impatiently. She was just about to leave. Unexpectedly, Zhou Yan'an hugged her tightly from behind. The man's injured leg, which had not yet healed, was injured again. Zhou Yan'an seemed to feel no pain at all, and hugged Qin Ran tightly in a panic. Ran, I was wrong. But I can assure you that marrying you is the happiest thing in my life. I just don't want anything to happen to Lin Mengjia. I don't want to get entangled with her. I never thought anything would happen with her. Zhou Yan'an held Qin Ran tightly in his arms while chattering non-stop. Let Qin Ran be furious over there. I don't want to let go no matter what. When Qin Ran's anger had almost subsided, Zhou Yan'an looked up and looked at her with grievance and pity. Chapter 26. When did you become so beautiful? At that moment, Qin Ran's heart was beating uncontrollably. It's not that she hasn't seen men who are better than Zhou Yan'an, but Qin Ran only feels moved when facing Zhou Yan'an. His body Qin's father has deep-rooted feudal ideas in his mind. He dreamed of having his own son. But Qihang is the kind of person who is hopeless and cannot be helped. Qin Ran was worried that her father would deliberately make things difficult for her mother. Hearing this, Mother Qin just looked at Qin Ran with a worried look on her face and sighed, I didn't want you to know these things in the first place. But the company is your life's work. Mom doesn't want your hard work to go to waste. As he spoke, he took out a document from his bag. That document was the old man's will. All the properties under the old man's name were transferred to Qihang's name, especially the Qin group failed to go public successfully. The old man was very angry when he heard the news, and he made a will in anger. After Qin's mother heard the news, he chased Qin's father and questioned him. But unexpectedly, he was impatiently driven out by Qin's father. Now Qin's mother only owns 5% of the shares. If even this little bit of shares is taken away, what say does Qin Ran still have in the group? Qin Ran read the will in her hand indifferently and chuckled lightly, Mom, it's okay. Your baby girl is so amazing. Even if you leave the group, you can still make money. You kid. Mother Qin sighed, you know clearly that's not what I meant. Mom just can't get over this. Then what can I do? Qin Ran looked at her mother, feeling both amused and helpless. The old man didn't like Qin Ran in the first place. Especially after learning that Qin's father had an illegitimate child, he disliked Qin Ran even more. So it was normal for him to make this will. Ran. Looking at the woman's lost look, Zhou Yan'an hugged Qin Ran's shoulders with a distressed look on his face and said, let me go talk to Grandpa. Will it work? After hearing Zhou Yan'an's words, Qin's mother expressed disbelief. Qin Ran did not refute. He looked at Zhou Yan'an calmly and said, do whatever you want. I support you. Wait until I get off work on Friday. Zhou Yan'an bought some skin care products specifically to meet the old man. After the old man handed the company over to Qin's father, he no longer took care of the group's affairs. The old man then moved to Yaojiang Villa. In recent years, except for major events, the old man has basically not appeared in public. Zhou Yan'an was a little confused. Why did the old man suddenly make a will targeting Qin Ran? When we arrived outside Yaojiang Villa, we saw a row of bamboo trees planted outside the courtyard wall of the villa with its own entrance. Walking along the gravel road, we could see someone waiting outside. Unexpectedly, Zhou Yan'an saw Lin Mengjia's car outside. Zhou Yan'an couldn't help but feel curious. Why is Lin Mengjia here? Then, she walked into the yard carrying the skin care products. The old man didn't react much when he saw Zhou Yan'an. He just smiled and pointed to a place not far away. Yan'an is back. Try the new tea I brewed. Grandpa. Zhou Yan'an walked obediently to the old man's side and sat down, looking at the steaming tea set on the table, with obvious signs of someone drinking next to it. Zhou Yan'an thought of the car parked outside the door. I had a vague answer in my heart. Are you feeling well now? As Zhou Yan'an spoke, he picked up the tea and took a sip. His eyes always stayed on the old man. Hearing this, the old man's serious face softened a little. I heard that you and Ran got married. And you're back to work at the group. I will live a good life with Ran in the future. As for Grandpa. Zhou Yan'an finally came to his senses and looked at the old man with deep and complicated eyes. He seemed to have made up his mind and explained solemnly, I know your concerns. It's not Ran who married me. But I married into the Qin family. As long as you are willing, I will leave all my future businesses to Ran to manage. The reason Zhou Yan'an made this promise in front of the old man was simply to make a promise to Qin Ran. No matter what time it is, he will always be Qin Ran's confidence. Yan'an. Unexpectedly, the old man interrupted Zhou Yan'an with a sigh. There is only calmness on the old face now. Grandpa has no regrets in his life. But I only have regrets about the issue of offspring. It's not that I don't trust you. Since Qihang and that woman have a child, that's the descendant of my Qin family. I will never let my child wander around outside. Sure enough, the situation was exactly as Zhou Yan'an had imagined. How smart Qihang is. He knew he couldn't handle Qin Ran at work. It's really hateful that he started to think about these crooked ways. Grandpa. Seeing that his persuasion was useless, Zhou Yan'an sighed deeply and said with some disappointment, "This will make Ran feel disappointed. His little wife will be very sad." Chapter 27. Returning to the group. Hanshin. The old man looked at Zhou Yan'an shrewdly in his old eyes. If Qihang can shoulder the heavy responsibility, it doesn't matter whether Ran is disappointed or not. The old man's two light words negated all of Qin Ran's efforts. Zhou Yan'an didn't even dare to imagine how disappointed Qin Ran would be if she heard these words in person. He didn't say anything else, just bowed deeply to the old man and turned to leave. It was already late at night when I got home. Zhou Yan'an stretched lazily in the living room, thinking about his next plan. Suddenly, a pair of hands wrapped around his neck from behind. Qin Ran leaned against Zhou Yan'an's legs and asked, "What took you so long?" "Nothing." Zhou Yan'an didn't tell Qin Ran what the old man said. He just looked at Qin Ran gently and said, "I'm just a little tired. Then go to bed early." Qin Ran was so smart that she couldn't fail to understand the meaning behind the words. Since the man didn't want to mention it, Qin Ran tactfully didn't ask. The two of them walked back to the bedroom hand in hand. 3 days later, Qin Ran heard explosive news. Qihang and Lin Mengjia got married 2 months later. Qin Ran's face turned grim when she heard the news. She dropped her pen to the ground. She lost interest in her work. Tianyu looked at Qin Ran's gloomy face and said gently, "Boss Qin, are you okay? That shouldn't be the case." Qin Ran had a splitting headache. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't figure out the reason. Qin's father had been holding a grudge against Qihang because of the previous incident, and he had worked hard to weaken Qihang's power in the Qin family. However, he did not expect that Lin Mengjia would become pregnant at this critical juncture. The old man attaches great importance to his offspring. Now it seems that Qihang's comeback is just around the corner. How could Qin Ran not be troubled by this? What made her even more heartbroken was Qin's father's attitude. "Tianyu." Thinking of this, Qin Ran stood up and said, "Go see if Mr. Qin is in the company." "Yes." Tianyu turned around and left in a hurry. About 5 minutes later, Qin Ran's office door was pushed open. Mother Qin looked at Qin Ran disappointedly. "Ran, this life is really unbearable." When Qin's mother heard the news that Qihang and Lin Mengjia were getting married, she immediately broke off relations with Qin's father. "We didn't agree to let Qihang, an illegitimate son, work in the company from the beginning. If it wasn't for Qin's father's manipulation, how could he, a nameless and poor man, have the qualifications? Now, that gold digger Lin Mengjia is about to enter the Qin family." Mother Qin felt sad just thinking about it. "Mom." Qin Ran didn't know how to comfort her for a moment. She could only sit next to her mother and look at her with some heartache, saying, "It's already like this. Lin Mengjia is pregnant with Qihang's child. Marriage is a done deal. HMPH. Upon hearing this, Qin's mother flew into a rage and said she would make an issue of divorce. If Qin's father agreed to let Lin Mengjia enter the Qin family, she would divorce Qin's father. Unexpectedly, Qin's father didn't take her words to heart at all. The words, "It's up to you," dashed all of Qin's mother's hopes. Mother Qin was heartbroken. She wiped the tears from her face in disappointment and said, Ran, I want to divorce your father." "Mom." Qin Ran looked at her mother with a mixture of laughter and tears. Then she reminded her mother earnestly, "You really can't get a divorce." "What? What are they?" Qin Ran slowly stood up and looked out the window. Thinking of Lin Mengjia's shameful methods, Qin Ran felt disgusted. If my mother really divorced Qin's father, the only one who is unlucky is yourself. The Qin family's decades of foundation has all fallen into Qihang's hands. Doesn't Qihang want to make a fuss about the baby in her belly? What else could Qihang do if he lost this child? Mother Qin looked at Qin Ran's gloomy expression. The sunlight outside shone on her face, and for a moment, she couldn't see Qin Ran's face clearly. Mother Qin understood immediately. He asked tentatively, Ran, do you have a plan? Qin Ran remained silent, only smiling meaningfully. That afternoon, Qin Ran appeared in the hospital corridor. At this moment, Qihang came out of the elevator carrying a lunch box. He was stunned when he saw Qin Ran. Why are you here? Qihang frowned, looking at Qin Ran with disgust. You are not welcome here. You don't welcome me. Qin Ran raised her eyebrows slightly, not affected by Qihang's words at all. No matter what, Lin Mengjia is still my sister-in-law. Now that she's pregnant, I should come and see her, right? Qin Ran walked towards the ward. Unexpectedly, as soon as he reached the door, he was stopped by Qihang. I don't need your fake concern. Qin Ran, get out of here right now. Qihang said impatiently as he drove Qin Ran away. Originally, Qin Ran didn't think there was anything wrong. Looking at Qihang's nervous look, he vaguely felt that something was wrong. Qin Ran didn't continue to rush in, but turned and walked out. After walking outside the doctor's office, Qin Ran looked back at the corridor to make sure no one was following her. Only then did he cautiously walk into the doctor's office. As soon as he entered the room, he saw Zhou Yan'an sitting inside. Looking at Qin Ran hunched over and looking a little embarrassed, he couldn't help but laugh and stood up to hold Qin Ran's hand. Why are you here? Of course I have the same purpose as you. Some words can be answered without even needing explanation. Qin Ran said as she looked at the doctor behind her. Dr. Sima. Qin Ran smiled and pulled over a nearby chair. She sat down and looked at the doctor opposite her. Is Lin Mengjia pregnant? Ms. Qin. Dr. Sima handed Lin Mengjia's test results to Qin Ran. According to the examination report, Miss Lin is indeed pregnant. Are you really pregnant? Qin Ran couldn't help but feel disappointed when she heard this. I originally wanted to use this incident to make a fuss. I didn't expect that Lin Mengjia was really pregnant. How abominable. But suddenly, someone tapped her shoulder. Qin Ran pretended to have a headache and looked up at Zhou Yan'an, pouting, What do you want to say? Lin Mengjia is very likely to have an ectopic pregnancy. Ectopic pregnancy. Qin Ran was startled and sat up from her chair, looking at Zhou Yan'an in disbelief. Are you telling the truth? Ran. Looking at his little wife's nervous appearance, Zhou Yan'an thought of what the old man said and felt even more distressed. I won't let Lin Mengjia marry him. Do you have a better idea? Qin Ran looked at Zhou Yan'an with a strange look in his eyes, and then saw the man's gaze fall on the doctor behind him. Qin Ran knew there was a solution. Dr. Sima, when do you plan to operate on her? The risk of ectopic pregnancy is high. Even if Lin Mengjia wanted to use the child in her belly to successfully marry into the Qin family, she had to consider her own physical condition. Just these few days. He handed the inspection report to Qin Ran. Ms. Qin, I will tell Mr. Zhu if anything happens. Chapter 28 Secret Photography. Dr. Sima was the president of Zhou Yan'an's club when he was in college. The two had always had a good relationship. Later, when Zhou Yan'an opened a gallery, their relationship gradually drifted apart. A few days ago, Dr. Sima was overjoyed when he heard that Zhou Yan'an had returned to work in the group. Qin Ran knew Zhou Yan'an very well. Since you are absolutely sure. Qin Ran didn't continue to make things difficult for him. The two left the hospital hand in hand. Little did they know that the intimate scene between the two was seen clearly by Qihang, who was standing upstairs. Qihang clenched his fists and looked at the two people's backs with cold eyes as they left. Then when he turned around and his gaze fell on Lin Mengjia, a trace of disgust flashed in his eyes. Fleeting? He carefully placed his hand on Lin Mengjia's belly, his tone revealing a hint of regret. So you wanted to use this child to destroy their relationship? I didn't expect to fail. Failure? Lin Mengjia glared at Qihang unhappily. Don't you think it's a blessing in disguise? If it weren't for the baby in my belly, how could Qihang return to the Qin family so easily? As long as Qihang returns to the Qin family openly, Isn't it only a matter of time before he takes the group back from Qin Ran? Certainly. Looking at Lin Mengjia's dissatisfied expression, Qihang changed his original cold attitude and instead put his arm around Lin Mengjia's shoulders in a flattering manner. She whispered softly, "Thank you for your hard work. As long as you can give birth to this child safely." The sudden knock on the door interrupted the conversation between the two people. Qihang frowned, stood up and looked at the doctor at the door. His eyes fell on his medical report and he felt uneasy. Is there something wrong with the child? Mr. Qin. Dr. Sima looked at Lin Mengjia with some regret. I regret to tell you that Miss Lin's pregnancy this time is an ectopic pregnancy. She needs surgery quickly, or else. You're talking nonsense. Hearing this, Lin Mengjia staggered to her feet and stared at Dr. Sima. I couldn't stop shaking all over. He pointed at Dr. Sima, wishing he could eat him alive. How could it be an ectopic pregnancy? You are clearly. If Miss Lin doesn't believe it, you can go to another hospital for examination. I have no objection. Dr. Sima closed the medical report in his hand and looked at Lin Mengjia again with a businesslike attitude. When he reached the door, he turned back and reminded the two, however, in a situation like Miss Lin's, it is best to make a decision as soon as possible, otherwise it may affect Miss Lin's life safety. After saying that, the doctor turned and left. Qihang, who had a happy look on his face just now, looked gloomy. He had hoped to use the baby in his belly to successfully get married, but he didn't expect such a thing to happen. Now all the plans are gone. Qihang didn't even want to look at Lin Mengjia, and prepared to leave with a frown. Seeing this, Lin Mengjia became completely furious. She held Qihang tightly and refused to let go, looking at him pleadingly. Qihang, you really can't do this to me. Even without the baby in my belly, I can still help you take back the group. Can you trust me? Why should I believe you? Qihang looked down at Lin Mengjia with disgust, his heart filled with contempt. Even he was defeated by Qin Ran. What else can she, a useless fool, do? And I have to take care of company matters these few days. You can decide on your own about the surgery. You don't need to tell me. Qihang finished speaking indifferently. Leave without looking back. Lin Mengjia was left alone in the ward, crying inconsolably. In the next few days, the Qin family was busy preparing for the wedding, and Qin Ran knew that their plans to get married would definitely fall through. So there's no rush. Just focus on your work. In her spare time, Qin Ran took Zhou Yan'an on trips around. The two seemed unaffected at all. When the old man heard the news that Qihang was getting married, he moved back to the Qin family from Yaojiang Villa for the first time. Qin Ran acted indifferent to this. Until Friday afternoon. Zhou Yan'an had just finished his work when he received a call from Sima Yi. Lin Mengjia's surgery didn't go well. And she also has a problem with blocked fallopian tubes. The chances of artificial insemination in the future are slim. Unable to get pregnant. Zhou Yan'an felt his eyes twitching. Although he had no feelings for Lin Mengjia now, he still felt a little sad when he heard the news. Lin Mengjia originally wanted to marry into a wealthy family by having a child. Now the dream is shattered. According to the current inspection, this is the situation. But no one knows what the outcome will be. After Zhou Yan'an received the call, he was in a restless state for the whole day. It wasn't until Qin Ran walked up to him and put her hand on his shoulder that Zhou Yan'an looked up at Qin Ran's concerned eyes and felt an unprecedented sense of guilt. Ran. The man murmured as he suddenly stood up and hugged Qin Ran tightly. Qin Ran was confused and looked at Zhou Yan'an in confusion. What's wrong? It's okay. Zhou Yan'an naturally didn't have the courage to mention Lin Mengjia's affairs. He only spoke cautiously. I just heard about the Qin family. Grandpa, he. Yan'an. Qin Ran raised her hand to interrupt Zhou Yan'an. What others say doesn't matter. There aren't many people in this world who care. If the old man insisted on turning against her for Qihang, Qin Ran would have nothing to say. Hearing this, Zhou Yan'an looked at Qin Ran with heartache. The two of them then went to a nearby restaurant for dinner. Qin Ran liked authentic Sichuan cuisine, so Zhou Yan'an accompanied her there. When they were almost finishing their meal, they heard some movement in the private room across from them. Zhou Yan'an noticed it immediately. Taking advantage of Qin Ran going to the bathroom, he walked to the box opposite. The people in the box heard the footsteps outside slowly stop. Zhou Yan'an cautiously reached out his hand and quickly opened the door curtain when no one was paying attention. Then he saw two unfamiliar faces. The other party had several cameras in their hands. When they looked at Zhou Yan'an, they unconsciously stepped back. Zhou Yan'an reacted immediately. He couldn't help but take a deep breath, spread out his hands and said coldly, "Give me the thing." When he was the most talented painter, Zhou Yan'an was particularly averse to being secretly photographed. He never thought that after becoming the general manager of Zhou Group, he would still be secretly photographed. How abominable! The two paparazzi looked at each other. After hesitating for a moment, he handed the thing in his hand to Zhou Yan'an. Then he carefully prepared to leave. Zhou Yan'an blocked their path with a cold smile and said in a cold voice, "Tell me, who ordered you to do this?" The news of his marriage to Qin Ran was common knowledge. Who could be so boring? Chapter 29, Using nude photos to ruin his reputation. Mr. Zhou. The other party was trapped in the corner and dared not speak. He looked around in panic. After a moment, he said, "No one ordered us to do this. Mr. Zhou is a well-known figure after all. Isn't it normal to be secretly photographed?" The other party spoke with confidence, as if Zhou Yan'an was the one who did something wrong. Zhou Yan'an had a good temper and would basically not make things difficult for others unless they touched his sore spot. But now, he inexplicably became furious after hearing what the two of them said. Zhou Yan'an blocked the door with a cold face and called the police in front of them. "Hello, I want to call the police. Someone was maliciously following and secretly filming." When Qin Ran came out of the bathroom, she saw the man sitting in the private room without saying a word. The phone on the table vibrated from time to time, but Zhou Yan'an ignored it and stared calmly ahead. It wasn't until he heard Qin Ran's voice that Zhou Yan'an looked up at the woman. There was a sadness in his eyes, full of despair. Ran. That was one of the few times Zhou Yan'an showed his pitiful and humble side. He just hugged Qin Ran's waist tightly, like a floating duckweed with nowhere to lean on. "I'm really done this time." Even Zhou Yan'an himself did not expect that after sacrificing himself for love, he would be exploited unscrupulously in the end. Qin Ran looked at the man's distraught expression, and couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. She hugged Zhou Yan'an tightly and whispered, "No matter what happens, I will be by your side." Afterwards, Qin Ran took Zhou Yan'an's phone. Only after she answered the phone did Qin Ran understand the whole story. Half an hour later, the two arrived at the police station. Zhou Yan'an followed Qin Ran like a statue. There were already people waiting in the reception room. Seeing Qin Ran and Zhou Yan'an, they immediately invited them into the reception room. There was an envelope on the table. The moment Zhou Yan'an saw the envelope, his expression became unnatural. He subconsciously wanted to take the things on the table but was stopped by the police officer next to him. "Mr. Zhou, please cooperate with our work. I'm afraid you can't take this thing away yet. That was originally mine." Zhou Yan'an's face turned pale and he looked at the other party unhappily. The contents of that envelope felt like a shame. Telling Zhou Yan'an all the time how ridiculous the love was. "Mr. Zhou, you don't need to discuss the ownership of the items with me." The police officer remained unmoved and just smiled at Qin Ran. "You were the one who called the police today. Given your social status and your fame, we recommend that you mediate privately. If these things were to spread online, it would probably have a huge impact on you." "Officer Zhao." Qin Ran slowly sat up straight upon hearing this, tapping her fingers lightly on the tabletop as she looked at him coldly. "It seems Yan'an is the victim." Qin Ran couldn't help but find it a bit amusing. It was clearly someone else who did something wrong. Instead, it was Zhou Yan'an who had to bear the consequences. Is there no fairness in this world? "I know." Officer Zhao took a deep breath and opened the envelope in front of Qin Ran and Zhou Yan'an. When he saw the photo inside, he was stunned and his face turned pale. "Yan'an, what is this?" Qin Ran closed the envelope before she finished reading everything. Seeing Zhou Yan'an's body trembling uncontrollably, Qin Ran knew how much of an impact this matter had on him. No wonder Zhou Yan'an was so nervous. No wonder those two paparazzi who took the photos were so arrogant. It turns out they had so many things in their hands. "Where did you get this thing?" Qin Ran's face turned pale. She stood up angrily and rushed towards Officer Zhao. "And I want to meet those two paparazzi. Miss Qin." I don't like having to say it a second time. Qin Ran interrupted Officer Zhao impatiently, stood up, took Zhou Yan'an's hand and walked outside. There were only two of them in the empty corridor. Zhou Yan'an looked at Qin Ran's irritable expression and didn't know how to explain. Fortunately, Qin Ran did not ask any further questions. Instead, he smiled and tried to calm Zhou Yan'an down, saying, "Yan'an, this little thing is no problem. We can." Ran. Zhou Yan'an looked at Qin Ran helplessly, like a child who had done something wrong. Then he turned around and explained to himself. "I took those nude photos willingly. At the beginning, Zhou Yan'an took a set of nude photos for Lin Mengjia for artistic reasons. The nude photo was finally taken away by Lin Mengjia. As for where he is now, Zhou Yan'an has no idea. On the contrary, in order to please Lin Mengjia, Zhou Yan'an took nude photos of himself to show his true feelings. Zhou Yan'an never thought that his photos would be leaked. He has only been working in the group for more than half a month. If he is really controversial because of the photo incident, how can he have the face to stay in the company?" Qin Ran listened to Zhou Yan'an in silence. The corner of her mouth twitched slightly. She looked at Zhou Yan'an with a headache and said, "You really are a love-brained person. Why didn't she realize that Zhou Yan'an was so innocent before? I've seen women ruined because of their looks. I have never seen a man so unlucky because of this." Hearing this, Zhou Yan'an just said with a gloomy face, "I really didn't expect that she would kill me so completely. But what do you say we should do now?" Lin Mengjia and the others clearly knew Zhou Yan'an's psychology, which is why they hurt him so unscrupulously. Qin Ran thought for a moment and said, "If you trust me, how about letting me handle this matter?" "What are you going to do?" Zhou Yan'an looked at Qin Ran in confusion. However, when he saw the woman's determined expression, his nervous heart slowly relaxed. Then Zhou Yan'an nodded vigorously. "Okay, I'll listen to you." Afterwards, the two returned to the reception room. Qin Ran changed her easygoing attitude and looked at Officer Zhao with cold eyes. "Officer Zhao," she said. "Regardless of whether this photo has been leaked online, as a public figure, Yan'an has the right to protect his privacy. No matter who leaked the photos, we will take him to court. Also, you received a call from my husband calling the police. You should know that his life has been greatly affected. I don't care what your reasons are for suggesting a private settlement. But I chose to refuse. And if any of the photos in this envelope get leaked, I'll sue you to the bitter end. Do you understand now?" Qin Ran finished speaking seriously, word by word. He didn't even give Officer Zhao a chance to speak. He turned around and pulled Zhou Yan'an out. Just as they reached the police station door, the police chief's voice came from behind them. "Boss Qin, we can talk it over. What is there that is not clear at this point?" Zhou Yan'an knew that someone had bribed the police and was using the photo incident as a threat. Unfortunately, Qin Ran didn't play by the rules. Chapter 30. Do you know clearly? When the two returned to the reception room, the contents of the envelope were still on the table. Officer Zhao was nowhere to be found. Director Xiao placed the documents on the table in Qin Ran's hands. He changed his attitude and even poured tea for them personally, then sat down opposite them. "Boss Qin, let's end this matter here, okay? Is that all?" Qin Ran sneered at Director Xiao, who had made such a grand call, specifically mentioning Zhou Yan'an's name and wanting to support him. But in the end, this is the result. Qin Ran thought about it and found it a bit ironic. "Director Xiao, are you kidding me? If you think it's too troublesome for the police to handle this case, I don't mind asking our friends in the media for help. My husband's reputation is no small matter. At this point, the only way to support Zhou Yan'an is to fight to the end." Seeing Qin Ran's stubbornness, Director Xiao tried to play the emotional card with Zhou Yan'an, but Zhou Yan'an just followed behind Qin Ran without saying a word. Director Xiao was forced into a corner and finally compromised. He sighed and said, "Boss Qin, I can tell you the other party's information. But I also hope this matter ends here." "Director Xiao." Qin Ran was completely unmoved. She stood up indifferently and then poured the hot tea on Director Xiao's face right in front of Zhou Yan'an. "Please don't test my patience." Qin Ran's current position wasn't solely due to her background. He was afraid of the so-called mysterious man. "Aren't you afraid of yourself?" Time passes by 1 minute. Just as the two sides were in a stalemate, Director Xiao finally lost. Zhou Yan'an only saw Director Xiao's back as he left. His silent figure was quite creepy. He turned to look at Qin Ran, only to see her sitting there nonchalantly. A moment later, Director Xiao hung up the phone and walked over. The envelope was solemnly handed to Qin Ran. The two paparazzi who were secretly photographed were convicted. As for the mastermind behind the scenes, he successfully surfaced. Zhou Yan'an just looked at the note handed to him by Director Xiao, on which was written the name of his former beloved girlfriend Lin Mengjia. No one cared why Director Xiao listened to Lin Mengjia's arrangements. Even if you know, there must be a dirty truth in it. Zhou Yan'an's hand, holding the note, trembled constantly until Qin Ran walked to his side with a distressed look on her face and held the back of his hand tightly. He turned around, hatred on his gloomy face. Ran, I want her to spend the rest of her life in jail. Yan'an, why bother? Qin Ran smiled and tried to calm Zhou Yan'an, but her beautiful fox eyes were full of calculation and scheming. Evilders will be punished by their own evilders. Don't you believe I will help you get revenge? No. Zhou Yan'an clenched his fists tightly and then threw the note into the trash can. It was snowing lightly outside when the two left the police station. The early winter night is chilly. There were messy car and footprints on the ground. Zhou Yan'an took off his coat and carefully draped it over Qin Ran. As the two of them walked to the car, Zhou Yan'an held the car door with one hand and a vibration sounded in his pocket. Zhou Yan'an just looked at the familiar number and hung up without hesitation. But the sound from the other side continued. Qin Ran raised an eyebrow and took Zhou Yan'an's phone. Seeing the man's embarrassed expression, she smiled and said, Yan'an. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything. Hearing this, Zhou Yan'an smiled slightly bitterly and walked to the side to answer the call. When the call was hung up, Zhou Yan'an stood there quietly, as if all the strength in his body had been drained away. After a long while, Zhou Yan'an walked to Qin Ran's side in a daze and said incoherently, Ran, she committed suicide. Let's go to the hospital. Qin Ran was not the kind of unreasonable woman. If Lin Mengjia had been her rival before, now she was at best a pitiful creature. Qin Ran didn't even consider the other party as an opponent. The snow outside is getting heavier. In just over 3 hours, the entire city was covered in silver. Qin Ran parked her car in the open-air parking lot. Looking at the bustling scene inside the hospital, she felt a sense of melancholy. She rubbed her hands and said softly without even looking at Zhou Yan'an, go ahead. Zhou Yan'an wanted to explain, but the woman interrupted him considerately. It's okay, I'll wait for you here. Although I don't know why Lin Mengjia committed suicide, just looking at Zhou Yan'an's reaction just now, I know that she has not completely let it go. Qin Ran didn't want to embarrass Zhou Yan'an. I just watched Zhou Yan'an get off the car and disappear into the snowy night. The VIP ward is located on the top floor of the last building of the hospital. Zhou Yan'an found Lin Mengjia's ward with ease, but this time he didn't see Qihang. When he looked at the weak Lin Mengjia through the window, she was not lying lifeless on the hospital bed, but was standing by the bed with her weak body supported. He turned slowly when he heard the noise. Well, I really didn't do the photo thing. Photos? Zhou Yan'an felt very uncomfortable when he heard Lin Mengjia say this. If someone hadn't tipped off, how would Lin Mengjia know about the photos? And she is the only one in the world who has those photos. If Qin Ran hadn't tried every possible way to put pressure on them, those photos wouldn't have been leaked. What Zhou Yan'an faced was not just embarrassment. There is a high possibility that he will sever ties with the Zhou family. Mengjia, do you know? Zhou Yan'an lifted the woman's chin and looked at Lin Mengjia with sharp eyes, full of coldness. You are the only one who has those photos. Do you like Qihang so much? Zhou Yan'an said bitterly and disappointedly, you're ruining my reputation for him. Really not. Lin Mengjia shook her head repeatedly, and her tears splashed onto the back of Zhou Yan'an's hand along with the woman's movements, and the warm temperature burned the back of the man's hand. However, it did not inspire any trust in Zhou Yan'an. He pulled his hand back indifferently and said calmly, you know whether you have it or not. Chapter 31 Returning to the Qin family to care for the pregnancy. Zhou Yan'an is no longer the love-brained man he used to be. Looking back now, the so-called chance encounter between the two of them should have been a trick designed by Lin Mengjia. Zhou Yan'an was a celebrity during his college years. He never deliberately concealed his identity, so it is rare to find a man like Zhou Yan'an who is gentle, rich, outstanding, and has such good natural conditions. Lin Mengjia is the kind of person who is very good at packaging herself. So falling in love with Lin Mengjia was an inevitable result, but what made Zhou Yan'an feel disappointed was that everything was just a trap set by Lin Mengjia. As expected, it was Lin Mengjia who requested that work. But later Zhou Yan'an learned a lesson. He pulled Lin Mengjia's hand away with an expressionless face, but his displeasure was revealed when he looked at Lin Mengjia. Zhou Yan'an spoke directly to his heart. The reason I came to see you in the hospital is not because of how much I love you. I just don't want your suicide to be associated with me. Lin Mengjia, I'm telling you clearly now, Ran is my legally married wife. If you really want to do something, please respect yourself. While trying every possible way to seduce myself. While trying every possible means to marry into the Qin family, Lin Mengjia is not really that charming. Just as the man finished his last words, he left without looking back. Lin Mengjia watched the man leave. The originally weak and helpless face gradually became ferocious. Looking at the empty door angrily, Lin Mengjia almost gritted her teeth as she took out her cell phone. A few seconds later, the call was answered impatiently. Lin Mengjia, are you done yet? Qihang's furious voice came from the other end of the phone. Ever since Qihang learned that Lin Mengjia had an ectopic pregnancy, he had no interest in talking to her. But those invitations had already been sent out. Qihang had finally managed to get things done under the name of the Qin family, but if he couldn't get married smoothly, what place does he have in the Qin family? Qihang, why are you so mean to me? Lin Mengjia shuddered at the mere sound of Qihang's voice. She quickly picked up her phone, which had accidentally fallen on the bed, and said in a flattering tone, I have something important to discuss with you. What? Anyway, the baby in my belly has already miscarried, and I want to blame this on Qin Ran. But it only took a few seconds. Lin Mengjia had a plan in mind. Put the blame on Qin Ran. Qihang raised his eyebrows slightly. After hearing this, the man, who had been impatient, relaxed his brows and said slowly, what's your plan? Just tell Grandpa and the others that my health isn't very good after becoming pregnant and I need to stay home and recuperate. You said the Qin family is so small, I can always find a chance to wrongly accuse Qin Ran, right? Different from the pitiful look just now. Listening to Lin Mengjia's words again, I felt creepy. Qihang agreed without any hesitation. When he returned home in the evening, he told everyone about Lin Mengjia's situation. Except for the old man, the other two people didn't react well. Father Qin frowned, his displeasure evident on his face. Then he lit a cigarette, slowly stood up and walked to the window. Looking at Qihang standing there properly, he pushed up his glasses and said in a heavy tone, I think we should just forget about this matter. You two are famous, you know it. If others knew that Lin Mengjia was pregnant before marriage and moved into the Qin family without getting married, how would they view our Qin family? Dad. Qihang felt his temples throbbing. He rubbed his brows with a slight headache and looked at his father with some embarrassment. You know that too. I did this for Grandpa's sake. If anything happens to the baby in Mengjia's belly, Grandpa will definitely be very sad. Qihang knew that his father's weakness was the old man. Otherwise, there would be no illegitimate child like him. Hearing this, Mother Qin stood up with a sneer and said, since you value the child in her belly so much, why not buy her a house outside? Why not just hire a nanny to take good care of her? Do I need to bring it home? How can you talk like that, woman? At this moment, the old man, who had been silent the whole time, slammed the table fiercely. He looked at Qin's mother angrily and was about to curse when the door opened. Qin Ran walked into the room. Snow had fallen on her shoulders, and her delicate, unmade-up face was filled with joy. Looking at the tense situation in the room, she subconsciously walked towards Qin's mother. Mom, what's going on? Qin Ran knew her mother's character. She's not the type to mess around. I will only quarrel with others when I encounter something that makes me unhappy. Ran. The moment she saw Qin Ran, Mother Qin seemed to have found her backbone. She huddled behind Qin Ran and told her everything that had just happened. Everyone thought Qin Ran would refuse. Unexpectedly, Qin Ran acted indifferent after hearing this. Not even a rebuttal. He looked at the others lazily and said, so, Dad and Grandpa agree. Ran. Qin Ran. Qihang didn't forget to add fuel to the fire. It doesn't matter if you don't want to. What does your business have to do with me? Qin Ran lowered her head to clean the remaining snow on her body and said indifferently, as long as you are willing. I have no objection. Then he turned around and left holding his mother's hand. Only 3 members of the Qin family were left standing there in amazement. After a few minutes, Qin Ran pulled her mother back to the bedroom and gave her a hug. Her mother, who had no one to rely on, hugged Qin Ran tightly and refused to let go. After a long while, he looked at Qin Ran with tears in his eyes and said, Ran, do you really have no objection? Mom, don't you want to see how these two dig their own graves? Qin Ran looked at her mother mysteriously, and then told her mother the news of Lin Mengjia's miscarriage. Upon hearing this, her mother looked at Qin Ran in confusion, since she's had a miscarriage. Why in front of them? Move out with me. Qin Ran looked at her mother distressedly. Although Qin Ran knew that Lin Mengjia had a miscarriage, leaving was the best option for the time being. Qin Ran didn't want to embarrass her mother. Unexpectedly, after hearing what Qin Ran said, her mother looked at her with some embarrassment. After much hesitation, she finally chose to refuse. Ran, I can't leave the Qin family. If I really leave, what will all my efforts in this half of my life be worth? Qin Ran knew exactly what her mother was thinking. People of their generation have their own ideas. The idea that a woman should obey her husband after marriage is deeply rooted. The mother didn't want others to know about Qihang's existence just to protect her own pitiful self-esteem. How could she leave? Thinking of this, Qin Ran couldn't help but take a deep breath. He stopped embarrassing his mother and said earnestly, forget it. Just tell me when you want to, okay? 3 days later, Lin Mengjia successfully moved into the Qin family. Zhou Yan'an didn't react much after hearing the news. Zhou Yan'an handed the process documents to a jinn. He stood up, lit a cigarette, and looked outside with narrowed eyes, saying, right. Has the venue for next week's art exhibition been decided? It's in Lin province. A jinn looked at the schedule and whispered, but you have to discuss the merger with Jincheng in the next 2 days. I don't know if I have time to attend. Has the person in charge in Jincheng confirmed the time? Zhou Yan'an looked at a jinn with a slight headache. The gallery can be said to have taken all of Zhou Yan'an's efforts. I have made quite a few connections in recent years. Zhou Yan'an was unwilling to give up these connections. Moreover, he planned to use his fame to hold a charity event and sell his few remaining works in this way. A jinn looked at the information and then shook his head in embarrassment. Mr. Zhu, not yet. The two people were talking and didn't even notice that the office door was pushed open. When he looked up, he saw Qin Ran pushing the door open and entering. Seeing Zhou Yan'an lost in thought, he couldn't help but ask curiously, Yan'an, what are you talking about so seriously? It's still about the art exhibition. Zhou Yan'an smiled the moment he saw Qin Ran. Then he pulled the woman to sit on a chair, half-crouched opposite Qin Ran, his eyes full of affection, as if they could be drawn into silk. Ran, come with me. Then how are you going to handle your work? Qin Ran looked at Zhou Yan'an with a mixture of laughter and tears. To a certain extent, Zhou Yan'an still maintained his original state. He seems to have not yet transformed from his original identity. Qin Ran found it amusing. But more importantly, he wanted to find a way to change Zhou Yan'an's mind. How about you help me deal with the matter in Jincheng? Zhou Yan'an said this tentatively, and when he saw that there was no dissatisfaction on the woman's face, he felt at ease and started to eat her gigolo. You know the person in charge over there anyway. You know more about real estate than I do. Can you help me? Zhou Yan'an was originally embarrassed to trouble Qin Ran. He also wants to gain recognition from the group through his own efforts. But there are more important things to do right now. Zhou Yan'an seemed accustomed to relying on Qin Ran. Qin Ran looked at the man squatting on the ground like a puppy, with a gentle face like jade. He half knelt in front of himself. A jinn behind him was like a decoration, standing there silently eating dog food. Finally, Qin Ran gave in. Okay, I'll go meet Mr. Li and the others tomorrow. The Qin group had many businesses connected to Jincheng. Qin Ran had dealt with them before and they weren't particularly difficult to deal with. It's just that Mr. Li likes to drink. As long as you drink enough, everything else will be fine. After returning, Qin Ran took the initiative to contact the person in charge of Jincheng Company. Settle your work matters. Zhou Yan'an originally wanted to take Qin Ran back to the old house, but suddenly changed his mind just as they reached the door. Qin Ran grabbed Zhou Yan'an's wrist and said, "My dad just called and said he's having a reunion dinner tonight and wanted us to come over. Are you going?" Even a fool knows that the so-called reunion dinner is just a meal with Lin Mengjia and the others. Qin Ran didn't have anything to be offended by. "Just thinking about Zhou Yan'an and Lin Mengjia's past, I was afraid that the man would have some burden in his heart." After hearing Qin Ran's words, Zhou Yan'an readily agreed. He put his arm around the woman's slender waist, caressed her delicate nose, and said softly, "After all, that's still your family home. Since my wife asked me to go, there's no reason for me not to go." After that, the two of them happily returned to the Qin family's old house. The originally harmonious and warm scene became strange because of the arrival of two people. The old man is sitting in the main seat. Qihang and Lin Mengjia sat on the left. Mother and Qin's father sat opposite them. Occasionally, the old man said a few words, and there would be someone there to cooperate so that the conversation would not be dull. When Mother Qin saw her precious daughter, she stood up instantly, pushed her chair aside, and walked to Qin Ran's side, her eyes full of heartache. Ran, you're back. What do you want to eat? Mom will ask the kitchen to make it for you." "Mom." Qin Ran looked at her mother helplessly and said, "This is my home. What do you think I like to eat?" Qin Ran's two simple sentences clearly stated her position. Lin Mengjia, who had been eating quietly, stopped eating with her chopsticks when she heard Qin Ran's words. She slowly raised her head and looked at Qin Ran. Their eyes met, and it was clear that something was going on. Then, Lin Mengjia stood up carefully. Ran, from now on I am your sister-in-law, please put aside the past grudges." "Stop." Qin Ran seemed to have heard something funny. Her eyes turned cold as she glared at Lin Mengjia with open mockery. "My parents only had me. Then I am an only child. I've never known anything about brother and sister-in-law. I have no objection to Miss Lin wanting to establish a relationship with me. But don't get involved with me." Qin Ran's last words were full of meaning, and anyone could understand their meaning. At this moment, Zhou Yan'an unconsciously tightened his grip on Qin Ran's hand. Qin Ran turned around uncomfortably, only to see Zhou Yan'an's helpless smile. He seemed to be protesting to himself in this way. Qin Ran had no choice but to hold Zhou Yan'an's hand and walk to the dining table. The previously silent old man looked up, threw away his chopsticks, and pointed his finger at Qin Ran, saying, "Qin Ran, is this the rule the Qin family taught you? No matter what, Mengjia is pregnant with my Qin family's flesh and blood. What did you mean by that?" "Grandpa." Qin Ran just sat there, completely unmoved. Chapter 33, Injustice. "I've lived for 20 years and never heard I had a brother. This is a fact recognized by everyone. What's more, the affair between Miss Lin and Qihang is known to everyone. To put it bluntly, having such a relative would probably be very embarrassing, right?" As Qin Ran finished each sentence, the old man's face looked a little embarrassed. After hearing the last sentence, the old man actually staggered to his feet. A finger pointed angrily at Qin Ran. His lips trembled as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, nothing came out. The old man was then rushed to the hospital. Before leaving, Qin's father angrily slapped Qin Ran. He pointed at Qin Ran angrily and roared, "Get out of here." From childhood to adulthood, Qin's father had never said such harsh words to her. Qin Ran felt her heart sink into an abyss. It's so uncomfortable. Zhou Yan'an watched his darling wife go from being invincible to being distraught, and an indescribable heartache washed over him. He held Qin Ran carefully. He said in a deep voice to comfort the woman in her ear, Ran, you still have me." What Qin Ran once said to him. Now it is returned to Qin Ran intact. Zhou Yan'an wanted to prove with his actions that he was able to protect Lin Mengjia back then and he could also protect her now. Qin Ran remained silent from beginning to end. However, Zhou Yan'an still clearly felt that his shoulder was wet. The two of them depend on each other like this. Finally, Qin Ran stood up weakly. When she looked at Zhou Yan'an again, she no longer looked fragile and helpless. The bitten and bleeding lips looked a bit creepy. Qin Ran's firm voice came from his ears, "Yan'an, I will not be defeated by them." Qin Ran never thought that Lin Mengjia was anything special. What really chilled her heart was the attitude of the Qin family elders. Hearing this, Zhou Yan'an smiled and gave Qin Ran a thumbs up. "Of course, I believe you. 3 days later, Qin Ran received a call from her mother. The old man had successfully regained consciousness in the hospital, but he specifically stated that he did not want to see Qin Ran again. Qin Ran had no plans to visit the old man. He just returned to his old room in silence and packed his few luggage. Just as he was about to go downstairs, he looked up and saw Lin Mengjia standing outside. He was carrying a lot of the old man's things in his hands. It was more like silent showing off. It was as if his own granddaughter was not important, but the unrelated Lin Mengjia was so important. But Qin Ran was not interested in dwelling on this. She didn't even look at Lin Mengjia, turned around and walked around Lin Mengjia to leave. At this moment, Lin Mengjia suddenly called Qin Ran. Ran, I have something to tell you. I don't think there's anything for us to talk about. Qin Ran stopped and said this briefly without looking back, and was about to leave. Then I heard Lin Mengjia behind me suddenly kneeling on the ground. Then, in front of Qin Ran's astonished eyes, Lin Mengjia pointed weakly in her direction and curled up on the ground in pain. Ran, my child is innocent. You can't hurt my child because of past mistakes. Ran, I. Before she could finish her words, Lin Mengjia fell to the ground unconscious. Qin Ran just stood there with a frown on her face. Until Lin Mengjia was hurriedly carried away, until Qin's mother ran to Qin Ran's side in a panic. She kept patting Qin Ran on the back, saying something inaudible. Qin Ran seemed to have tinnitus and could not hear anything. Qin Ran had never expected Lin Mengjia to wrongly blame her for the child's accident. Time passes by every second. The waiting time was so long that Qin Ran sat in the living room all night until dawn, when the door outside was pushed open again. The dazzling light shone on Qin Ran's face. Before she could see who it was, she was slapped hard on the face. Qin Ran, get out of here. After saying this angrily, Father Qin left without even looking back, not even listening to Qin Ran's explanation. Qin Ran knows. They had already tacitly accepted that it was Qin Ran's fault. After Zhou Yan'an learned the whole story, he rushed to the hospital immediately. He tried every possible way to get the hospital's diagnosis from Dr. Sima. Dr. Sima looked at Zhou Yan'an anxiously, hesitated for a moment, and then reminded Zhou Yan'an appropriately, Yan'an, I know this is a serious matter. But as a doctor, you have an obligation to protect your patient's privacy. I hope you won't embarrass me. The reason for helping is because of our friendship as classmates, but the hospital has its own regulations. Hearing this, Zhou Yan'an felt the documents in his hand were heavy. But he couldn't care about anything else now, he just wanted to find Qin's father quickly. When Zhou Yan'an handed the diagnosis to Qin's father and tried to explain the truth, Qin's father tore up the diagnosis in front of him. He looked at Zhou Yan'an with anger and disappointment in his eyes. No matter what time it is, I hope you can have your own conscience. Zhou Yan'an, you can't protect Qin Ran without any bottom line. Dad. Zhou Yan'an had never expected to hear such words from Qin's father. Qin Ran had been working in the group since she graduated. Qin's father has never paid much attention to the group. Later, Qin's father tried every possible way to get Qihang back to work in the group. Although Qin Ran was not very satisfied, she never deliberately targeted Qihang in private. They saw with their own eyes all the ugly things Lin Mengjia did. But nothing can overcome the prejudice in one's heart. Don't say this in front of Ran anymore. Ran will be sad if she hears it. Sad. Qin's father snorted coldly, I'm already giving her face by not breaking off relations with her. As he said that, he pushed Zhou Yan'an away and strode towards the ward. Zhou Yan'an stood there in embarrassment. Just when I was thinking about how to explain to Qin Ran, I received a call from Qin Ran. Unlike Zhou Yan'an's worried tone, Qin Ran seemed calm and composed, not much different from usual. Yan'an, where are you? I'm in the hospital. Zhou Yan'an wasn't used to lying, so after much hesitation, he finally told Qin Ran the truth. I don't mean anything else, I just want to. Yan'an. Qin Ran gently interrupted Zhou Yan'an, a rare look of satisfaction on her face. There's no rush for evidence. Huh. Zhou Yan'an's hand, holding the phone, trembled unconsciously. He hadn't expected Qin Ran to be so smart. She had guessed his purpose for coming to the hospital at a glance. Then, when he heard from Qin Ran about moving out of the Qin family's house, Zhou Yan'an immediately guessed that it was Qin's father's intention. He had wanted to comfort Qin Ran, but Qin Ran didn't seem affected at all. The two then agreed on a meeting place. Zhou Yan'an hung up the phone and walked to the emergency room when he received a call from a jinn. Mr. Zhu, there's news about the art exhibition. Chapter 34. Let us go on a honeymoon. Have the time and place been decided? Zhou Yan'an said anxiously. After hearing what a jinn said, Zhou Yan'an inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief. After the two of them finally reached the agreed place, Zhou Yan'an felt distressed when he saw his darling wife trying hard to suppress her sadness and pretend to be strong in front of him. He held Qin Ran's hand tightly, unwilling to let go, and said solemnly, Ran, didn't you tell me last time that you wanted to go on a honeymoon? Let's go to City B for our honeymoon, okay? Why would you suddenly make such a decision? Qin Ran frowned and looked at Zhou Yan'an in confusion. Then I saw the guilt flash across the man's eyes. Qin Ran immediately understood. Zhou Yan'an did this simply to maintain Qin Ran's remaining self-esteem. Qin Ran was originally feeling upset. Now he didn't have the heart to point out Zhou Yan'an's thoughts, so he smiled and nodded in agreement. Good. The next day, Qin's father called Qin Ran and specifically asked her to handle the company's listing, and the other projects would be handed over to Qihang. This was also a disguised way of weakening Qin Ran's power. Qin Ran acted indifferent to this and just said coldly, Dad. Since you think Qihang is so amazing. From today on, the Qin group will be handed over to Qihang. I want to leave the group. Even if there is no Qin group. Zhou Yan'an also owns the Zhou group. Qin Ran really didn't believe that she had no way to deal with Qihang. What did you say? You are so brave. Qin's father's furious voice came from the other end of the phone. Qin Ran didn't even listen to the nonsense. He impatiently turned off the phone, turned around and looked at Zhou Yan'an standing next to him, took a deep breath and said, speaking of which, my uncle and the others finally felt relieved. You're doing this? No. Zhou Yan'an thoughtfully put a coat on Qin Ran and said lovingly, my dad would be so happy if he knew about our honeymoon. The Zhou family felt deeply guilty towards Qin Ran because of the broken engagement. I heard that Qin Ran took the initiative to mention the honeymoon. Father Zhou immediately put all of Zhou Yan'an's work on hold, just to make Qin Ran happy. Afterwards, the two flew to City B. The sky was clear during the day, but it started snowing without me noticing. The temperature in the neighboring province was several degrees colder than there. Qin Ran had just gotten off the plane and inevitably caught a cold. After the two of them finally arrived at the hotel, they were still very busy. The original plan was to just take a hot spring bath. Qin Ran had a fever all night. Zhou Yan'an stayed by the woman's side from beginning to end. It wasn't until around 3 in the morning that Qin Ran's fever began to subside. The woman curled up in the corner of the bed, not even having the strength to open her eyes, and fell into a deep sleep. When Qin Ran opened her eyes again, she saw Zhou Yan'an sleeping soundly on the bed. He was still wearing the clothes he had worn when he came. Feeling a slight movement, Zhou Yan'an quickly opened his eyes. When he saw Qin Ran wake up, he immediately sat up and reached out to touch Qin Ran's forehead, where the fever had subsided. When Zhou Yan'an was sure the woman's fever had subsided, he breathed a sigh of relief. With a distressed look on his face, he pulled Qin Ran back into his arms and said softly, It's okay. Your fever is gone. Ran, if something really happens to you, I'll have a bad conscience for the rest of my life. Yan'an. Qin Ran weakly reached out and stroked Zhou Yan'an's cheek. His face was filled with deep distress. I'm sorry. If it weren't for me. No. Zhou Yan'an touched Qin Ran's lips with his warm fingers. It was really strange. When he was pestering Lin Mengjia before, he never thought Qin Ran was anything special. After spending some time with her, Zhou Yan'an realized how outstanding this woman was. Qin Ran and Lin Mengjia are completely different types. If Lin Mengjia is a weak and helpless white lotus, then Qin Ran is the proud and strong plum blossom. Qin Ran's success was never achieved by relying on others. Ran, I'm willing to do anything for you. As they spoke, the two of them hugged each other tightly unconsciously. When Zhou Yan'an felt it, he vaguely felt that something was wrong. The woman's palms rubbed back and forth on his body through the softened fabric. The numb feeling was indescribable. Zhou Yan'an clearly felt the changes in his body. He suddenly straightened his body and carefully grasped Qin Ran's restless hand. The voice was very hoarse, Ran. Your body hasn't recovered yet, don't move around. What? Qin Ran glared at Zhou Yan'an in feigned dissatisfaction. You just don't want to touch me. Zhou Yan'an, don't you want to have your own child? As the woman finished her last question, a barrage of kisses fell on Qin Ran's face and lips. Zhou Yan'an carefully put the woman on the bed. There was a faint smell of tobacco on his body. The two of them kissed each other, and Zhou Yan'an's hands seemed to have magical powers, easily stirring up the most primitive desires in Qin Ran's body. Then, the desire burst out and could not be controlled. Zhou Yan'an never thought that he would be so energetic. He couldn't remember how many times he had asked Qin Ran for it. But in the end, when the woman lay in his arms begging for help, Qin Ran's eyes were hazy, and she looked at Zhou Yan'an like that. The man felt only satisfaction. Then Qin Ran's voice murmured in his ears, Yan'an, do you think we can have children? In the past, Qin Ran was a serious non-marriage advocate. But after meeting Zhou Yan'an, all the rules were broken. Qin Ran suddenly felt. It is also a very happy thing to have a child of their own. Ran. Zhou Yan'an felt ashamed and looked at the woman in his arms with a mixture of laughter and tears. For a moment, he really didn't know how to explain. Seeing Qin Ran staring at him eagerly, Zhou Yan'an could only bite the bullet and say, I'm not sure if I can get pregnant this time. But I can be sure that we will have children of our own. As he spoke, he lowered his head and kissed Qin Ran on the forehead. The woman put her arms around Zhou Yan'an's neck and was about to seduce him when the man's cell phone on the bedside table rang. Zhou Yan'an picked it up and sat up straight after reading the phone number. While pulling Qin Ran's restless hand to her lips, she asked, What's the matter? Mr. Zhou, the arrangements for the auction are almost complete. After Zhou Yan'an's former friends heard about his idea, they unconditionally chose to support him. Tomorrow night's art exhibition will be held in the form of an auction. Zhou Yan'an listened to the few happy events and his originally nervous heart inexplicably relaxed. Then he put the phone aside. Qin Ran stared at Zhou Yan'an with admiration and said, Yan'an, I didn't expect you to do this. He is indeed a perfect idealist. Zhou Yan'an became a gallery owner right after graduation, so how could he know how dangerous the world is? Chapter 35, The Secret Battle at the Auction. In the winter in City B, the fierce wind makes people feel painful. Zhou Yan'an just stood at the entrance of the art museum. The wind was pulling at his expensive-looking cashmere coat, but he stood there like a tree nailed to the ground, not moving at all. The huge poster, Yangran Art Charity Auction, had words that looked a little blurry under the grey sky. He stared at it for a few seconds, the corners of his mouth twitching. That smile was colder than the horrible weather. Brother Yang. A Jin came trotting over with a stack of documents in his arms, his breathing a little uneven. Mr. Li from Jincheng just arrived with a grand ceremony. And that Zhu brought several foreigners with her. She doesn't look like a good person. Zhou Yan'an reached out and brushed off the non-existent dust on his coat cuffs, his movements quite casual. Yeah. Broken Vows, number 19, the finale. He paused and added, Have you arranged the live broadcast? The whole process will be broadcast live, don't worry. A Jin responded quickly. Zhou Yan'an didn't say anything else, his gaze cast towards the depths of the art museum, where the lights were brilliant. There's no peace in this place tonight. The room was heated to the hilt, making it a bit hot. Qihang tucked himself into the shadows of a corner, his knuckles clenched until they turned white, nearly shattering the champagne glass in his hand. The phone in my pocket vibrated. He glanced at the caller ID and shrank into a darker place before answering the phone. Qihang. What the hell did you do? Zhou Yan'an's crappy painting exhibition is on a hot search. It's spreading everywhere. My dad just called and asked me if I really had a miscarriage. He must be suspicious. What's your solution? What's your solution? Lin Mengjia's voice was piercingly sharp, with a tearful tone, and she was shaking badly. What are you yelling about? Qihang growled under his breath, feeling extremely irritated. What are you panicking about? The fun has just begun. I said I'd ruin his reputation, and I'll definitely do it. But the internet is all about. Shut up. Just wait for me. He hung up the phone and stuffed it back into his pocket roughly. His eyes swept over the glorious figure on the stage. Qihang was furious and said, Zhou Yan'an, I wonder how long you can be so proud. As for the lighting technician, har, the money has already been spent, just waiting for the final shot. He subconsciously touched the USB flash drive in his pocket. This thing could quickly trample the person on the stage into the mud, making him unable to get up forever. 5 minutes before the auction officially began, Qin Ran pushed through the noisy crowd and found Zhou Yan'an backstage. He stood in the bustle, yet stood out particularly, with his profile outlined with strong lines by the overhead light. Qin Ran's heartbeat quickened, but she still walked over. It's quite lively outside. She stuffed a bottle of mineral water into his hand, and her fingertips accidentally rubbed the back of his hand, which felt cold. Zhou Yan'an took it, unscrewed the bottle cap and took a sip, his Adam's apple rolling. It's okay. Their voice was calm. Qin Ran couldn't help but ask, aren't you nervous? She glanced around, I feel a little weird today. The vague stares in the room, with their scrutiny and even malicious intent, made her feel a little creepy. Zhou Yan'an smiled, but the smile didn't reach his eyes. Why are you so nervous? It's just a daily routine. He put down the water bottle, his voice cold. If these clowns insist on making trouble, then let them have their fill. Qin Ran didn't ask any more questions, but only whispered, be careful. Yeah. Zhou Yan'an responded and grabbed her wrist with his backhand with considerable force. The energy passed through her skin, and Qin Ran's heart, which had been beating fast, inexplicably calmed down a little. At this moment, the spotlight suddenly came on, and Zhou Yan'an had already let go of her and walked towards the front of the stage. His steps were steady. The audience was crowded with people. He had a perfectly placed smile on his face. Thank you all for coming to the Yangran Art Charity Auction on this cold winter night. The voice came through the microphone, clear and steady, and spread to every corner of the hall. Tonight, we come not only for art, but also for love. All proceeds from the auction will be used to support children in impoverished mountainous areas, so that they too can have the opportunity to experience art and realize their dreams. He turned slightly and gestured to the booth next to him. Well, let's take a look at the first lot of the night. The lights focused, revealing a brightly colored painting on the stand. Zhou Yan'an's fame and his reputation as a philanthropist quickly heated up the scene, with biddings ringing out one after another. Just as the atmosphere was getting increasingly heated, the huge crystal chandelier above suddenly flickered a few times without any warning. It makes a slight, sizzling sound. Qin Ran in the front row suddenly looked up, glanced at the chandelier, and then quickly glanced in a certain direction. She stood up suddenly without making any sound, and her figure quickly disappeared into the darkness of the exit. Almost at the same time she disappeared. Bang! The entire venue was instantly engulfed in complete darkness. What's going on? The power is out. What the hell? A power outage in this situation. Where's the security? The crowd exploded instantly like sand thrown into a frying pan. Screams and complaints mixed together, and the darkness amplified all the anxiety. In the corner, Qihang almost laughed out loud. Here we come. Now is the time. He stared at the darkness on the stage, waiting for the screen to light up, waiting for Zhou Yan'an's face to completely fall apart. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. The contents of the USB flash drive in his pocket will soon be exposed. Just a few seconds. The backup power supply started. Swish. The emergency lights come on. The light was dim, barely illuminating the room. People's faces were shaking, and they couldn't be seen clearly, but it was enough. The frightened crowd hadn't completely calmed down yet. The host on the stage calmed himself down and picked up the microphone. Oh, it's just a minor accident. Please don't panic. Next, let's move on to the next lot. Before their host finished speaking, he was stunned, looking at the big screen that had just lit up with his mouth slightly open. Immediately afterwards, there was a burst of gasps from the audience, followed by deathly silence, and then turned into a buzzing discussion, which became louder, and finally merged into an uproar. What is that? Oh my God! Isn't that Mr. Qin? Who's that woman next to her? She looks familiar. In the corner, Qihang's smug smile froze. He stood up abruptly, his eyes fixed on the big screen, as if he wanted to stare it through. How could it be this? Where are his things? Where's the lighting technician? This is impossible. On the stage, Zhou Yan'an had picked up the microphone again without him noticing. His tone was as calm as if he were introducing an ordinary landscape painting. This work, titled Secret Language, is a special contribution to art made by an old friend of mine. He smiled faintly, with an indescribable meaning. The painting uses modern digital art techniques to explore the desires and struggles deep within human nature. You can see that the light and shadow are handled very delicately, and the emotional tension between the characters. He was still introducing slowly, but not many people were listening anymore. Everyone's eyes were focused on the huge picture. The pictures are indeed very artistic, with professional composition and lighting, and they are so high definition that even the subtle expressions on the characters' faces can be seen clearly. The content of the picture is not explicit, and can even be said to be beautiful. It captures the moment when two people hug and whisper in a private space, and the tenderness and ambiguity between lovers are about to come out. However, the two protagonists on the screen, the man is Qihang, who just stood up with a sullen face, and the woman is Lin Mengjia, who is currently at the center of controversy due to their miscarriage rumors. Chapter 36, Reversal Moment. In the live broadcast, the enlarged photo was like a loud slap in Lin Mengjia's face. She stared at the familiar face of Qihang on the screen, and the equally familiar self in his arms, her nails almost digging into the armrest of the sofa. Zhou Yan'an, how dare he? In such an occasion, he exposed her and Qihang's affair nakedly in such an artistic way. The phone screen suddenly lit up and vibrated, like a death warrant. It was a video sent by Qihang. When I clicked on it, the picture was shaking. It was a surveillance video of the hospital corridor. The time was exactly the night when she had a miscarriage. In the camera, she stealthily took something out of her pocket, put it into her mouth, and quickly swallowed it with water. It was the birth control pill. Immediately afterwards, Qihang called, his voice as cold as poison, Lin Mengjia. Explain it to me. Whose child is that child? Lin Mengjia's heart suddenly sank and she could hardly hold the phone. She forced herself to remain calm, her voice filled with deliberately suppressed grievance and submissiveness. Qihang, listen to my explanation. Of course it's yours. It's definitely yours. Zhou Yan'an and I haven't had sex in a very, very long time. You know, I've always had the final say. If I don't nod, he can't even touch me. There was silence on the other end of the line for a few seconds, and Qihang's voice remained cold. It's better this way. Lin Mengjia, I'm warning you, don't play any more tricks on me. Qihang, am not as easy to deal with as Zhou Yan'an. I know. Lin Mengjia responded quickly, but her palms were cold. What did Qihang mean by this? How much did he know? After hanging up the phone, Lin Mengjia slumped on the sofa with a blank look in her eyes. At the auction site, after a brief commotion, the atmosphere strangely returned to normal. Zhou Yan'an's light-hearted words of dedicating himself to art, coupled with their work on the big screen, are simply a wonderful irony. Everyone in the audience understood each other tacitly, and their whispers were buzzing like mosquitoes. TSK, Mr. Qin's taste. That woman is Lin Mengjia, right? She had a miscarriage before. The Qin family is really embarrassed now. The internet was in an uproar. The photo was spread immediately, and the hot search for Qin Ran art charity auction was quickly replaced by Qihang and Lin Mengjia's secret words. Oh my god! Isn't this Qihang, the young boss of the Qin group? A young girl wearing glasses exclaimed, pointing at the screen. Her companions immediately took out their mobile phones and took a lot of photos. Really? The one next to her seems to be Lin Mengjia. The one who had a miscarriage some time ago. The other woman lowered her voice, her tone full of gossip excitement. No way. Isn't she Zhou Yan'an's fiancée? This is too extravagant. Fiancée? Which fiancée? Didn't someone report it before, saying that she stole Zhou Yan'an's original wife? And now she's hooked up with Qihang. Wow, she's quite capable. A man lowered his voice, his tone full of excitement of watching the fun, which attracted several people around him to nod in agreement. I just did a search, and Qihang is suspected to be the eldest son and grandson of the Qin family. Someone held up his mobile phone, as if he had discovered a new world. Then whose child was Lin Mengjia's miscarriage? It's terrifying to think about it. Look at your phone. Has Qin's stock price started to plummet? Someone shouted gloatingly. Diving? I think the stock will hit the limit down today. President Qin is personally taking part in the annual Performance Art Awards. What a stunner. Another man taunted in a sarcastic tone, drawing a burst of laughter. Just a few minutes after the photos of the scene were leaked, the entry ## took off like a rocket, directly pushing down the hot search of ## and followed by a bright red explosion word. On the internet, the efficiency of the spectators is astonishingly high, and all kinds of inside information emerge in an endless stream. It's revealed. Qihang, the illegitimate son of the Qin Group's president. Lin Mengjia, ostensibly Zhou Yan'an's girlfriend, is actually Qihang's mistress, and it's been going on for several years. Holy crap! So Zhou Yan'an is wearing a green grassland cap. And he's even personally putting this artwork up for auction. Awesome! This is so heartbreaking. Someone broke the news that Lin Mengjia used the child to force Qihang into marrying into the Qin family. Was this miscarriage true or false? Could it be that Qihang refused to marry her and she's playing a trick on him? The truth is out. I just saw a screenshot of the hospital surveillance footage. Lin Mengjia was secretly taking birth control pills in the hallway the night of her miscarriage. The video has been leaked. Oh my god. What a twist. So the child isn't Qihang's at all. Wealthy family drama, textbook mistress, the best face slapping scene of the year, all kinds of labels were flying around, and the comment section was completely overwhelmed. The internet was instantly flooded with criticisms of the Qin Group, Qihang and Lin Mengjia, both true and false. All of this was naturally within Qin Ran and Zhou Yan'an's calculations. The embarrassment of Qihang and Lin Mengjia at this moment is just the beginning of this big drama. The real storm is yet to come. In the corner, Qihang's face turned pale, his fingers rapidly tapping on his phone, sending a message to the lighting technician who had taken his money. What's going on? Why did the photo change? Where's the person? There was no response at all. He called again, but the receiver only emitted a busy tone. A surge of unease gripped him. Damn it, had he been tricked? The auction continues. Zhou Yan'an seemed completely unaffected and continued to introduce the items. Mr. Li and the woman named Zhu Zhu, representing the Overseas Art Fund, frequently raised their hands and showed great interest in several contemporary artworks, which somewhat diluted the gossipy atmosphere. On the stage, Zhou Yan'an's eyes occasionally swept across the audience and met Qin Ran, who had quietly returned to her seat at some point. Qin Ran raised her head slightly. Zhou Yan'an in the spotlight. Her eyes were focused and gentle. Zhou Yan'an smiled back. The tacit understanding and warmth at that moment. It happened to be captured by reporters who were always looking for highlights. The photos quickly appeared online. The title is sensational. True love amidst the noise. Zhou Yan'an and Qin Ran locked eyes at the auction, reuniting and rekindling their past relationship. The style of the comment section suddenly changed. Oh. I knew they were real. After all the twists and turns, it's still you. I'm rooting for this couple. Miss Qin is so beautiful and cool. President Zhu looks at her with such fondness. There must have been something behind the previous cancellation of the engagement. Now the truth is out. Blessings. This is a perfect match. Looking at the blessings and praises on the phone. Qihang was so angry that he almost crushed his phone. Lin Mengjia next to her was even more furious. She bit her lip hard. There was a faint taste of blood. Why? Why should they be blessed? Just then, Zhou Yan'an signaled to the staff. Presenting the finale of tonight's auction. The canvas is unveiled. There was a slight gasp from the whole audience. The painting shows a woman's profile. Light and shadow create soft contours. There seemed to be traces of tears in the corners of her eyes. There was a stubborn and relieved smile on the corner of his mouth. That's Qin Ran. This painting is called Rebirth. Zhou Yan'an's voice was deep and clear. With an indescribable solemnity. It's not an auction item. He paused. Look through the crowd. It landed accurately on Qin Ran. This painting is dedicated to my wife, Qin Ran. Qin Ran sat there. Under the light. The corners of her eyes were slightly red. But he raised his chin proudly. Looking back at the man on the stage. It was as if they were the only two people left in the world. The atmosphere of the entire auction hall. Ignite instantly. Push to their highest court. Chapter 37, Slap in the Face. The auction came to an end and the lights dimmed, but the crowds in the venue did not disperse for a while. Many guests who took the photos they liked gathered around and congratulated Zhou Yan'an. Mr. Zhu, congratulations. Tonight's auction is truly fantastic. Yes, especially the last painting, Rebirth, it's so thoughtful. Come to think of it, Mr. Zhu, when did you get married? We're still in the dark. Someone joked, their eyes flickering between Zhou Yan'an and Qin Ran. Zhou Yan'an put his arm around Qin Ran's waist, supporting her steadily with his arm, his smile unwavering. Thank you all for coming. My wife likes quietness, so she didn't make a big fuss. He responded to each one, and when he caught a glimpse of Mr. Li approaching, his breath paused almost imperceptibly. Qin Ran felt his arm stiffen slightly. She calmly turned to the side and raised her glass to Mr. Li. Mr. Li, thank you for your support and your foundation tonight. She was calm and composed, as if the protagonist who had just been on the stage and attracted everyone's attention was not her at all. Zhu Yan'an immediately understood, relaxed, and continued, yes, Mr. Li, thank you for parting with these pieces of contemporary art. Mr. Li laughed heartily, his expression appreciative. Mr. Zhu, you're too polite. Art is valuable only when it's exchanged and communicated. Yan'an, you still have such a sharp eye. He turned to Qin Ran and said, Mrs. Zhu, you are as capable as any man. After a few pleasantries, Mr. Li extended an invitation. If you're free someday, please come and have a simple meal with us. We can discuss art investment in detail. Of course, of course. Zhu Yan'an agreed readily. Mr. Li nodded and left with his men. Soon after, Zhu and her team came over with a sincere smile on their faces. Yan'an, congratulations. I'm so happy to see you have regained that high-spirited look you had in the studio back then. She paused, then said frankly, I was right about you. Do you plan to continue painting in the future? Zhu Yan'an glanced at Qin Ran beside him, his tenderness almost overflowing. The family business needs to be taken care of, so painting can only be treated as a hobby. That's fine. Zhu expressed her understanding and then looked at Qin Ran. You've got a good balance between career and family. Congratulations on finding such a great home. She raised her glass to the two of them and said, I wish you happiness. After saying that, Zhu said goodbye to her team in a neat and tidy manner. The crowd gradually dispersed. Qihang, who had been sullen in the corner, finally couldn't contain himself anymore. He rushed over, aiming directly at Qin Ran, his voice filled with suppressed anger. Qin Ran. Don't be so complacent. I'm telling you, everything in the Qin family belongs to me. You want to come back? No way. Qin Ran looked at him as if he were watching a poorly performed monologue and sneered, oh? Really? That's all you can do, just talk. Qihang was hurt by her contemptuous reaction and spoke without thinking. Just then, Qin Ran's phone rang. She glanced at the caller ID and answered it directly. Qin's father's furious voice came from the other end of the line, his roar audible even through the receiver. Qin Ran. Look at what a mess this is going on online. Hurry and contact the PR department and suppress this mess. Do you hear me? Qin Ran put the phone away and spoke calmly, even a little distantly. Dad, I've already left Qin's. The company's affairs have nothing to do with me. After saying that, he hung up the phone. You? Qin's father seemed to want to say something, but Qin Ran didn't give him a chance and hung up. On the other end of the line, Qin's father was so angry that he almost threw the phone. He turned around and roared at Qin's mother, Look! Look at the good daughter you raised. Qin's mother sat next to him, expressionless and silent. Almost at the same time, Qihang's phone rang sharply. He hurriedly picked it up and just as he said, hello, he heard Grandpa Qin's thunderous roar, rebellious son. Get back here right now. Grandpa? What's wrong with me? Qihang was confused and had no idea what was going on. Come back. Grandpa Qin's voice seemed to penetrate the receiver. Qihang was so frightened that he shuddered, hung up the phone, and his face turned pale. He glared at Qin Ran fiercely and said, just wait. Then he turned around and hurried away with staggering steps. Before you go, let me give you a friendly reminder. Qin Ran's slow voice followed his back, check online, there's a surprise. Qihang's footsteps suddenly stopped, as if he was nailed to the spot, but he didn't even dare to turn his head. He ran away, his back looking embarrassed. Qin Ran watched Qihang disappear around the corner before she looked away. She gently leaned towards Zhu Yan'an, her lips curled up. Done. Let's go celebrate. Zhu Yan'an embraced her and said with a smile, yes, Mrs. Zhu. After finding a quiet place to have a meal, the two returned to their hotel. Late at night, the light in the suite was warm yellow. Qin Ran had just finished washing up and was wearing a silk nightgown. She nestled in Zhou Yan'an's arms, her fingers casually drawing circles on his chest. Of course, Master Painter Zhu, her voice was still a little hoarse with moisture, you've hidden it well enough that even Zhu came to support you. Zhou Yan'an hugged her tightly and rubbed his chin against the top of her head. It's not a platform, she owes me a favor. He pinched her nose, remember, the bloody rose. Qin Ran nodded and waited for the next words. I let her take it at the auction. Zhou Yan'an's voice was not loud, but it revealed a sense of planning and strategizing. Qin Ran was stunned for a moment, then she understood. She chuckled and patted him lightly, you. He took her hand, rubbed his fingertips on her palm, then lowered his head and placed a kiss on the back of her hand. The room fell silent, with only the sound of the two people's mingling breathing. The temperature in the room rose unnoticed. Qin Ran felt the warmth on the back of her hand, and her heartbeat quickened. She looked up at him. Just when they were getting passionate, the cell phone on the bedside table suddenly buzzed twice. Zhou Yan'an picked it up casually. The screen lit up and it was a message from a Jin. The content was very concise. Qin's stock price plummeted at the close today. Qin's father proposed that Qihang temporarily take over as president, but the board of directors voted unanimously against the proposal. Zhou Yan'an picked up the vibrating phone, took a look at it, and then swiped it open. A Jin's message was concise, Qin Group's stock price plummeted at the close today. Qin's father urgently convened a board meeting and proposed that Qihang temporarily take over the position of president, but the board members unanimously rejected it. He turned his phone screen towards Qin Ran. Qin Ran leaned in closer to take a look, then burst out laughing. She leaned back into his arms and looked up at him, not bad, Mr. Zhu. You're planning from the inside, yet winning from afar? You even have the Qin family's real-time dynamics under your belt. Chapter 38 Qin Family Crisis. Zhou Yan'an chuckled, stroking her cheek with his fingertips. In the information age, there are no secrets. He paused, but, in the middle of the auction, when you slipped out. Qin Ran blinked and played dumb, huh? I just went to get some fresh air. Breathe. Zhou Yan'an raised an eyebrow. Not long after you came back, there was a wonderful show on the big screen. Qihang and Lin Mengjia, huh? Oh, you caught me. Qin Ran stopped pretending and pinched his chin with a smile. It's his fault for staring at you so annoyingly. I just had a sudden impulse to help Master Painter Zhu eliminate some potential harassment. Did you do this on a whim? Zhou Yan'an held her rebellious little hand, brought it to his lips and kissed it gently. I think you seem to have planned it all along, and you even helped me alleviate my worries. Tell me, what photos did you replace? Qin Ran's eyes wandered for a moment, and she said vaguely, nothing special. Oh. Zhou Yan'an didn't let her go and moved closer, his nose almost touching hers. It's nothing special. How could it make Qihang lose his composure like that? Qin Ran felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by him. Finally, she couldn't help but mutter, it's your photo. Zhou Yan'an paused. Oh, it's nothing, just a photo, with a little less fabric. Qin Ran saw his expression change slightly and quickly added, don't worry, I've got it. No one else saw it. I'll definitely help you catch the person who took the photo and make him pay. As she spoke, she waved her little fist. Zhou Yan'an looked at her angry expression, and the unhappiness in his heart instantly dissipated. Instead, he found it a little funny. He reached out and hugged her tighter. I'm a man. It's not your turn to rush forward in this matter. That won't do. Qin Ran was unconvinced. They bullied you, so of course I have to. Sure, Zhou Yan'an put his index finger against her lips. Just watch how I deal with them, huh? Qin Ran looked at the confidence in his eyes and nodded. Okay, I'll wait and see. On the other side, the airport VIP lounge. Qihang's cell phone rang sharply again. He saw the caller ID clearly, his hands trembled, and he almost dropped the phone. He quickly picked up the phone. Dad. Where are you? Get back to the company. Now. Immediately. The old man is waiting to beat you. Qin's father's voice sounded like he was about to spit fire. Dad, I'm at the airport, getting ready. Qihang stuttered. Airport? You're going to the airport at this hour? Are you crazy? I have a very important client to meet. Qihang lied with his head held high. What a bullshit client. The company is going to be in chaos. If you don't come back in half an hour, then don't come back. Qin's father didn't believe it at all and hung up the phone. Qihang held his phone, his palms sweating. He felt something was amiss and quickly opened his phone's browser. The next second, his pupils suddenly contracted. Breaking news. Restricted footage emerges from the auction of the century. Young Master Qin engages in close combat with a mysterious woman. Is Qihang's new lover's identity revealed? The auction scene was filled with passion. Exclusive snapshot. Leaked photos of Qihang and Lin Mengjia's in-depth conversation, shocking in scale. All sorts of disgusting headlines and accompanying pictures, including those photos of him and Lin Mengjia hugging and cuddling at the auction, were magnified to huge proportions, with tricky angles and all sorts of spoof text, making him a laughingstock online. The entire internet was eating up the melons. Fuck. Qihang was so angry that he almost smashed his phone. With trembling fingers, he dialed Lin Mengjia's number. Qihang? You finally. Lin Mengjia. Did you do this? Qihang demanded, those photos. How did the photos at the auction become like this? Did you deliberately have someone switch them? Lin Mengjia on the other end of the phone was silent for a few seconds, her tone tinged with impatience. What's the point of talking about this now? We'll talk about the photo later. Did you know that the board of directors rejected your proposal to temporarily take over as president? What? Qihang's mind buzzed. He finally understood why Grandpa and Dad were so angry. Killed? How could that be? How would I know how that could happen? Lin Mengjia's voice rose a little. Now we need to find a way to stabilize the board of directors and your grandfather. Hurry up and use your brain to coax them. Qihang was completely panicked, his tone softened, and he pleaded, Mengjia, please, please help me, say something nice to Grandpa. I'll try my best. Lin Mengjia's voice was emotionless. Lin Mengjia hung up the phone, threw back the quilt and was about to get out of bed, not even bothering to pretend to be sick. The nurse next to her hurried over to help. Miss, where are you going? The doctor told you to rest. Get out of here. Lin Mengjia shook her hand away, her heart burning with anger. Qihang, that loser. He's even in danger of being the acting president. She must go to the Qin family immediately and calm that old man down. Her good days are just beginning. The car sped all the way and Lin Mengjia rushed into the Qin family's old house. The atmosphere in the living room was so heavy it could drip with water. Old Master Qin sat in his armchair with a sullen face, saying nothing. Qin's father stood nearby, his head bowed, sighing repeatedly. Lin Mengjia slowed down her pace and walked up to old man Qin. Before she could speak, tears rolled down her cheeks. Grandpa, calm down. Those things on the internet are slander. Someone is deliberately trying to harm Qihang and me. She cried bitterly. Qihang and I truly love each other, and we have never done anything to let anyone down. Old Master Qin raised his hand and slapped the armrest heavily, making a dull sound. True love. The old man said in a cold voice. The photos of them hugging and kissing at the auction, and those headlines, where can I put my Qin family's face? Lin Mengjia's lower lip was almost bitten through, and her mind was racing. Grandpa, that photo is photoshopped. Someone definitely did it maliciously. We were just talking normally, and those captions are ridiculous. She looked up suddenly as if she had grabbed a lifeline. Grandpa. I know. It must be Qin Ran. She must have done it. She just can't stand the fact that Qihang and I are getting along. She can't stand the fact that you and your uncle look down on Qihang. She just wants to ruin us and destroy the Qin family. Father Qin raised his head and frowned. Qin Ran. His voice was hoarse. Why did she do this? What was she trying to achieve? Lin Mengjia cried even harder, sobbing. Uncle, don't you know her? She's just jealous. She thinks that me and Qihang being together is a hindrance to her, so she did this. Halfway through her words, she covered her face with her hands, her shoulders shaking, and she cried inconsolably, as if she had suffered a great injustice. The atmosphere in the Qin family's old house was a little solemn for a moment. No, not just a little bit, it's so solemn that it's almost suffocating. In the living room, Lin Mengjia stood in the middle. Chapter 39. It's time to pay the price. Her face still had some of the delicate makeup she wore at the auction, but now it couldn't hide her haggardness and panic. Opposite her, old Master Qin sat upright on the armchair with his eyes closed. His fingers tapped unconsciously on the armrest, making a dull thumping sound, again and again, knocking on everyone's heart. Lin Mengjia had just finished her tearful complaint about Qin Ran being the mastermind behind the incident, and now her voice had lowered considerably, with a hint of cautious flattery. Grandpa, Qihang, he was also framed. We don't know how we caught the attention of others. Her voice trembled, and she tried to squeeze out some pity. Those photos must have been taken to frame him. Considering that he's usually quite diligent, just. He didn't finish his words. Old Master Qin didn't even raise his eyelids. The tapping of the armrest stopped. The living room was dead silent. On the sofa next to him, Qin's father was fidgeting, his butt as if it was covered in glue or had thorns, and he moved several times. He tried to speak several times, but when the words reached his lips, he glanced at the old man's face and forced himself to hold them back, leaving only the sound of heavy breathing. It was Qin's mother, holding the teacup, her eyes fixed on the tea leaves floating in the cup, as if everything around her had nothing to do with her. Only her slightly trembling fingers revealed her mood. Diligent. Old Master Qin finally opened his eyes, his gaze sharp as an eagle. I think he's lost his mind. He's brought disgrace upon the Qin family. How are we going to explain this to the board of directors? Lin Mengjia shrank back at the look and stammered, Grandpa, I'll explain to the board of directors, and Qihang will also apologize in person. Explain. Apologize. Old Master Qin snorted coldly. Do you think the Qin family is a market where you can bargain? Miss Lin, he changed the subject, his gaze landing on Lin Mengjia. You are a smart person. You should know what you can and cannot do. Today's incident will not happen again. If it happens again, don't blame my Qin family for being ruthless. These words were full of criticism. Lin Mengjia's face turned pale and she forced a smile. Yes, Grandpa is right. Dad, calm down. Qin's father quickly tried to smooth things over. Qihang was indeed wrong this time, but he is the eldest grandson of the Qin family after all. The company can't be left without a leader for a day. Let him take over as president temporarily. Old Master Qin glanced at his son, then glanced at Lin Mengjia, and finally his gaze fixed on a certain point in the void, as if weighing the pros and cons. After a long pause, he waved his hand wearily, forget it. I'll personally go to the board of directors tomorrow and make it clear that he should still be the president. Father Qin was obviously relieved. Thank you, Dad. Lin Mengjia also secretly rejoiced and lowered her eyes to hide her pride. Only Qin's mother tightened her grip on the teacup, her knuckles turning white. Okay, let's all go. Old Master Qin waved his hand, stood up, and walked towards the study with the help of the housekeeper. As he passed Qin's mother, Qin's father paused and warned in a low voice, mind your own business and don't have any evil thoughts. If I find out you're in contact with that evil creature Qin Ran again and ruin Qihang's future, don't blame me. He didn't finish his words, but the threat was clear. Mother Qin's face turned pale as paper in an instant, her lips moved, and finally she nodded silently. It's late at night. When Qihang rushed back to the Qin family villa in a mess, Qin's father was waiting in the living room. Dad. Qihang's voice was hoarse, filled with the panic of surviving a disaster. The matter is resolved. Qin's father said in a calm tone, his mood unclear. The old man will go to the board of directors tomorrow, and the position of president is still yours. Qihang just ignited a glimmer of hope and blurted out, then Mengjia. Qin's father's brows knitted into knots, and his voice was cold and icy. Still thinking about her? Let me tell you, the old man relented to give face to the Qin family. That kind of woman, with a poor family background and many tricks, is just a burden. Just play with her, don't worry about her. But Dad. Qihang wanted to argue. Shut up. Qin's father interrupted harshly. There are plenty of women out there. Once you've secured your position, you'll have all kinds of women. Remember this, be more restrained from now on. If you make trouble again, especially that Lin Mengjia, if she dares to bring shame to the Qin family again, I'll be the first to destroy her. Qihang shrank his neck when he was yelled at, and stammered, I know, Dad. Father Qin waved his hand, like a clockwork dog, go back to your room. Qihang walked up the stairs with unsteady steps, his back showing dejection. On the other side, it was late at night and everything was quiet. Mother Qin slipped to the corner of the balcony like a thief and dialed Qin Ran's number with trembling fingers. Ran. As soon as the phone was connected, suppressed crying came from the other end. Your grandfather and your father, they still let Qihang. The words were incoherent. Qin Ran held her phone and leaned against the window, the night wind blowing her hair. She didn't say anything, but the sobs in the receiver said it all. Not surprising, not at all. For the Qin family, appearance is always more important than substance. Well, that idiot Qihang sitting in that position will only drag the Qin family into a deeper quagmire. Mom, she said, her voice so calm it was almost cold, that place is not for people to stay. Come out and follow me. No, Ran. Mother Qin's voice suddenly rose, then suddenly lowered, filled with fear. If I leave, your father will take out all his anger on you. I can't hurt you. It's the same rhetoric again. Qin Ran gripped her phone tightly, her fingertips turning white. Is this so-called maternal love protection or another shackle? The phone was hung up, and only the busy tone remained in the air. Qin Ran turned around and saw Zhou Yan'an standing not far away. She didn't say much, just briefly mentioned the Qin family's decision. Zhou Yan'an walked over and didn't say any false comfort. He just stretched out his hand and gently held her in his arms. Warm body temperature came through their clothes. Just do whatever you want to do, he said in a low voice, close to her ear, I'll accompany you. Qin Ran paused in his arms for a few seconds, absorbing the rare warmth. Thank you. She took a step back and raised her face. The Qin family owes my mother and me. This debt should be settled. Zhou Yan'an looked at her without saying a word. He just raised his hand and gently brushed her forehead with his fingertips, a silent promise. Is the Qin Corporation considering cooperating with Rongsheng Group recently? Qin Ran asked, her tone having regained its composure. Well, Qihang has been following up and wants to win that new energy project. Zhou Yan'an immediately understood her intention. Mr. Lin from Rongsheng. Qin Ran's lips curled up coldly. He's not a very clean person. If we get the cooperation from Rongsheng first, it will be like cutting off Qihang's future. Zhou Yan'an thought for a moment and said, Lin Rongsheng, that old fox, is very shrewd and has a big appetite. I know, Qin Ran said. I've had someone collect all the things he accidentally left behind. They'll be enough to give him a hard time if necessary. Come prepared. Zhou Yan'an chuckled, okay, I'll arrange a meeting with Lin Rongsheng and finalize the matter as soon as possible. Yeah. Qin Ran responded. The night outside the window grew darker, but the lights in the living room seemed especially bright. Some accounts must be settled. Some people have to pay the price. Chapter 40 Qihang becomes the president of Qin Corporation. The next day, Qin's enterprise shareholders meeting. It was rare to see such a full conference room. Even a few old men who had been absent for years, only collecting their dividends, were there. Amidst a murmur of discussion, old man Qin walked in, leaning on a cane, supported by Qin's father and Qihang on either side. As soon as he showed up, someone stood up to greet him. Boss Qin, you seem to be getting stronger. Yes, President Qin, you've been a great mentor. Qin Ran has led the company so well these past 2 years. Wow, our performance reports are amazing. They've doubled several times over. That's right, Qin Ran is a child with courage and means. She is truly a rare talent. He kept praising Qin Ran. Old Master Qin walked to the main seat, but he didn't look happy at all. Instead, he frowned and raised his hand to press it down, with a bit of impatience. Okay, everyone, sit down. His voice was quiet, but the conference room fell silent instantly, and the lively atmosphere suddenly cooled. Everyone looked at each other, confused. Qin's father and Qihang stood behind the old man, like two guardians. Old Master Qin sat down and stuck his cane on the ground, making a thump sound. He glanced around and spoke slowly. The main reason I called everyone here today is for one thing, the selection of the president of Qin Corporation. As soon as he finished speaking, a white-haired old man sitting on the left side of Mr. Qin spoke. He was Wang Lianqing, an old friend who had fought with Mr. Qin to build his empire. Old Qin, I'm not saying anything, but Qin Ran is doing a great job. Everyone knows that. And suddenly they're talking about replacing Qihang. He glanced at Qihang, who was standing behind old Qin, and his tone was filled with obvious doubt. Can he do it? We don't know him well. This question hit the nail on the head, and many shareholders nodded slightly in agreement. Before old man Qin could reply, Father Qin couldn't help but take a step forward and raised his voice. What do you mean by that, Director Wang? Qihang is the eldest grandson of our Qin family, a legitimate heir. Shouldn't the Qin family have the final say? His words were full of thorns. His eyes swept over Director Wang and then looked at the others, with a warning tone in his eyes. Director Wang's expression suddenly turned grim. He looked at Qin's father, then turned to old man Qin. Old Qin. Look at your son. Is this how you talk to your elders? Does he have any manners at all? Qihang took a half step forward, trying to maintain a calm expression. Uncle Wang, father is also anxious. In this company meeting, let's talk about business. Public is public, private is private. Let's not talk about old feelings when discussing business. His words sounded like he was trying to smooth things over, but also like he was emphasizing his own status. Cough cough. Old Master Qin coughed twice heavily, with dignity. Everyone's eyes were focused on him, and the conference room fell silent again. Director Wang looked at Mr. Qin's expressionless face and his heart skipped a beat as he understood. This old guy was determined to help his grandson, who appeared out of nowhere, to take the throne. His expression became increasingly ugly, his lips moved, but in the end he said nothing more and just turned his head away. Old Master Qin nodded in satisfaction and spoke again, his voice steady but unyielding. All right. I called everyone here today to give you a heads up. From now on, Qihang will take over as president of the Qin Corporation. Qin Ran has already resigned. As soon as Mr. Wang finished speaking, the buzz of discussion in the conference room started again. Boss Qin, what Boss Wang said makes perfect sense. A middle-aged shareholder wearing gold-rimmed glasses couldn't help but chime in. That girl Qin Ran has been doing so well these past 2 years, no one's been blinded by her performance. Her performance has been skyrocketing. And suddenly replacing her, especially with Mr. Qihang, who, with all due respect, rarely shows up at the company. This is unacceptable, isn't it? Someone nearby immediately chimed in, yes, Mr. Qin, we all believe that our nephew Qihang is young and promising. But running a business isn't just about youth, what about experience? Qin Ran has worked hard to achieve her success. We can't just give her a hero away based on your words. He didn't finish his words when Qin's father glared at him, choking back the rest of his words. Hero. Qin's father sneered. His voice was quiet, but full of hostility. Don't forget, her last name is Qin. The Qin family gave her the platform, so it's only natural for her to achieve results. Why, now she's trying to blackmail the Qin family. You. The shareholder was so angry that his face turned red, but he couldn't lose his temper because old Master Qin was present. Old Master Qin's cane clunked again, even louder than before, as if knocking on everyone's heart. What? My words are no longer effective. His cloudy eyes swept across the entire room. Qin, this is my Qin family's Qin. Qihang is my eldest grandson, so the future of the Qin family must naturally be handed over to him. Does anyone have any objections? The conference room fell silent again, but this time the silence revealed a sense of depression and dissatisfaction. Several old shareholders exchanged glances, the meaning of which was clear. This old fellow was truly lost in his senility. He was abandoning his empire for a grandson who had appeared out of nowhere? Director Wang curled his lips and looked at several other veteran figures next to him. Director Wang glanced at the old man named Li next to him. Mr. Li shook his head almost imperceptibly. Another director named Zhang slowly picked up the celadon teacup in front of him, blew off the foam, and took a sip. My eyes were fixed on the window, but my mind was already far away. I'm afraid things have changed for the Qin family. You have to make plans early and leave yourself a way out. Old Master Qin turned a blind eye to these undercurrents, or perhaps he simply didn't care. He cleared his throat, his voice a little hoarse, even more firm. The shares I hold are enough to make this decision. Today I am just notifying everyone, not discussing it with you. After these words were spoken, no one dared to say a word. Oppose? What can they say? They hold the final say and have the final say. Qin Ran had been standing quietly behind his grandfather. After hearing this final conclusion, his tense nerves finally relaxed, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but raise a slight arc. He straightened his back and glanced at the shareholders who were either looking down or having different expressions. He felt a sense of control that he had never felt before. Oh, Qin Ran. No matter how powerful he is, he still has to give up his position. He is now the president of Qin Corporation. As for the complex expressions in those old guys' eyes, he didn't see it, or rather, he didn't care. What kind of waves can a bunch of old antiques make? Old Master Qin seemed to sense that the atmosphere was not right, and added, his voice a little hoarse and fierce, Qihang is young and needs everyone's support. But anyone who messes with him is messing with an old man like me. I can only live a few more years with my old bones, and I can still watch over him. This was a harsh remark. The conference room became even quieter. Chapter 41 Qin will take half a day. After a few seconds, someone responded dryly, Boss Qin is right. We will definitely support President Qihang's work. Yes, I will definitely support you. Of course I should. There were scattered echoes of agreement, but they all sounded perfunctory and helpless. No one was stupid. Old Master Qin was clearly trying to have the final say. What else could they say? They couldn't beat him. Only then was Mr. Qin satisfied and waved his hand. All right, let's adjourn the meeting. Everyone was as if pardoned, and the sound of chairs rubbing against the ground suddenly filled the air. Everyone stood up almost immediately, anxious to leave the low-pressure meeting room. Soon, most of the people left, leaving only 3 people from the Qin family. Director Wang and a few old friends walked at the end. Before leaving, they exchanged a knowing look with each other, then shook their heads and slowly left. The old guys were the last to leave. Before leaving, they gave each other a look that only they understood. The departing figure was somewhat desolate, and also concealed a bit of indifference as if waiting to watch a show. Only 3 members of the Qin family were left in the conference room, and the atmosphere was still as heavy as if it had frozen. Old Master Qin leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes and relaxed. When he opened his eyes again, he was talking to Qin Qihang, but his expression was serious. Qihang, since you're in this position, do your job well and don't bring shame to the Qin family. Qin Qihang immediately bowed. Grandpa, don't worry, I will do my best. Qin's father, standing nearby, quickly chimed in, his expression full of ingratiation. Dad, just wait and see. Qihang is a smart kid, he'll definitely be able to manage the company perfectly. I'll also be there to help him and won't let him go astray. Old Master Qin made a hum sound in his throat, indicating that he had heard it. He supported himself with a crutch and stood up shakily, his body swaying noticeably. Qin's father hurried forward and held him steady. Okay, I'm tired. I'll go back first. The old man waved his hand without looking at Qin Qihang again. Supported by Qin's father, he slowly moved out of the meeting room step by step. The door closed with a click. The respect on Qin Qihang's face faded a lot in an instant. After seeing the old man off, Qin's father returned. As soon as he entered the door, the flattering look on his face disappeared. Instead, he spoke in a serious tone and patted Qin Qihang on the shoulder. Son, you have secured the chairman's seat, but those old guys down there are very sharp-eyed. You have to make some noise quickly to shut them up and bring honor to your grandfather and me. Dad, I know what's going on. Qin Qihang tugged at his tie and responded quickly, but there was a hint of disapproval in his tone. Those old stubborn people, I will leave them speechless. That's good. Qin's father rubbed his hands, a little anxious. In a few days, you should sort out the important projects on hand, especially the land in the south of the city. If you can get it beautifully, I don't think anyone will dare to gossip about it. Don't worry, Dad. Qin Qihang twitched the corners of his mouth, but there was not much smile in that curve. The other end. As soon as Mr. Wang entered the house, without even taking off his coat, he took out his cell phone and called Qin Ran. The phone rang several times before it was connected. Qin Ran's voice came through the receiver, lazy, as if she hadn't woken up yet. Uncle Wang. Hey, Ran. Director Wang's anger and frustration boiled over when he heard the noise. What's going on here? Why is the old man like he's possessed, pushing that kid Qihang up there? He paused, lowering his voice even more. Tell Uncle Wang the truth. Have you suffered any serious injustice? Qin Ran chuckled softly from the other end, her expression unremarkable. Uncle Wang, you're being overly concerned. I just don't want to stay at the Qin Corporation anymore. I'm tired and need a break. Take a break. Director Wang's voice suddenly rose. What nonsense! How can the Qin group manage without you? Which of those bastards can replace you? That brat Qihang? He knows nothing. Qin Ran was silent for a few seconds. Uncle Wang, thank you for your kindness. However, I have already made up my mind about this matter. Please take care of yourself and don't worry too much. Director Wang sighed heavily on the other end, his tone softening. Girl, Uncle Wang knows you're capable, and he also knows you're unhappy. If one day you want to come back, just tell Uncle Wang, and I'll risk my reputation to get your position back. Okay, thank you, Uncle Wang. Qin Ran responded. After hanging up the phone, Qin Ran held the phone, her fingertips feeling a little cold. She let out a sigh. There was a sense of relief in that tone, as if a burden had been lifted off his shoulders, but also something else, a feeling that was hard to describe. Zhou Yan'an brought a cup of warm water from the kitchen and handed it to her. What's wrong? Who called to make you sigh? Qin Ran took the cup, her fingertips touched the warmth of the cup wall, and she took a sip. She briefly recounted the key points of what Director Wang had just said on the phone. After listening to this, Zhou Yan'an raised his eyebrows and said, Mr. Wang, you see things clearly. But he's also right. With your abilities, you'll never starve anywhere. He leaned closer, lowering his voice with a sly smile. Who in the B-City business community doesn't know your name? Qin Ran, their female devil. You're a well-known figure. Qin Ran glanced at him sideways, pretending to strangle him. Come on, Zhou Yan'an. You think I'm a female devil too? Are you looking for a fight? Zhou Yan'an quickly grasped her hand and raised his hands in surrender. How could that be possible? I'm praising you for your strong abilities and decisiveness. Besides, in my opinion, our Ran is the best. Qin Ran snorted, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up. Since everyone has quit, we are still in City B, why not have some fun for a few days before going back? Zhou Yan'an suggested, his tone full of anticipation. Qin Ran thought about it and nodded. Okay, it's a good time to relax. The depression she had been feeling for the past few days really needed to be relieved. Great. Zhou Yan'an's eyes lit up. I'm familiar with City B. Where do you want to go? I'll be your guide from start to finish. In the autumn in City B, the sky is high and the clouds are light, and the sun is warm. Zhou Yan'an kept his word and dragged Qin Ran along as they wandered through the ordinary streets of City B. There was no pre-set itinerary, they simply followed their path. Hey, slow down, Qin Ran said as he pulled her arm through an alley lined with dried meats. The air was filled with that unique salty aroma. I just left office, so I'm a little tired. Zhou Yan'an turned around and smiled maliciously. Not strong enough? Then should I be more gentle tonight? Qin Ran paused, reached out, and gently twisted his waist. Zhou Yan'an, can you please keep your mind on something serious? Sure, Zhou Yan'an sniffed with a grin, but didn't hide. That sweet shop up ahead is said to be a century-old establishment. Should we go and try it? That's decent enough, right, Mr. Qin? Qin Ran was amused by his calling her Mr. Qin and shook her head. Okay, I'll listen to you, Guide Zhou. The two sat at a small wooden table on the street, each with a bowl of double-skin milk. Chapter 42 An Appointment with Mr. Li. Qin Ran stirred slowly with a spoon, watching the people coming and going on the street. Suddenly, she said, you know what? Every time I came to City B on a business trip, I was either in the meeting room or on the way to the meeting room. I didn't even have time to take a closer look at the color of the sky. She paused and smiled self-deprecatingly. Sometimes I'm so busy I feel like a spinning top, unable to stop. Zhou Yan'an pushed his bowl towards her. Now that we've stopped, how do you feel? Qin Ran scooped a spoonful of double-skin milk into her mouth. It was sweet but not greasy, with a rich milky aroma. It feels like I just finished a marathon. My legs are still sore, but the tension in my heart has been lifted. It feels good. Zhou Yan'an looked at her. That's good. From now on, you can watch whatever color the sky is and stop whenever you want. It's up to you. Qin Ran curled her lips, said nothing, and lowered her head to take another bite. In the afternoon, the two of them went to a little-known mountain park. Qin Ran casually snapped a few photos of the mountaintop overlooking the city, including one of Zhou Yan'an's playful back. After a moment's thought, she posted a message on WeChat Moments with the caption, "Another way to experience City B." Not long after, the phone dinged. Qin Ran picked it up and saw that it was Mr. Li, who had given her a thumbs up and left a message. "Oh, Miss Qin is also in City B? What a rare visitor. I've been here for a few days to take care of some things. If you have time, please do me the honor of having a quick meal with me." Qin Ran raised her eyebrows. Mr. Li was quite well informed. She looked up at Zhou Yan'an, who was studying the words engraved on a stone tablet not far away, and called out, "Zhou Yan'an." Zhou Yan'an trotted over, his hair a little messy, and looked at her and asked, "What's wrong?" "Mr. Li, do you remember the company that makes new energy vehicle batteries?" Qin Ran said excitedly, shaking her phone. "Remember, Mr. Lin Mengjia, a big shot in the industry." Zhou Yan'an nodded, then looked at her puzzledly. "What happened to him?" "I saw it on my WeChat Moments. He said he was also in City B and invited us to dinner." Qin Ran happily took his hand. Zhou Yan'an reacted quickly, a little excitedly, and a little hesitantly. "We? Including me?" "Nonsense," Qin Ran rolled her eyes at him, a little amused. "How else would I go to dinner with a grown man like him alone? Aren't you afraid I'd get drunk and sell myself to the ravines? That won't do." Zhou Yan'an straightened his back immediately, then started to wonder, but I don't know him well. "If he invites you, wouldn't it be inappropriate for me to go?" Qin Ran smiled and patted his hand soothingly. "What's wrong with that? Last time, someone told me that if you could connect with Mr. Li and his team for your company's new project, subsequent technical support and market channels would be much easier." She tapped Zhou Yan'an on the forehead and said, "This opportunity has come to you, Mr. Zhou. You must seize it and don't let me, your good wife, be incompetent when the time comes." Zhou Yan'an's face flushed at her words, but his heart was pounding like a drum. Mr. Li, that was the partner he had always wanted to contact but was a bit overwhelmed. Can I do it?" He was still a little scared. "What if I say something wrong and mess things up?" "Why can't you?" Qin Ran patted his arm, her tone firm. "Didn't I help you with your plan before? It's very thoughtful and feasible. Besides, I'm here, so what's there to be afraid of? Just think of it as a free meal. If the conversation goes well, we can cooperate. If not, then it's still a friend. More friends, more paths." She observed Zhou Yan'an's expression for a moment, then said, "I agreed directly for you. Let him decide the time and place, and we'll just follow the host's wishes." Zhou Yan'an looked at Qin Ran, her calm yet confident expression, and his nervousness inexplicably subsided. Yes, with her around, why should he be so nervous? He took a deep breath and nodded vigorously. "Okay. I'll listen to you. I will definitely perform well and not embarrass you. I can't let her down." Qin Ran smiled with satisfaction. "That's right. Let's go over there and take a look. I seem to smell the aroma of roasted sweet potatoes just now." "Okay." Zhou Yan'an immediately regained his energy and followed happily, but his mind was already rapidly thinking about which topic to start with when he met Mr. Li later. "That piece of land in the south of the city. No, that's Qihang's business. Mr. Li's new energy project. Well, we can talk about this." The place Mr. Li chose was indeed exquisite. It was a private restaurant in a courtyard hidden deep in the alley. There was not even a conspicuous sign at the door, only two red lanterns dimly lit. The waiter led them through the screen wall, around the courtyard with pomegranate trees, and into one of the rooms. The interior is decorated in a simple and elegant style, with rosewood tables and chairs, a few ink paintings hanging on the wall, and a faint sandalwood scent in the air. "Is this place quiet enough?" Qin Ran looked around and nodded with satisfaction. Zhou Yan'an rubbed his hands, then looked around. "It's good, but it feels a little too formal. Will I say something wrong later?" "Use the same energy you put into painting." Qin Ran patted the back of his hand. "Besides, don't you have me here?" As soon as he finished speaking, the door of the private room was pushed open, and a middle-aged man wearing a Chinese buttoned shirt, with a slightly plump figure and looking very smart walked in. It was Lin Mengjia. "Ms. Qin. Wow, what a rare guest." Mr. Li's voice was loud and clear, and he was smiling warmly. I was shocked when I saw your circle of friends just now. I thought I was seeing things. Qin Ran stood up and greeted him with a smile. Boss Li, long time no see. I came here on a whim and didn't say hello in advance. Qin Ran responded casually. Of course not. I'm so happy you can come to City B. Mr. Li shook her hand and glanced quickly at her. Why do you look a little thinner? Have you been working too hard lately? It's okay, Qin Ran said without trying to hide it. I resigned from Qin's a while ago. Now I'm unemployed, so it's a good time to take a break. Mr. Li paused after hearing this, then quickly reacted and said with a hint of emotion, this should have been done a long time ago. Honestly, watching you work so hard before made me tired. You should really relax. Your health is what matters. He changed the subject and looked at Zhou Yan'an, who had been standing quietly beside Qin Ran. Who is this? Painter Zhu. Yes, it's my husband, Zhou Yan'an. Qin Ran turned sideways and introduced him naturally. We've been visiting here recently. Yan'an, this is Mr. Li Mengjia. Hello, Mr. Li. Zhou Yan'an quickly extended his hand. Qin Ran's words my husband had put his mind at ease, and he spoke more fluently. Hello, Mr. Zhu. Mr. Li shook his hand warmly. I've heard a lot about you. My wife is a huge fan of yours and even has one of your paintings hanging at home. I even bought one of yours at an auction a few days ago, and she was so happy. Zhou Yan'an had a perfect smile on his face. Really? It's my honor. Mr. Zhu is young, promising, and handsome, Mr. Li said, sizing up Zhou Yan'an. He turned to Qin Ran and said half-jokingly, Ms. Qin has excellent taste. Of course, Mr. Zhu is even more fortunate to have married such a capable wife like Miss Qin. Zhou Yan'an subconsciously looked at Qin Ran, the corners of his mouth curling up uncontrollably. Yeah, it's true. I'm lucky. Qin Ran felt a little hot in her ears when he looked at her. She coughed lightly, interrupting the business talk. Mr. Li, please take a seat. It's so tiring to stand and talk. Chapter 43 confirmed to cooperate. The dishes were served quickly and they were all ordinary-looking but delicious home-cooked dishes. Mr. Li was obviously familiar with the place and was chatting and laughing. He talked about everything from industry dynamics to interesting stories in City B. The atmosphere was very lively. Zhou Yan'an was a bit reserved at first, but Mr. Li was a straightforward man with no airs. After a few drinks, he gradually relaxed, especially when talking about design and art, which interested him. He started to talk freely. However, when it comes to drinking capacity, Zhou Yan'an and Mr. Li are clearly at a different level. After several rounds of toasts, Mr. Li was still chatting and laughing, but his face was a little redder. Zhou Yan'an's cheeks were already red, and his tongue was starting to become a little slurred when he spoke. Qin Ran saw everything. She picked up her own glass and stopped Mr. Li from offering her another glass of wine. Mr. Li, he can't drink much. Let me drink with you. Mr. Li laughed heartily. I know Miss Qin has a huge appetite. But Mr. Zhu is doing this well, too. It's honest. After 3 rounds of drinks, Zhou Yan'an was already feeling a bit dizzy and spoke much less. He spent most of his time holding his cup, his eyes fixed on Qin Ran. When Qin Ran asked him to drink some water, he would obediently pick up the cup and drink. When asked to eat some food, he would pick up the food slowly. President Li, his face flushed with drunkenness, watched the scene unfold. He pointed at Zhou Yan'an, then looked at Qin Ran, amused. Miss Qin, you two are such an interesting pairing. You're so capable and assertive, you're a true strong woman. And Mr. Zhu, right now, he really looks a bit like, a little husband. Quite a good match, quite a pair. Qin Ran smiled helplessly and didn't refute. She picked up a piece of fish for Zhou Yan'an and said, eat slowly. Seeing that the atmosphere had calmed down, Qin Ran finally turned the topic back to business. Mr. Li, speaking of which, Yan'an's company is currently working on a new project that combines smart homes and art. It involves some interactive technology. I heard him mention it, and I think it might have some similarities with your company's new energy concept. She didn't go into detail, just gave a hint. Mr. Li listened attentively, his glass in hand. He glanced at Zhou Yan'an, whose eyes were hazy, then at Qin Ran, who was calm and composed. He nodded, oh. The combination of smart home and art, quite interesting. He pondered for a moment and said cheerfully, how about this? When you guys go back, I'll have the team responsible for the new business sector contact Jews. I'll find a time for the technical and marketing people to meet first to see how to connect them. Don't worry, Miss Qin. As long as Mr. Zhu's project is proven feasible after evaluation, we will fully support it without hesitation. Zhou Yan'an's head was dizzy, but he heard these words clearly. He was startled and moved his lips as if to say something. Qin Ran's hand gently covered the back of his hand, silently comforting him. Qin Ran picked up the teacup and drank tea instead of wine. Thank you so much, Mr. Li, for your concern. We'll contact your team as soon as we get back. The corners of her lips curled up slightly, and the feeling of suspense in her heart finally settled down. What nonsense! Mr. Li waved his hand generously. It's getting late, and I think Mr. Zhu is quite drunk. You should take him back home and get some rest. He stood up first. Shall I ask my driver to give you a ride? There's really no need to trouble you, Mr. Li. Qin Ran also stood up and reached out to steady the staggering Zhou Yan'an. Our hotel isn't too far away, so we can just stroll back. You've had quite a bit to drink, so you should go back and rest early. Mr. Li no longer hesitated, said goodbye to the two of them, and got into the black car parked in front of the restaurant. The car's taillights merged into the night, disappearing at the end of the alley. Qin Ran finally relaxed completely, tilting her head to look at Zhou Yan'an, who was practically hanging on her. His face was a fiery red, and he was still mumbling incoherently, connection, plan. Qin Ran was both angry and amused. She lifted his arm and said, "Let's go, Mr. Zhu. Let's go back to their hotel." Zhou Yan'an groaned, and most of his body weight was unloaded on her, heavy like a naughty big dog. Qin family villa. Qin Qihang pushed the door open and came in, his steps brisk and the smile on his face almost overflowing. At the entrance, Lin Mengjia was already waiting there. "Qihang, you're finally back," Lin Mengjia said sweetly, and walked quickly to meet him. "Is everything going well at the company? You must be exhausted today, right?" Qin Qihang took her into his arms and pecked her cheek loudly. "Busy? Of course. But it's worth it." His voice rose with uncontrollable excitement. "I have great news for you. From now on, I, Qin Qihang, will be the CEO of the Qin Group." Lin Mengjia covered her mouth exaggeratedly, looking unexpectedly surprised. "Really? Oh, that's great. I told you, who else is qualified for the position of CEO of Qin Corporation except you? Those old stubborn people finally figured it out." She snuggled tightly in Qin Qihang's arms, her tone full of admiration. "Qihang, you are really amazing." Qin Qihang was extremely proud. He reached out and scratched the tip of her nose, laughing heartily. "Of course. Don't you see who your man is? Those idiots before, clueless, messed up the company. Now I'm at the helm. Just wait and see what will become of Qin's company under my control." He then changed the subject and mentioned Qin Ran, his tone becoming even more disdainful and dismissive. "Qin Ran, what the hell does she know about business? She only knows how to do these fancy, useless things. What she needs is a strong leader, not some detached artist." Lin Mengjia nodded immediately. Right. Brother Qihang, what you said is so insightful. People like Qin Ran are only good at talking big. How can they compare to your brilliant vision and strategy, Brother Qihang? With the Qin Group in your hands, it must flourish and achieve even greater success. Har, my Mengjia still understands my heart the best. Qin Qihang felt so comfortable being flattered that he tightened his arms around her. "For this happy day, we must celebrate properly tonight." He leaned in closer, his breath brushing against her cheek. Lin Mengjia's fingers restlessly drew circles on his chest, her voice soft and sticky. "Then, how are we going to celebrate?" Qin Qihang didn't respond. He just bent down, picked her up, and whispered in her ear. Lin Mengjia giggled, put her arms around his neck and buried her face in the crook of his neck. Qin Qihang held the person in his arms and walked quickly towards the bedroom. The door closed with a click, isolating the inside and the outside. A few suppressed laughs were faintly heard in the room, and then it was completely quiet. After staying in Beijing for 2 more days and finishing their tasks, Zhou Yan'an and Qin Ran set off to return to the Zhou family. Chapter 44: Qin's First Crisis. As soon as he entered the door, Zhou's mother Zhou Man came to greet him hurriedly. "Oh, my Ran, you're finally back. She held Qin Ran's hand, looking around with concern in her eyes. How was it? Did you have fun? There are so many fun places in Beijing. Haven't you seen enough? How about letting Yan'an stay with you for a few more days? Zhu Jianming, Zhu's father, also walked over with a gentle smile on his face. That's right, you young people should go out more often and relax. Don't always be so focused on work. The warmth that washed over her made Qin Ran's accumulated depression in Beijing dissipate quietly. She smiled and shook her head. Thank you, Dad, thank you, Mom, we had a great time. But business is more important, it's time to get back. Zhu Yan'an put his arm around Qin Ran's shoulders and continued, yes, I'm back. Dad, it's time for you to take a good rest. I and Ran will take care of the company's affairs from now on. Just focus on accompanying Mom and enjoying life. Xu Man glanced at her son in disapproval and said, you're the only one who's good at talking sweetly. Okay, I know you're busy with work. Come in quickly. The meal is ready for you. The family sat around the table in a harmonious atmosphere and enjoyed their dinner very happily. When she returned to her room that night, Qin Ran took out her cell phone and called her mother, Lin Wan. The call was quickly picked up, and Lin Wan's voice came through the receiver, a little low, with an unconcealable tiredness. Ran. Are you and Yan'an back? Well, Mom, we just got home. How are things over there? Qin Ran walked to the window and looked at the night view of Zhu family garden outside. I'm fine. Lin Wan paused, it's just. Qihang, he officially took over as CEO today. Qin Ran was not surprised and said calmly, okay, I understand. Then you. Lin Wan was a little worried, you really don't plan to? I'm not planning on that, Mom. Qin Ran interrupted her. Whoever wants that position can take it. I've done enough for the Qin family over the years. You've seen how Grandpa and Dad treated me. I'm tired and don't want to waste any more time. I'm starting over on my own. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a few seconds, and Lin Wan sighed, okay. Just think it through yourself. Mom supports you. By the way, there is something I need to tell you. Your grandmother, before she died, she made a will and left all the Qin shares in her name to you. Qin Ran was stunned for a moment. Grandma's shares. Why only now? I haven't found the right time to tell you before. Now's the perfect time. Lin Wan spoke directly, her voice solemn. And I'm going to give you my share too. Qihang, that bastard who came out of nowhere, don't even think about taking advantage of him. Mom Qin Ran's heart ached. Thank you. Don't be angry. It's not worth getting yourself hurt. I'll follow your arrangements regarding the shares. Don't worry, I'll be fine. That's good, that's good. Lin Wan's voice sounded a little more relaxed. The Zhu family, are they good to you? That's great, Mom. Don't worry. Qin Ran smiled. Mom and Dad treat me like their own daughter. Once I'm settled here, I'll bring you out to live with me. Lin Wan didn't agree immediately, but only said vaguely, we'll talk about it when the time comes. Take care of yourself first. After hanging up the phone, Qin Ran stood by the window. The night was dark. The Qin family, Qihang, this account is not so easy to settle. The next day, Qin Ran and Zhu Yan'an didn't delay and made an appointment with Rongxin Group's CEO Lin. Coffee shop private room. Mr. Lin took a sip of coffee, put down the cup, and looked at Qin Ran. Ms. Qin, long time no see. But as far as I know, you have left Qin's. Then, our cooperation with Rongxin and Qin seems to have nothing to do with you anymore, right? Qin Ran smiled and spoke calmly, Boss Lin, you misunderstood. I'm definitely not here today on behalf of the Qin group. She paused, then changed the subject. I'm here to introduce a new friend to Mr. Lin, and also a partner with unlimited potential, the Zhu group. Zhu Yan'an quickly stood up and nodded modestly, then said, Boss Lin, Zhu's accumulation of expertise in intelligent technology and new energy applications is far beyond Qin's reach. He briefly outlined several cutting-edge project directions, especially the concept of integrating smart home and artistic living that he had previously mentioned to Mr. Li. I believe these are highly consistent with Rongxin's future business landscape. Mr. Lin tapped his fingers on the table, leaning forward slightly, revealing the caution typical of a businessman. Jews. Interesting. But I've been working with Qin's for many years, and the foundation is there. Qin's size is also there. Why should I take the risk of switching ships? Foundation. Qin Ran met his gaze. Mr. Lin, the foundation of a business partnership is never the past, but how much value can be created in the future. Mr. Lin is well informed about the current situation at the Qin Corporation. He must be aware of it, right? A company that hasn't even straightened out its internal power structure and just replaced its CEO with an amateur, how can you bet on its stability? Does Qihang understand business? Qin Ran's words hit the nail on the head, and they really hit the mark on his mind. Zhu has the technology, the sincerity, and me. I understand what Rongxing needs, and I also understand what the Qin family lacks and what they fear. By choosing Zhu, you not only gain a technical partner, but also an ally who knows your opponent's cards. Whether this deal is worthwhile is up to you, Mr. Lin. Zhou Yan'an said sincerely, Boss Lin, we can start with a pilot project. Let the facts speak for themselves. If you're not satisfied with the results, Zhu will not pursue it. Mr. Lin was silent for a few seconds, and his fingertips stopped tapping on the table. He glanced at Qin Ran, then glanced at the calm Zhou Yan'an. Finally, he nodded, okay. Let's do as you said and try a pilot project first. He picked up the cup. For Miss Qin's sake and Zhu's sincerity, I'll give you this opportunity. Mr. Zhu's proposal is indeed attractive. Let's give it a try. However, Miss Qin, let me be frank. If the cooperation results do not meet my expectations, or if there is any problem with Zhu's company. Qin Ran picked up the lemonade in front of her and smiled brightly, I'm always here for you. This is the office of the president of Qin Group. Qihang looked at the report handed over by his assistant and slammed the document on the table with a loud noise. Rongxing refused to renew the contract. What does Lin Huaid mean? Qihang's face turned pale. They have been an important partner of the Qin Corporation for many years. How can they just stop it? Do you know how much this will affect our performance? If our performance drops, how am I going to explain this to Grandpa and Dad? The assistant stood trembling to the side. Mr. Lin just said it was a decision made after a comprehensive evaluation, but didn't elaborate on the specific reasons. Bullshit. Qihang paced around the office angrily. Someone must be behind this. Investigate it. And, immediately. Immediately. Do everything you can to contact Lin Huaid and tell him I want to meet him in person. As soon as possible. Chapter 45 Rejected. The air in Qihang's office was almost frozen. Haven't you made an appointment yet? He spoke in a flat voice without any emotion. Assistant Xiao Li hung his head, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin used the same old excuse, his schedule is full. Is your schedule full? Qihang repeated, drawing out the ending tone with a hint of playfulness, and then a short "ha" came out of his throat, and the laughter was full of mockery. He casually threw the pen beside him. I think Mr. Lin doesn't even take me, young Master Qin, seriously. This is the third time Xiao Li has hit a wall. The first time I went there, I was told that Mr. Lin was on a business trip and had not returned. The second time, it was said that General Lin had caught a cold and was feeling unwell. This third time, everything was done quickly and efficiently, and the schedule was completely full. Even a 3-year-old child wouldn't believe this nonsense. Useless. Qihang's suppressed anger finally exploded. If you can't even handle such a trivial matter, why should the company support you? Rongxing is such a big cake. As soon as that woman Qin Ran left, these old guys had the audacity to turn their backs on me. Do they really think Qihang, am a soft persimmon that can be easily bullied? Qihang glanced coldly at Xiao Li, who was trembling with fear and could barely stand. Get out. I'll handle this myself. Night is coming to an end. The lights are flickering and the music is deafening. Qihang walked through the dancing crowd and quickly searched every corner. Soon, he locked on his target, General Lin. The old guy was indeed here, sitting alone in a booth in the corner, with a glass of whiskey in front of him, and his head turning aimlessly as he followed the swaying figures on the dance floor. Mr. Lin, it's so lonely drinking alone. Qihang held the wine glass, put on a warm smile on his face, and walked over with big strides. Hearing this, Mr. Lin slowly raised his head, opened his eyelids a little, and looked at Qihang for a long time before speaking vaguely. "Oh, you are the young master of Mr. Qin's family." The tone was deliberately slow, and the scrutiny and contempt were not concealed at all. Everyone knows that Qihang is Qin's father's illegitimate son, who was later brought back to the Qin family. How can he be compared with a legitimate heir like Qin Ran? Boss Lin has a good memory. "I'm Qihang." Qihang didn't get angry and continued to smile. "My father often mentioned you, saying that you are a senior in the business world with a unique vision. What a shame Miss Qin Ran is leaving the Qin Corporation." Boss Lin shook his glass and answered irrelevantly. "Our cooperation with Miss Qin at Rongsheng has always been very pleasant. Her abilities are truly remarkable." These words openly praised Qin Ran, but secretly criticized Qihang. Qihang cursed the old fox in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face. Ran has her own ideas. "But don't worry, Mr. Lin, Qin's business will only get better." He sat down opposite Mr. Lin and snapped his fingers to call the waiter. "All of Mr. Lin's expenses tonight are on me." Mr. Lin raised his eyebrows but said nothing, which was considered as his agreement. Qihang leaned over to the waiter and whispered a few words. After a while, two young girls in cool clothes and charming figures came over with twisted waists, sat down next to General Lin on the left and right, and called General Lin in a coquettish voice. "Mr. Lin, it's our first meeting. This is just a small gift, not a token of respect." Qihang smiled just right. Mr. Lin was surrounded by two beauties, and the reserved and distant look on his face quickly dissipated. He grinned and hugged one of them. "Mr. Qin, that's very considerate. You are so thoughtful." "As long as Mr. Lin likes it." Qihang winked again, and one of the beauties immediately understood. She took out a room card from her handbag and put it into Mr. Lin's palm, exhaling softly. "Mr. Lin, the hotel rooms upstairs are all booked. My sister will accompany you tonight." President Lin held the room card, looked at the beautiful woman, then at Qihang, and a smile spread across his face. "Mr. Qin, I'm your friend. Come to my office tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. Okay. Mr. Lin, please enjoy yourself. I won't disturb you any more." Qihang achieved his goal and stood up to say goodbye. The next day, in the office of the president of Rongsheng Group. "Mr. Lin, good morning," Qihang said with a cheerful face. "Mr. Qin, please sit down." Mr. Lin's attitude was much more polite than last night, but still a bit distant and businesslike. Qihang didn't beat around the bush and said directly, "Boss Lin, I came here today to discuss with you the continued cooperation between our two companies." President Lin picked up the teacup and slowly blew away the foam. "Mr. Qin, it's not that I don't trust you. It's just that we at Rongsheng were very satisfied with our previous cooperation with Miss Qin Ran. Her ability is there, and now she's gone suddenly." Qin sighed. He dragged out his tone, and the meaning was obvious. He didn't trust Qihang. "Boss Lin, you're worrying too much." Qihang sneered inwardly, but remained humble on the surface. Qin Ran's main responsibility at the company is to oversee the overall direction. The specific execution of the business is handled by the experienced team below. You're well aware of the experience and capabilities of our Qin's team, and the quality of our cooperation will definitely not be affected by personnel changes. "Oh? Really?" Mr. Lin put down his teacup and remained noncommittal. "That's true, but what if? We can't afford to delay Rongsheng's project." Qihang took a deep breath, as if he had made a great decision. "Boss Lin, to show our sincerity and to continue cooperating with such an important partner like Rongsheng, we can give you an additional 5 percentage points on top of the original cooperation price. I, Qihang, have just taken over. I'm not looking to make money, but just to make friends with you, Boss Lin, and stabilize the business. 5 points." Mr. Lin's hand holding the teacup paused imperceptibly in mid-air. This is not a small amount. He squinted his eyes, rubbed his fingers on the wall of the cup for a moment, and finally shook his head. "As for the price, we can discuss it. Mr. Qin, I'm mainly worried about the quality. It's not that I don't give you face, but if there are any mistakes in the project, I can't bear the responsibility." Qihang's facial muscles twitched, and he suppressed his anger and took another step back. "Boss Lin, if you're really worried, how about this? Let's sign a small order first, just as a trial cooperation. You can take a look at our products and services first. If you are satisfied, we can discuss the subsequent large-scale cooperation in detail. What do you think? Try to cooperate. Mr. Lin waved his hand impatiently. That's too much trouble. I always like to do things in one go. To be honest, Miss Qin Ran also helped me contact another company before. The conditions are quite good. They even promised that it would be foolproof. He slowly stood up and straightened his clothes. Master Qin, I appreciate your sincerity. However, this is a serious matter, so I still need to consider it carefully. Let's stop here for today. I have a meeting. This is clearly in order to expel you. Chapter 46 The Zhou Family's Warmth. Qihang came out of the magnificent building of Rongshan Group with a face so gloomy that water could almost be squeezed out of it. Bang! He slammed the car door shut. He slumped into the back seat and punched the back of the seat in front of him. You old bastard. You're so shameless. He cursed through his teeth. 5 points. What else does he want? Does he really think I'm a soft persimmon that he can manipulate? The driver glanced in the rearview mirror, not daring to breathe, and started the car silently. Back in his office, Qihang's anger grew stronger and stronger. He grabbed a document on the table and raised his hand to throw it to the ground. Boss. Assistant Xiao Li knocked on the door at this moment. His voice was timid, and he poked half of his head in. Get out. Qihang roared angrily without even turning his head. Xiao Li was so frightened that he shuddered and his neck shrank, but he did not retreat. Instead, he walked in with his head held high. He clutched a USB drive tightly in his hand and lowered his voice even more. Boss, last night, that video you ordered to be taken, I got it. Qihang's raised hand froze in mid-air. He turned his head abruptly, snatched the USB flash drive, and looked Xiao Li up and down suspiciously before inserting the USB flash drive into the computer. The screen quickly lit up, and the picture was disastrous. In the hotel room, the protagonists were none other than Mr. Lin and the enchanting beauty who was sent to him last night. The camera angle was chosen to be extremely tricky, tearing Mr. Lin's usually sanctimonious face to pieces. At this moment, it was full of its original ugliness, every detail was extremely clear, and every pore revealed vulgarity and indulgence. Qihang stared at the screen intently, the rage on his face gradually dissipated, and the corners of his mouth stretched into a cold smile, revealing a bit of unsuppressible ferocity. He laughed out loud, and then his laughter grew louder and louder, echoing in the empty office. Great! Great! He suddenly pulled out the USB drive and tossed it in his hand, his face full of excitement. I thought this old fox was so difficult to deal with, but it turns out that this is all he can do. Trash! He put the USB drive into the inside pocket of his suit, and the depression he had just felt disappeared. He turned to Xiao Li, his tone much lighter. Go, call Mr. Lin again. Tell him I suddenly remembered some details of the cooperation and want to confirm them with him. Xiao Li was still a little confused and asked subconsciously, Boss, will he still see you? Qihang grinned, his smile meaningful. He will. Don't worry, this time, he will not only meet with me, but also beg me to cooperate with him. He patted his chest proudly, and the USB flash drive was poking at the fabric of his suit. That was Mr. Lin's weak spot. Boss Lin, let's see how you play with me this time. The night deepens. On the other side, Qin Ran tapped her tablet lightly. The screen froze with Qihang's smug yet gloomy face, a screenshot from the Rongshan building's surveillance camera. Zhou Yan'an stood beside her, watching Qihang's little movements on the screen, frowning slightly. He really can use all kinds of despicable tricks. Using that kind of thing to threaten President Lin is too. He shook his head and didn't finish his words, but the meaning was self-evident. Qin Ran flicked her finger and turned off the tablet. Her voice was devoid of emotion. Just a clown. Sinister and despicable, that's always been his nature. She paused and looked at Zhou Yan'an. He'll handle the situation with President Lin himself. Qihang won't be around for a few days. Let's ignore him for now and let him be happy. Yeah. Zhou Yan'an responded, then spoke uncertainly. Then, is everything really okay with Mr. Li from Jincheng? I'm feeling a bit unsure. Qin Ran took a sip of water from her cup. Didn't we have a good discussion last time? Mr. Li is straightforward. He values long-term cooperation and appreciates your ideas. That time, weren't you there? Zhou Yan'an scratched his head a little embarrassedly. You livened up the atmosphere with just a few words. I'm just not very good at saying those polite words. He sighed. In art, I can be as imaginative as I want, but business negotiations are full of rules and regulations, and I have to try to figure out people's hearts. It's really. Didn't Mr. Li say it himself? The intention to cooperate is clear. We're just waiting for a concrete plan from us. Qin Ran put down her water cup and looked at him. What are you worried about? Is the plan not good enough, or are you worried that I'll fail at the last minute? Zhou Yan'an pursed his lips and admitted honestly, a little bit of both. What if I mess things up? He thought of his parents' expectations and felt that the pressure was indeed quite great. You can do it. Qin Ran's voice was low, but it carried a convincing force. Have you forgotten that French designer from last time? It was so difficult to communicate with him at first, but in the end, wasn't he impressed by your professionalism and sincerity? Zhou Yan'an regained some confidence after hearing what she said, but he still couldn't help asking, this time, you will help me, right? Qin Ran looked at his expectant eyes and finally smiled. Of course. If I don't help you with the Zhou project, who else can I help? Go for it with confidence. I'll be there for you. Great. Zhou Yan'an was visibly relieved, and his whole body felt much more relaxed. With you here, I feel much more at ease. Zhou Yan'an sighed again. To be honest, I used to devote myself to painting, but now I'm suddenly taking on so many things. Sometimes I really feel overwhelmed. Qin Ran remained silent, saying, take your time. You'll get used to it. Just as he finished speaking, Zhu's mother walked in with a plate of cut fruit. What are you talking about? Why are you so engrossed? Yan'an, Qin Ran, try some. We just bought this, and it's very sweet. Mom. Zhou Yan'an took the fruit plate. Thank you, Auntie. Qin Ran also thanked her. Father Zhou also walked out of the study and looked at the two people sitting side by side, his eyes full of relief. Yan'an, if you encounter any difficulties with the company, or feel too tired, just tell me and your mother. Although we are old, we can still help a little. Dad, don't worry, Qin Ran is here. Zhou Yan'an said with a smile, his tone much more relaxed. Qin Ran listened to Zhu's father and mother's gentle words, felt the genuine concern in their eyes, and a soft corner of her heart was gently touched. This long-lost, pure family warmth made her more determined to help Zhou Yan'an run Zhu's enterprise well. This is not only for Zhou Yan'an, but also for this rare friendship and trust. She picked up a piece of apple and took a bite. It was sweet and crisp. I'll work with you on the Jincheng cooperation plan. Qin Ran looked at Zhou Yan'an, her tone calm but unquestionable. We must succeed in one strike. Zhou Yan'an nodded heavily. Okay. Chapter 47 Share Dispute. Elsewhere, Qin's mother sat across from Lawyer Liu, clutching her handbag. She had been mulling over the same issue for days. She cleared her throat and said, Lawyer Liu, I came here today to ask how I can get my daughter Qin Ran her shares in the Qin Corporation as soon as possible. Lawyer Liu adjusted his glasses and said calmly, Mrs. Qin, are you talking about the shares that are in your personal name? Yes, that's my share. Mother Qin nodded. I don't want to wait any longer. According to the process, as long as you personally agree and sign the gift document under the witness of me and the notary, and Miss Qin Ran signs to accept it, it will be fine. The procedure is not complicated, Lawyer Liu explained. Mother Qin breathed a sigh of relief and asked, then, my mother-in-law's will said that she would give Ran the dowry shares. What about that? Does it have to wait a long time? She thought of Qin Qihang's recent smug face, and her heart was choked with anxiety, as if the night was long and she would have many dreams. Lawyer Liu recalled, old Madam Qin's will clearly stated that after Miss Qin Ran got married, the shares she left to her granddaughter would automatically be transferred to Miss Qin Ran as a dowry. After the marriage? Qin's mother murmured, and then asked, what if, her grandfather and her father don't agree? Can my share and the old lady's share still be given to her smoothly? This is what she is most worried about. Lawyer Liu smiled, his tone filled with professional confidence. Mrs. Qin, you have full rights to dispose of the shares in your name. This is your freedom. As for the old lady's will, it was originally made while she was fully conscious. Our law firm was fully involved in the entire process and also performed a legally binding notarization. Therefore, other people's opinions cannot change the validity of the will. That's good, that's good. Qin's mother felt relieved, and a smile of relief finally appeared on her face. She immediately called Qin Ran. Ran, Mom has something to tell you. The joy in Qin's mother's voice could not be concealed. I plan to transfer my shares to you first. Qin Ran on the other end of the phone said calmly, Mom, there's no need to be so anxious. How can I not be anxious? You are my daughter, and these will be yours sooner or later. Mom just wants you to settle down sooner, so that some people won't have their eyes on other people's bowls. There was anxiety in Qin's mother's voice. Qin Ran hummed, okay, I'll listen to you. The agreed day soon arrived. In Lawyer Liu's office, the aroma of tea filled the air and the atmosphere was pleasant. Mother Qin glanced over the terms on the equity donation document without even blinking, picked up the pen, and solemnly signed her name stroke by stroke. After signing, she pushed the document in front of Qin Ran. Qin Ran took the pen, and just as the tip of the pen was about to touch the beneficiary's signature. Stop! The office door banged loudly as someone slammed it open from outside. Qin's father strode in with a dark face, followed by Qihang. The boy had an expression on his face that showed he was eager to watch the fun. Mother Qin stood up suddenly, her usual gentleness and virtuousness gone. She stared at her husband and said, Why are you messing with me? This is my own business. Qin's father was even angrier than her, his finger almost poking at the documents on the table. You're crazy. These shares belong to the Qin family. Why can't I? Mother Qin's voice rose, years of pent-up grievances and anger boiling over. I gave my shares to my daughter Qin Ran. She has Qin blood in her veins, so why can't I? Tell me which law says I can't do that. Qihang pulled the corner of his mouth and said in a gloomy tone, Mom, that means that the shares are the Qin family's property, so naturally they should be given to those who have contributed to the company and have the right of inheritance. For example, I have been busy and diligently working in the company. Mother Qin scoffed, pointing her finger at Qihang. Qihang, you have no right to speak here. My daughter, Qin Ran, is the legitimate daughter of the Qin family. Why doesn't she have the right to inherit? Is it because she's not like some ungrateful people who only think about how to scheme against their own family all day long? She had never said such harsh words in her life, but now her words were so powerful. Father Qin's face turned pale and blue after being blocked by his wife. After a long while, he finally said something unreasonable. She doesn't work at Qin's company now. What's the point of having these shares? Just for show. HMPH. Mother Qin refused to budge. Whether she's in the company or not, she's still my Qin family's daughter. As long as she's my child, she's my flesh and blood, so she's entitled to inherit. This is mine, I can give it to whoever I want, what's it to you? Lawyer Liu cleared his throat and spoke in a calm tone amid the tense atmosphere. Mr. Qin, Mrs. Qin, according to relevant laws, Mrs. Qin does have the right to dispose of her legal property, including the gift of equity. Seeing the lawyer say that, Qihang quickly added fuel to the fire. Dad, look at her, she's completely unyielding. If these shares are really given to Qin Ran, wouldn't it be like spilled water, giving it to someone else? Qin Ran, who had been silent the entire time, put down her pen and spoke in a low voice, but with a hint of coldness. Dad, Mom's shares, she can give them to whomever she wants. That's her freedom. Isn't it inappropriate for you to barge in so noisily? Lawyer Liu's office isn't a market for you to quarrel. Just as the situation reached a stalemate, Lawyer Liu lowered his head to flip through another document in his hand. Then, he looked up and calmly asked Qin's mother and Qin Ran, Mrs. Qin, Miss Qin Ran, regarding the shares given to Miss Qin Ran in Mrs. Qin's will, do you want to process them all today? As soon as these words came out, Qin's father, who had been so arrogant just now, suddenly changed his expression. It was as if someone had poured a bucket of cold water on his head. His voice trembled. What will? What gift? He turned suddenly to Lawyer Liu, his words full of vigilance and anger. Lawyer Liu remained businesslike, his voice steady and devoid of any personal emotion. Mr. Qin, this document is the valid will of Mrs. Qin, which was prepared and notarized with the assistance of our law firm. He paused, making sure every word reached everyone clearly. The will clearly stipulates that all of Madame Qin's shares in the Qin group will be automatically transferred to her granddaughter, Miss Qin Ran, as a dowry after her marriage. After the marriage, will it be automatically transferred to her? Qin's father's lips trembled, and he almost squeezed those words out from between his teeth. The color on his face instantly drained away, leaving only a sullen hue. The veins on his forehead throbbed, and he suddenly raised his voice, nearly roaring, "No. Absolutely not. I don't agree. How can I give her those shares?" Lawyer Liu adjusted his glasses, his eyes calm behind the lenses. His voice was quiet but resounding. "Director Qin, I must emphasize again. This will was made independently by Mrs. Qin while she was fully conscious and aware. Our law firm witnessed the entire process and completed the notarization process, which carries the highest legal weight." His tone changed, revealing a certain coldness that brooked no room for argument. "Therefore, the execution of the will is entirely in accordance with Madame Qin's final wishes. No one's opposition can shake its legal status and effectiveness." Chapter 48 Qin Family Scandal. How could this happen? Qihang was completely dumbfounded, his face turning pale and blue, more colorful than a color palette. He turned anxiously to Lawyer Liu, his voice tinged with tears, his earlier arrogance completely gone. "Lawyer Liu, how is this possible? I'm also Grandma's grandson. The will really doesn't mention me at all. I won't get a single cent of shares." Lawyer Liu remained expressionless and responded in a formulaic manner, "Mr. Qihang, regarding your question, I'm sorry to inform you." He paused deliberately, whetting Qihang's appetite, before speaking the rest of his sentence without any emotion. "Your name isn't mentioned in the will. Madame Qin's will only designated Miss Qin Ran as the recipient of the shares. She only designated Qin Ran." Qihang's voice suddenly rose in disbelief. "That's impossible. I've been helping out at the company, and she didn't do anything. How could the old lady only give it to her?" He looked at Qin's father. "Dad, there's definitely something wrong. Did Qin Ran do something?" Qin's father ignored Qihang's shouting. He stared at Lawyer Liu, then looked at Qin's mother and Qin Ran. "I said no, and it's no. It's not the turn of an outsider to share the Qin family's shares." Qin Ran had been listening quietly. She finally spoke, her voice so calm that no emotion could be heard. "Outsider? Dad, what are you talking about? I'm the blood of the Qin family, old lady Qin's granddaughter. How can I be an outsider? Why are you so determined to stop me? What are you afraid of?" Qin Ran's question choked Qin's father. He hesitated for a long time, unable to explain himself. He could only repeat the illogical words, "No reason. I said no, it's no. You can't take these shares." Mother Qin looked at her husband's unreasonable behavior and felt a surge of anger in her heart. Mother Qin's sneer was sharp and piercing, fiercely cutting through the stagnant air in the office. What is he afraid of? He's afraid of the scandals ingrained in the Qin family. He's afraid of the dirty tricks he used to climb the ladder. Once the shares fall into Ran's hands, the false facade of peace he painstakingly cultivated will be ripped to shreds, all revealed to the world. Qin Ran's fingers tightened around the pen as he spoke directly. She suddenly looked up at her mother, and in her mother's usually gentle and tolerant expression, she now read a coldness that she had never seen before. Scandal? Dirty business? What on earth is Mom talking about? Her mind was in a mess, with countless complicated thoughts flooding into her mind at once, but she couldn't grasp any clear clues. Qihang opened his mouth wide, looked at his mother, then at his father, with a completely dazed expression as if to ask, "Who am I, where am I, and what happened?" He didn't understand what Qin's mother was saying at all. He just felt that the amount of information was too much and his brain capacity was unable to process it. As for Father Qin, the color drained away from his face the moment Mother Qin finished speaking. His eyes were almost popping out of their sockets as he stared at Qin's mother with a ferocious look as if he wanted to eat her alive. He suddenly raised his hand and pointed at Mother Qin, his lips trembling. You are talking nonsense." After a while, he finally squeezed out these few words from between his teeth. His voice was hoarse. Lawyer Liu still kept his head down, showing no interest in this family ethics drama. He just adjusted his glasses, and his expression behind the lenses did not change at all. Qin Ran's heart sank heavily because of her mother's words. She had always thought that her father was biased towards Qihang because he favored boys over girls, but she never thought that there might be a deeper and more unbearable secret hidden behind this. What exactly are those so-called scandals and shameful things? Why did my mother say it in such a decisive tone? And the father's reaction was clearly one of anger and shame, as if his sore spot had been touched. She looked at her mother, her heart filled with shock, confusion, and a hint of imperceptible panic. Mom, what do you know? What price will you pay for this? He gritted his teeth and warned in a low voice, You dare. Mother Qin looked at Qin Ran's curious expression and said nothing. She turned directly to Father Qin and said word by word with great force, Then why don't you get out of the way? Ran is already married. According to the will, she can inherit Grandma's shares now. Qin's father stood in front, motionless, the muscles on his face twitching slightly with anger. Mother Qin sneered, Since you don't say anything, then I will speak for you. The children are all grown up, there are some things they have the right to know. Qin's father's face turned pale. He pointed at Qin's mother and said something like, You for a long time before squeezing out a sentence from between his teeth, Grandpa won't agree with your nonsense. Whether he agrees or not is none of my business. Mother Qin said without hesitation, You, the Qin family, father and son, have done such a good thing. My daughter, the heir personally designated by old Madam Qin, has been kicked out of the Qin family by you all. What else do I have to worry about? These words were like adding fuel to the fire. Qin's father felt so hurt that he became angry and raised his hand to hit him. Zhou Yan'an was quick-witted and quick-handed. He grabbed Qin's father's wrist with such force that Qin's father's face was distorted. Qin Ran was a step slower, quickly standing in front of Qin's mother. Her eyes were as cold as ice. Dad, what are you trying to do? Domestic violence. Lawyer Liu is watching right here, and the cameras are on. I can sue you anytime, and I'll win. You unfilial daughter. Qin's father was so angry that he was shaking all over, but he couldn't break free from Zhou Yan'an's grip on his wrist. Qin Ran scoffed. Unfilial? Dad, you cheated on me, raised an illegitimate child, and then turned around and kicked your own daughter out of the company and took over your job. Compared to you, my little bit of unfilial piety is nothing. She paused, her tone even colder. Tell me, how am I unfilial? Did I disobey you and give up my inheritance rights, or did I get in the way of someone else? Ahem. Lawyer Liu coughed twice, trying to interrupt this family drama. Everyone, are you still going to complete the paperwork? Mother Qin immediately said, Do it. Do it now. Father Qin roared, Don't do it. For a moment, a sharp confrontation formed in the office. Qin Ran and Zhou Yan'an stood on either side, protecting Qin's mother. Qihang looked at his father, then at his mother, and decisively moved behind his father. He lowered his head even lower, not daring to breathe. His head was buzzing and he was completely stunned. Lawyer Liu cleared his throat, breaking the deadlock. Mrs. Qin, Miss Qin Ran, since you both insist, please come with me to handle the formalities. He gestured, please, to Qin Ran. Chapter 49, Many Doubts. Why do we have to do it alone? What's so shameful? Qin's father immediately jumped out and tried to stop him. Lawyer Liu adjusted his glasses, his tone unchanged. Old Madam Qin made special instructions when she made her will. The inheritance procedures must be handled separately. He ignored Qin's father's shouting and led Qin Ran directly into the small reception room next door. With a click, the door locked from the inside. Qin's father was so angry that he was jumping up and down outside, cursing. Qihang shrank his neck, wanting to persuade him but afraid of getting burned himself. After a while, the door of the small reception room opened and Qin Ran walked out. Her eyes were red, obviously she had been crying, but her face showed no unnecessary expression. Zhou Yan'an went up to him and lowered his voice, Are you okay? Qin Ran shook her head, her voice slightly hoarse. Her emotion was invisible in the single word. Seeing this, Father Qin immediately blocked the only exit, his face full of confidence, Don't even think about leaving. I've already called Dad, he'll be here soon. The words, Dad will be here soon, were a life-saving straw for Qin's father, allowing him to straighten his back instantly, but for other people in the office, it had different feelings. The atmosphere is more depressing than before. Mother Qin sneered, folded her arms and leaned against the wall, not even bothering to glance at Father Qin. Qin Ran lowered her eyes, her fingertips twirling unconsciously. No one knew what she was thinking. Zhou Yan'an took a half step forward, subtly protecting Qin Ran more thoroughly. His silence was more powerful than any words. Qihang looked left and right, and finally retreated behind his father Qin, muttering softly, "Dad, calm down, it will be fine once Grandpa is here." His voice was as small as a mosquito's hum, and it was more like giving himself courage than comforting. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the office door was pushed open again from the outside. The person who came in was a white-haired old man wearing a dark Chinese-style button jacket and leaning on a dragon-headed cane. "This is the Qin family's mainstay, Old Man Qin. Has the old woman's will been completed?" Lawyer Liu bowed hurriedly and said, "Mr. Qin, we have completed the relevant procedures for share inheritance in accordance with Mrs. Qin's will." Old Master Qin snorted and slammed his dragon-headed cane on the ground. "We can't stretch out here. Let's go to the meeting room. Lawyer Liu, come over here too." Lawyer Liu didn't dare to say anything and quickly led the way. The group moved silently to the largest conference room next door. Mr. Qin calmly sat down in the main seat, and Lawyer Liu tactfully found a seat nearby. "Is everything done?" the old man asked again, this time looking at Lawyer Liu. "Yes, Mr. Qin, all the documents have been signed, are effective immediately, and have full legal effect." Lawyer Liu answered flawlessly. "I understand. You go out first." Old Master Qin waved his hand. Lawyer Liu retreated as if he had been pardoned, and even tactfully closed the door of the conference room before leaving. Once the door of the conference room was closed, only the Qin family was left inside. Old Master Qin didn't rush to speak, his eyes scanning everyone present. Qin's father was fidgeting and anxious, Qin's mother's face was covered in icy cold, Qin Ran's calmness that made it impossible to tell whether she was happy or angry, Zhou Yan'an's calmness like a mountain, and Qihang's forced obedience. "All right," Old Master Qin said, breaking the silence. "Today, in front of everyone, some things should be said openly and clearly." When Qin's father heard this, his face turned pale and his voice changed. "Dad, it's all in the past, why are you still talking about it? The children are here." He rubbed his hands unconsciously, revealing a sense of guilt. "Shameful." Old Master Qin snorted. Father Qin immediately swallowed the rest of his words. Qihang quickly stepped forward, holding his father's arm, with a smile on his face. "Dad, don't worry, listen to Grandpa. Grandpa is right, we are all family. If we talk openly, we can also learn more about how the Qin family has developed to where it is today." He turned to Old Man Qin and said respectfully, "Grandpa, please speak. We are all listening." Old Master Qin snorted, "This grandson is more capable than his father." He coughed twice, his throat feeling tight. Qihang immediately moved closer and patted the old man's back attentively. "Grandpa, please speak slowly, there is no rush." Old Master Qin waved his hand, indicating that he didn't need to do so. He took a sip of the hot tea beside him, moistened his throat, and then slowly spoke. "I, Qin Dahai, am just a poor boy from the countryside. I have nothing to hide. Back then, I was starving. To earn a living, I ran to this city alone. At that time, your grandmother's family ran a small grocery store, and their business was barely enough to make ends meet. It was just a chance to recruit, so I went." "What happened next, Grandpa?" Qihang asked with a look of curiosity. Qin Ran listened quietly. She really didn't know much about these things. Mother Qin still had no expression. Perhaps she was tired of hearing these words, or perhaps she knew more. Later, Mr. Qin continued, "The shop was on the verge of collapse. It was me who came up with some ideas and ran around to bring the shop back to life. Later, I married your grandmother." He said it calmly, but the confidence that came from nothing could not be hidden. "After that, it was my husband and I, one in charge of the outside business and the other in charge of the inside business, who gradually transformed that small grocery store into the Qins that it is today. The hard work involved is beyond the imagination of outsiders." Qihang nodded repeatedly. "Grandpa, Grandma is amazing. Starting from scratch and building such a big family business is really not easy." He changed the subject, a hint of confusion on his face. "But, Dad, Grandpa, there's nothing wrong with telling this, right? It's such a glorious thing, why hide it? It's not some dark secret." As soon as Qihang said this, the conference room fell silent for a moment. Father Qin's face turned even paler, his lips trembled, and he wanted to speak, but Old Man Qin glanced at him and he held it back. Zhou Yan'an remained calm, only pausing briefly between old man Qin and Qin's father. Nothing shameful. Old Master Qin sneered, his voice filled with the dullness of someone who had been suppressed for a long time. Glorious? Oh, in the eyes of some people, this matter is not very glorious. He paused, his cloudy eyes sweeping over the crowd before finally settling on Qihang. How do you think the Qin family rose to prominence? Just relying on your grandmother's little grocery store? If I hadn't plunged headfirst into it, scraping together money here and there to find a way to revive it, that store would have closed down 800 years ago. Chapter 50. The truth comes to light. Qihang's face was filled with joy as he nodded repeatedly. Yes, 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 Grandpa, it's still you who have foresight and are able to turn the tide. But even so, old Master Qin changed the subject, his voice a little bitter. I'm just a poor boy from the countryside. In this city, in the eyes of those who claim to be from wealthy families, what am I? They are polite to me on the surface, but behind the scenes, they are plotting against me and your grandmother. Who knows? He slammed his crutch, making a dull, thump sound. Qin Ran tapped her fingertips on the cool surface of the table, her tone trailing off in a meaningful way. There are quite a few flaws. Zhou Yan'an raised his eyebrows slightly but said nothing. Mother Qin finally raised her head and looked at Qin Ran. The faint curve at the corner of her mouth now became clearer. Oh? Tell me about it. Zhou Yan'an turned his attention to Qin Ran, his expression slightly shifting, a hint of understanding in his eyes. Qin Ran met her mother's gaze and continued to express her thoughts. First, timing. She paused, thought carefully, frowned and said what she found wrong. Grandpa, you didn't say these heartfelt words earlier or later, but chose to say them today, when you, Brother Zhou, are here. This seems more like a performance for others than a simple recollection of the good times. Mother Qin's hand holding the teacup stopped in mid-air, and without saying a word, she motioned her to continue. Second, selective amnesia, Qin Ran continued. Grandpa emphasizes that he came from a poor family and suffered constant disdain, relying on Grandma's family to achieve his current status. While this is certainly part of the truth, he seems to have forgotten to mention that if he hadn't possessed some extraordinary qualities, why would Grandma's family have agreed to his request? He emphasizes the hardships he suffered, which only makes him seem contrived. He said he didn't want us to be criticized in the future. Qin Ran's tone was a little cold. But has he really forgotten all the things that have really caused criticism and backstabbing about the Qin family over the years, or does he think it's unnecessary to mention them? Zhou Yan'an listened quietly, his facial expression didn't change much, but the knuckles of his hands on his knees curled unconsciously. Mother Qin put down the teacup, and the bottom of the cup hit the table, making a slight sound. What else? Also, Qin Ran curled the corners of her lips, a hint of mockery in her voice. His phrase, "the cuckoo has taken over the magpie's nest," was said with righteous indignation. But it was more like a warning to certain people, reminding them not to forget who the true backbone of the Qin family is, and also, to avoid some unnecessary trouble. She let out a breath softly. It's a big show, performed for outsiders to see, and also for our family to see. As for the purpose, it's nothing more than using both kindness and force, and then currying favor with the Zhou family. The conference room fell silent for a moment. Mother Qin stroked the rim of the cup for a moment before she slowly spoke. You, little girl, are quite insightful. Then do you think the Zhou family will believe it? Qin's mother suddenly asked again, this time looking at Zhou Yan'an. Zhou Yan'an just smiled and said nothing. It doesn't matter. Qin Ran said. Mother Qin finally raised her eyes and looked at Qin Ran. The faint curve at the corner of her mouth became clearer, with a hint of, as expected. Oh? For example? For example, Qin Ran said slowly, he said he was just trying to get by with this and that. A poor kid from the countryside, new to the place, unfamiliar with the place, where could he find that and how could he get by with that? He only mentioned those so-called methods in a vague way. This doesn't make sense. She paused and continued, also, if he was just afraid of being called a nouveau riche with shallow roots, there's no need to hide it so thoroughly. Even my dad is so secretive about it, as if there's some terrible scandal going on in the family. This reaction is really excessive. The more he tries to cover it up, the more it proves the problem. Qin Ran tilted her head slightly, tapping her fingertips on the table. The most important thing is, he said my grandmother's small grocery store was on the verge of collapse, and it was him who saved the day. I've heard some old stories. My grandmother's family was not a wealthy family in the city back then, but they were well off. The store was doing well, so how could it suddenly go bankrupt? And why did he, an outsider, save it? That's right. Mother Qin put down the teacup, and the porcelain clinked, making a slight crisp sound. She spoke in a flat voice and expressionless manner. It's full of loopholes. It was just made up on the spur of the moment, just to shut Qihang up. Your grandmother, Qin Shulan, was the only daughter of the Qin family in the south of the city. Her looks and family background were both considered prestigious in the city. That grocery store was the dowry her mother left her, and she's running it successfully. It's not some run-down shop on the verge of bankruptcy. Qin Ran and Zhou Yan'an exchanged glances, each understanding the other's doubts. As for your grandfather? Mother Qin sneered, her laughter filled with undisguised contempt. Qin Dahai. Back then, he was just a clerk your great-grandfather recruited from the countryside, just hoping to make a living in the city. He was a bit clever, quite hardworking, sweet-talking, and a man of few means. She paused for a moment, reminiscing a little nostalgically, but continued. The turning point was a so-called accident. Chapter 51. It turns out that the villain succeeded. Your grandmother was still young at the time. It was hot in the summer, so she would take a shower by the well in her yard, seeking some quiet and coolness. As a result, Mother Qin lowered her voice a bit. He happened to see her, accidentally. Qin Ran frowned, and her fingertips unconsciously clenched. In that era, a girl's reputation was more important than anything else. Qin's mother sighed. Although she didn't say anything else, it made people think of the bad ending that would follow. Once the truth came out, the Qin family had to hide their shame and protect your grandmother's reputation. What else could they do? They had to hold their noses and accept the marriage. Otherwise, your grandmother's life would be ruined. Even a drop of spit could drown someone. So, when Grandpa talks about climbing up, is this how you climb up? Qin Ran's voice was a little cold, with a sense of nausea after a while. What else? Qin's mother asked, her tone ending in a hint of sarcasm. Your great-grandmother was so angry that she nearly fainted. She announced that he could marry her daughter, but he had to marry into her family, and the child had to have the surname Qin. She thought this would scare him off, that he would give up, but who knew that Qin Dahai would agree without hesitation, and he was very happy. She looked at Qin Ran and said word by word, not only did he marry into her family, he even gave up his original surname and changed it to Qin. His original surname wasn't Qin. Qin Ran was a little surprised. Who still remembers whether his original surname was Zhang or Li? Qin's mother said disdainfully, once you enter the Qin family, you are a member of the Qin family. He is so straightforward that he even gave up his ancestral surname. Zhou Yan'an had been listening quietly, and his eyes became a little deeper at this moment. Mother Qin continued, your grandmother actually already had a lover at the time. He was a young man from a scholarly family in the city. They had been childhood sweethearts and were in love. Both families were optimistic about them and were about to discuss marriage. But after this incident, everything was over. That young man's family also had to save face, so how could they possibly marry her again? The conference room was silent, with only Mother Qin's calm voice echoing. Later, your grandmother married him and was unhappy. After much difficulty, she became pregnant with your father. Your grandfather was naturally overjoyed. After all, it was a continuation of the Qin family's lineage. Oh no, it was a continuation of the lineage for your grandmother's family. When Mother Qin said this, a hint of sarcasm appeared at the corner of her mouth. Actually, she changed the subject. Before your father, your grandmother was pregnant several times. Qin Ran's heart skipped a beat. She asked, what happened next? Why? Mother Qin looked at her with a calm expression, but her words were chilling, because, for the previous pregnancies, the traditional Chinese medicine doctor we hired said they were all girls. Tell me, can your grandfather help your grandmother give birth smoothly? He dreams of having a son, so that he can gain a firm foothold in the Qin family and inherit the Qin family business in the future. Qin Ran felt a chill rising from the depths of her heart. She opened her mouth, but no sound came out. Zhou Yan'an's face also darkened, and his hands on his knees clenched unconsciously. Qin Ran's chest heaved violently, the anger she had suppressed for so long finally finding an outlet. Her voice trembled slightly. So, Qin Qihang's birth, from beginning to end, was all caused by Grandpa's connivance, or even tacit approval, right? She stared at Qin's mother, as if seeking an answer, or a denial, from her mother's face. He only has his father as his child. You know my father's character better than me. If he doesn't live up to his expectations, Grandpa will place his hopes elsewhere, right? A grandson who can inherit the Qin family. Mother Qin listened, and the sneer on her face became more and more obvious, finally turning into a disdainful sneer. Oh, your grandfather. He really has that kind of evil intention. She paused, her eyes drifting out the window, as if lost in distant memories. It's a pity that he doesn't have the courage to do that. At least, he didn't dare when your great-grandfather and great-grandmother were still alive. Don't dare? Qin Ran kept pursuing him, feeling the uneasiness in her heart weigh heavily on her. Who are they? They said it right back then. Everything the Qin family has from now on will only be given to your grandmother's child, your father. As for Qin Jinxiong, Qin's mother mentioned this name, her lips curled in disdain. He won't get a single cent. To put it bluntly, he's just an unpaid farmhand for the Qin family, and he has to depend on your grandmother's family for his feelings. How dare he make any small moves? Unless he wants to leave the family with nothing, he won't even be able to work as a farmhand. Qin Ran felt a chill all over her body and was shaking with anger. So that is how it is. The so-called respect and reliance in those years were all built up by interests and fears. Zhou Yan'an put his hand on her shoulder and patted it gently. The warmth eased her troubled mood a little. He held her cold hand tightly for support. Qin Ran calmed herself down, shook off her chaotic thoughts, looked at her mother, and spoke again. I understand. So, now that Grandma is gone, there's no one to threaten him, no one to suppress his dirty thoughts, so he dared to blatantly encourage my dad to have a child outside, right? She asked this question almost through gritted teeth. Mother Qin nodded, the expression on her face was hard to discern, sadness, relief, and unconcealable fatigue. Mom, Qin Ran said in a soft, nasal voice, how about you divorce him? Come live with me and I'll support you. Zhou Yan'an also spoke, his tone sincere. Mom, Ran is right. If you live with us, our house will have many rooms and it will be lively. If you need anything, we will be here. Mother Qin met the concerned gazes of her daughter and future son-in-law, and a warm feeling flowed through her heart. She shook her head, a faint smile spreading across her face. Marriage, not divorce for the time being. Why? Qin Ran couldn't he understand. Could it be that his mother still had illusions about him? If we get a divorce, wouldn't that be a bargain for him? Mother Qin raised an eyebrow, her shrewdness returning. I'll definitely live with you. When you have children, I'll help take care of them. Just think about it, raising 2 little ones by myself, how fun it would be. The smile on her face became even wider, as if she had already seen such a day. Zhou Yan'an was still worried. Mom, if you go back, will Dad, will he? He dares. Mother Qin snorted coldly, a fierce look flashing across her face. The person Qin Jinghua feels most sorry for in his life is me. If he still cares about his dignity, he should not provoke me. Otherwise. She paused, her voice low but filled with unquestionable determination. I'm going to expose the whole story of his extramarital affair and even the birth of an illegitimate child. I want to see what Qin's stock price will do and what his business partners will think of him. He can afford to lose this person, but Qin can't. Qin Ran listened to her mother's words, and the frustration and anger in her heart miraculously dissipated. She looked at her mother as if she really knew her for the first time. Mom, you silly girl, Mother Qin patted her hands. Do you think I'm a pushover? I've seen everything over the years. Don't worry, he won't dare do anything to me. As for you, just live your life well. That's better than anything else. Chapter 52, Windfall. After Mother Qin finished speaking, Qin Ran fell into deep thought. After a long silence, Zhou Yan'an gently touched her arm. What are you thinking about? You look so lost in thought. Qin Ran finally came to her senses, her voice still a little dazed. Just now in the room, Grandma not only transferred the shares to me, but also gave me the key to the Qin family's treasure trove, which she had hidden away in a private bank. After she finished speaking, she felt that it was a little unreal, like she was dreaming. When Qin's mother heard this, she was not surprised at all. Instead, she hummed. She commented, that really seems like your grandmother's style. She's the most modern person, always saying women are no less capable than men. She's still favoring boys over girls in this day and age. What a pity. She sighed, after having a child, the rest of your life will be imprisoned by your stubborn grandfather. You're the one and only heir to the Qin family, designated by her personally. Who else would she give it to if not you? Qin Ran's mind flashed back to the old woman who always had a gentle smile in her memory. Although he had received a modern education and was very open-minded, there was always a lingering sadness between his eyebrows. Grandpa has a bad temper and has never liked her since she was a child. He thinks girls should be quiet and gentle, but she is so active. Every time she acted naughty, her grandfather would scold her with a frown, but her grandmother would always be the first to protect her and persuade her gently. Zhou Yan'an held her hand tightly and said in a steady voice, "So, how many shares of Qin's do you have now?" Qin Ran counted on her fingers. "I originally had 5 points, Mom has 10, and Grandma gave me another 15 this time, so that makes 30. Her eyes widened. "Old Master Qin has 35 points, my dad has 15, and that brat Qihang, humph, he doesn't have a cent now. What's left are some old antiques and scattered shares, which add up to about 20 points. So, am I now the second largest shareholder of the Qin Corporation?" This number made even her a little stunned. Things that seemed out of reach before now fall into my hands so easily. Zhou Yan'an looked at her with a smile in his eyes. "Yes, the second largest shareholder. Then our director Qin, what are your plans next? No matter what decision you make, I support you." Qin Ran pursed her lips, her eyes becoming firm. "It's not time yet. Let Qihang be proud for a few days. Let him know that the Qin company is a mess. He wants to take charge, doesn't he? Then let him take charge." She paused, then added, "I'll help him sort out the Zhou company's affairs first. That'll also be my way of giving an explanation to Grandpa Zhou. When the time is right," she said, her voice lowered, piercing with ruthlessness, "I'll go back to the Qin family. I won't let those heartless people ruin Grandma's hard work." Seeing the light in her eyes, Mother Qin felt relieved. "Okay, as long as you have the rules. I should go back to the Qin family and take a look." Qin Ran was anxious when she heard this. "Mom, why are you going back? What if Dad? He dares?" Mother Qin raised an eyebrow, a look of righteousness on her face. "I'm not going back to live with Qin Jinghua. I'm going back to look after my family property and give your father a hard time. Qin Jinghua owes me so much in his life." She patted Qin Ran's hand. "Don't worry, he doesn't have the guts to provoke me again. But you, sort out your own affairs and don't let your grandmother down." Afterwards, Zhou Yan'an took Qin Ran to send Qin's mother home. The car drove smoothly. Mother Qin looked at the street scene passing by outside the window and suddenly spoke. "Yan'an, our Ran, don't look at her outsiders. She usually acts like a decent person, but in fact, she is just a paper tiger, who suffers in her own way because of her stubborn attitude. You should be more tolerant in the future and don't let her bear it all alone. Do you understand?" Zhou Yan'an held the steering wheel steadily. Upon hearing this, he glanced at Qin Ran through the rearview mirror. She was glaring at Qin's mother with a look that said, "Mom, why are you ruining my life?" He smiled and said, "Mom, don't worry. How could I let her suffer any injustice? I will make sure she is plump and healthy. You can just focus on recuperating and stop worrying about us young people." "Mom, how could you talk about your own daughter like that? I'm not that fragile." Qin Ran finally couldn't help but protest, her voice tinged with a hint of anger. Mother Qin snorted and glanced at her sideways. "You? How could I not know your little tricks? Okay, Yan'an is a steady man, I trust him. You two, live your lives comfortably, that's more important than anything else. Don't be like us older generations, stumbling through life." Zhou Yan'an replied at the right moment, "Mom is right. We will live a good life." He reached out and gently squeezed Qin Ran's hand. After sending Qin's mother to the door of her house and watching her enter the yard, the two drove away from Qin's house and went straight to Zhu's company. As soon as he entered the office, Zhou Yan'an's assistant came up to him and reported quickly, "Mr. Zhu, I've made an appointment with Mr. Li to sign the contract the day after tomorrow at 10 a.m. The location will be in their company conference room." Zhou Yan'an nodded. "Well, have all the relevant documents been prepared? Has the legal department finally confirmed it?" "Everything is ready, Mr. Zhu. These are the next few projects that require your focus and follow-up. I have sorted them out for you to review. The assistant handed over a stack of documents. Zhou Yan'an took it, flipped through it quickly, frowned and thought from time to time, and then began to assign tasks in a clear and orderly manner. His tone was unquestionable, but not overly strong. Qin Ran stood aside with her arms folded, looking at him quietly. This guy was pretending to be pitiful in front of her a few days ago, saying that he knew nothing about the business and needed her to teach him step by step. How could he look like a newbie now, with his commanding presence and decisive actions? It was true after 3 days of absence, one should be treated with new eyes. But he was pretending to be well-behaved and pitiful in front of her, so he wasn't that annoying. The corners of her mouth curled up unconsciously. After dealing with the most urgent matters at hand, Zhou Yan'an finally breathed a sigh of relief. He looked up and saw Qin Ran staring at him, so he asked, "What's wrong? Is there something on my face?" "No," Qin Ran shook her head and took out her phone from her bag. "I was thinking that it's time for President Lin to give me a firm answer. Zhou Corporation has already made all the arrangements, so I can't let them down." As she spoke, she sent a text message to Mr. Lin, asking about the specific signing time. After sending the text message, she found a sofa to sit down, without urging him, and just waited quietly for Zhou Yan'an to finish his work. Meanwhile, Qihang was feeling elated. He felt that now that he had earned old Master Qin's favor, overthrowing Qin Ran and taking control of the Qin group was just around the corner. He needed to achieve something quickly so that old Master and his father could see his extraordinary talent. "What's going on?" did Mr. Lin reply. Qihang crossed his legs and directed his assistant in a domineering tone, "Tell him that I, young Master Qin, personally invited him to give him face. If he tries to make trouble again, don't blame me for being rude." The assistant wiped the sweat from his forehead and answered cautiously, "Mr. Qin." "Mr. Lin," no one answered the phone, and the text messages were not returned. "You're useless. You can't even handle such a small matter." Qihang cursed. Chapter 53 Threatening General Lin. Qihang's eyes rolled and he took out a few photos from his mobile phone. "You don't know how to appreciate my kindness, do you? Fine, send him these photos. I want to see if he dares not show up this time." The assistant leaned over to take a look and saw on the screen several photos of a hotel bed taken at tricky angles, and the protagonist was none other than Mr. Lin. His heart skipped a beat. Mr. Lin was not a kind person. "Mr. Qin, this is not good, right? What if? What's wrong with that? Stop talking nonsense." Qihang interrupted him impatiently, "The business world is like a battlefield, understand? What's the point of this little trick? Hurry up and show him who's in charge now." Not long after, Mr. Lin received several threatening MMS messages on his mobile phone. When he clicked on it, his face instantly turned pale and his hand holding the phone began to tremble. "Qihang, you're just a brat, you haven't even grown all your hair yet." Mr. Lin was so angry that he paced back and forth in the office, cursing. "How dare you use such despicable means to threaten me? Fine. I want to see what you have in mind." He stopped abruptly, picked up his phone, and called back directly, his voice suppressed with anger. "Qihang, right. Okay, time and place, you decide. I'll talk to you." After hanging up the phone, President Lin was still furious and spat fiercely, "You bastard, don't give me a chance, or you'll be in trouble. Dusk is falling and the lights are coming on." Zhou Yan'an finally finished his work for the day and stretched. When he turned around, Qin Ran was curled up on the sofa, lost in thought, not knowing what she was thinking about. "What are you thinking about? Why are you so absent-minded?" He walked over, sat down beside her, and casually pushed a strand of hair that was scattered on her cheek behind her ear. Qin Ran came back to her senses and blinked. "Nothing, just daydreaming." She paused and added, "I was thinking, since President Zhou has become independent so quickly, shouldn't I also work harder to become a qualified and helpful wife as soon as possible?" Zhou Yan'an laughed and moved closer to her, his nose almost touching hers. "Oh? So how is Mrs. Zhou going to help me?" Qin Ran felt her ears burning as her warm breath touched her face. She pushed him aside and said, "Go away, you idiot. Go home, I'm starving." "As you command, my dear wife." Zhou Yan'an stood up and took her hand. "The Queen Mother has ordered a family dinner tonight to reward our great contributor." Qin Ran raised her eyebrows, "Is there a copy for me?" "Of course, you have made the greatest contribution." The lights in Zhu's house were brightly lit, and Zhu's father and mother had been waiting for a long time. "Are you back? Go wash your hands. We've been waiting for you too." When Zhu's mother saw them come in, she immediately greeted them with a smile. The food has already been served and the aroma is fragrant. The room was filled with warmth as dishes and chopsticks clinked together, and there was occasional small talk about family matters. Qin Ran took a sip of her soup and said with a smile, "Dad, Mom, I have good news for you. Yan'an has finalized the cooperation with Mr. Li today, and the contract will be officially signed the day after tomorrow." "Really?" Mother Zhu's eyebrows lit up with joy as she looked at Zhou Yan'an. "Yan'an, you're really good. You got the hang of it so quickly. I knew you'd be fine." Father Zhu also nodded with satisfaction. "Well, not bad, decisive and efficient. You are worthy of being the son of my Zhu family." Zhu Yan'an's cheeks flushed slightly at the compliment, and he unconsciously tilted his head to look at Qin Ran. Qin Ran was gazing at him with a squinting gaze, a look that comforted him. He said modestly, "This is all thanks to Ran Ran. She helped connect us. I'm just a newcomer, still learning, and she's been there to give me advice on many things." Qin Ran's heart softened when she saw him looking a little awkward in front of his elders and compared it to the childishness he occasionally showed in front of her. This guy turns out to be such a good boy in front of his parents. Yes, children raised in such a harmonious family will naturally be more pure and persistent in their emotions. Fortunately, the person next to him was her. A smile spread across her lips that she didn't even notice. "Hey, that's not the way to put it." Father Zhu waved his hand. "Ran Ran has made contributions, that's for sure. But Yan'an, you're also capable, otherwise you wouldn't have seized the opportunity right in front of you. You two are so well coordinated, and it's only because of your strong teamwork that things have gone so smoothly." Mother Zhu nodded repeatedly, "That's right. Come, Ran Ran, eat more of this fish to nourish your brain. You will have to help our Yan'an more in the future." "Don't worry, Mom. I'll definitely do my best." Qin Ran agreed with a smile and picked up a piece of fish with her chopsticks. After 3 rounds of wine, the dishes have 5 flavors. Qin Ran put down the spoon in her hand, and the porcelain made a subtle sound when it touched the table. She paused for a moment before speaking. "Dad, I want to ask you something. It's about the Qin family." Father Zhu slowed down his movements while holding the teacup, a hint of contemplation appearing between his originally relaxed brows. "Qin family? What happened? Or are there some rumors going around?" Zhu's mother also stopped picking up food and looked over with concern. Qin Ran shook her head slightly. "There aren't any rumors. It's just I suddenly felt something." Her voice was calm, without much emotion. But if you listened carefully, you could hear a hint of weariness in the ending tone. "Dad, you are well aware of Mr. Qin's old ideas of favoring boys over girls. Once his illegitimate son Qihang returned to his ancestral home, his granddaughter, became an eyesore to some people. They said they wanted to make room for Qihang and kicked me out of the Qin family. I just think that the Qin family's success today is entirely due to him alone." Father Zhu looked into Qin Ran's eyes, his gaze deep behind the glasses. His lips moved, but he didn't say anything, as if he was about to speak. Zhu Yan'an saw Qin Ran's genuine curiosity and noticed his father's strangeness, so he said, "Dad, just say whatever you want to say. Ran Ran and I have heard a lot about old man Qin's great achievements today, and Mom has also mentioned some of the Qin family's past to Ran Ran. We just want to know what other families, or rather, family friends like the Zhu family, think of the Qin family's rise to power." Father Zhu paused, holding the teacup. The smile on his face faded a little, and his eyes grew serious. He glanced at Zhu Yan'an, then at Qin Ran, and moved his lips, as if he had something to say that he was hesitant to speak. Zhu's mother glared at him. "Hey, old Zhu, just speak frankly. Ran Ran is one of our family members now, what is there that we can't listen to? If you hide it, it will seem alienated." Father Zhu sighed and put down his teacup. "Well, there's nothing to hide. The Qin family is something of an anomaly among us local aristocratic families." He paused, choosing his words carefully. "To be honest, everyone doesn't think much of old Master Qin." Chapter 54. The show is about to begin. Oh. Zhu Yan'an also became interested. "Dad, can you tell me in detail? Simply put, I've never met such a spineless man." Zhu's father said with disdain, in order to climb up the social ladder and pursue his own interests, he even abandoned his hometown and his own background. When he married into the Qin family, when the old man and the old lady were still alive, they were quite polite to him. But he is so cunning. The one who truly supports the Qin family is the old lady of the Qin family, Qin Ran's grandmother. Father Zhu turned to Qin Ran, his tone slowed down, and his expression softened considerably. Old Madame Qin is the one with real ability. As the only daughter of the Qin family, she has made the Qin family flourish and become a powerful force. Qin Yuan is just a son-in-law who eats meat and drinks soup. What happened next? Qin Ran asked softly, without much emotion in her voice. Later. Father Zhu shook his head. Fortunately, Madame Qin had the foresight to save him from completely embezzling the family fortune. But unfortunately, Madame Qin passed away early. After she left, Qin Yuan straightened his back and started to act like the head of the family. He really favors sons over daughters, Zhu's father snorted coldly. Isn't that ridiculous? He made his fortune by relying on the Qin family's only daughter, but now he turns around and disdains his daughter, wanting only a son. Once the Qin family's business is on track, he turns around and keeps old Madame Qin confined at home, claiming it as a caring and nurturing husband, but in reality, it's just a power grab. After Zhu's father finished speaking, he picked up the teacup and took a sip of water to suppress the resentment in his heart. Mother Zhu gently patted the back of Qin Ran's hand and said, Ran, don't get angry over that kind of person. It's not worth it. It's all in the past. Qin Ran forced a smile. Mom, I'm fine. I just want to know more, so I can at least have a better idea of what's going on. After all, he's popping up again now. She was referring to Qihang, but of course, old man Qin wasn't idle either. Zhou Yan'an shook her hand. After the meal, the aunt cleared away the dishes and replaced them with tea and fruit. The group chatted casually about some family matters, and the atmosphere gradually became more relaxed. Just then, Qin Ran's phone rang. She glanced at the caller ID and saw it was Mr. Lin. Hello, Mr. Lin. Qin Ran walked to the side and answered the phone. Mr. Lin on the other end of the line sounded furious. Ms. Qin, that Qihang, he actually used the video to threaten me. Damn it, I give in. I've made an appointment to meet tomorrow and put an end to this. He was cursing and was obviously very angry. Got it, Mr. Lin. Don't get angry yet. I'll be there tomorrow too. Qin Ran said calmly. Okay, I feel more at ease with Miss Qin here. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Yan'an asked with concern, what's wrong? What happened to Mr. Lin? Qin Ran's lips curled up into a faint smile, not a deep one, but tinged with amusement and coldness. It's nothing serious. Qihang couldn't hold it back anymore and confronted Mr. Lin via video. Mr. Lin was forced to agree to meet with him tomorrow. She paused, turned to Zhou Yan'an, and blinked. Tomorrow, let's go see a good show. Zhou Yan'an raised an eyebrow, instantly understanding what she meant, and smiled. Oh? Then I'll have to look forward to it. Is there anything I can do? Qin Ran shook her head. No, just watch the show. Mr. Lin is no pushover. It's doubtful he'll let this go. She couldn't help but curl her lips as she recalled how Mr. Lin had called Qihang a bastard on the phone. The next day, Mr. Lin stayed up all night, with dark circles under his eyes and a haggard face, and appeared as promised in the private room of the coffee shop selected by Qihang. Qihang was in high spirits. Seeing Mr. Lin coming in, he slowly took out a small USB flash drive from his pocket and tossed it between his fingers. The USB flash drive danced lightly on his fingertips, and the pride on his face almost overflowed. Mr. Lin, how are you? Qihang grinned, his expression almost overflowing with pride. He lazily pointed to the empty seat opposite. Sit down, what would you like to drink? Mr. Lin doesn't have the leisure time for this. He sank down onto the sofa, his voice hoarse from a sleepless night. Where's the stuff? Mr. Lin is really straightforward. Qihang threw a small USB flash drive on the table, and with a light push of his fingertips, the USB flash drive slid in front of Mr. Lin. However, before we admire their good stuff, shouldn't we first discuss cooperation? Cooperation? The veins on Mr. Lin's forehead throbbed. You call this cooperation? Qihang, you're really good, You can even use such despicable means. He almost shouted. Qihang didn't care at all. He slowly picked up the coffee cup and took a sip. Mr. Lin, that's not very pleasant to hear. In business, everyone relies on their own abilities. Last time, Mr. Lin showed no sincerity at all. This time, I'll give Mr. Lin a chance to show his sincerity again. How about that? Mr. Lin's chest heaved violently, suppressing the rage that threatened to burst forth. Tell me, what do you want? Simple. Qihang leaned forward slightly, lowering his voice a bit, revealing a sense of calculation. The cooperation between Qin Corporation and Lin Corporation will continue. He paused, then emphasized his tone, a look of pride on his face. Of course, the conditions are different now. Mr. Lin snorted coldly and said in a cold voice, last time, Qin's offered to give us a 5-point discount. So, you want to stick with the original price this time? Or do you want us, Lins, to give you a few points as well? Mr. Lin is so smart. Qihang snapped his fingers in a crisp voice. Of course a contract must be signed, and it must be a long-term contract. As for profit sharing, he drawled, for our Qin Corporation, an extra 1 or 2 percentage points isn't too much, right? After all, the contents of my USB drive are worth far more than just 1 or 2 percentage points. He seemed to suddenly remember something and added, oh, by the way, to show our sincerity in cooperation, we should also mention the percentage of the advance payment. I think, how about paying 50% first? 50%. Why don't you just go and grab it? Mr. Lin slammed the table so hard that the coffee cup on the table jumped up and a few drops of coffee splashed out. Qihang was calm and wiped the coffee stains on his hands with a napkin. His movements were so elegant that they were almost provocative. Mr. Lin, calm down. Compared to the contents of this USB drive, this amount of money is a drop in the bucket. Please think about it carefully. I'll give you a day. If I don't receive your good news by this time tomorrow, the wonderful clips in this USB drive will probably be posted on some popular forum for netizens to learn and exchange. He used the 4 words, learning and communication, in a very meaningful way. President Lin was very angry. He stared at Qihang's smug face. After a long while, he squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. Think about it. Before he finished speaking, he stood up abruptly and strode away without looking back, his back revealing a suppressed anger. Mr. Lin, take care and wait for good news. Qihang's voice sounded lightly behind him, with a joking tone without any disguise. Chapter 55 Shameless. Zhou Yan'an was so angry that he almost laughed. He looked at the self-righteous woman in front of him, and there was a hint of fatigue in his voice that he didn't even notice. Lin Mengjia, how could you be so shameless as to ask me to help Qihang? Why can't I come to you? Lin Mengjia was unhappy. She slammed her well-maintained hands on the coffee table, and the water in the cup spilled out. She raised her chin and scolded him in a domineering tone. Zhou Yan'an, what do you mean by asking so many questions? You used to be so kind to me, you almost wanted to give me your heart. Now I'm giving you a chance, why don't you cherish it? Do you think I'm too lenient with you? Qin Ran couldn't help but burst out laughing. Lin Mengjia's anger instantly found a new outlet. Her eyes widened as she turned to Qin Ran. What are you laughing at? What's so funny? Qin Ran picked up the lemonade in front of her and took a slow sip before speaking calmly. It's nothing. It's just that this is the first time I've seen someone act so arrogantly when asking for help. It's really eye-opening. Miss Lin, your way of asking for help is quite unique. You. Lin Mengjia choked, then put on a look of contempt as she looked Qin Ran up and down. You're a lost dog, kicked out of the Qin family. What qualifications do you have to talk to me here? I'm telling you, I'm Qihang's wife now, the future mistress of the Qin family. Qin Ran, if you're a little nicer now and say a few soft words, maybe I can even put in a few good words for you in front of Qihang, so you don't have to be so embarrassed in front of the Qin family and save you some dignity. Qin Ran couldn't believe she was so shameless. She scoffed, respectable. Miss Lin, I don't care about your respectable. Instead of worrying about me, you should worry more about your husband. After all, whether Qihang can hold on to his position as CEO of Qin Corporation is still uncertain. What nonsense are you talking about? Lin Mengjia's face flushed instantly, and her voice became sharp. Qin Ran, stop spouting alarmist rhetoric and cursing our Qihang family. As she spoke, she was about to stand up, as if she was determined to fight Qin Ran to the end. "That's enough," Zhou Yan'an said solemnly. He stood in front of Qin Ran and looked at Lin Mengjia with a cold gaze. "Lin Mengjia, put away your self-righteous tricks. Stop trying to use me, and stop daydreaming." Lin Mengjia was stung by the disgust in Zhou Yan'an's eyes. She let out a breath and finally said with determination, "Zhou Yan'an, I'm putting this out there today. Don't be so shameless. If you ignore me today, I, Lin Mengjia, will never treat you kindly if you try to beg me again." "Don't worry," Zhou Yan'an said expressionlessly, "I, Zhou Yan'an, will never look for you again in this life." After saying that, Zhou Yan'an didn't look at Lin Mengjia anymore. He simply grabbed Qin Ran's wrist, turned around and left. "Zhou Yan'an, stop right there. You!" Lin Mengjia's uncontrolled scream came from behind her, almost blowing the roof of the cafe off. The two men turned a deaf ear and walked without stopping for a moment. Lin Mengjia was the only one left in the coffee shop. Looking at the empty seat, she felt so angry that her chest ached, but she could do nothing about it. Walking out of the cafe, the afternoon sun was a bit dazzling. Qin Ran shook off Zhou Yan'an's hand, still finding it absurd and funny. She tilted her head to look at him. "Hey, seriously, Zhou Yan'an, what were you thinking before? How did you endure Lin Mengjia's weirdness? Who in their right mind can keep up with her train of thought?" Zhou Yan'an touched his nose, and a rare look of shyness appeared on his face. "Back then, my eyesight wasn't very good, so it was inevitable that I made a mistake. I'll learn my lesson from this loss." He changed the subject and said cheerfully, "Fortunately, I'm sober now and my eyes are open. I found a treasure and such a good wife like you." Qin Ran's ears felt slightly hot at his sudden confession. She coughed lightly and covered it up. All right, stop talking nonsense. The truth, the absolute truth, I speak from the heart." Zhou Yan'an immediately raised his hand to guarantee and said very sincerely. Qin Ran glanced at him and quickly changed the subject. "By the way, since President Lin has already chosen Qihang as their partner, should we at the Zhou group stop paying too much attention to him for now? We'll avoid alerting the enemy." Zhou Yan'an immediately understood what she meant and nodded. "Well, Mr. Lin is an old fox. Since he chose Qihang, he must have his own plans. We can just wait and see." The corners of Qin Ran's lips curled up, revealing a bit of foxy cunning. "That's right. Besides, I think Mr. Lin is no pushover. He's involved with Qihang, and I have a feeling there's more going on. Maybe he can dig a big hole for Qihang." Zhou Yan'an raised an eyebrow, and seeing Qin Ran's cheerful expression, he felt more cheerful. Qihang, on the other hand, is now in high spirits. He was running around for the land in the south of the city, and he had almost opened up all the connections, and was about to get it into his pocket. He couldn't hold back and reported the good news to Qin's father in advance. "Dad, just take care of that piece of land in the south of the city. I am 90% sure that I will get it for Qin." Qihang's tone was full of uncontrollable excitement and pride on the phone. Qin's father was silent for a few seconds before he spoke slowly. "Qihang, it's great that you have such a fighting spirit. As long as you can successfully acquire this piece of land and achieve results, I will naturally persuade the old man to transfer the remaining shares to you." "Really? Dad?" Qihang couldn't help but raise his voice, overjoyed. "Don't worry, I won't let you down." After hanging up the phone, Qihang felt like he had endless energy. He seemed to have foreseen that he would completely control the Qin family and trample those annoying people under his feet one by one. He was dreaming sweet dreams, but he didn't know that General Lin soon got wind of the news that he had set his sights on the fat piece of meat in the south of the city. Mr. Lin sat in the spacious office, tapping the table lightly with his fingers, an unfathomable curve at the corner of his mouth. He picked up the phone and dialed a number he had been familiar with for many years. "Hey, old shoe, I have a small favor to ask you for." He has come this far, but he has never been a simple person. Qihang wanted to use him as a stepping stone to climb up. That all depended on whether Lin agreed or not. This time, he must make Qihang fall flat on his face, so that he can understand clearly that some people and some things are not something he can easily provoke. "You little bastard, you're still a little naive." Chapter 56 Tit for Tat. Mr. Lin's call was not unexpected. Qin Ran answered the phone, her voice flat. "Boss Lin." Mr. Lin's voice, slightly amused, came from the other end. "Miss Qin, I hope I'm not disturbing you." You should have heard about my contract with Qin's. I just want to ask, if anything goes wrong with Qin's in the future, please don't blame me, Lin. Qin Ran chuckled. Boss Lin, you're worrying too much. Now that I've left the Qin Corporation, any decisions they make have nothing to do with me, so naturally, there's no point in complaining. That's good, that's good. Mr. Lin seemed relieved, and then asked tentatively, what if? I mean, what if Miss Qin returns to the Qin Group in the future? She won't come after me, an old man, to settle the score, right? Of course not. Qin Ran's tone remained calm. By the way, Mr. Lin, I happen to have some of his things that he left behind. I think it would be best to return them to their original owners. If there's a chance, we can talk in person. Mr. Lin paused for a moment, then quickly responded, oh? Really? That's great. I'll make some arrangements and we can talk in person. Okay, I'll wait for news from President Lin. Zhou Yan'an had just finished taking care of the last thing on hand when he walked over. He saw Qin Ran had hung up the phone, looking thoughtful. Who is it? He asked casually, sitting down next to her. Looking at your expression, it doesn't look like anything bad. Qin Ran tilted her head to look at him and said casually, Boss Lin, he said he wanted to give Qihang a big gift and asked if I minded. Zhou Yan'an raised his eyebrows, somewhat puzzled. Is he afraid that you will settle the score later? That's about right. Qin Ran picked up the water cup beside her and took a sip. I told him I had some of his things and needed to return them to him. Zhou Yan'an's mind raced. Oh? Are those the things you took the trouble to collect? He's working with Qihang, so I'm afraid these things won't be useful anymore, right? I had originally wanted to use these things as bargaining chips to force Mr. Lin to cooperate with Zhou Corporation, but that idiot Qihang intercepted them using some unknown means. Who said that? It's very useful. Qin Ran curled the corners of her lips, with a hint of cunning. Test you, guess how I would use it. Zhou Yan'an pondered for a moment, looking at the light in her eyes, and an idea came to his mind, repaying a favor. You're not that stupid. She stretched out her finger and tapped the tip of his nose, her tone smiling. Let's go, Mr. Zhou, didn't you say you would treat me to a meal? Zhou Yan'an held her hand, feeling happy. It's my honor. Order whatever you want. The two chose a restaurant that they often go to at home. The environment was quiet and the dishes were to their taste. Qin Ran had just sat down at the window seat and hadn't ordered anything when she spotted two familiar figures. Oh, what a coincidence. Qin Ran took a sip of the lemonade in front of her and raised her chin towards the booth across from her. Isn't that Miss Lin and her surefire boss Qin? Zhou Yan'an followed her gaze and saw that it was indeed Lin Mengjia and Qihang. The two were talking intimately, and Lin Mengjia even had a bit of shyness on her face. Zhou Yan'an frowned. It really is haunting you. Lin Mengjia was clinging to Qihang, whispering something in a sweet voice. She caught a glimpse of Qihang's fixed gaze fixed on a certain place. She couldn't help but feel a little dissatisfied. She followed his gaze and met Qin Ran's cold face and Zhou Yan'an sitting next to her. What bad luck! Lin Mengjia curled her lips, not trying to hide the disgust on her face. It's really disgusting. Why do I keep running into them everywhere? Qihang seemed not to hear her complaints, but instead showed a calculating smile on his face. Look at me, aren't these my sister and brother-in-law? It's only right that I go over and say hello. After he finished speaking, without waiting for Lin Mengjia's reaction, he walked straight towards Qin Ran and Zhou Yan'an's table. Lin Mengjia stamped her feet in anger, but could only follow reluctantly. Qihang was really a blockhead sometimes. Oh, Mr. Zhou, what a coincidence. Qihang's voice arrived before he even showed up. With a familiar and friendly attitude, he sat down directly in the empty seat next to Zhou Yan'an, as if they were really close brothers. He first forced a warm smile at Zhou Yan'an, then glanced at Qin Ran indifferently. Sister, you are here too. Qin Ran didn't even bother to lift her eyelids as she stirred the lemon slice in her cup. Qihang didn't care about her indifference. Instead, he said to Zhou Yan'an more enthusiastically, Boss Zhou, we are now considered a family. If Qin Corporation has any projects in the future, you must give priority to me. I've put a lot of thought into that piece of land in the south of the city. When the time comes. Zhou Yan'an picked up the teacup, gently blew away the foam, and interrupted him. Boss Qin, have you forgotten that your sister is still sitting here? This is the first time I've heard that when the Qin family discusses things, they leave their own family aside and only interact with outsiders. Qihang's smile froze for a moment, looking a little awkward. How could he have forgotten this? Zhou Yan'an was known for protecting his shortcomings. He coughed dryly twice, turned to Qin Ran, and said in a much stiffer tone, "Sister, how are you doing lately?" "TOEFL, not bad." Qin Ran raised her eyes and replied calmly, without any emotion in her tone. Qihang hit a snag that was neither soft nor hard, and his face darkened again. Lin Mengjia, standing next to him, couldn't stand seeing Qihang being treated so unfairly. Her eyebrows immediately arched, and she pointed at Qin Ran and started to speak. "Qin Ran, what's with your attitude? Qihang is your brother after all, and he took the initiative to greet you, yet you're so indifferent? Do you even know what politeness is?" Qin Ran seemed to have heard something funny. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly. She looked at Lin Mengjia and slowly uttered two words, "How stupid." "You? Who are you calling stupid?" Lin Mengjia's face flushed with anger, and her voice rose a few notches. "What qualifications do you have to criticize me? You're uneducated yourself, and yet you dare criticize others. Whether she is qualified or not is not your turn to comment." Zhou Yan'an stretched out his arm, embraced Qin Ran, and said in a colder voice, "Ms. Lin, take care of the people around you first." Zhou Yan'an's defensive attitude completely ignited Lin Mengjia's anger. She almost poked her finger at the two men's faces. "Apologize. You must apologize to Qihang. He came over to say hello out of kindness. What kind of character do you have?" Qihang stood aside with his arms folded, a hint of anticipation playing on his lips. He wanted to see how Zhou Yan'an and Qin Ran would get out of this situation. Zhou Yan'an sneered, his words directed at Lin Mengjia. "Ms. Lin, if you look down on the Zhou family so much, why are you so eager to rely on President Qin to get projects from Zhou? Is it possible that President Qin will be unable to make ends meet without Zhou? You?" Lin Mengjia's breath got stuck in her throat, her cheeks flushed red, then turned pale. Zhou Yan'an's words were like ripping her skin off in public. Qihang's face was dark as ink. His little family scheme had been intended to test Zhou Yan'an's nerves and put pressure on him, but he'd been outmaneuvered. Chapter 57, Slap in the Face. "Mr. Zhou, you can't say that, right?" Qihang said with a forced smile, "We're all family, we should take care of each other. It's only natural." "Family." Qin Ran finally spoke. Her voice was cold and clear, and every word was crystal clear. "Boss Qin, I can't remember when I had a brother like you. My mother seems to only have me as her daughter, right?" She paused for a moment, her tone filled with sarcasm. "Or perhaps, Boss Qin has secured the land in the south of the city, so confident that he doesn't even take anyone seriously." Qihang's face darkened completely. Qin Ran's words, neither light nor heavy, made his chest ache. He had indeed invested heavily in the land south of the city and had considered himself somewhat confident, but Qin Ran's words made him seem arrogant and conceited. Zhou Yan'an slowly put down his teacup, and the bottom of the cup hit the table with a soft sound. The sound was not loud, but it made Qihang's heart jump. Zhou Yan'an's voice was low, but it made Qihang's heart sink. "Boss Qin is so confident. Does it seem like he doesn't need any help from the Zhou group? Indeed, President Qin is extremely capable. Unlike some people, he only talks big but doesn't deliver, and can even hinder us at critical moments." The last part of his words was slightly raised, implying something. Qihang's heart skipped a beat. Zhou Yan'an's words were clearly a warning to him, and even involved Lin Mengjia. Her yelling just now not only didn't help, but made him even more passive. This woman is really not very smart. Lin Mengjia sensed Qihang's displeasure and felt a little guilty. Just as she was about to retort, Zhou Yan'an spoke again, full of joking intent. "Oh? It seems that Miss Lin doesn't quite believe in Mr. Qin's ability. That's right. After all, the land in the south of the city has not even been settled yet. Miss Lin is so anxious to protect you. Is it because she's afraid that if Mr. Qin makes a mistake, it will affect your status in the Qin family? What nonsense are you talking about?" Lin Mengjia almost jumped up, pointing at Zhou Yan'an. "Our Qihang team is very capable. He will definitely be able to take over the land in the south of the city." After she finished speaking, she raised her chin in Qin Ran's direction. Qihang's face became even uglier. Lin Mengjia's defense is simply adding fuel to the fire and is hopelessly stupid. Qin Ran ignored their heated arguments, picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs, and placed it directly on the bone dish in front of Zhou Yan'an. She said softly, "Try this. This place makes it well." Zhou Yan'an curled his lips and picked up a piece of fish fillet. He carefully removed the small bones before placing it in Qin Ran's bowl. "If you like it, eat more." The two of them acted as if no one was around, interacting with each other. Their intimate interaction softened the surroundings, standing in stark contrast to the tense state of the two people opposite them. This display of affection was simply blinding. Qihang's temples were throbbing. The anger in my chest grew stronger and stronger. He endured it again and again. Finally couldn't help it. He growled at Qin Ran, "Qin Ran. Stop being so proud. The Qin family will only get better and better in my hands. I will carry it forward and show you." "Oh, really?" Zhou Yan'an wiped the corner of his mouth with a napkin. He continued calmly, "It's a good thing to carry it forward. But Mr. Qin, don't forget that our Ranran still holds 15% of Qin's shares, making her the second largest shareholder after you. You have to work hard and don't let her lose money with you. Otherwise, I will be the first to disagree." As soon as these words came out, Qihang's face instantly turned purple. How could he forget this? The shares in Qin Ran's hands were like a thorn, constantly piercing his heart, reminding him that Qin's company did not completely belong to him. Qin Ran finally raised her head and looked at Qihang's frustrated expression. A faint smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, and her voice remained calm. "Well, work hard. I'm looking forward to it." The tone was more like watching a show than encouraging. She wanted to see what tricks Qihang could come up with. After saying that, she lowered her head again and continued to sweetly feed Zhou Yan'an. Lin Mengjia's eyes were almost spitting fire as she watched from the side. What she couldn't stand the most was Qin Ran's nonchalant demeanor that always managed to piss people off, and even more so, Zhou Yan'an's blatant protection and doting on her. "Why? Qin Ran. What are you so proud of?" Lin Mengjia screamed, her voice distorted with excitement. "Zhou Yan'an is the man I, Lin Mengjia, don't want anymore. You picked up what I left behind, what's there to brag about? Who do you think you are?" She became more and more excited as she spoke, blurting out, "Also, since you've already kicked out of the Qin family, don't even think about coming back. The Qin family is now on its way out, and it has nothing to do with you. Don't even think about setting foot in the Qin family's door again." These words were like putting Qihang on the spot. When had he ever said he wouldn't let Qin Ran return to the Qin family? This woman was truly. Qin Ran finally put down her chopsticks and looked at her calmly, a hint of pity in her eyes. "Miss Lin, isn't it a little too early for you, the mistress of the Qin family, to daydream? You're already planning the future of the Qin family for Mr. Qin before we even have a single word. TSK, your heart is truly touching." She paused, then changed the subject with a hint of coldness. "Besides, when is it your turn as an outsider to have a say in whether I return to the Qin family? Who do you think you are? Mind your own business. You. How dare you scold me?" Lin Mengjia was so angry that her whole body was shaking, and her fingers were trembling as she pointed at Qin Ran. "You bitch. Lin Mengjia." Qihang finally lost his patience and interrupted her with a roar. He felt like Lin Mengjia had completely disgraced him. This woman was more of a hindrance than a help. If he let her continue, she might say something earth-shatteringly stupid. Lin Mengjia was stunned by his yelling, and the rest of her words were choked back. She looked at him somewhat at a loss, her eyes red and aggrieved. Qihang's chest heaved violently. Looking at the way Qin Ran and Zhou Yan'an looked at the clown, he felt an uncontrollable surge of humiliation and anger rushing to his head. He couldn't stand it any longer, so he pulled the chair out suddenly, and the chair legs made a harsh sound when they rubbed against the ground. "Let's go." Qihang gritted his teeth, squeezing out these three words. Without even looking at Lin Mengjia, he turned around and strode out of the restaurant. If he stayed any longer, he was afraid he would lose control and explode on the spot. Lin Mengjia was completely stunned. She didn't expect Qihang to yell at her like that in front of outsiders and leave first. She stood there in a daze, her face turning red and white. She looked at Qin Ran and Zhou Yan'an's half-smiles, then at Qihang's disappearing back. Finally, she stomped her feet and could only chase after him with a feeling of resentment and grievance. Qihang? Qihang, wait for me. Lin Mengjia shouted in embarrassment, holding up her skirt. Chapter 58 Rage. As the two unsightly figures of Qihang and Lin Mengjia disappeared, the air in the restaurant became much fresher. Qin Ran picked up her chopsticks and placed another piece of crystal clear shrimp into Zhou Yan'an's bowl. Her eyes curved. Mr. Zhu, you were truly eloquent just now. Qihang's face looked like a palette of colors. Brilliant. Zhou Yan'an slowly ate the shrimp, raised his eyes to look at her, and said seriously, am I wrong? He is not doing his best, so is he blaming others for telling the truth? Ran's shares are in his hands. If he doesn't manage the business well, of course I have to intervene. Phut. Qin Ran laughed. Yes, Lawyer Zhu is right. But, you just called her a Ran so smoothly. She deliberately dragged out her tone, with a hint of teasing. Zhou Yan'an peeled an orange for her, broke off a segment and held it to her lips. Is it not easy to pronounce? Or do you want to hear another name? Qin Ran held the orange segment in her mouth, tasting the sweetness. She shook her head and said, this one is great. I like it very much. She leaned closer, her warm breath brushing against his ear. She lowered her voice, with a hint of cunning at the end. Scream more often in the future, I love to hear it. Zhou Yan'an's Adam's apple moved slightly, and he turned his head and placed a very light kiss on her cheek. There was a smile in his voice. Okay, whatever you say. The two smiled at each other, and the air around them became a little sweeter. The previous unpleasantness was long forgotten. On the other side, Qihang rushed out of the hotel. The night wind blowing in his face not only did not calm him down, but instead made the evil fire in his heart burn even more vigorously. Lin Mengjia, holding up her skirt and stumbling in her high heels, finally caught up with him, breathless. Qihang, why did you leave? Wait for me. Qihang suddenly stopped and turned around, his face ashen and his chest heaving violently with anger. Lin Mengjia was startled by his murderous look and swallowed back the rest of her words. Her voice was weak and she said, I'm doing this for your own good. I just can't stand Qin Ran's behavior and want to help you vent your anger. Help me vent my anger. Qihang practically gritted his teeth as he spat out these words. Are you helping me vent my anger? You're stomping my face into the ground. Lin Mengjia, is your head filled with straw? He approached step by step, and Lin Mengjia was frightened by the coldness emanating from him and stepped back repeatedly. I didn't. I just. Lin Mengjia was so scared that her tongue was tied and tears were welling up in her eyes. Just what? Are you just trying to show off your status as the future mistress of the Qin family? Or are you trying to kick Qin Ran out for me? Qihang's voice was low, but every word was filled with pressure. Do you think Qihang, I'm just a decoration, someone you can boss around at will? Do you know that because of your stupid words, I've become a huge laughingstock in front of Qin Ran and Zhou Yan'an? I really didn't mean that. Lin Mengjia's voice was tearful, but she didn't dare to make any cry. You didn't mean that. Then what do you mean? Qihang suddenly raised his voice, and Lin Mengjia shuddered. Who do you think you are? How can an outsider like you dictate the decisions of the Qin family? When did I need you to announce whether Qin Ran could return to the Qin family? The more he spoke, the angrier he became. Thinking of Qin Ran's half-smile at the dinner table and Zhou Yan'an's nonchalant defense, an indescribable feeling of humiliation welled up in his heart. I just mean well. Her eyes were red and her voice was tearful. Good intentions. Qihang laughed in anger. Your good intentions mean making me look bad in public? Let Qin Ran and Zhou Yan'an laugh at me. Huh. He suddenly reached out, grabbed Lin Mengjia's neck, and pushed her against the wall on the side of the road. Lin Mengjia was so frightened that her soul was about to be blown away. She desperately tried to pry his hands away with both hands. She had difficulty breathing and her face was flushed red. Qihang, I was wrong, let me go. Qihang's eyes were sinister, but the strength in his hands did not slacken. You look down on me and think I can't beat Qin Ran, so you are so eager to jump out and make the decision for me, right? No. I didn't. Lin Mengjia's tears burst out, and fear made her tremble all over. I'm warning you, Lin Mengjia. Qihang's voice seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth, with a chill that penetrated his bones. Put away those little thoughts that shouldn't be there, and take good care of your health for me. If you dare to act on your own and cause trouble for me again, I will never let you go. I mean what I say. Lin Mengjia nodded desperately, making a hoarse sound in her throat. Qihang then suddenly let go of his hand. Lin Mengjia slid to the ground like a puddle of mud, covering her neck and coughing violently, breathing in big gulps of air. His face was covered with tears and snot, and he looked miserable. The fear of surviving the disaster made her body cold. She touched her burning neck, looked at Qihang's indifferent back, and couldn't say a word. This man is so scary. Back at the Qin family villa, the living room was brightly lit. Qin's father was sitting on the sofa reading financial news. Hearing the door open, he looked up and saw two people coming in one after the other. Qihang's face looked grim. Lin Mengjia's hair was disheveled, her eyes were red and swollen, and she looked like she had suffered a great injustice. Father Qin frowned. What's going on? Lin Mengjia was about to speak when Qihang interrupted her impatiently. Nothing. Dad, I'm going up first. Stop. Qin's father said in a deep voice with a serious expression. He put down the remote and glanced at the two of them. Mengjia, go back to your room and rest first. Lin Mengjia felt as if she had been pardoned, and hurried upstairs with her head down. Only the father and son were left in the living room. Father Qin pointed to the study, stood up and walked over first. Follow me in. In the study. Qin's father got straight to the point. I contacted a few old friends today. They all have daughters of similar age, and they all come from good family backgrounds. Take some time to go meet them. Qihang was stunned for a moment, then refused. Dad, I don't want to think about this now. I want to concentrate on doing the company's business well first. Done. Qin's father flew into a rage upon hearing this, slamming the table. Can't you see the current situation clearly? Qin Ran has boarded the Zhou family. Who is Zhou Yan'an? What's the Zhou family's background? Do you think you can stabilize the Qin family by yourself? I'm looking for help. An outsider who's as good as the Zhou family. Qihang was silent for a moment, a hint of bitterness etched on his lips. A family like that, could they really be interested in me? Aren't they only interested in the Qin family's wealth? Qin's father was very angry at his negative attitude and slapped him in the face. The crisp sound of pop was particularly harsh in the quiet study. You bastard! What are you talking about? Father Qin pointed at a stack of documents on the desk, his voice thick with suppressed anger. I asked you to return to the Qin family, not to come back and be rude to me. I asked you to shoulder the burden of the Qin family and carry it forward. I didn't ask you to sit here and complain about yourself, thinking you're not good enough for this or that. Qihang stiffened his neck, a look of dissatisfaction on his face. How could I underestimate myself? I want to focus on my career. What's wrong with that? Do I really have to be like a puppet, obeying your orders in everything? Chapter 59 Rare Tenderness. Focus on your career. Qin's father laughed coldly twice and stared at Qihang viciously. Which of your so-called businesses didn't start strong but end weakly? Don't think I don't know your devious ways. I'm telling you, Qihang, if you dare to cause even a small loss in the Qin Corporation's financial statements, those old shareholders who have worked with the Qin family for decades will be able to dethrone you from your position as CEO without me having to do anything. By then, even your grandfather's protection will be useless. He paused, his tone softening slightly, but adding to the sense of oppression. Do you think you got this CEO position for free? Qin Ran endured so much hardship and ostracism to gain a foothold in the Qin Corporation. She's a girl, facing those old foxes on the board of directors, and every time she didn't work herself to the bone. By letting you take this position now, we're handing over the empire she worked so hard to build. And yet, you still feel wronged. When Qihang heard this, a nameless anger rose in his chest. What he hated most was others comparing him to Qin Ran, especially his father. She built her empire. Qihang bit these words tightly, his fists clenching quietly at his side. So, I can only pick up what's ready? I can't use my own abilities to build something bigger. Looking at his unwilling expression, Qin's father felt a little relieved that he still had ambitions, but also annoyed that he was unaware of it. He raised his hand and rubbed his brow, his voice full of fatigue. That's not what I meant. I'm letting you take over now because Qin's momentum is strong. I hope you can build on this foundation and take Qin's success to the next level. I'm not asking you to compete with Qin Ran to prove something unrealistic. He walked over, put his hand on Qin Shihang's shoulder, and patted him gently. Before, I didn't let you take over so early because I wanted Ran to help you pave the way and chew those hard bones first. Now the road is paved, it depends on how you walk. Don't let me, and don't let your grandfather down. Qin Shihang lowered his eyelids to hide the fierceness surging in his eyes. I know, Dad. Well, go back and rest. Qin's father waved his hand, looked at his back as he left, and sighed softly. When will this son truly mature? Qin Shihang kicked open the bedroom door. Lin Mengjia had just come out of the bathroom wrapped in a bath towel, her hair dripping with water. She was startled by the sudden noise and the towel in her hand fell to the ground. Qihang, what's wrong with you? What did Dad say to you? She asked cautiously, bending down to pick up the towel, trying to see something from his gloomy face. Qin Shihang rushed to her in a few steps, grabbed her slender neck and pressed her against the wall. Half of the bath towel slipped off, revealing a large area of snow-white skin. You also think I'm no good, right? You think I can't beat Qin Ran, or that Zhou Yan'an? Oh, cough cough, no. No. Lin Mengjia was almost suffocated by being strangled, her face flushed red, and she tried in vain to pry his hands away, tears instantly welling up in her eyes. She shook her head desperately, fear making her whole body tremble, and she couldn't even finish the words to beg for mercy. No. Qin Shihang increased the strength in his hands. Seeing her struggling in pain due to lack of oxygen, the violence in his heart became even stronger. You are just like them. My dad is like this, and so is the old man. They all look down on me. His eyes were bloodshot, and he had fallen into a kind of madness. I tell you, sooner or later, I, Qin Shihang, will become a leader. I want all of you to open your eyes and see clearly. Lin Mengjia felt like she was about to die. Her throat made a hoarse sound and her vision began to blur. Just when she thought she was really going to be strangled to death, Qin Shihang suddenly let go of her hand. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Mengjia collapsed to the ground like a puppet with its strings cut, clutching her neck and coughing violently, gasping for air, her face covered in tears and snot. Her neck was burning with pain, and the clear finger marks were shocking. She ignored her embarrassment and suppressed her fear and pain. She looked up at Qin Shihang and said in a hoarse, yet deliberately flattering voice, Qihang, don't be angry, they just don't recognize Mount Tai. How can you be worse than them? She supported her limp body and climbed up, carefully pulling at the corner of Qin Shihang's clothes. She raised her face and tried to squeeze out an admiring look. You used to be a hidden dragon in the abyss, understand? Now the time has come, you will soon soar into the sky. Isn't the position of Qin's president the best proof? Seeing Qin Shihang's expression eased slightly and his breathing steady, she continued to exaggerate, who is that Zhou Yan'an? He's just relying on the Zhou family's influence. Without them, he's nothing. And Qin Ran? She's just a woman. How capable can she be? All she did before, to put it bluntly, wasn't it all paving the way for you? Now is the time for you to show your talents. I will always be with you and support you. No one can compare to you. The rage in Qin Shihang's heart was calmed down a lot by her words. He lowered his head and looked at Lin Mengjia. She was in tears, but her eyes were full of admiration and dependence. This feeling was very useful to him. He leaned over and placed a kiss on her lips, his voice softening, "You're sensible." After saying that, he picked up the towel on the ground and threw it to her, then turned and went into the bathroom. Lin Mengjia held onto the wall, her legs still weak. She touched her aching neck, a hint of fear flashed across her eyes, but more of it was the relief of surviving the disaster. Qin Shihang was just stimulated. What he needed was affirmation and admiration. In the future, I have to be more careful and know how to please him so that he can't leave me. On the other side, in Zhou Yan'an's apartment, the atmosphere was completely different. Qin Ran was wearing comfortable pajamas and leaning against the headboard, flipping through a book. Zhou Yan'an had just finished taking a shower, with water still dripping from the ends of his hair. He walked over and lay down beside her naturally, with his arms around her waist from behind. Is everything settled for tomorrow's contract with Mr. Li? Qin Ran put down her book, turned her head to look at him, and naturally picked up the towel beside her to wipe his slightly damp hair. Zhou Yan'an pecked her cheek, his voice fresh from a shower. Well, the legal department has finally confirmed it, and the terms are fine. I've also informed Mr. Li, so tomorrow should go smoothly. That's good. Qin Ran's fingertips gently wiped his hair until it was half dry. You've been exhausted lately with this project. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. I believe in your abilities. Mr. Li may look shrewd, but he actually values sincerity in long-term cooperation. Zhou Yan'an buried his face in the warm crook of her neck, his breath filled with her pleasant fragrance. His voice was muffled and full of satisfaction. It's all thanks to you that things went so smoothly this time. If you hadn't helped me analyze Mr. Li's preferences and concerns in advance, I really wouldn't have been so sure. My Ran is simply my lucky goddess. Why should we be so polite? Qin Ran patted his back. Go to bed early. You have to get up early tomorrow. Zhou Yan'an didn't let go, but instead held her tighter, rubbing his chin against her shoulder. His voice was low and teasing. It's time to rest early. But, before I rest, can you help me relax? Qin Ran was stunned for a moment, then she understood what he meant. Her cheeks felt hot. How can I relax? She pretended not to know and gently pushed him. Zhou Yan'an chuckled softly, and with a swift roll, he pulled her under him. His breathing became hot. Of course, do something that makes people happy. Who knows, maybe we can have a little Qin Ran soon. Qin Ran's heart skipped a beat as he pressed her like that, but she refused to admit defeat. Why is it little Qin Ran? Maybe it's little Yan'an. Oh. Zhou Yan'an raised his eyebrows slightly, and gently brushed his fingertips across her smooth cheek. Then it seems I have to work harder. Otherwise, how can I achieve my grand goal of having both a son and a daughter? Before she finished speaking, his kiss had already covered her, gentle yet strong. Chapter 60 Problems with Cooperation. Zhou Yan'an drove Qin Ran to the company. As soon as he entered the office, he called his assistant Xiao Zhang over and carefully went over the details of the cooperation with Mr. Li. Everything has been confirmed, Mr. Zhu. Xiao Zhang closed the folder. We're just waiting for Mr. Li's people to come over and sign the contract. Boss Li had something urgent to do today, so he asked the project manager to come over. Zhou Yan'an rubbed his brows. He just called me to apologize and said he'd already explained everything to the manager. Qin Ran listened from the side and handed him a cup of freshly brewed tea. Since President Li has said so, there shouldn't be any big problems. He wouldn't hire an unreliable person to sign such an important contract, would he? Having said that, Zhou Yan'an was still a little nervous. It's a temporary replacement, and I always feel something is wrong. Mr. Li is quite straightforward, but the people under him, who knows? I don't know what kind of temper this person in charge, Dai, has. He remembered that he had suffered similar losses in the past, so he was better off safe than sorry. Qin Ran smiled. When the enemy comes, we'll fight them with our troops. When the water comes, we'll block it with earth. Besides, isn't it President Zhu who's in charge? How can he really cause such a commotion? Relax, we've made all the preparations, and we'll just adapt to the situation. Zhou Yan'an said, and felt a little relieved. Not long after, the front desk called and said that someone from Mr. Li's company had arrived. The project manager's surname is Dai, and he is quite impressive. As soon as he stepped into the door of Zhu's company, his chin raised and he looked at people with an examining attitude. Zhou Yan'an's assistant, Xiao Zhang, greeted him with a broad smile. Hello, Manager Dai. Thank you for your hard work. The conference room is ready. Please come this way. Dai grumbled, as a response. He looked around, his brow furrowing ever tighter. What's wrong with your front desk? Even a cup of hot tea is served so slowly when a visitor comes. Manager Dai suddenly started to speak. His voice was not loud, but loud enough for the people around him to hear clearly. Xiao Zhang kept his smile on his face, but his heart skipped a beat. He maintained his professionalism. Sorry, Manager Dai, the tea room is preparing some refreshments and they'll be here soon. Shall we go to the meeting room first? The man surnamed Dai said nothing more and followed Xiao Zhang inside. His deputy, a seemingly honest middle-aged man, opened his mouth several times to smooth things over, but when he saw Dai's expression, he swallowed his words back. He could only offer Xiao Zhang an awkward, apologetic smile, a hint of helplessness. When they reached the door of the meeting room, Mr. Dai stopped again. The lighting in this corridor is too dim. If I can't read the contract terms clearly later, whose responsibility will be taken? Xiao Zhang rolled his eyes inwardly, but remained polite on the surface. Manager Dai is right. We'll make adjustments right away. The meeting room has excellent lighting, so don't worry. Zhou Yan'an and Qin Ran waited in the conference room for a while before Xiao Zhang led them in. Mr. Zhu, this is Manager Dai from Mr. Li's company, and this is his deputy, Xiao Zhang introduced. Zhou Yan'an stood up and extended his hand. Manager Dai, welcome. Dai's fingertips touched it, then released it, and he sat down on the chair opposite the main seat at the conference table, as if he was the master of the place. Qin Ran saw it all and understood. This person probably wasn't really here to sign the contract. She quietly took out the recorder from her bag, pressed the record button, and placed it on the table, half hidden by a stack of documents. Mr. Zhu, we've reviewed the contract. Manager Dai cleared his throat and spoke directly. However, there are a few details that I think need further consideration. Zhou Yan'an gestured to Xiao Zhang. Xiao Zhang, come and connect with Manager Dai. Xiao Zhang calmed himself down and opened the contract. Manager Dai, please tell me which clauses you have questions about. Next, Manager Dai used his ability to find fault with everything to the fullest. This fifth clause is too vague and poses potential risks. Also, shouldn't this data have 2 more decimal places? It's not precise enough. He could even find a mistake in a punctuation mark. Xiao Zhang patiently explained each point one by one, basing his explanation on the emails and meeting minutes that had been previously confirmed by both parties. Manager Dai's assistant was so anxious that sweat broke out on his forehead. He tried to interject several times to ease the situation, but was met with a cold stare from Dai, forcing him to hold back his words. He could only repeatedly offer apologetic looks to Zhou Yan'an and Qin Ran. Zhou Yan'an listened quietly at first, but gradually his expression darkened. It's been almost an hour and the contract hasn't even reached the second page. He glanced at his watch. Manager Dai, our main goal today is to sign a contract. Most of what you've pointed out has already been discussed before, and both parties have reached an agreement. If we're truly committed to cooperation, can we move forward? What do you mean, Mr. Zhu? Manager Dai slammed the contract on the table. It's not that I won't sign it, it's that this contract from your Zhu company is full of loopholes. If we sign it like this, who will be held responsible if there are any problems in the future? Qin Ran saw it clearly from the side. This Dai guy was clearly stalling for time and making trouble. Zhou Yan'an's tone also turned cold. Since Manager Dai thinks we are not fully prepared, then it seems that this contract cannot be signed today. How about this, we each go back and prepare, and make an appointment another day. Another day. Manager Dai suddenly raised his voice and stood up. Zhou Yan'an, what do you mean? Are you kidding us? We came all this way here, and now you don't want to sign. I don't think you, Zhu Corporation, are sincere about cooperation. Do you think you're trying to fool us because our President Li didn't come in person? He spitted and pointed at Zhou Yan'an's nose. Your company is such a bully. If you don't want to cooperate, just say so directly. Why bother with these little tricks and be so rude to us? Xiao Zhang, listening nearby, was furious. He couldn't hold it in any longer. Manager Dai. Ever since you walked into our company, you've been finding fault with everything and bossing my colleagues around. Now you're nitpicking on the contract terms again. We've explained everything, but you won't listen. Who's being insincere? Who's being rude? Don't you think you're going too far by blaming me like that? Who do you think you are? Manager Dai pointed at Xiao Zhang with a narrowed eyebrow. Do you have any right to speak here? Let your CEO Zhu have the final say. Let him out. Zhou Yan'an's voice was not loud, but with unquestionable majesty, he pointed at the door of the conference room. Zhou Yan'an, you. The man's surname Dai still wanted to make a scene. Qin Ran gently tugged at Zhou Yan'an's sleeve and pointed at the recorder beside her. Zhou Yan'an understood. He looked at Manager Dai and said word by word, Mr. Dai, I remind you that from the moment you entered our company, including every word you said in the conference room right now, I have a complete record here. He paused, his eyes sweeping across the surveillance camera in the corner of the conference room. The company's surveillance was also on the entire time. If you continue to act unreasonably, I don't mind calling the police immediately and suing you for intentionally disrupting the normal operation of our company. Chapter 61 Secret Collusion. Manager Dai's arrogance had noticeably subsided, but he remained stubborn. Call the police? Great. I'll see what they can do to me. Everything I said today is true. I'll tell President Li everything when I get home, and let him make the decision for us. Let's see who's ultimately wrong. Goodbye, I won't see you off. Zhou Yan'an stood up and gestured for him to come in. Now, leave my company immediately. Manager Dai's face turned pale and blue, and he glared at Zhou Yan'an fiercely. Okay, Zhou Yan'an, just wait and see. After that, he turned around and left angrily. His assistant hurriedly followed. When he reached the door, he turned around and bowed deeply to Zhou Yan'an and Qin Ran. Mr. Zhou, Ms. Qin, I'm so sorry to have caused you so much trouble. After saying that, he quickly followed him out. The conference room finally quieted down. Zhou was still fuming with anger, and he raged indignantly. Mr. Zhou, Ms. Qin, look at his behavior. He hasn't said a single nice word since he walked in. I think he's just here to pick a fight. Qin Ran nodded and looked at Zhou Yan'an, who had been silent the entire time. Zhou Yan'an, what are you thinking about? Zhou Yan'an tapped the table lightly with his fingers, and after a moment, he said, Xiaozhang, go now and send someone to follow them. See where Manager Dai goes and who he meets after he leaves our Zhou group. Okay, Mr. Zhou, I'll be right there. Xiaozhang responded, and immediately turned and left the meeting room. He was happy to do this job, and he had to see what this Dai guy was up to. Zhou Yan'an then turned to Qin Ran. This Dai guy has never done any business with the Zhou Corporation, or even with any of our subsidiaries. He couldn't have come here so blatantly to cause trouble today on his own initiative. Qin Ran picked up the recorder from the table and handed it to him. Here, take this, just in case. Who do you think it could be? Zhou Yan'an took the recorder, his eyes piercing. The person who could have caused Mr. Li's side to act so strangely, and who also has a grudge against our Zhou group, or even me, after much thought, I can only think of Qihang. You've been in charge of contacting Mr. Li before, and Qihang is trying to kill two birds with one stone, disgust me and ruin any potential cooperation between Mr. Li and us. Great minds think alike. Qin Ran's lips curled up as she looked at him with admiration. I think so too. However, he won't be around for much longer. Boss Lin should be making some moves soon. Zhou Yan'an raised his eyebrows, a little puzzled. Oh? Is there any progress on Mr. Lin's side? Yes, Qin Ran replied, the chain of evidence is almost complete. Qihang's good days are almost over. Elsewhere, Manager Dai stormed out of the Zhou building, his deputy following closely behind. Only after getting into the car did he dare to speak cautiously. Brother Dai, how are we going to explain this to CEO Li when we get back? CEO Li clearly told us to come here to discuss cooperation. Manager Dai scoffed disdainfully, adjusted his sitting posture, and acted like a complete success. Explain? What's there to explain? Just tell the truth. What's Zhou's attitude? He's so arrogant. If we really want to work together in the future, who knows how much more he'll have to endure? I'm just checking in for Mr. Li to avoid any trouble in the future. The deputy opened his mouth but ultimately didn't dare say anything, his heart pounding. Mr. Li was away on a business trip and hadn't been at the company for the past few days, so Manager Dai naturally hadn't proactively reported the twists and turns in the contract. 2 days later, Manager Dai met Qihang in a secluded private room in a tea house. Mr. Qin, it's done. Manager Dai said with a flattering smile. Zhou Yan'an's face is green with rage. The cooperation with Mr. Li is completely ruined. Qihang sipped his tea slowly, then pulled out a bank card from his purse and pushed it towards Manager Dai. Well done. Manager Dai's eyes lit up, and he quickly picked up the card, nodding and bowing. Oh, thank you, Mr. Qin. You're so polite. If you need anything in the future, just let me know. I'll go through fire and water for you. Qihang chuckled smugly, hummed softly, and picked up his teacup, seemingly savoring something. Zhou Yan'an, humph. Not far away, the sound of a shutter click was heard softly, allowing the entire scene in the private room to be captured. Zhou Yan'an hung up Qin Ran's call, thought for a moment, and then picked up his phone to call Mr. Li. After all, he had seen Mr. Li's sincerity during the meal in City B. The failure of the cooperation due to Manager Dai's outburst was a minor matter, but Mr. Li didn't want to think that Zhou was taking advantage of him. That would be unpleasant. The phone rang a few times, and then Mr. Li's cheerful voice came over. Hello, Yan'an. I was just about to call you. Congratulations, Manager Dai should have successfully signed the contract and returned. Please look after us in the future. Zhou Yan'an listened to Mr. Li's unknowing joy and sighed inwardly, but remained calm on the surface. Mr. Li, you're too polite. However, I'm afraid this contract is off. There was a noticeable pause on the other end of the phone, and Mr. Li's voice deepened. Huh? It's over? What happened? Manager Dai didn't tell me, this kid. He paused for a moment, his tone inquiring. Boss Zhu, tell me the truth, is it Manager Dai who? No, Mr. Li, please don't misunderstand. Zhu Yan'an immediately responded with a sincere tone, we weren't well prepared. Some details didn't meet Manager Dai's requirements. I'm really sorry for making him make a wasted trip. This is all my fault for not doing the work thoroughly ahead of time. He took the responsibility on himself and wanted to see Mr. Li's reaction. Mr. Li was silent for a few seconds on the other end of the line, then snorted, his tone unclear. Yan'an, that's too polite. Manager Dai can be a bit arrogant sometimes. Don't worry, I've got a general idea of what's going on. I'll definitely give you an explanation when I finish what I'm doing and return. We can't let you, the Zhu group, suffer this in vain. Mr. Li, you're too kind. It's really nothing. You can go on your business trip with peace of mind. Work is important. Zhu Yan'an said politely. Oh, by the way, Mr. Zhu, Mr. Li said, his tone brightening as if he suddenly remembered something. My wife loved your painting, Pine and Waterfall, at the last auction more and more. She treasures it so much that she keeps asking me every day when she can meet you, a great painter, and experience the art in person. Zhu Yan'an smiled. Mr. Li, you're too kind to me. I'm so ashamed to accept it. When you come back, if I have time, I will definitely visit you and exchange ideas with my sister-in-law. Mr. Li took the initiative to bring this up, it seems his wife really likes it. Okay. It's a deal then. It's a deal. Mr. Li's voice sounded very excited. I have a meeting right now, so I won't talk to you anymore for now. We'll talk more later. Okay, Mr. Li, you go ahead. Zhu Yan'an hung up the phone, and the stone in his heart fell to the ground. Mr. Li is a sensible man, so this saved us a lot of trouble. Chapter 62, Slap in the Face in Public. On the other hand, Qihang's life was very comfortable. He used many tricks, but in his opinion, the prime land in the south of the city was already a cooked duck that could not fly away. On the day of the bidding meeting, Qihang entered the venue surrounded by a group of people. His style instantly made him the focus of the venue. He was surrounded by flattering smiles, and the constant calls of young Master Qin made him feel elated. Mr. Qin, I think today's show is tailor-made for you? A follower's tone was full of flattery. Of course not. In the south of the city, apart from the Qin family, who else has this ability? Another person quickly agreed, fearing that he would be too slow in flattering. Qihang nodded, pretending to be reserved, but he couldn't suppress the curve of his mouth, and the word proud was almost written on his face. Thank you for your kindness. However, this piece of land is indeed destined to belong to my Qin family. Once he gets this piece of land, he'll see how Zhu Yan'an and Qin Ran can still act so arrogantly in front of him. The bidding process was indeed fierce, with several companies taking turns bidding and the numbers continuing to rise. Qihang sat firmly on the diaoitai, and every time at the critical moment he signaled his assistants to raise the signs, he looked confident. Finally, the decisive moment arrived. Their host cleared his throat and spoke in a resounding voice, after several rounds of fierce competition, I now announce that the final winner of the Chengnan Plot A is. Qihang had already adjusted his tie, with a smile of victory on his face, ready to stand up and accept everyone's congratulations. Hongyuan Group. Qihang's hips, just about to lift, suddenly stopped, the smile on his face frozen. What? Hongyuan. He almost thought he had misheard. When did Hongyuan Group become so powerful? Where did they get such a huge amount of capital? There was silence at first, then a murmur of discussion erupted. The spotlight shone on the representative from another company. Qihang's face turned red instantly, then slowly turned blue in front of everyone's eyes, and finally turned ashen. The people around him were also a little at a loss. After a moment, someone spoke dryly, Mr. Qin, this Hongyuan Group is really hidden. Yes, young Master Qin, it's just a failure. To the Qin family, it's nothing. The Qin family is large and powerful, and there are plenty of opportunities to make up for it in other ways. Qihang's throat seemed to be blocked by a stone, and he barely squeezed out a few words. That's right, let's go. He almost fled from the venue. As soon as he walked out of the venue, Lin Mengjia came up to him quickly, bag in hand. Seeing his face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, she asked cautiously, Qihang, how is it? Is everything going well? Qihang had no place to vent his anger, so when he saw her bumping into him, he raised his hand and slapped her. What are you asking? Get out. What qualifications do you have to ask questions about me? Lin Mengjia covered her face with her hands, tears welling up in her eyes, but she didn't dare cry out loud. She knew that she had lost the bid. She sniffed, her voice tinged with tears, but she softened her stance. Qihang, don't be angry. I know you're feeling bad. It's okay if the bid wasn't successful. We can think of other ways. There must still be a chance. Qihang's chest heaved violently, and he took a few deep breaths. Looking at Lin Mengjia's swollen cheeks and her tearful look, the anger in his heart inexplicably dissipated a little. He reached out and pulled Lin Mengjia into his arms, his voice hoarse. Mengjia, I'm sorry, I couldn't control myself just now. I was so angry. Did I scare you? Lin Mengjia shook her head gently in his arms, her voice muffled. It's okay, Qihang, I know you didn't mean it. We are together, your business is my business, how could I blame you? Don't be too sad, okay? She sneered in her heart. Here she goes again, it's always like this, going crazy and then pretending to apologize. But now she and Qihang are one, no matter what, she must cling to Qihang's thigh. Zhou Yan'an's phone screen lit up, and a news push popped up. He glanced at it, then a knowing smile curled his lips. It seems someone's plan for that piece of land in the south of the city has been dashed. Qin Ran leaned over and her eyes fell on the headline, Hongyuan Group emerges as a rising star, defeating competitors and winning Plot A in the South City. She chuckled softly. Oh, Qin's first attempt at real estate has failed miserably. Qihang must be looking very excited right now. It's definitely going to be exciting, but I don't know what he's prepared to say. Zhou Yan'an put down his phone. He's determined to get that piece of land and treats it like a treasure. You have to be able to get your hands on this precious treasure. Qin Ran picked up her teacup and took a slow sip. Don't be fooled by the Qin family's constant talk of bloodline and inheritance. When it comes to a real crisis, old Master Qin and my father, they know the scale in their hearts better than anyone else. Oh? How do you mean? Money, and the Qin family's reputation and assets, those are what matter most, Qin Ran said calmly. Back then, old Master Qin, in his quest to climb the social ladder, even changed his last name and married into the Qin family. This legacy was hard-earned, and he was on the verge of taking complete control. Then, his most cherished grandson failed miserably on such a crucial project. How do you think Qihang will smooth things over this time? She seemed to have thought of something funny, and a hint of mischief flashed in her eyes. You can't say the bidding machine is broken, right? Zhou Yan'an was amused by her, or the opponent used some unfair business practices. That's a good excuse, and it's enough for him to use. Qin Ran nodded, then added, but they shouldn't bother you again, right? After all, you're an outsider now. Me? Zhou Yan'an raised an eyebrow. If they still have the nerve to come to me, then I have to admire their courage. I have already severed ties with the Qin family. They should clean up their mess themselves. When you were so determined to leave the Qin family, did you also foresee that this day would come? Not entirely. Qin Ran's gaze drifted out the window, her tone somewhat distant. Maybe. I'm tired. After so many years of working for the Qin family, in the end, it feels like I'm still an outsider, ready to be sacrificed at any moment. This feeling is quite boring. She turned back, a relaxed smile on her face. But it's all in the past. Speaking of which, your parents are really nice people. It's really comfortable to be with them. They like you very much, too. Zhou Yan'an held her hand and looked at her tenderly. The atmosphere in the study of the Qin family's old house was solemn. Qin's father threw a newspaper heavily on the mahogany desk in front of Qihang. Their headline on the front page was the news that Hongyuan Group had won the bid. This is the foolproof guarantee you promised me. Huh. Qin's father's voice was filled with suppressed anger. The Qin family's pioneering work in real estate has now become a laughingstock in the entire industry. Where can I put my old face? Qihang lowered his head, the veins on his forehead throbbing. Dad, this was an accident. Hongyuan Group, they had no news before, and their financial strength is. Accident. Qin's father sneered, walked to the window, and turned his back to him. Do you know that when Qin Ran was in charge of several mergers and acquisitions, there was never a single word like accident? If she can do it, why can't you? Are you not as good as her? He didn't say the rest of the sentence, but the unspoken meaning pierced Qihang's heart like a needle. Qin Ran again. Why is she everywhere? Chapter 63 Mr. Li seeks peace. Dad, this has nothing to do with Qin Ran. Qihang couldn't help but defend himself. The market is changing rapidly, and no one can. I don't want to hear excuses. Qin's father turned around abruptly, his eyes piercing. How many times have I stressed to you the importance of this piece of land in the south of the city? This is not only related to the expansion of Qin's business, but also to your reputation in front of the old man. Do you understand? Qihang's throat tightened, and facing his father's anger, he couldn't say a word. I'll do my best to help you with this matter with the old man. Qin's father's tone softened a bit, but still carried a warning. But, this is just once. Next time, if you mess up again, don't blame me for not warning you. The old man's temper is far worse than mine. I understand. Qihang squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. Go out and reflect on yourself. Qihang quietly left the study. As soon as he was outside, his pent-up anger could no longer be contained. He punched the wall in the corridor, the back of his hand instantly turning red. He gritted his teeth, cursed under his breath, and hurried back to his room. Bang! Qihang returned to his room and slammed the door shut. The loud noise shook the door frame. His chest heaved violently, and the veins on his forehead throbbed, as if they were about to burst in the next second. Qin Ran! Qin Ran! Qin Ran again! Who the hell is she? Qihang paced angrily in the room, the evil fire in his chest burning more and more fiercely. Finally, he could no longer bear it, raised his hand and swept the crystal ornaments on the table to the ground. Crash! The crisp sound of shattering echoed throughout the room, and crystal fragments splattered everywhere. Lin Mengjia heard the noise and hurried in wearing a silk nightgown and plush slippers. As soon as she entered the room, she saw the mess on the floor and Qihang's distorted face. Her heart skipped a beat, but she didn't dare show it on her face. She walked quickly forward, stretched out her slender arms from behind, and gently wrapped them around Qihang's tense waist. Qihang, what's wrong? Who made you angry again? Her voice was soft and sticky, with just the right amount of concern, and her fingertips were circling his strong abdomen neither lightly nor heavily. Qihang's body stiffened for a moment. The anger and frustration that had nowhere to vent found a breakthrough at this moment. He turned around suddenly and grabbed Lin Mengjia's wrist with great force. Lin Mengjia frowned slightly, but forced herself not to make a sound. He stared at her intently, his surging violence almost swallowing her. The next second, he roughly picked her up and carried her sideways, striding towards the bedroom. Lin Mengjia let out a low cry and instinctively hugged his neck tightly, pressing her cheek against his hot chest. Where he couldn't see, the corner of her mouth quietly raised an almost imperceptible arc. A love-making session. The depression in Qihang's chest was finally relieved a lot, his breathing gradually became steady, and he soon fell into a deep sleep, with even a hint of childish naivety in his breathing. Lin Mengjia, however, had no desire to sleep at all. She opened her eyes, and with the faint moonlight coming in from the window, she quietly looked at the sleeping profile of the man beside her, her mind full of thoughts. The next day, Zhou Yan'an's cell phone rang. The words, Mr. Li, were jumping on the screen. He pressed the answer button, his voice flat, Mr. Li. Mr. Zhou. I just got off the plane and wanted to check in with you. Mr. Li's voice was a little hoarse, revealing the fatigue of the journey. I'm so sorry, there's a small situation at home, and I need to deal with some internal issues first. I'm afraid it will take a few days before I can officially discuss cooperation with you and Zhou Corporation. Zhou Yan'an leaned back on the sofa, flipping through a page of documents with a leisurely manner. Mr. Li, don't worry. Family matters are more important. We're not in a hurry here. Hey, thank you Mr. Zhu for your understanding, thank you Mr. Zhu. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Yan'an raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at Qin Ran, who was sipping warm water from a cup beside him. Boss Li, there's a fire in the backyard. Qin Ran put down the cup, the corners of her lips curled up. Oh? There's movement so soon. It seems that photo is quite powerful. As soon as she finished speaking, her cell phone dinged. It was a message from Mr. Li. Ms. Qin, Mr. Zhu, isn't he angry? I rushed back to deal with things, fearing I'd wasted Mr. Zhu's precious time. Qin Ran looked at the screen, curled her lips, and replied with a tap of her fingertips, "Don't worry, Mr. Zhu isn't that stingy. He understands." The reply came almost instantly, a string of messages pouring in. That's good, that's good. Miss Qin, you're truly my savior. You don't know, you absolutely must put in a few good words for me in front of President Zhu. Otherwise, well, if my wife knew I'd offended President Zhu, or if anything went wrong with our cooperation, she'd kick me out of the study and make me sleep on the sofa in the living room. For a month straight. Qin Ran was amused. This Mr. Li was quite interesting. She replied, Mrs. Li is so principled. Mr. Li immediately sent a tearful emoji with the caption, she's more than just principled. She's a die-hard fan of Mr. Zhu's paintings, a superfan. She even built a studio at home, hung several replicas of Mr. Zhu's previous paintings, and she keeps harping on about when she can meet him in person. If this deal falls through, she'll keep harping on about me until next spring festival. She'll say I wasn't doing my job well, and that she missed the chance to see her idol's calligraphy up close. I see. Qin Ran suppressed a smile and glanced at Zhou Yan'an, who was concentrating on reading the documents beside her. This guy was doing quite well and even had a lot of fanatical fans. She replied to Mr. Li, don't worry, Mr. Zhu. However, since this is an internal issue, and it appears to be quite serious, Mr. Li should investigate it as soon as possible. Don't let some unscrupulous people take advantage of the situation and harm the interests of the company and you. After all, a 1,000-mile dam can be breached by a single ant hole. Mr. Li was silent for a few seconds before replying, what do you mean, Miss Qin? Is there anything else? Qin Ran didn't beat around the bush and directly sent the photo she had accidentally taken that day at the entrance of the restaurant's private room, showing the Vice President Dai and Qihang arm in arm, chatting happily. I came across this by chance a few days ago. I wonder if it's normal business dealings with your company. Mr. Li is very observant, so I just wanted to give you a heads up. After all, Qihang must be unhappy that Hongyuan Group was able to acquire the land in the South City this time. After the photos were sent, there was no response from Mr. Li this time. After a full 5 minutes, he finally replied with a few words, gritted through his back teeth, thanks. Qin Ran put down her phone, raised her chin to Zhou Yan'an, and said in a relaxed tone, Boss Li, I think there's going to be something interesting to watch. That Vice President Dai is probably going to be in trouble. She handed the phone over, showing Zhou Yan'an the request for help from Mr. Li, look, your charm is almost affecting the harmony of other people's marriages. If Mrs. Li knew that you delayed the cooperation because of internal problems in her husband's company, would she take her anger out on Mr. Li? After reading it, Zhou Yan'an just smiled faintly and returned the phone to her. What do you mean? Qin Ran leaned closer, a hint of mischief in her eyes. Mrs. Li is a loyal fan of yours. She likes you very much and is fascinated by your paintings. She even wants to get an original. Master Painter Zhu, do you have any comments? Zhou Yan'an put his arm around her waist, pulling her close to him. He whispered in her ear, his warm breath brushing against her earlobe, oh? Then she'll be disappointed. Chapter 64 A Big Gift. Qin Ran blinked, feeling a little itchy in her ears. Why? From now on, my paintings will only be for you. Zhou Yan'an's tone was filled with a subtle seriousness and a unique sense of arrogance. As for the person. He paused, lowered his head to look into Qin Ran's bright eyes, and said word by word, 800 years ago, they belonged to you, Qin Ran. Qin Ran felt as if a feather had gently tickled her heart, but she feigned composure as she gently pushed him away, saying angrily, slippery tongue. Who cares? The smile on her lips could not be hidden, like a flower quietly blooming in spring. Zhou Yan'an gently stroked his chin, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Since Qihang likes to trip me up so much, I can't let him down, right? Qin Ran nestled in his arms, adjusted herself to a comfortable position, and looked up at him. Oh? How does President Zhu plan to repay this generous gift? Zhou Yan'an curled his lips. Didn't Lin Mengjia want to help him with some connections? Then do as she wishes. I'll introduce him to a few reliable partners to keep him busy. Qin Ran burst out laughing and reached out to touch his chest. You're really bad. There's no need to be polite when dealing with someone like Qihang. After a few days, Qihang's office became lively. Boss Qin. Assistant Xiao Chen pushed open the office door, his steps quicker than usual, his voice filled with irrepressible joy. Several groups of people came here from different companies. They said they came to visit you specifically to discuss cooperation with our Qin Corporation. Qihang was upset over a pile of documents. The issue of the land in the south of the city was like a stone weighing on his chest. Hearing this, his brows twisted into a knot. Who would come to join in the fun at this critical juncture? But then he thought again and relaxed a little. Oh? What are these methods? Which companies? I took note. One company said they were in the new energy sector, another was in the cultural media business, and, oh yeah, there was another boss named Qian. He was quite impressive, saying he had just returned from overseas and was in the mining business. He emphasized that funding was absolutely a no-brainer. Xiao Chen registered several company names at once. From what they said, the conditions they offered were quite tempting. They kept praising our Qin family's strong foundation and bright prospects. Oh, the weasel is wishing the chicken a happy new year. Qihang snorted and tapped the table unconsciously with his fingers. Although I said that, it felt like a stone was thrown into my heart, causing ripples. Is this really a pie in the sky? The Chengnan project fell through, and now it's time to make up for it. If we can really get some significant cooperation, then. He pondered for a moment and then ordered, well, you'll have to work hard and get the details of these companies for me. Their business registrations, who their legal representatives are, nothing can be left out. Especially that Qian guy, who came back from overseas. Don't let him be a shell company trying to fool people. Understood, Mr. Qin, I'll do it right away. Xiao Chen was quite efficient. The next morning, a stack of organized information was delivered to Qihang. Mr. Qin, I've asked someone to look into these companies. The information from the Administration for Industry and Commerce matches, and the paperwork seems to be fine. Especially the one you mentioned, Hongshan Mining, whose owner, Qian Dahai, has only emerged in the past 2 years. Rumor has it that he's a tycoon who spends money like water, a pure tycoon. I heard he's been casting his net all over the world lately, trying to find a few strong local companies to partner with, eager to expand his business in China. Qihang picked up the information about Hongshan Mining and flipped through the pages carefully, his eyes lingering on Qian Dahai's name and resume for a long time. Upstart? Qihang's mouth curled up slightly. Most of these people don't have much brains, have a lot of money, are stupid, and are easy to control. He tapped the tabletop rhythmically with his index finger, thoughts racing through his mind. The hole in the south of the city needs to be filled up quickly. People in the company are in a panic and need some good news to cheer them up. Okay, it's this guy named Qian. Qihang put the information on the table, please arrange a time and I'll meet him in person. Okay, Mr. Qin. Within 2 days, Qihang met the legendary boss Qian in the company's luxurious reception room. As the door opened, a figure appeared, shiningly. Wow, the brand logos from head to toe are almost overflowing, and the gold chain around his neck is so thick that it can be used to tie a dog. He looks so stylish even when he walks. As soon as he opened his mouth, his voice was so loud as if it had its own loudspeaker, and he exuded the arrogance of, I am a rich man. Oh my, President Qin. I finally get to see you in person. Your Qin Group is a reputable brand here, and its strength is unparalleled. Boss Qian strode over, grabbed Qihang's hand with his big hand like a palm leaf fan, and shook it vigorously, with such enthusiasm that it could light people on fire. I'm old Qian Dahai. I just came back from abroad and I'm unfamiliar with the place, so I'm thinking of finding a capable and visionary local leader like you, President Qin, to guide me. If we join forces, we're sure to make a fortune. Qihang calmly withdrew his hand and said politely, Boss Qian, thank you for your compliment. I wonder what you like about our Qin Group and how you would like to cooperate. Oh, Mr. Qin, you're quick-witted. I like that. Boss Qian slapped his thigh. As for me, I've got some hard-earned money from mining overseas. Now I'm thinking of investing in some industrial enterprises back home. I see your Qin group is doing quite well in that area, so we can complement each other's strengths. I'll put up the lion's share, and you can provide the experience and channels. We can discuss the profits. In the following conversation, Boss Chen kept talking about how rich he was and how much he admired the Qin family. He also offered very attractive conditions for cooperation, almost giving benefits to Qihang. Although Qihang felt that Boss Chen was a little too enthusiastic, the conditions offered by the other party were so good that it was hard for him not to be tempted. He then asked a few indirect questions about overseas minerals, and Boss Chen answered them fluently. Although his words were vulgar, they sounded reasonable. Okay, I feel Boss Chen's sincerity. Qihang finally smiled. We can have our subordinates coordinate the details of the cooperation plan and advance payment. No problem. Mr. Qin is straightforward. As for the advance payment or something, Lao Chen, don't care about such a small amount of money, as long as the project can be started as soon as possible. The cooperation talks went smoothly, the plan was finalized, the contract was signed, and Boss Chen readily paid a considerable advance payment. Qihang looked at the extra string of zeros in his account and felt in a good mood. The gloom of Qin Ran's defeat was much dissipated. However, he didn't feel happy for long. A week later, Qin was about to proceed with the project as agreed in the contract, but discovered that they could no longer contact Mr. Chen. His phone was turned off, and the company address was deserted. Chapter 65 Mr. Qin comes to the company. What's going on? Where's the person? Qihang was furious in the office, pointing his finger at his assistant Xiao Chen and scolding, "Didn't I tell you to investigate thoroughly? And this is what you found?" Xiao Chen turned pale with fear, and tremblingly explained, "Boss Qin, when I checked, there was indeed no problem with Hongshan Mining's business registration information, and there was indeed someone working in the office. I even went to the Industry and Commerce Bureau system to verify it." Who knew? Who knew? Qihang was so angry that his vision went dark. Idiot! You've been fooled. This is clearly a scam. He slumped down in his boss's chair, feeling like there was a breath stuck in his chest, unable to move up or down. The news quickly reached Zhou Yan'an and Qin Ran's ears. At that time, the two were watching a newly released comedy in the Villar's home theater. When Qin Ran heard the news, she forgot to chew the popcorn in her mouth. She was stunned for a few seconds, then burst into uncontrollable laughter. She laughed so hard that she almost cried. Ouch! I can't take it anymore. Zhou Yan'an, you're so talented. Qin Ran clutched her stomach and spoke intermittently, "That Boss Chen, did you find someone to make a guest appearance?" Zhou Yan'an embraced her, a smile on his face, and comforted her. "I just provided Qihang with an opportunity, and he seized it himself. He's a nouveau riche, and is acting quite convincingly." Qin Ran laughed breathlessly. Qihang must be pissed right now. He lost everything he gained, not only the wife but also the army. People like him won't learn their lesson unless they are taught a profound lesson. Zhou Yan'an said in a flat tone, not taking it to heart at all. Qin Ran finally stopped laughing, leaned on his shoulder, and said with emotion, "Your brain is really TSK, luckily we are not enemies." Zhou Yan'an lowered his head and kissed her on the forehead. "Don't worry, I'll only use my little cleverness to deal with villains like Qihang, and to protect you." Qin Ran let out a long sigh, feeling completely relaxed. If he really follows the clues and finds you, all your arrangements. She was still a little worried. After all, Qihang would sometimes go crazy and not recognize people. Zhou Yan'an picked up the water cup beside him, his posture relaxed. He chuckled softly at the words, "Do I look that stupid? My assistant is no pushover either. Besides, Qihang is burning with himself, with so many messes to deal with, how can he have the energy to care about others? Just wait, there will be plenty of people looking for him to chat next." Qin Ran raised the corner of her mouth slightly, the remaining worry finally dissipating. "Then we can finally have some peace and quiet. It's more than just a peaceful escape." Zhou Yan'an sipped his saliva, a glint of anticipation flashing in his eyes. "You can also watch a big show. Free, front row VIP seats." Qin Ran was amused by him. What drama? Young Master Qin is in a state of panic, running into obstacles everywhere. Do you think those who are owed money by him and those who were fooled by his promises will break down the door to his company? Zhou Yan'an said it lightly, as if he was talking about the weather. Phut. Qin Ran couldn't help but laugh out loud. That's really lively. At this moment, the atmosphere in the president's office of Qin Group was completely different from the relaxed and comfortable atmosphere on Zhou Yan'an's side. Where's Qian? Have you found him? Did he disappear? Qin's hands were almost blew the roof off, and the veins on his forehead were throbbing. The assistant stood trembling in front of the desk, his head lowered almost into his chest, his voice trembling. Boss Qin, Boss Qian. Didn't Boss Qian transfer the money to our account? He still thought the matter was settled. Idiot. Qihang grabbed a document from the table and wanted to throw it at the assistant, but he forcibly suppressed his anger and just pointed at his assistant's nose and cursed, "He transferred the money to us. But didn't I tell the accountant long ago to transfer the money to those cooperating manufacturers as soon as it arrived? Our Qin Group also put in a lot of money. Originally, the deal with Chen was that he would invest 60% and I would invest 40%, and I would invest 60% and he would invest 40%. No matter how you look at it, this deal is always a win for us. Now, the money has just been transferred, and is gone. What's the point of this? Are you kidding me?" He became angrier and angrier as he spoke, and kicked the leg of the desk, making a dull, bang sound. The assistant shuddered with fear, breaking out in a cold sweat. Then I'll go find the payee right now and see if the accountant has their detailed information, account number, account name, they should all have records of that. Hurry up and go. Qin Shihan's forehead veins bulged, his eyes were bloodshot, and his voice was frighteningly hoarse. Get out. Go check it out right now. Don't come back if you can't find anything. The assistant was so frightened that he staggered and almost used his hands and feet to escape from the office that was about to explode. The office door was slammed shut, leaving Qin Qihang walking around inside alone, his chest heaving violently with uncontrollable anger. He tugged at his tie irritably, feeling the air was heavy, making it hard for him to breathe. What the fuck is this? A few minutes later, there was another knock on the office door, this time very urgently. The assistant came back in such a hurry that his face turned purple and he was panting heavily, unable to speak clearly. Boss Qin, the accountant, indeed, they do have the other party's account number and name. He held onto the door frame, breathing heavily. I'll find someone to check right away. I'm sure they'll find out. Useless. Qin Qihang waved his hand impatiently, go. Stop dawdling. He felt like the blood in his veins was about to burn dry. If he was angered by these good-for-nothings a few more times, he would have a heart attack on the spot. Just when Qin Qihang felt that his patience was reaching its limit and he was about to overturn the table at any time, the office door was knocked for the third time. This time the knock on the door was neither hurried nor slow, revealing a sense of calmness. Qin Qihang was about to explode when the door opened. Father Qin walked in with Old Man Qin. Old Master Qin still looked energetic, with his usual kind smile on his face. Qihang, are you busy? The old man said in a loud voice. When Qin Qihang saw the person coming, his head buzzed and all his violence was instantly suppressed. The muscles on his face twitched a few times, and he forced out a smile that was uglier than crying. Grandpa, Dad, why are you here? At this critical juncture, he doesn't want to cause any more trouble. Qin's father stood aside and spoke at the right time. Your grandfather said that he hasn't been to the company for some time and came to see you and care about your work progress. When Qin Qihang heard this, his tense nerves relaxed slightly and he immediately became alert. Grandpa is here to care about me. He quickly adjusted his expression. In order to perform well in front of his grandfather, he quickly turned on the computer, tapped the keyboard rapidly, called up the record of Boss Chen's previous transfer, and showed it to Grandpa Qin. Grandpa, look, this is a project I just recently negotiated, and the other party's advance payment has arrived. The numbers on the screen are indeed impressive. Chapter 66 Almost Exposed. Old Master Qin took a closer look and a pleased smile appeared on his face. Well, not bad, not bad. Qihang has indeed made some progress during this period. You must continue to work hard and not let everyone down. Qin Qihang secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that he had finally fooled everyone. By the way, Old Master Qin suddenly changed the subject, as if casually mentioning, it was said before that the Qin Group was going to enter the real estate industry. How's your investigation going? That piece of land in the south of the city. Qin Shihang's heart skipped a beat, and his heart, which had just been at ease, rose to his throat again, and a layer of cold sweat instantly broke out on his back. He subconsciously turned his head to look at Qin's father, his eyes full of help. Damn! He hadn't even gotten the land deal in the south of the city done. He thought he could keep it a secret, but who knew his grandfather still remembered it? If this gets out. Qin's father received his son's signal, his expression unchanged, and he took over the conversation directly. Dad, the real estate market seems to be a little unclear right now. Qihang wants to observe it for a while. He paused and continued, he has always been cautious and careful in his actions, thinking things through before taking action. This is to ensure that nothing goes wrong, and he will show you a good result when the time comes. Qin Shihang glanced at his father gratefully and nodded in agreement. Yes, Grandpa, Dad is right. I want to take a closer look and don't want to be too aggressive. Old Master Qin nodded thoughtfully, rubbing the end of his cane with his fingers. Well, being cautious is a good thing, but sometimes, business also requires a surge of drive and courage. Once you see the opportunity, you have to act decisively. Qin's father smiled and added, Don't worry, Dad. Qihang recently renewed his long-term contract with Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin is very impressed with Qihang's work and even took the initiative to pay a large advance payment in advance. He spoke with a hint of pride, then changed the subject, adding pointedly, It's not unlike some people. In the past, even signing contracts was unclear, and the accounts were a mess. In the end, the company had to go back and forth with President Lin, and it took a lot of effort to settle the accounts. It was obvious that he was comparing Qin Ran with Qin Qihang. He was praising Qin Qihang openly, but secretly belittling Qin Ran to the point of being worthless, in order to highlight Qin Qihang's ability and stability. Qin Qihang straightened his back a little after listening to his father's words. Hearing this, the wrinkles on Mr. Qin's face widened with smiles, and he nodded repeatedly, Okay, Qihang has a bright future. I'm completely confident in leaving the company to you. From now on, I won't worry about these company matters. You young people can go ahead and explore boldly, so I can enjoy a peaceful and comfortable life. As soon as these words came out, Qin Shihang's legs almost went weak, and the big stone that had been hanging in his heart for a long time finally fell to the ground. Qin's father was standing next to him. He quietly nudged Qin Qihang with his elbow and gave him a look. Hurry up, strike while the iron is hot, and say a few more nice words. Qin Qihang understood immediately. He darted over to old man Qin and put his arm around him affectionately. Grandpa, what are you talking about? You've got to hold the steering wheel of this huge company tightly. I've only just gotten started, and many things are so confusing. You have to come to the company more often and teach me step by step. In his heart, he was desperately waving his flag and shouting, Don't do that. Isn't it nice for you to be at home fishing and walking your birds peacefully? That's right, Dad. Qin's father smiled brightly, and he didn't miss the opportunity to encourage him. When you have time, please come over and give us some advice. That would be great. Qihang is young after all, and he lacks a lot of experience. If you give him more advice, he will make faster progress. The father and son sang in unison, and their work was perfect. One of them skillfully refilled the old man's cup of boiling hot tea, while the other picked out trivial and insignificant anecdotes from the company and tried various ways to make the old man happy. Old Master Qin was held on both sides by the father and son, and he felt relaxed all over, with a smile on his face the whole time. Qihang, you are much more stable now than before, and you know how to make progress. Not bad, really not bad. The old man patted Qin Qihang's shoulder with satisfaction, his tone full of satisfaction. Qin Qihang subconsciously straightened his back a little, but he was very humble. It's all thanks to your good teaching, Grandpa. Dad also often gave me warnings. After a lot of flattery and fawning, Mr. Qin was finally coaxed into smiling and satisfied. The father and son, one on each side, escorted the old man out of the company gate as if they were escorting the emperor. Seeing the back of the old man's car slowly merge into the traffic flow and finally disappear completely, Qin Qihang and Qin's father turned their heads almost at the same time and looked at each other. Both of them let out a long, heavy breath. Huh. Qin Qihang exaggeratedly wiped his forehead. There wasn't even a drop of sweat there. He felt like he was being drained of energy. Dad, I was so scared. Just now, when Grandpa asked about that piece of land in the south of the city, my soul almost flew out of my head. Qin's father's face was still a little pale. He raised his hand and patted Qihang's shoulder heavily, his voice deliberately lowered a lot. Okay, I finally managed to get away with it. But, Qihang, you have to pay more attention to the matter of that piece of land. Since the old man is still thinking about it, he will ask about it sooner or later. I understand, Dad. Qihang nodded repeatedly. Thinking of the thrilling incident just now, he was still a little scared. I'll go and urge them in the next few days. Mr. Lin should have news soon. The father and son stood at the company gate, watching the cars go by, each with their own thoughts. The thrilling performance in the office had finally come to a temporary end. In Qihang's office. After seeing old man Qin off, the smile on Qin's father's face instantly disappeared without a trace. He sat on the sofa, his face gloomy, and his eyes stared straight at Qihang. Qihang felt uneasy, lowered his head, and dared not breathe. Tell me about you. Qin's father's voice was low, but it carried a sense of oppression. You're such a grown-up, but how can you be so troublesome when doing things? You were sold and still helped others count the money. What's going on with that money? Do you really think I don't know? Qihang suddenly looked up, his face pale. Fortunately, your grandfather didn't ask any further questions, otherwise how would you explain it? Qin's father snorted coldly and said coldly. Next time, if you're so careless and let yourself be deceived, I'll see what you can do. Qihang's eyes turned red, and his voice changed. Dad, I was wrong. I will be more careful in the future and will never do it again. Before he could finish his words, there was a knock on the office door. Qihang's assistant didn't even wait for the door to fully open before rushing in, breathless. Boss Qin, we found out. That recipient of the payment is a shell company. The registered address is fake, and now, it's gone. He finished speaking in one breath, then noticed that Qin's father was still sitting on the sofa. He froze instantly as if he had been acupunctured, and quickly stood at attention with his hands lowered. Hello, Chairman Qin. Qin's father's eyes swept back and forth between Qihang and his assistant twice, and that scrutiny almost seemed to see through them. Chapter 67 confirmed to be cheated. The air in the office froze instantly. After a while, the tense lines on Qin's father's face seemed to relax a little. He slowly walked to Qihang's side, raised his hand, and patted his son's shoulder gently. Well done. Father Qin's voice was calm, but compared to the chilling tone just now, it was a world of difference. That's how business should be done. It's always a good idea to be more careful and consider things carefully. He paused and added, we'll do the same from now on. After saying that, Qin's father didn't even look at Qihang again. He turned around and walked towards the office door, opened the door, and his figure quickly disappeared outside. Call. Qihang felt as if all his strength had been drained away in an instant. His legs gave way, and if he hadn't grabbed the edge of his desk in time, he would have nearly collapsed to the floor. He was gasping for breath, and the cold sweat that oozed from his forehead was genuine this time. The assistant also secretly wiped his sweat. After seeing the chairman's looks just now, he felt that his life would be shortened by several years. Qihang finally managed to calm his pounding heart. He turned his head abruptly and spoke to his assistant in a very low voice, enunciating each word through gritted teeth. You. Next time. If you're so reckless and can't even speak clearly again, get out. Whenever he thought of his assistant's words just now, the recipient is a shell company, his heart started beating uncontrollably. If his father had asked at that time, what are you collecting the money for, this matter today would have been completely ruined. The assistant shuddered with fear and nodded his head like pounding garlic. Yes. Mr. Qin. I was wrong. I will pay attention next time, I will pay attention. He just wanted to finish the report quickly and then disappear from here immediately. Tell me. What else have you found out? Qihang waved his hands irritably, sat back down in his boss chair, and pressed his tight temples with his hands. The assistant quickly stepped closer, her voice barely louder than a mosquito's hum. Boss Qin, we checked the bank statements for that company. Within half an hour of the money arriving, it was split up into several transfers. And this morning, the industrial and commercial system showed that they had already applied for deregistration. The process went incredibly quickly, as if it had been pre-planned. What? Qihang jumped up from his chair as if he had been pricked by a needle, his eyes wide open. Deregistered. He rushed to his desk in a few steps, and the more he thought about it, the angrier and more furious he became. I was actually fooled by a shell company. And it happened at the critical juncture of that piece of land in the south of the city. If the old man knew about this, he simply didn't dare to think about that scene. Damn it! Qihang slammed his fist on the table, shaking the pens in the pen holders so much that they jumped up. His chest heaved violently as he pointed at his assistant's nose. Where's that Chen guy? He ran away. We just let him get away like that. The assistant shrank back at his yelling. Boss Qin, we're still investigating his last known location, but many of the legal representatives for these shell companies are just figureheads. I'm afraid. What are you afraid of? Qihang swept the documents on the table to the ground. I spent so much money and energy, and I got fooled by this guy. And his last name is Chen. Money, 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 all he cares about is money. He calls me Chen, but he ran away with all my money. Is he kidding me? Go. Investigate. Dig this Chen guy up from head to toe. Where is he? Who has he met? Who has he contacted? All the information. Dig 3 feet underground to find him. Qihang was so angry that he paced back and forth in the office, and every step he took was filled with a sense of rage that seemed to be on the verge of exploding. Boss Qin, we're already mobilizing all channels, the assistant explained cautiously. But these people are very aware of anti-detection, and the identities they use are likely fake. Furthermore, these gangs operate in a clear division of labor, so finding the person directly responsible might take some time. Qihang stopped abruptly and turned back to glare at his assistant. Do you know what time it is now? My grandfather just asked about the land in the south of the city. Don't you know what the money is for? What if he finds out that the money was defrauded? What will I do? What will happen to the Qin family? He became more and more anxious as he spoke, and his voice became higher and higher, completely forgetting that he was just acting in front of his father. Now there are only him and his assistant in the office, and he can no longer hold it in. I don't care how long it takes you. 2 days. Give me 2 days. You must find this Chen guy within 2 days. Alive. I want him alive. Qihang pointed at his assistant, his eyes red. The pressure from his grandfather, the huge sum of money that was defrauded, the cold words his father said before he left, one by one, they weighed heavily on his heart, almost crushing him. The assistant didn't dare to stay even a second longer, so he kept saying it and almost crawled out of the office. The door slammed shut. The office was dead silent. Qihang fell back heavily into the chair, put his hands into his hair, and scratched his scalp fiercely. The one with the surname Chen. It's the one with the surname Chen again. How dare he? How dare he lie to Qihang? If this were to get out, how would he face it? What would those people in his circle think of him? As for that person at home, he couldn't even think about it. Fuck, he growled, raking his hair in frustration, messing up his once neat hairstyle. He had to find a solution immediately. If he couldn't find that bastard within 2 days, how would he explain it to the old man? How would he explain it to his father? That money, the foundation of the Qin family. How could he be so stupid? He believed that well-dressed bastard. Was he kicked in the head by a donkey or stuck in a door? Collapsing in the chair and looking at the mess on the floor, Qihang felt weak. The only hope is that a miracle can happen on the assistant's side. He had to prepare a backup plan. What if he couldn't find anyone? How could he plug such a huge hole? Could he plug it? He felt like he was suffocating, with invisible walls surrounding him on all sides, getting tighter and tighter. Not long after, the assistant came back with a face that looked uglier than crying. Boss Qin. His voice trembled, tears welling in his eyes. Chen ran away, and all leads are gone. That shell company applied for deregistration less than an hour after receiving the payment. It was so clean and efficient. It was obviously premeditated and long planned. Waste. Qihang's temples were throbbing. He grabbed the crystal ashtray on the table and raised his arm, but he stopped abruptly when he saw his assistant's face, which was as pale as paper and trembling so much that it was about to fall apart. He slammed the ashtray back onto the table with a loud bang that made people tremble. There must be someone helping him behind the scenes. Otherwise, how could a liar like him have such great abilities? The assistant lowered his head and dared not breathe. He felt bitter in his heart. This Qian guy was very slippery. If there were other big shots secretly working behind the scenes, how could a small fry like them possibly defeat him? Qihang paced back and forth in the office anxiously, finally stopping in front of his assistant with a sinister look in his eyes. All right. Let's put this matter aside for now. Keep a close eye on Mr. Lin's project. If anything goes wrong with this project again, you'll all be fired. Yes, Mr. Qin, don't worry. I will personally keep an eye on Mr. Lin and make sure everything is foolproof. The assistant responded as if he had been pardoned and quickly retreated. Chapter 68 Cooperation with Mr. Li. On Zhou Yan'an's side, Mr. Li's call came directly and warmly. Mr. Zhu, Miss Qin, please do me the honor of having a simple meal together. Zhou Yan'an glanced sideways at Qin Ran. Qin Ran nodded almost imperceptibly. He then responded, Mr. Li is too polite. We would rather obey your command. The agreed restaurant has an elegant private room. Mr. and Mrs. Li have arrived. When Mrs. Li saw Zhou Yan'an, her eyes lit up a little. That feeling of appreciation could not be hidden at all. Oh, Mr. Zhu. Finally I see a living one. Even better than in the photo. Well, I'm not a very good talker, but anyway, it's such an honor. She seemed a little excited, and her well-maintained face was glowing. Can I take a picture with you? I'm a huge fan of yours. Mr. Li joked beside him, laughing. Look at your useless look, you scared Mr. Zhu. Mrs. Li said she wanted to take a photo alone, but she pulled Qin Ran over without hesitation. Miss Qin, come too. Handsome men and beautiful women, what a feast for the eyes. Qin Ran smiled and took a step forward. Auntie, let me take some photos for you too. It will be more lively with more people. She took the phone and adjusted the angle. Mrs. Li stood next to Zhou Yan'an, smiling from ear to ear. Zhou Yan'an's face showed just the right amount of gentleness. The camera shutter clicked and the picture froze. Sit down and serve the food. Mr. Li spoke first, smiling at Zhou Yan'an. Mr. Zhu, look, now that you're here, my wife's soul is almost following you. Mrs. Li glared at her husband in disapproval, as if about to hit him, but her words were full of praise. Stop talking nonsense. Mr. Zhu is so young, but his paintings are so imposing and full of spirit. He's the master's style. I really fall in love with his previous works every time I see them. She changed the subject and looked at Zhou Yan'an, her tone filled with obvious regret. It's a pity. I heard that you stopped painting a while ago. Is this news true? Zhou Yan'an nodded, his voice calm. My energy is limited, and the company is busy, so my focus naturally shifted. Mr. Li quickly tried to smooth things over. All right, your enthusiasm is almost scaring Mr. Zhu away. He turned to Zhou Yan'an again and said apologetically, I am an old woman like those star-chasing girls. I am sorry to have embarrassed you, Mr. Zhu. Mrs. Li also realized what was happening and quickly said, Oh, Mr. Zhu, I'm so sorry. I was so excited that I couldn't control myself. Miss Qin, please don't worry. I didn't cause any trouble for your brother, did I? Qin Ran quickly waved her hand. No, Auntie, you're too polite. It's our honor to have dinner with Mr. and Mrs. Li. Mr. Li raised his glass and toasted Zhou Yan'an first. Mr. Zhu, I'll drink this first as a token of my respect and apology. Zhou Yan'an raised his hand to indicate that it was not necessary. Mr. Li was quite insistent. No, Mr. Zhu, you must drink this. If I hadn't been so blind and used that confusing thing, I wouldn't have wasted your precious time and almost ruined our cooperation. Ultimately, it's because you, Mr. Zhu, are so generous that you don't bother with such a mean person. Mr. Li put his glass down heavily, his face etched with a hint of uncontrollable anger. He became furious whenever he mentioned I promoted him because he was a smooth talker and his sales performance was impressive. Who knew? Later on, I discovered this guy has a very quick mind, but he uses it for crooked means. He's particularly good at scheming, building relationships and flattering people, and it didn't take long for him to become the project manager. Damn it, you can only judge a person by his appearance, not his heart. He became angrier and angrier as he spoke, and suddenly slapped the table. Bang! If it wasn't for Mr. Zhu's phone call that day to wake me up, I would never have dreamed of going in that direction. Mr. Li still felt a lingering fear when he mentioned this. After checking, what a jerk. This guy is taking kickbacks like crazy. He's practically draining the company dry. Mrs. Li's face tightened. This is outrageous. Such a villain must not be forgiven. Mr. Li patted the back of his wife's hand soothingly. Calm down, calm down. Don't worry, I'll make him spit out double what he swallowed. If he dares to touch the company's cake, I think he's tired of living. The atmosphere was much more relaxed as people toasted each other. Mrs. Li turned to Qin Ran and said in a friendly tone, Miss Qin, you are so young and capable. Next time, we will have a small gathering at home with our business friends. Would you like to join us? I can introduce you to a few people. Qin Ran understood what she meant. This was Mrs. Li showing goodwill and trying to use this opportunity to expand Zhu's network. She readily agreed, thank you very much, I will definitely bother you then. This meal was a great pleasure for both the host and the guests. After sufficient preparation, Zhou Yan'an and General Manager Li's cooperation officially began. A few days later, Mr. Li personally brought his team to Zhou Group to sign the final contract for the cooperation project. In the conference room, Zhou Yan'an and Qin Ran sat side by side. Opposite him were Mr. Li and the legal and technical staff he brought with him. After several discussions, the details were finalized one by one. The cooperation was officially reached after it was written in black and white. Mr. Zhu, Ms. Qin, it's a pleasure to work with you. Mr. Li extended his hand with a sincere smile. Mr. Li, you're welcome. It's a pleasure to work with you. Zhou Yan'an shook hands with him. Qin Ran also smiled and nodded. After the signing ceremony, Zhou Yan'an was just about to do his best to be a good host. Mr. Li looked at his watch and apologized, Mr. Zhu, Ms. Qin, I'm so sorry. I have an urgent meeting at the company. I'll make up for this meal next time. I'll excuse myself today. Mr. Li, you are too polite. Business is more important. Zhou Yan'an nodded. See off Mr. Li and his group. Within the Zhou Group, the successful acquisition of this cooperation project is undoubtedly a strong proof of Zhou Yan'an's ability. When the news got back home, Zhu's father and mother were overjoyed. We immediately decided to have a family dinner at home in the evening to celebrate. Yan'an, you did a good job this time. You finally make us feel relieved. Zhu's mother, wearing an apron, poked her head out of the kitchen and shouted to Zhou Yan'an in the living room. This is the first major project you've negotiated independently. It's incredibly significant, and we must celebrate it. Zhou Yan'an sat on the sofa, watching his parents busying around, and said with a helpless smile, Mom, it's just signing a contract, is it really necessary to make such a big fuss? How could it not be? Father Zhu walked out of the study with a bottle of good wine in his hand. This is called a good start. From now on, our Zhu family will depend on you. Ran, don't you agree? Qin Ran was helping Zhu's mother set the table. She smiled when she heard this. Dad is right. Yan'an is truly great. Zhou Yan'an felt a little embarrassed by the praise and touched his nose. Just as the family was sitting around the table, the aroma of food filled the air and the atmosphere was just right. Zhou Yan'an's cell phone suddenly vibrated. He glanced and saw the 3 words, Lin Mengjia, on the caller ID. The relaxed conversation and laughter at the dinner table came to an abrupt end. Father Zhu's chopsticks, which had just been picked up by him, stopped mid-sentence. Mother Zhu subconsciously glanced at Qin Ran, her brows furrowed slightly. Qin Ran didn't show any special expression. She simply raised her chin towards Zhou Yan'an and said, take it. Let's see what new tricks she has. Zhou Yan'an said, and swiped the screen. Zhou Yan'an. As soon as the line was connected, Lin Mengjia's shrill voice rushed out, Qihang was tricked. Did you do it? Tell me, were you behind this? Are you so unwilling to see me suffer that you have to implicate Qihang? Her voice was high and urgent, with a reckless madness. Chapter 69 Lin Mengjia humiliates herself. Zhou Yan'an held the phone farther away, his brows furrowed in a frown. Lin Mengjia, are you sick? I don't have the time to go crazy with you. Instead of yelling at me, you should figure out how to fix the problem with your Qihang. After saying that, without waiting for any more noise from the other end, Zhou Yan'an directly hung up the call, set the phone to silent mode, and threw it on the sofa, out of sight, out of mind. Yan'an, what nonsense is she talking about? What does Qihang get cheated? What does this have to do with you? Mother Zhu was the first to lose her temper. She put down her chopsticks and asked with concern. Zhou Yan'an picked up the water cup and took a sip, his tone filled with impatience. Ignore her. Lin Mengjia is not in her right mind. She bites whoever she catches, saying that I set a trap for Qihang. I'm just bored. Father Zhu's face darkened, and he slammed the wine glass in his hand heavily on the table, making a dull, bang sound. He stared at Zhou Yan'an with a serious expression and said solemnly, Yan'an, let me make it clear to you, you must completely break up with Lin Mengjia. Completely. Don't forget your current status. You are married man. Ran is such a good girl, you must never do anything to let her down. That's right. Zhu's mother immediately followed, staring at her son with a burning gaze, with a hint of warning, you are a family man now, you must be sensible in everything. Think carefully before doing anything. If I find out that you dare to do anything to let Ran down, I will be the first one to not forgive you. Do you hear me? The old couple sang in unison, their expression solemn. Zhou Yan'an didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and quickly raised his hands in surrender. Dad, Mom, I understand. You two can rest assured. I promise. I promise to treat Ran as well as I can. Please let me go. His funny look made both Zhu's father and mother laugh. Qin Ran watched this scene quietly from the side, a slight smile unconsciously rising at the corner of her mouth. That night, the couple was very affectionate and the room was filled with spring. When Qin Ran woke up the next day, she felt light and refreshed, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her body. Whoever wants the position of President Qin can sit there. Now she just wants to be comfortable and enjoy life. After a quick wash, she called her bestie and made an appointment to go shopping at a newly opened mall, and then have afternoon tea at an internet-famous store to completely let loose. Oh, President Qin finally took time out from his busy schedule to visit us mortals, my bestie teased on the other end of the phone. Qin Ran smiled and replied, screw you. I'm unemployed now and have plenty of time. On the other hand, Zhou Yan'an was not so idle. He drove alone and went straight to the Qin Group building. Since Qin Ran had given up her business, he, as her husband, naturally had to come over and keep an eye on things to ensure a smooth transition and that nothing unexpected happened. More importantly, it was also necessary to warn those who might be ready to make moves because of Qin Ran's departure. He went straight into Qin Ran's former office. The furnishings in the office remained largely unchanged, except for the lack of some of Qin Ran's personal belongings, making it seem a bit empty. Zhou Yan'an sat down behind his desk and casually opened a document. Before he could read 2 lines, there was a knock on the office door. The special assistant came in trotting, with a little sweat on his forehead, and his expression was a little strange, as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. Mr. Zhu. The special assistant lowered his voice, obviously a little cautious. Ms. Lin Mengjia is at the front desk and asked to see you. He paused, hesitated for a moment, and then added, it was quite a commotion. The security guard at the front desk could hardly stop it. They said that if you didn't show up, she would have rushed over. Ms. Lin. Zhou Yan'an didn't know the name for a moment, so he subconsciously asked, which Miss Lin? He thought about it, but couldn't think of any recent partner named Lin who needed him to personally receive. The special assistant lowered his voice, Lin Mengjia. Zhou Yan'an's eyebrows twitched slightly. He put down the pen in his hand, leaned back, and raised the corner of his mouth. Oh? What is she doing here? This woman is really haunting. She said she has something very important to tell you in person, otherwise, she'll just wait there. The special assistant paused, then added, she seems a bit emotionally unstable. Should we send security to remove her? No need. Zhou Yan'an waved his hand. Let her come up. The special assistant was a little surprised. Zhou Yan'an continued, take 2 people and stand guard at the door. Be smart. When she goes down, pay attention to the surroundings to see if anyone is sneaking around taking photos or videos. Don't let anyone take advantage of this situation to smear our Zhou or Qin companies. Understood, Mr. Zhu. The special assistant immediately took the order and left. Not long after, the office door was rudely pushed open with a bang, and Lin Mengjia rushed in angrily in high heels. She glanced across the huge office and saw only Zhou Yan'an. Lin Mengjia's face immediately showed a look of undisguised sarcasm. Hey, President Zhu, you're just pretending to be so cool here? Where's Qin Ran? Are you tired of me? I kicked you out. She tutted her tongue twice in a sarcastic tone. It seems like you, Zhou Yan'an, were born to be alone. Qin Ran was so nice to you before, I thought she was sincere. She was just messing around with you for fun, and now that she's achieved her goal, she's kicking you away. I heard she was very cool today, hanging out with another man, looking very happy. Zhou Yan'an didn't even raise his eyelids, and lightly tapped the document with his fingers, treating her as heir. This complete disregard made Lin Mengjia more crazy than any rebuttal. Zhou Yan'an. Lin Mengjia's voice suddenly rose, piercing her ears. Why are you pretending to be so noble? Do you really think Qin Ran likes you? Stop daydreaming. She's just taking advantage of your Zhou family's power and using you. Now that she's won the hearts of your parents and you at the Zhou family, what use are you to her? Zhou Yan'an finally put down his pen, raised his head, and glanced at her calmly. Are you done? He asked casually. Lin Mengjia felt inexplicably uneasy when he looked at her, but she refused to admit defeat. What? Are you angry because I hit the nail on the head? Lin Mengjia, Zhou Yan'an's expression remained unchanged, his tone flat, but with a different kind of pressure than before. Do you think your current behavior is interesting? What do I look like? Lin Mengjia's neck stiffened, and her voice became a little louder. I'm telling the truth. You, Zhou Yan'an, don't deserve to have anyone truly like you. In this world, besides me, Lin Mengjia, who else would be so blind as to truly treat you well? She became increasingly agitated, her voice tinged with tears, her eyes reddened, as if the entire world had let her down. You were so good to me before. Why are you treating me like this now? What kind of magic potion did Qin Ran feed you? You can't even tell the difference between good and bad. Zhou Yan'an sneered, you're really good to me. Lin Mengjia, ask yourself honestly, are the things you've done worthy of the word sincere? Lin Mengjia was suddenly speechless. I'm in a good mood today and don't want to waste my breath on you. Zhou Yan'an stood up and slowly adjusted the hem of his suit jacket. He walked up to her. That condescending attitude made the already furious Lin Mengjia even more embarrassed. Chapter 70. The annoying guy is here again. Just tell me what you want to do. Zhou Yan'an asked impatiently, but the atmosphere around him suddenly became solemn. Don't waste my time here. The invisible pressure forced Lin Mengjia to take a half step back involuntarily. She stopped suddenly, her neck stiff and her face twitching. Zhou Yan'an, don't even think about getting rid of me. His voice suddenly became piercing, revealing a desperate madness. I'm telling you, if I'm not having a good time, you won't have an easy time either. She spoke each word with such intensity and hatred that it was sharp and piercing. Qihang. Qihang was defrauded of so much money, all because of you. It's all because of you. You killed him. You're the one who did it. I'll make you pay. Oh. Zhou Yan'an's eyebrows twitched. The curve of the corner of his mouth reveals a chill. Where's the evidence? It was just a few words, but each one was clear and each one struck Lin Mengjia's most fragile nerve. If you can't get it out, shut up. Lin Mengjia's throat tightened, her cheeks turned red and white, and even her breathing became difficult. Evidence? Where can she find evidence? She had only heard rumors about Qihang and had no idea whether they were true or not. Zhou Yan'an just stood there calmly, making her screaming just now seem a little funny. Lin Mengjia, I'm warning you for the last time. Zhou Yan'an's patience had clearly run out, and his voice grew cold. Don't bother me again, and don't bother Qin Ran. My life has nothing to do with you. If you dare to show up in front of us and act recklessly again, I won't mind sending all the recordings of your repeated visits to me, along with all the evidence of your previous good deeds, to Qihang. Guess what he'll do to you when he sees this? Lin Mengjia's face turned pale, and her lips trembled. You dare? Do you think I dare? Zhou Yan'an looked at her with cold eyes, warning her, Qihang is in a state of panic right now. He must be very curious about what the woman he loves is busy with behind his back. You are despicable. Lin Mengjia was so angry that she was shaking all over. She reached out to hit Zhou Yan'an. Same here. Zhou Yan'an held her wrist expressionlessly. When dealing with someone like you, it's only natural to use some tactics. He stopped looking at Lin Mengjia and shouted, Someone come. The special assistant who was guarding the door immediately pushed it open and came in. Mr. Zhou. Please ask Miss Lin to leave. Zhou Yan'an ordered directly. Yes. Two tall security guards held Lin Mengjia's arms, one on the left and one on the right, and tried to drag her out. Zhou Yan'an. You bastard! You'll die a horrible death. Lin Mengjia continued to curse unwillingly. Do you think you can get rid of me like this? I'm telling you, no way. I won't let you go. And I won't let that bitch Qin Ran go either. Zhou Yan'an turned a deaf ear, turned around and walked back to his desk, and picked up the document again. The special assistant winked at the security guard, who immediately increased his strength and almost dragged Lin Mengjia out of the office. The sharp shouting gradually faded away, and was finally completely isolated by the heavy office door. Zhou Yan'an rubbed his brows. This woman was becoming increasingly unreasonable. It seemed like some things really needed to be put to rest once and for all. Qin Ran had just sat down with her bestie Shen Weiwei in their usual cafe when Shen Weiwei came over with a wink. Hey, Ran, you look so happy. Zhou Yan'an has been taking good care of you, hasn't he? Congratulations. You've finally found your dream husband. Qin Ran pushed her away in a scornful manner. You're the only one who is teasing me. Stop teasing me. I'm not joking. Shen Weiwei curled her lips and tidied her hair. I'm really happy for you. But then again, none of the people in the Qin family are good. Especially your illegitimate brother Qihang. You worked so hard for the Qin family, and what happened? As soon as they came back, they kicked you out. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Qin Ran took a sip of her coffee, her expression calm. It's okay, it's all in the past. I'm fine the way I am now, isn't it? It's a good time to have some free time and a long vacation. Besides, my parents-in-law are very nice to me, and Yan'an is also very good. When she mentioned Zhou Yan'an, the corners of her mouth curved up unconsciously, and there was an unconcealable warmth in her eyes. I've liked him for so many years, and finally my wish came true. I'm glad you think so. Shen Weiwei sighed, then became indignant again. That being said, I still think that Qihang, that ungrateful wolf, shouldn't be let off so easily. Does he think the Qin family is his? If it weren't for you. Okay, Weiwei, Qin Ran interrupted her, it's all old news. I just want to live my own little life now. Qin Ran gently stirred the latte in the cup with a small silver spoon, and the latte art spread out and then slowly gathered. Shen Weiwei curled her lips in disapproval. Of course I'm happy for you if you think so. But I just can't help being angry. Qihang, that brat, is really a piece of shit. He's going too far. She lowered her voice, leaned closer, and asked, by the way, how is Auntie doing lately? My mom was talking to me a few days ago, saying how she hadn't seen Auntie for a long time, and asked her to come over when she was free. My mom missed her so much. Qihang's family moved back, and I don't know how messed up the Qin family's old house is now. My mom is embarrassed to come over often, for fear of upsetting Auntie. Speaking of her mother, Qin Ran's brows furrowed slightly. My mom, don't you know her personality? She's very stubborn. She insisted on staying at the old house and looking after the Qin family's belongings for me, saying that my grandfather left them to her and then to me. No matter what I said, it was useless. Auntie is also worried about you. Shen Weiwei sighed heavily, and then became angry again. For you, it's really difficult for her. That old house, Qihang and his mother are living in it now. Can they have a good life? Just thinking about it makes Auntie feel depressed. That's right. Qin Ran pressed her forehead. That's why I was thinking, when your mother is free, ask my mother out for some shopping and afternoon tea, so she can relax. I can't let her be trapped in the Qin family's cage and get angry all day because of me. If she can relax a little, I can feel at ease. Don't worry about this. Shen Weiwei immediately patted her chest. Leave it to me. I'll tell my mom when I get home and ask her to quickly make an appointment with Auntie. Auntie must come out for some fresh air and a change of mood. The two of them were chatting with each other in a heart-to-heart talk, and the aroma of coffee filled the air. Qin Ran picked up the cup and was about to take another sip when she glanced around and saw a familiar yet extremely uncomfortable figure that caught her off guard.